school beauty, had severe social anxiety. She hadn't spoken to a single boy in 3 years of high school. But that changed the day he transferred to Aikun High. The girl who treated every other guy like ice showed up in her black uniform and asked if you wanted a wife. You see, in a past life, her family went bankrupt with millions in debt. While she was bedridden and sick, you cared for her without asking for anything in return. Did everything to cheer her up. Just as she was about to pull through those dark times, a sudden accident took you away forever. Heartbroken, she fell into a deep coma. When she woke up, she found herself back in high school. You were just packing your bag to head home when this tall, slender girl in a JK uniform appeared at the door. Her face was stunning, so sweet that every boy in the room froze. "Wait, who is that?" "She's incredible," they whispered. "My God, if I could have a girlfriend like that, I'd trade my luxury car and villa in a heartbeat." The girl just stood there and held the entire class of 300,000 in a trance. Everyone whispered in confusion. "Why is a girl that pretty here? Is she looking for someone?" They all followed her gaze and their eyes landed squarely on you. You felt a wave of nerves. "Why is everyone staring at me?" you asked. A few boys shot back, annoyed. "Because the school beauty is staring at you. Stop acting like you don't know what's going on then." She marched toward you with those legs for days and threw herself into your arms, sobbing quietly. The class stared in disbelief. "No way. Are they actually dating?" "Possible. She walked right past me. She must be into me." You held her, feeling surprised and tense since you didn't even know who she was. Before you could even think, she started wailing in your arms. The classmates looked on, completely lost. "Why is the school beauty crying? Did Lin Fan force himself on her?" "I knew she had some secret trouble, that jerk." "Lin Fan, I'm going to report you to the teacher." You scrambled, completely flustered. "No, I didn't do anything to her. I don't even know her." Everyone gave you a look like you were a total clown. "Yeah, right. Who are you kidding? If you didn't do anything, then why is she crying like that in your arms?" You felt totally helpless. Sometimes the truth just sounds like a lie. Now everyone thought you were a bully. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked up and dragged you both to the office. "Tell me, what's going on here? How many times do I have to ban dating in school? Are you deaf? And did you actually bully this girl?" You were sweating bullets, feeling more anxious by the second. Teacher, Jo Yoon, looked pretty intimidating. The students called her the Destroyer, and she had no mercy for underachievers like you. "Lin Fan, with your grades, you can barely make a trade school. How do you have the nerve to date? And you're dating a top-tier student from the honors class? You're ruining her future." She raised her ruler to strike you. You instinctively tried to dodge. But before you could move, Bai Yu Yao stepped forward and blocked the blow for you. A warm feeling rushed through your chest. Still, you were full of questions. Why was she being so good to you? Jo Yoon's ruler hung frozen in the air. She let out a heavy sigh. After years of teaching, she'd never seen anything like this. How could a top student as pretty as Bai Yu Yao ever fall for someone like Lin Fan? Just an average guy with no prospects. Jo Yoon didn't get it. You were just as confused. Even though Bai Yu Yao's gesture warmed your heart, you knew you had to clear things up with the Destroyer. "Teacher, actually, Bai Yu Yao and I aren't dating. To be honest, I just met her today." Jo Yoon just laughed. "Enough with the fairy tales. At least let go of the girl's hand first." You looked down and realized you were still holding hands. Feeling the softness of her grip, you pulled away in a panic. Great, now you'd never clear your name. But man, her hand was soft. Bai Yu Yao blushed, looking charmingly shy. She took a deep breath, lifted her chin, and said, "Teacher, let Lin Fan go for a second. I need to talk to you alone." Jo Yoon nodded. Honestly, she wanted to talk to Bai Yu Yao alone too, to convince her to break up with you and stop hurting her grades. You were kicked out of the office. Once you reached the hallway, your buddy Lu Yu gave you a thumbs up. "Dude, you're a legend. How'd you snag the school beauty in secret?" "Snag nothing. I don't even know what's happening." You felt like you were in a dream. You hadn't done a thing, yet suddenly you were dating the school beauty. Felt completely surreal. Not even a novel would be this crazy. Inside the office, Bai Yu Yao spoke firmly. "Teacher Joe, Lin Fan and I are dating freely. I've liked him for a long time. Please don't interfere. Also, I've already talked to the principal. Monday, I'm transferring from the honors class to the regular class to sit with Lin Fan." Jo Yoon was stunned. "What? You already told the principal?" She grabbed her phone and called him. "Principal, do you really approve of Bai Yu Yao dating Lin Fan?" Frustrated voice came over the line. "I approved it, Teacher Joe. It's a long story. Just Bai Yu Yao transferred to your class next Monday." Jo Yoon was completely dumbfounded. She just muttered, "All right," then turned to you, helpless. "Principal approved it. I'm not getting involved anymore." "Thank you, Teacher Joe." Bai Yu Yao beamed. "Okay, you two, get out of here. And you, Lin Fan, come back in. I want a word with you." Outside the office, guy with dyed yellow hair shouted angrily, "Who's Lin Fan?" You turned around, confused. You couldn't place him at all. Your buddy Lu Yu whispered. Fan, do you really not know him? That's Pan Hong, the school's golden boy. He paid a fortune to get into the honors class. You nodded. A rich kid from the honors class was looking for you? You didn't even have to ask why. He dropped a fortune to get into that honors class. You nodded, wondering why a spoiled kid like him would need you. Was it even worth asking? Wipe the school crush. Now Pan Hong stands before you, livid. He wants you erased from existence. Pan Hong glares, brick in hand. You're Lin Fan? You straighten up, acting innocent. Nope, not me. Pan Hong hesitates, stands there, stuck between swinging that brick or backing down. Then Bai Yu Yao pushes open the office door and beams at you. Lin Fan! Teacher Zhou agreed to us being together. Get in there now. You go numb. Panic starts to set in. What is Bai Yu Yao thinking? Doesn't she see the brick and the teacher agreeing? Is that even possible? Pan Hong snaps. What the hell, he screams. You're playing me. He lunges, brick raised high. You freeze. Too close to dodge. You brace for the hit. But then bam, Pan Hong flies back at least 20 feet. Everyone is stunned. They finally notice Bai Yu Yao's grace. She stands there, one hand holding her skirt down. She gives a sweet smile. You're horrified. A fierce fighter? Never heard of that. You're shaken, terrified now. If you actually date her and get into an argument, one kick from her and you're done for. Literally erased. Lin Fan, why are you spacing out? Let's go. I'll walk you home later. She slips her arm through yours. Feeling her warmth, your face turns bright red. Maybe she's actually not bad. Wait a second. Is she using me as a shield? Throwing me away after? You pull your arm back. I'll go to the office. Bai Yu Yao just giggles. She watches you walk inside with pure affection. Zhou Yun sits at his desk, face dark. When did you and Bai Yu Yao start this? Teacher, we just met. Really? Zhou Yun won't buy it. How long have you been dating? We're not dating, sir. You insist. Zhou Yun narrows his eyes. Then how did you convince the principal to let you date and move her to our class? Sit next to you? You're shocked. What? I have no idea about that. This interrogation drags on for 2.5 minutes. Zhou Yun's face grows grimmer. You brat, not a word of truth. You think I'm 3 years old? Get out. Kicked out of the office, you open the door and find Bai Yu Yao waiting. You're out? She asks with a sweet grin. Stare, completely mesmerized. You can't look away until Bai Yu Yao flushes and whispers, don't stare at me like that. So shy, you snap out of it, feeling awkward. Sorry, I shouldn't have been staring. Just because you pause, unsure. Bai Yu Yao tilts her head, curiosity in her eyes. You clear your throat. Turn away, blushing. It's because you're too beautiful. Bai Yu Yao's eyes curve into crescents of joy. Really? She laughs, covering her mouth, then happily hooks her arm into yours. Come on, let's go home. You feel her softness again. You're blushing the whole way. Once you leave the school gates, you pull your arm away. She looks confused. Why don't you want me to hold your arm anymore? You take a deep breath. Bai Yu Yao, what is this really about? What do you mean, dummy? I've made it so obvious. Can't you see I like you? You try to act serious. Bai Yu Yao, we're alone now. Stop the act. We didn't even know each other before. Why pretend to like me? Why the fake couple routine? Bai Yu Yao chuckles. You're still just as dense as before. I'm not acting. I really like you, though honestly I used to find you annoying. But in this life I realized you were the only one who truly cared for me. I'll love you with everything I have. Even if you want me to be a simp, I'm in. Getting weird. A school crush acting like a total simp? That's impossible. She sighs. Fine. No more games. I'll be honest, Lin Fan, let me ask you this. If you were penniless, bedridden, and drowning in debt, and a girl cared for you without asking for anything, would you treat her well after being reborn? You don't hesitate. Absolutely. If someone treated me that well, I'd be her dog if she asked. She smiles. Exactly what I thought. That's our past life. The only difference is, I was the one bedridden. You were the one who never left my side. Now do you get why I like you? It sounds like a fairy tale, but you decide to test her. If you're really reborn, then let me ask you. Before you finish, she smiles. Ask me anything. I'll tell you everything. Even the color of my underwear today. You wave your hands, blushing. No, since you're reborn, can you tell me the winning numbers for tomorrow's lottery? She looks a bit embarrassed. I didn't pay attention to those. You sigh. Fine. What about the college entrance exam? Remember any of those questions? Sorry, I forgot most of that stuff. You lose hope. Maybe she's just making all of this up. Sorry, I can't help you with that, she says, looking dejected. It's fine. Don't worry about it, you reply. But you feel disappointed. Bai Yu Yao notices. She worries that even after rebirth, she's useless for anything but being sweet. Suddenly, her eyes light up. Wait, Lin Fan, I remember. Curious, you ask, what are you thinking about? Then, you add, I remember isn't your birthday tomorrow. Confused, Bai Yu Yao asks, wait, how did you know? You reply, it's your 18th birthday. Your uncle is bringing your cousin over for lunch. Gasps, stunned. No way, how could you know that? You answer, I know because in my last life when you were taking care of me. You told me so many times. You said on your 18th, your uncle brought your cousin over to celebrate, but during the meal, He asked your mom to lend him 300,000 to buy a house, and he never paid it back. Your face darkens. Seriously, that actually happened? Still doubt if she really was reborn. Bai Yuyao, do you know my uncle's name? She snorts. Lin Fan, you still don't believe me? Your uncle used to be Zhang Zhishu. After his second marriage, he took his wife's child's last name and changed it to Song Zhishu. You nod, speechless. Honestly, you had never heard anything so absurd in 2 lifetimes. It sounded like something only that brainless uncle of yours would do. Also, that 300,000 he borrowed to buy a house, it was just to show off. The worst part is, he bought a unit in an unfinished building. Stare, dumbfounded. How do you know that? Are you reborn too? Not exactly, she replies. Because that entire development was built by my father. In a few months, he'll go bankrupt, and the whole project will be abandoned. She giggles behind her hand, but you feel a sharp pang in your heart. You sigh, Bai Yuyao, your family is going bankrupt. How can you still laugh? She pauses for a second. In her past life, her father's business failed, he gambled and took his own life. Her mother ran off with the remaining money, and she ended up paralyzed and drowning in debt. If it weren't for you caring for her, she wouldn't have survived. Tears start streaming down her face. You panic. Hey, don't cry. Miss, please stop crying. I'm sorry, okay? You have no idea what you did, but you keep apologizing, hoping to stop the tears. Just cries harder. Why do you always say sorry? It's not your fault. 2.5 minutes later, she faints from exhaustion. Someone called the police, and soon officers whisked you both away. You were immediately tossed into an interrogation room. Start talking. What's your relationship with that girl? Do her parents know? You blink. Officer, we're just classmates. I didn't do anything wrong. The officer doesn't buy it. He's seen every type of person over the years. Even if you aren't confessing, he can tell you aren't being honest. Plus, he thinks a plain-looking guy like you isn't even in the same league as a girl who looks like a literal angel. Since you won't talk, you can stay here. We'll see what you have to say once the girl wakes up. Elsewhere, Bai Yuyao finally wakes up. She sees unfamiliar police officers and feels dazed. A female officer hands her a glass of water. You're awake, the officer says gently. Bai Yuyao takes a sip. Thank you. The officer asks softly, did he trick you? Don't worry, we'll make sure you're protected. That guy is in the interrogation room right now. He's not going anywhere. Bai Yuyao turns pale with anxiety. Where's the interrogation room? I need to see him. The officer tries to stop her, but she's determined. She heads to the room. Inside, the officer pressures you for your name and address. Stay silent. It's not that you won't talk. You just don't want your parents to find out you're at the police station. If they knew, you'd definitely be in for a severe punishment. Suddenly, there's a knock, and the officer brings Bai Yuyao inside. She already knows the situation. I'm sorry, officer, she explains. We're just dating. The officer is stunned by their apparent mismatch. Yet, upon questioning, she describes your habits in perfect detail. In contrast, you can't answer a single thing about her. The officer feels conflicted. He can't wrap his head around why a perfect girl like her would like a regular guy like you. After the questioning, you're released. You say, Bai Yuyao, let me take you home. She doesn't want to go home. She wants to walk around, see a movie, or get boba with you. She's terrified that this is all a dream and that she'll wake up back in that hospital room with the smell of disinfectant. Her eyes turn red just thinking about it. Miss, please don't cry. I have to take you home now or my mom will lose it. Suddenly, her eyes light up. How about I go home with you? Freeze and look at her, confused. She looks pathetic and pleads again. I mean, I want to go to your house. Seeing her pitiful expression, the refusal dies in your throat. Finally agree. She jumps for joy, her JK skirt fluttering as she moves. You sneak a glance, worried about her skirt riding up. Lin Fan, you're a bit pervy, she says, blushing. You're caught red-handed and feel awkward, but you play it cool. Just that your skirt is too short. I'm just worried about you. She giggles and says, look, look. She lifts the hem to her waist. Bold move makes your heart race, and you cover your eyes. I'm wearing safety shorts. What are you thinking? You peer through your fingers, feeling both nervous and excited. It was all about your skirt being too short, he claimed, worried you'd have a wardrobe malfunction. Bai Yuyao giggled, then suddenly yanked her hem up to her waist. The move caught you off guard, heart hammering. You quickly covered your eyes, but Bai Yuyao just teased shyly. Well, go ahead and look. I'm wearing safety shorts underneath. What were you thinking? You peeked, feeling a mix of nerves and curiosity. Peering at the girls, he noticed the bike shorts underneath. Black. Seeing the safety shorts, your feelings were complicated. You were relieved she was being careful, but you were also weirdly annoyed. Who even invented safety shorts? They were the worst. You kept a straight face, adding, even so, don't just lift your skirt for anyone. Bai Yuyao pouted, annoyed. I'd only let you see. If it were any other guy, I'd have kicked him to death already. You were touched, didn't expect her to treat you so well. But then you remembered her earlier at school. She had legs for days. If she kicked someone, they'd be scattered in pieces. If she kicked you, you couldn't even imagine the pain. Come on, let's get home. It's already 7:30, Bai Yuyao said, checking her phone. 7:30? You panicked. Your parents got off work at 5 and told you to have dinner ready by 7. You were in big trouble. Picked up the pace. Bai Yuyao followed, already on her phone. Auntie Zhang, is the gift I asked for ready? I'm almost there. Wait for me at the complex gate. Thanks. She hung up, and minutes later, you both reached the neighborhood. A Maybach was idling at the entrance. A sharp-looking woman stepped out, holding 2 large gift boxes as she spotted Bai Yuyao. You felt tense, locking eyes with her cold gaze. Who was this? Was she looking for trouble? Stepped in front of Bai Yuyao to protect her. The girl giggled, feeling sweet inside, while the woman completely ignored you. She walked straight to Bai Yuyao and handed over the boxes. Bai Yuyao took them, smiling. Thanks for the trouble, Auntie Zhong. The woman waved it off coldly. No trouble, just passing by. She retreated to the Maybach and closed her eyes. Bai Yuyao grabbed the gifts, took your hand, and led you inside. You couldn't help but ask, hey, who was that woman? She looks tough, you added. She is, Bai Yuyao replied. That's Zhong Yingzi, my dad's full-time bodyguard. She helps out around the house too. She was actually a world champion in kickboxing. That's where I learned my moves. Everything suddenly makes sense. No wonder she has that intimidating aura. She's a world champion. But what's in the box? Strange that she brought a gift. In your experience, visiting classmates never involved presents. Bai Yuyao just smiles. Of course I brought a gift. After all, I am your my what, you ask, genuinely curious. She smirks, keeping you guessing, and you keep walking, until something odd catches your eye. It's her first time here, yet she navigates these streets like she owns the place. You ask Bai Yuyao? Bend. How do you know the way to my house so well? She laughs, obviously. In our past life, we lived here together for a long time. She smiles, though a flicker of pain crosses her eyes. You recall how she always arrived in a wheelchair after getting discharged. She loved when you pushed her into the sun. But hearing you talk about the girl who tricked you after exams and the loss of your parents makes her heart ache. She wonders if she could have saved you from so much pain had she found you sooner. They arrive at your door, but tears are streaking down her face. Confused, you start to ask what's wrong, but she quickly wipes her eyes. Her face is red as she insists, I'm not crying. A little sad. You give her a long, searching look before saying, all right, I'm knocking now. You ready? My mom can be a bit of a nagger. Bai Yuyao nods, taking a deep breath to pull herself together. She forces a smile. She's about to meet your parents. She needs to pull it together and make a great impression. You knock and call out, Mom, Dad, I'm home. Moments later, a woman shouts from inside, you brat! You actually dared to come back? Look at the time. I've called your teacher a dozen times. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Bai Yuyao tilts her head like a curious child. Brat, Lin Fan, is that your nickname? You never told me that in our past life. You feel a little annoyed. Mom is just yelling at me. I definitely don't have such an embarrassing nickname. Meanwhile, your mother, Zhang Kaimei, is steaming. She marches out with a cooking spoon, ready to swing, but suddenly stops. She notices a stunning young girl standing next to her good-for-nothing son. She immediately switches to a warm, welcoming tone, asking, oh, who is this lovely girl? Did you get lost, dear? Mom, she's not lost. She's my classmate. You watch her baffled. Why the sudden shift in attitude? Her mood swings are giving you whiplash. 1 second, she's ready to smack you. The next, she's all smiles. It's a lot to take in. Back to B. Hello, Auntie Yao greets her with a bright smile, holding up the gift box. It's my first time visiting, so I brought a little something for you. Zhang Chaimei beamed. I hope you like it. Oh, come on in, please. Why did you bring gifts? She was already charmed by Bai Yuyao's beauty, and this thoughtful gesture sealed the deal. Zhang Chaimei was absolutely smitten. She practically dragged Bai Yuyao inside. The girl sat down and immediately started dishing out compliments. Auntie, you're just too sweet to me. Been hearing all about you from Lin Fan. He said you were kind and stunning, and honestly, he was right. You look so young and beautiful. Lin Fan stood there, stunned. When had he ever said that? And since when was his mom known for having a good temper? A few kind words had Zhang Chaimei beaming. She immediately dumped all the snacks meant for Lin Fan's birthday onto Bai Yuyao, even happily pulling out a red envelope. Here, take this, dear. Zhang Chaimei couldn't stop smiling at the girl, while Lin Fan sat on the sofa, suddenly feeling like a total fifth wheel. What is going on? This is my house. These are my parents. Just then, old Lin Xiongcheng walked in carrying takeout. He froze the second he spotted Bai Yuyao. Whose kid is this? How is she this gorgeous? Lin Fan scrambled up to introduce her. Dad, this is my classmate, Bai Yuyao. She stood up too, smiling. Hello, uncle. My name is Bai Yuyao. I'm Lin Fan's girlfriend. Lin Xiongcheng's jaw practically hit the floor. Such a stunning girl. actually his son's girlfriend? Zhang Chaimei was just as shocked. Neither of them could believe a girl this pretty up this was actually dating their son. Must have been some serious good karma from the ancestors, because they knew exactly what kind of kid their son was. That little rascal Lin Fan must have tricked the poor girl. Their faces fell instantly, but with Bai Yu Yao right there, couple swallowed their anger. Instead of scolding their son, they brought out some dishes and urged Bai Yu Yao to eat more. So, what do your parents do for a living, dear? Where do you live? Lin Fan wanted to stand up and explain that they weren't actually dating. But the moment he moved, Bai Yu Yao pinched his arm and shot him a glare. He had no choice but to stay seated. Auntie, my dad is Bai Jiaojun. He works at a real estate firm. My mom is Shen Shuting. She isn't working right now. And we don't live far. 20 minutes by taxi. Bai Yu Yao answered every question with a smile. The parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. The name Bai Jiaojun sounded familiar, but they didn't think too much of it. They traded a quick look, thinking her mom was unemployed, so the family probably wasn't well off. If she wasn't from a wealthy family, this whole puppy love situation might be easier to manage. Lin Xiongcheng sighed. It's really tough to find work these days. Your mom being out of work must put a lot of pressure on you all. Fine. Bai Yu Yao smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Fan sat there, wanting to crawl into a hole. His parents had no clue who she really was. But he knew. Bai Yu Yao's father was the head of the biggest real estate company in the city. There was zero financial pressure in that family. Just then, Zhang Chaimei said, "The ribs are almost done. Let me check the kitchen." As she left, she grabbed the gift box Bai Yu Yao brought. Lin Xiongcheng followed to help. Lin Fan asked bitterly, "Bai Yu Yao, why did you tell my parents? We're dating? You didn't tell me before you came. What, do you think you're getting the short end of the stick?" She replied with a sweet smile. "It's not about that. The college entrance exam is soon. My parents definitely won't approve of me dating. Once you leave, they're going to tear me apart. I know." Bai Yu Yao nodded. Lin Fan was speechless. "If you know, why do it? Are you trying to get me killed? Plus, we aren't even dating. I'm not trying to hurt you. I actually really like you, and I want to date you. Besides, I brought them really good gifts. They'll love them. Once they're happy, they won't be mad at you anymore. And then they won't be against us being together." "For real?" Lin Fan asked, skeptical. Bai Yu Yao looked at him seriously. "Lin Fan, I will never lie to you." Meanwhile, inside the kitchen, Zhang Chaimei opened the large gift box, revealing several small, exquisite boxes. Burl really put some thought into these gifts. Lin Xiongcheng sighed. What did our brat do in his past life? Get a girl this pretty to like him? It's baffling. Zhang Chaimei agreed. Still, puppy love shouldn't be encouraged. We should wait until after they graduate high school to let them date. She opened a small box as she spoke. The second she looked inside, her eyes went wide. The boxes were filled with gold jewelry. A single necklace was worth tens of thousands. Lin Xiongcheng was stunned. This girl's background was not simple. If her mom was unemployed, how could she afford this? They remembered something and grabbed their phones to search for Bai Jiaojun. Both were completely dumbfounded by the results. But after a long silence, Zhang Xiamei said weakly, "Let's return the gifts later. We can't accept these." Lin Xiongcheng nodded. "After dinner, I'll have a talk with our son. You talk to the girl, tell them to break it off. We can't climb that social ladder. We'd just be a burden to her." They walked back to the living room with the food, afraid Bai Yu Yao wouldn't like their cooking. Zhang Chaimei told Lin Xiongcheng to go buy some expensive barbecue. Bai Yu Yao spoke up, "Uncle, auntie, no need for the trouble. I'm already full." Zhang Saimei stopped. Bai Yu Yao seemed to enjoy the atmosphere. Suddenly, she split the meat in her bowl and gave him half. Lin Fan was caught off guard. "This is for me? Yeah, I want to share it with you," Bai Yu Yao said sweetly. Lin Fan flushed, knowing his parents were watching. They were surprised to see the two were this close. But the social gap was just too wide. After dinner, Lin Xiongcheng signaled him, "Come to the balcony." Lin Fan followed. Lin Xiongcheng sighed and lit a cigarette. Lin Fan grabbed the lighter to help his old man. Lin Xiongcheng's face darkened. "Not even grown up and you're already picking up bad habits? When did you start smoking?" Lin Fan felt awkward. "Dad, I'm not smoking. Stop trying to trick me. If I don't smoke, how do you have a lighter in your pocket?" "Don't think I don't know." He took a deep drag. Lin Xiongcheng hugged his son and sighed. "I am sorry, Lin Fan. You seem confused." "Old man, what are you talking about? It isn't because I swiped a lighter at school today, is it? Apologize for that, okay? No, that doesn't make sense." Lin Xiongcheng spoke helplessly, his brow furrowed. "Break up with that girl. You two aren't a good match." He felt a bitter sting in his chest, forcing himself to demand this split because he felt like a failure as a father. Felt like a terrible person. "Dad, it isn't what you think." Actually, before Lin Fan could finish, his father shook his head. "I know what you're going to say. You want to tell me it's true love. But son, you're still too young. Do you even know how wealthy that girl's family is? Our family situation just isn't right for that kind of reach. Lin Xiongsheng trailed off. Lin Fan swallowed his explanation, feeling a strange, uncomfortable knot in his stomach. Even though Bai Yuyao wasn't his girlfriend in the true sense, how could anyone be immune to a girl that beautiful? Instinctively, Lin Fan reached for his father's cigarette case, but a hand slapped his away instantly. You're just a kid. Why are you smoking? I'm turning 18 tomorrow. It didn't matter. The oldsman sighed and pulled out his phone, transferring 200 yuan. When you take her home later, buy her something, and give those gift boxes back to her. Lin Fan nodded in silence. Yet, when he returned to the living room, Bai Yuyao was a sobbing mess, her eyes swollen like peaches. Lin Fan approached with a complicated look. Bai Yuyao, let me take you home. At his words, the girl burst into fresh tears, burying Phoenix in his chest as she sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Shengcheng complained to his wife. You should have been gentler. Why did you make that poor girl cry so hard? Zhang Kai looked helpless. I didn't even say anything. Told her to break up with our son. Who knew she would react like that? So did she agree to break up? No. Then you just made her cry for nothing. I don't know. Zhang Shaimei sighed. Does that mean our son is heartless? He just agreed to the breakup like that. Downstairs, Lin Fan led a weeping Bai Yuyao away. She was gasping for air, her eyes bloodshot. Lin Fan held her hand. Bai Yuyao, did my mother scold you? Shook her head, her voice stuttering. No, Lin Fan was confused. If she didn't scold you, why are you crying so hard? Because I don't want to break up with you. She gripped his arm tightly. She took a few deep breaths, wiped her tears, and stood up, looking at him with total sincerity. Lin Fan, let's officially date. Lin Fan fell silent. Then he replied softly, then I'm not good enough for you. The girl grew anxious. That's not true. Listen to me. You get such good grades. You come from a wealthy background, and you're so beautiful. And me, I'm just an ordinary guy. I don't want to hold you back, and I don't want to get pulled into this. I truly don't feel worthy of you. A relationship like this won't end well. Can you understand that? Bai Yuyao fell silent. She suddenly remembered. In her past life, lying on that hospital bed, she had felt the exact same way. She felt that, as a disabled person, she wasn't good enough for a soul who had already become so successful. She had refused him then because she didn't want to drag him down. She never expected their roles to flip, with him rejecting her now. Her eyes lit up. Lin Fan, I will grow with you. I can help you a lot with your studies. And don't worry about the family thing. My family is going to be bankrupt soon anyway. As for her appearance, she suddenly recalled something and burst into laughter. Lin Fan was confused, thinking she was laughing at his looks. But Bai Yuyao laughed. There was once a fool. To pay the medical bills for a girl in the hospital, he went and worked as a host to keep rich women entertained. Lin Fan was stunned. He realized the man she described was himself in his past life. Bai Yuyao stole a glance at him. Then she chuckled. Actually, that fool didn't sell himself. He just used his style and his strength to keep those wealthy patrons happy. He would earn the money and rush back to the hospital as fast as he could to pay for the girl's surgery. That girl still refused to date him. She wouldn't even let him touch her. Lin Fan couldn't comprehend it. From his current impression of her, she clearly liked him. How could she refuse? He asked Bai Yuyao. You said you liked me, so why did the version of you in that story refuse to be with him, even when he was the future you? A shadow of sadness crossed her eyes, but she kept a faint smile. That is exactly why I am telling you this story. Lin Fan fell into a heavy silence. He looked at her calmly, realizing that in his past life, Bai Yuyao had been bedridden, hospitalized constantly, always spending money, feeling like a burden. She felt unworthy of him, just like he felt too insecure to date her now. After a long silence, he still couldn't meet her expectations. Let me take you home. Bai Yuyao shook her head. I don't want to go home. She looked down at the gift box in her hand. It was a gift she had carefully chosen for his parents, now returned to her. She felt sad, but also terrified. She was afraid that today was just a dream, and she would wake up in a hospital bed, never to see the person she loved again. She didn't want to sleep. Lin Fan held her small hand, feeling her anxiety but felt powerless to change it. He gripped her hand tightly, trying to offer comfort. After a long silence, the girl finally spoke. Lin Fan, let's go to a hotel. Lin Fan was bewildered. Go to a hotel? For what? To have a banquet? Bai Yuyao felt like she was going to faint. Pinched his arm hard and snapped. I mean a couple's hotel. To sleep. It's not for eating. Why are you so dense? You're driving me crazy. She pinched harder as you yelped in pain, immediately begging for mercy. After a moment, Bai Yuyao let go, huffing in annoyance. You blockhead. Well, are you coming to the couple's hotel with me? After we sleep, I'll buy you some new clothes tomorrow. You rubbed your arm and asked, how much is it a night? Do we get separate rooms? You quickly checked your phone balance. Only 200 yuan left. Bai Yuyao grew even more frustrated. If we're getting separate rooms, what on earth do I need you for? We can't seriously sleep in the same bed, right? You asked, confused. Bai Yuyao's face tightened as she blurted out, I want to sleep in the same bed as you. That's why I asked you to the hotel in the first place. You were stunned, finally realizing this school beauty girl. Lin Fan's mind started racing. He'd already picked out names for their future kids. Bai Yuyao noticed his weird expression and gave him a sharp, embarrassed pinch. Stop thinking those things. I just want to cuddle and sleep, that's all. Lin Fan quickly surrendered. Okay, I'm wrong. Stop pinching me now? Bai Yuyao huffed as she let go. So, are you coming to the couple's hotel with me or not? No way, Lin Fan said honestly. If his parents found out he stayed out all night at a hotel with Bai Yuyao, it would be over. Definitely get a double beating. Plus, with only $200 in his pocket, he couldn't even afford a decent room. Bai Yuyao asked, annoyed, why not? Because my parents wouldn't let me, Lin Fan replied. Bai Yuyao was speechless. Even with his second chance at life, he was still helpless against his own parents. What were they going to do? Bai Yuyao was restless, pacing like a trapped animal. Suddenly, Lin Fan's phone rang. Who's calling? Bai Yuyao asked, looking curious. Lin Fan checked the screen. It was his buddy Liu Yu. Bai Yuyao didn't hesitate. Put it on speaker, I want to hear. Lin Fan sighed and obeyed, then answered. Liu Yu shouted excitedly, hey man, let's head to the net cafe and game all night. It's on me. Bai Yuyao's face flushed with anger. How dare he try to steal her man? Lin Fan saw her tense up and knew she was furious. He sighed and told his friend, sorry man, I can't tonight. He hadn't even finished the sentence. Liu Yu interrupted, being his usual blunt self. I know what you're worried about. Afraid your mom won't let you out? Don't worry, I got you covered. Tell her I'm at the hospital with a broken leg, waiting for surgery, and you're coming to keep me company. You come over, we'll find a spot at the hospital to hang out, I'll wrap some bandages on my leg, and you can video call her. Lin Fan was floored. He never expected someone as thick-headed as Liu Yu to come up with such a scheme. Bai Yuyao, on the other hand, was thrilled. That's a brilliant idea. Hey, why are you so quiet? Liu Yu shouted when he didn't get a response. What, don't you trust me? I'm heading over to your place right now. Before Lin Fan could protest, he hung up and started racing over. A sly smile spread across Bai Yuyo's face. She flashes a pair of dimples and says sweetly, Lin Fan, don't go to the internet cafe tonight. Come to a couple's hotel with me instead. Seeing Bai Yuyao's adorable, sweet face, he loses his focus. He can't even bring himself to say no. Since silence means consent, Bai Yuyao lets out a joyful cheer, spinning around like a little girl while her black school skirt flutters in the wind. As she walked, her safety shorts peeked out again. You felt a twinge of discomfort, hating the idea of anyone else catching a glimpse of her. Even the safety shorts were off limits. Unable to help yourself, you stood up and called out to Bai Yuyao, causing the girl to stop in her tracks. She turned back and asked what was wrong. You opened your mouth to speak, but the words caught in your throat, leaving Bai Yuyao looking at you with a puzzled expression. Yet, he sits there quietly by your side. He sees you hesitate, holding back words, but he doesn't press you. He knows you'll tell him when you're ready. You'd say something eventually. Bai Yuyao went quiet, resting her head against your chest. You felt the warmth of her skin against you. Your breathing quickens. Suddenly, you realize you love this. You actually enjoy having Bai Yuyao pressed against you. Feels like her soft touch heals every ounce of your stress. But the moment is short-lived. Liu Yu storms in, drenched in sweat. Seeing Bai Yuyao in his arms made him want to die right there. He expected them to crush the game together as a duo, but things took a turn. Liu Yu glared at you, leaning in to whisper, Man, that is cold. You dragged me here just to flaunt your girl while I'm stuck being single? You rolled your eyes, telling him, Don't blame me. You were the one who showed up after hanging up, not the other way around. Just then, Bai Yuyao chimed in with a smile. Are you Liu Yu? Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Fan's girlfriend. Liu Yu was visibly thrilled to be addressed by the school beauty. He wiped his palms on his clothes and reached out, but you moved fast. You grabbed Bai Yuyao's hand and pulled it back, saying, It's way too hot for handshakes. Let's just keep it simple, yeah? Bai Yuyao giggled, clearly catching on that you didn't want her touching any other guy. Liu Yu looked absolutely gutted. He muttered, I'd shake hands with the school beauty even if it was 100 degrees out. Lin Fan, you're the worst. Not letting anyone touch your girlfriend's hand? Total bro code violation. Despite his frustration, you just grinned. Look, I can't pull an all-nighter at the cafe tonight. I need you to cover for me so I can stay out. Liu Yu looked annoyed. You're ditching our gaming session and still want a favor? In your dreams, buddy. Nudged his shoulder, pressing. Stop whining, just tell me, are you going to help or not? He sighed. Fine, I'll help. Since we're this close, of course I'll help, especially now that we're here. Tell me what to do, just like we discussed on the phone. They head to the hospital. Lin Zhuang pretends to be sick so he can video call his mom and say he isn't coming home tonight. Liu Yu nods saying, Got it. Then hurry up, let's get this done so I can hit the gaming cafe all night. The three agree, quickly hailing a taxi to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Liu Yu buys some supplies at the pharmacy before they walk inside. Bai Yu Yao stays standing by the entrance, shivers slightly. Noticing Lin Fan asks with concern, Bai Yu Yao, are you not feeling well? The girl bites her lip, her voice trembling. I'm okay. Just remembered something from the past. I don't want to go in there. Then how about I take you to a hotel? Get you settled in first. Speaks with worry in his eyes. She shakes her head, pointing toward the distance. No, that'll take too much time. You and he go to the hospital. I'll just rest in the car. Lin Fan looks where she's pointing and sees a familiar Maybach parked nearby. All right then. If you feel worse, call me. I'll come back for you anytime. Seeing her nod, Lin Fan runs into the hospital with Liu Yu. Inside the Maybach, Zhang Yingzi finally speaks up. Yo Yao, you've changed completely today. She frowns, clearly worried. You transferred from the honors class to the regular one just to date such an ordinary boy? Dating is one thing, but now you actually want to stay at a hotel with him? Do you know what your parents will do if they find out? They'll be furious. They won't let you off the hook. Zhang Yingzi has been Bai Yu Yao's bodyguard for 10 years, essentially raising her from a child. But now, she suddenly realizes she can't understand this young girl anymore. Bai Yu Yao stares through the car window at Lin Fan's departing back. Then she says calmly, Aunt Zhang, you're just a bodyguard my dad pays for. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Yo Yao, how can you say that? Zhong Yingzi feels a pang of hurt from this sudden distance. After all, she's viewed Bai Yu Yao as family for a decade. Yet Bai Yu Yao remains emotionless. If one day my father stops paying you, will you still take care of me? Zhang Yingzi freezes. She never imagined such a thing. With the Bai family's massive wealth, she never worried about money. Yao Yao, how could that ever happen? I don't think we need to discuss this. Bai Yu Yao stays silent, thinking of the bitterness of her abandonment in her past life. After the Bai family went bankrupt, Zhang Yingzi did look after her for a while out of old ties, but it didn't last long. As creditors hounded them, Zhang Yingzi and her family couldn't take it anymore. They treated her like a curse. She remembers a cold winter day, rain pouring down. Zhang Yingzi suddenly poured a basin of icy water over her. That freezing sensation felt like it pierced straight through her heart. Zhang Yingzi just stood there in silence. In the end, it was Bai Yu Yao who sold her phone with trembling hands to scrape together bus fare back to school. The next day, she jumped from the roof. Luckily, she didn't die, but unluckily, she became paralyzed. But what made her happy was that when she woke up again, she found the one person who loved her most and never looked down on her. Suddenly, a knocking sound breaks the silence. Bai Yu Yao snaps out of it and rolls down the window. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Lin Fan's heart drops. Miss, what's wrong? Who bullied you again? He anxiously opens the car door and gently pulls her out. As soon as she steps out, Bai Yu Yao loses all her strength and collapses into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She grips his clothes tightly, tears soaking his shirt. In Bai Yu Yao's heart, meeting Lin Fan was her greatest luck in both lifetimes, but also her deepest guilt. She feels guilty because she put him through so much suffering. Feeling her shaking in tears, Lin Fan's heart aches as if it's being ripped apart. He pats her shoulder gently, while glaring at Zhang Yingzi with open hostility. Although he doesn't know what happened, his gut tells him everything connected to this cold woman. What did you do to her? Zhang Yingzi twitches, but chooses to stay silent. She thinks to herself, is this kid crazy? How could she ever insult or harm her employer's daughter? However, seeing her silence, Lin Fan mistakes it for an admission of guilt. He clenches his fists, steps forward, and shields Bai Yu Yao behind him. Even though he knows he probably can't beat this well-trained woman, he stands his ground anyway. Old woman, he yells. Bully Bai Yu Yao again. You'll have to go through me first. Kill me if you're so tough. Zhang Yingzi is stunned. Who are you calling an old woman? In that tense standoff, Bai Yu Yao wipes her tears and looks up. She forces a smile. Lin Fan, it's my fault. I'm sorry I worried you. It's okay, this isn't your fault. Don't apologize. Bai Yu Yao nods obediently. She turns to Zhang Yingzi. Aunt Zhang, is the hotel room ready? We're heading there now to rest. Zhang Yingzi replies, looking very reluctant. It's ready. She has a terrible impression of Lin Fan and hates that Bai Yu Yao is dating him, but as a bodyguard, she has no say in the matter. Bai Yu Yao nods and rests her head on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan, let's go now. Is it the 19 hotel on the east side? Should we take a cab or what? That place is several kilometers away. Let's walk. I want to stroll through the streets with you. They walk off hand in hand, like a pair of young lovers under the dim streetlights, while Zhang Yingzi drives the Maybach slowly behind them. Her face is as dark as a storm cloud, her heart filled with complex emotions like watching her precious cabbage, which she tended to for years, suddenly get snatched away by some clueless pig. Such deep frustration. Lin Fan felt a sting worse than any betrayal as Bai Yao pointed forward, quietly asking, "Lin Fan, do you remember you confessed to me at that bus stop?" Slight frown creased his brow as he struggled to recall the moment, but after a long pause, he remained blank. When did that even happen? Next winter, January 8th, 2025, 6 p.m., Bai Yao said, voice light as air. He was stunned. That's in the future. How could I possibly know about that? Bai Yao kept going, lost in her own world. The girl had just finished surgery and wanted to see the sun. The boy pushed her wheelchair all the way to that bus stop. As they waited, a little flower girl approached and said, "Sir, tomorrow is the new year. Buy a bouquet for your sweetheart." The boy was moved by her warmth, bought the flowers, and solemnly confessed. The crowd joined in, cheering them on. Everyone showered them with blessings. The girl was moved to tears, but fearing she would hold him back, she rejected him. Even then, the girl keenly felt his disappointment and gloom. He didn't even take the bus. He just quietly pushed the wheelchair for over 20 minutes, all the way home. Only later did the girl learn from others that after paying for her surgery, the boy had only 50 yuan left to his name. That bouquet had cost him his entire savings. Stunned, he looked at her. "Bai Yao, are you even human?" She bowed her head, whispering, "I know. I did a lot of terrible things back then. But that's exactly why I'm here. I'm sticking with you. I'm chasing you to make amends. Even if you find me annoying, I'm going to be good to you." Her eyes remained locked onto his. Her gaze burned with guilt and longing. He felt tense under that intensity, yet an uneasy feeling settled in his gut. He couldn't help but think Bai Yao wasn't really in love with the version of him standing here. She was just using him as a substitute to pay back a debt. The thought weighed heavy on his chest. Finally spoke up. "Let's just get 2 separate rooms tonight. It'll be better for both of us. Gives us some space to clear our heads." "You want separate rooms? We're staying apart?" Bai Yao let out a soft huff. "Lin Fan, I know what you're thinking." He felt a jolt of alarm. Was she reading his mind? The thought had barely crossed his head when Bai Yao chuckled. "Wondering if I can read minds?" She flashed a playful, knowing smirk. "I'll tell you this. I don't have any supernatural powers, but I can tell you in all seriousness. I like you, whether it's the current you or the future you. I love you all the same. Don't overthink it. You aren't a replacement for anyone. My feelings for you are completely genuine. Haven't you noticed how happy I've been whenever I'm with you?" Her words felt raw and sincere, her eyes clear enough to see right through to his soul. She gripped his arm tightly, the pressure a testament to how firm her resolve was. He could feel the softness of her chest and the fluttering of her heart from nerves, both silently confirming the sincerity of her confession. "Lin Fan, honestly, I can tell you might just be attracted to my looks right now. Just here for the physical stuff, but that's fine. Because, well, I have a bit of that too. That restless, itchy feeling. You know?" Her cheeks turned bright red as she said it. She looked like she might burst into flames. She knew it might make her seem frivolous, but she didn't care. To her, as long as she was with the person she loved, anything was worth it. Sensing the mood shift, he realized it would be rude to refuse now. Boon. They arrived at the hotel front desk. He couldn't bring himself to look up, terrified of being judged. Once she pulled him into the elevator, finally muttered, "The receptionist didn't even ask us to register." Bai Yao laughed. "This hotel is under my father's name. There are private luxury suites. We don't need to register. Coming here is like going home." She sighed softly. She found him surprisingly innocent, nothing like the sharp, clever man she'd known later. Do guys just develop that late? She wondered. They reached the room, and the moment he stepped inside, he saw various props laid out. Bai Yao's face flushed a deep, brilliant red. "Lin Fan, I'm warning you, no funny business tonight." Even though she'd come prepared as a sheltered girl, she absolutely wasn't letting him use any of that. He turned bright red, quickly slamming the drawer shut. She let out a breath of relief, but quickly asked, face still flushed, "Showering first." He glanced at the bathroom, separated only by a thin, hazy sheet of glass, and politely deferred. "You go ahead." Swallowed hard, silently swearing to himself that he had to stay in control. He absolutely could not peek. Even if he couldn't help but peek, he definitely couldn't let her find out. But then, Bai Yao shyly grabbed his arm. "You can come in after I'm done." She slammed the door shut with a snap. He felt a bit stung. "How can you not trust me? I'm a gentleman. After all the soul-searching I just did, women are truly impossible to read." Just as he sighed and reached for his phone, a hand suddenly grabbed him, dragging him into the stairwell. He finally saw his captor, Zhang Yingzi, her gaze sharp as a blade as she sized him up. Blurted out, "What's wrong, Auntie Zhang? Who are you calling Auntie? I'm only 30, in the prime of my life." Zhang Yingzi frowned, clearly displeased. He thought to himself, if Bai Yao can call you Andy, why can't I? But after seeing the powerful, toned muscle of her arm, he swallowed the words back. "Fine, what's up, sis? At least you're sensible." Her expression softened slightly. She pulled a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her bag. Want one? He shook his head. No thanks. I don't really smoke. She sighed, shaking her head. How boring. Then, looking down at him with an air of absolute superiority, she continued. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Just break up. You don't deserve her. You glared at the woman standing there. Her arrogance was grating, and you were about to fire back before. A sneer twisted his lips as he mocked. Do you really think you're good enough for Yao Yao? Be realistic, kid. Her weekly allowance is more than your parents make in a year. How could you ever provide for her? You're pathetic. You gripped your fists, white-knuckled. Fire burned in your chest, but you had no comeback. You knew Zhang Yingzi was hitting you with the harsh truth. A girl like Bai Yao was leagues above you. She was completely out of your reach. Zhang Yingzi lit another cigarette. Just break up with her. Around the corner, hidden in the stairwell, Bai Yao leaned against the wall in her soft pajamas. She heard every word of your conversation. She wanted to rush over, drag you away, and scream at Zhang Yingzi to shut up, but she didn't. She just kept her head down, lost in thought. She wondered how you were processing this. Would you fight for her, or just take the abuse in silence? Bai Yao stood there, leaning against the wall. Her mind was a mess of complicated emotions and a shred of anticipation. Soon the cigarette burned down, but you remained silent, offering no response. Satisfied, Zhang Yingzi lit another one and shoved it toward you. This time, you didn't refuse. You took it and lit it with practiced ease. Zhang Yingzi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. See, finally coming to your senses? He thought you had finally faced reality. You just smiled. Good, I'll take you home now. Breaking up with her is best for everyone. Your smile only grew wider. You countered, I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Zhang Yingzi's expression turned dark. You're playing games with me? You chuckled. Not games. I just can't stand you. Even if everything you said is true, even if I can't match her lifestyle, so what? I know Bai Yao loves me. I love being with her, and being around you is just suffocating. Why should I listen to you if you're just a nuisance? I'm not breaking up with Bai Yao. Your threats mean nothing. Zhang Yingzi rolled up his sleeves, furious. You aren't afraid of me? You gave a calm, fearless look. Lady, you're incredibly annoying. My relationship with Bai Yao has nothing to do with you. You're just a bodyguard. You're overstepping. Anyone watching this would think you're her mother. The comment made his face flush with rage. He gritted his teeth. You want to see what happens if I shut you up for good? You shrugged, unfazed. Go ahead. He grabbed your collar. Don't think a beating will keep you with her. I'll tell her parents they'll never let you two stay together. You sneered, locking eyes with him. You know you're old, but you act like a spoiled child. I bet you don't have a single friend. Zhang Yingzi trembled with rage. Just as he raised his fist to strike, his phone rang. He checked the screen. A message from Bai Yao. Don't you dare touch him. Zhang Yingzi's expression shifted, his gaze drifting toward the corner of the stairwell. Even though Bai Yao remained unseen, he knew she was lurking nearby, watching everything unfold. Zhang Yingzi's hand trembled slightly. She was no longer the little girl who used to tag along, calling her sister. He went silent. Pride stung, yet you stood there in shock. You expected Zhang Yingzi to lose her temper and snap at you. Surprisingly, a quick glance at her phone was enough for her to let you off the hook. You realized Bai Yao had to be nearby. Otherwise, why would Zhang Yingzi be so lenient? She looked frustrated, muttering, consider yourself lucky today. You smiled, replying, I've always thought I was pretty lucky. Can I head out now? Zhang Yingzi frowned. Strange expression, she handed you a fancy shopping bag. You took it, genuinely puzzled. Why the sudden change of heart? You never expected a gift from her. But as you peeked inside, your face turned bright red. It was a box of condoms. No, several boxes. You couldn't possibly use that many in one night, could you? Zhang Yingzi's cold voice cut through the air. I still don't approve of you, but get this straight. Even if you two you know, today, you don't get to hurt her. Understand? You couldn't find the words and just nodded quietly. Zhang Yingzi locked eyes with you again. If you dare mistreat her, I'm telling you, you're a dead man. No matter where you run, I'll find you. She smacked your shoulder hard and walked away. Back at the hotel, you opened the door. Instantly, a graceful figure rushed toward you like a gust of wind, burying her face against your chest. You felt Bai Yao's warmth and softness, your heart racing. You couldn't help but ask Bai Yao, were you eavesdropping outside? The girl nodded honestly, her eyes filled with apology. I just finished my shower. I went looking for you, but you weren't there. So I headed to the hallway and I accidentally heard everything. Did you text Zhang Yingzi? Bai Yao nodded with a soft hum, looking embarrassed and worried. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have listened in, and I shouldn't have kept it from you. You shook your head, smiling. It's fine, don't apologize. It's not your fault. You instinctively reached out to pat her head, but hesitated mid-air. Would she mind? As you wondered, Bai Yao leaned down, pressing her head firmly against your palm, letting you know it was okay. She was acting just like a guai cowpet cat. Your heart hammered against your ribs and a wave of raw impulse washed over you. Bai Yuyao pursed her lips and asked, "Are you going to shower?" You nodded, then opened the door to signal she should head out for a bit. Yet Bai Yuyao played the part of an oblivious youth. No matter how you hinted, she refused to budge. She wasn't leaving that room. Seeing this, you spoke up, feeling a bit rushed. "I'm going to shower." Bai Yuyao just pursed her lips and gave two light hums. Her voice held a note of excitement as she said, "Go ahead, go ahead." You looked at her, feeling helpless. "Then get out." Bai Yuyao just stared back with expectant eyes. "I don't want to leave. I want to watch you shower." You froze solid. In all your years, it was the first time you'd heard such a thing. And coming from a beautiful girl, looking at you with that much anticipation, you blanked for a moment before slowly asking, "Are you sure you want to watch me shower?" Bai Yao revealed a cute dimple and laughed. "Positive. I really want to watch you." Your face tightened. If you hadn't asked her twice, you wouldn't have believed it. Bai Yao was actually being serious. She really wanted to watch you shower. This demand was way out of line, especially since she didn't let you watch her earlier. Why should she get to watch you now? It wasn't fair. Plus, it was just too awkward. If she kept staring, how were you supposed to get clean? You couldn't help but snap, Bai Yao. "You're crossing the line." "Wait, aren't guys supposed to be thick-skinned? Who started that rumor? Seriously, who keeps claiming guys have no shame?" Lin Fan tried to reason with Bai Yao, saying, "As guys, we're a bit different. You really can't do this. I'd be so embarrassed if you watched." Without any sense of boundaries, Bai Yao replied, "It's fine, I don't mind." Lin Fan just went silent. He realized that when Bai Yao played dumb, logic was useless. It was clear she was dead set on taking advantage of him today. Purity about to be ruined? For a split second, he felt a spark of excitement, but he steeled himself. He countered, "Then I'm not showering today." Bai Yao shot that down immediately. "If you don't shower, you aren't getting any sleep tonight." She added, "I don't want to hold on to a stinky guy." The two of them reached a stalemate, neither willing to budge. 2.5 minutes, Bai Yao finally compromised. "Fine, I'll cover my eyes. I won't peek, okay?" Her face flushed pink as she spoke. Lin Fan thought to himself, "If you're going to cover your eyes, you might as well just wait outside." He replied firmly, "No. If you're going to cover your eyes, just go wait somewhere else." Bai Yao snapped, "Why are you like this?" Lin Fan, "If you don't agree right now, I'm just gonna strip you myself." She sounded genuinely annoyed. Lin Fan weighed his options, getting beaten up or just showering. He sighed, deciding it was easier to just get it over with. Bai Yao beamed, her eyes filled with anticipation. Stubbornly demand the blindfold. Bai Yao agrees without hesitation, quickly grabbing a fresh towel. Blindfolded himself and sat obediently on the bed, wearing Bai Yao's pajamas, the gaps revealing just enough. You caught a glimpse of his long, fair legs and your pulse quickened. For a split second, you had a wild thought. You can't stop wondering. If you sneakily touched her right now, would she kill you? Bai Yao has no idea. Doesn't realize how tempting she looks. He only wants to take advantage, so he urges, "Lin Fan, hurry up." You snap out of it and say, "I'm going to shower." As water splashed in the shower, the girl peeled the towel from her eyes. He watched through the glass, lips pressed tight. Beams, face flushing a deeper shade of red, absolutely adorable. But then you finish up. It took less than 4 minutes from start to finish. When you opened the bathroom door in your pajamas, Bai Yao quickly covered her eyes again, sounding visibly annoyed. She said, "Why so fast?" You couldn't help but feel a spark, replying, "You've got the nerve to say that? If I were peeking from outside, you would have finished even faster." After a shower, it's finally time for sleep. The luxury suite has 2 large beds, but Bai Yao clearly isn't having any of that. No matter which bed he chooses, she follows him instantly. After changing spots a few times, he realizes she is sticking to him like glue. You say with a helpless sigh, Bai Yao, "What exactly are you trying to do?" She replies with complete sincerity, "I want to sleep with you." You listen, feeling trapped. It is not that you mind. She is stunningly beautiful, and if something were to happen tonight, it would technically be to your benefit. But caught between desire and your conscience, you choose the latter, fearing you might hurt her if you lose control. So you speak as honestly as you can. "It is not that I do not want to sleep with you. I am just afraid I cannot help myself." Bai Yao replies, "That is fine. You cannot beat me. If you try anything, I will hit you." You feel conflicted and ask, "What if it is you who takes advantage of me?" Bai Yao shows her dimples and says sweetly, "If I take advantage of you, you are not allowed to resist. Otherwise, I will still hit you." You sigh, eventually giving in. If she wants to cuddle, she can cuddle. After all, being a guy, you are not exactly losing out. You lie on your side, back to her. She presses tightly against you, and every breath the girl takes brushes against your back. Her soft body and steady breathing keep you restless. Though you are no predator, you are still a man after all. You try to suppress your urges. Bai Yao does not think about that. She only knows she is happy holding the boy she likes most. Bai Yao called out softly, looking happy. Lin Fan felt a bit confused. What is it? I can't sleep, she whispered. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Who could sleep with you hugging me this tightly? She didn't respond, just asked simply, Lin Fan, tell me a story. You used to tell me stories when I tried to sleep. Tell them until I fell asleep. Lin Fan sighed. Young lady, I've never told you stories before. He tried to refuse. But seeing her begging, please, just one story, he couldn't say no. Her pitiful look was just too much. Her soft, sweet voice was basically cheating. Lin Fan racked his brain. Once upon a time, in a big forest, there were two bugs. One was named Bug 1, and the other was Bug 2. Bai Yao interrupted him immediately. I don't want to hear that one. I want to hear a story about you. A real story. A story about me? Lin Fan struggled to think of anything. Felt his life was pretty ordinary. But Bai Yao was curious about everything from his past. Suddenly, she had an idea, smiling as she said, Lin Fan, tell me that story about when your dad made you wash the dishes. I want to hear it again. Lin Fan looked embarrassed. He was shocked that she even knew that story. He sighed. Since his future self had already shared it, another time couldn't hurt. He lowered his voice. Like he was putting a little girl to bed, he began. When he was in elementary school, Lin Xiongcheng made a rule to encourage chores. 20 cents per dish washed. Save up $10 and you get the cash. At first, it was normal. He just washed dishes. Once he hit $10, he'd go out and have fun. But soon he noticed something. Lin Xiongsheng recorded everything in a notebook. If he just changed the number in the book, he wouldn't have to wash anything. A genius plan. So, one night, he added 2 zeros to the record of 3 dishes. Suddenly, he'd washed 300. Proudly, he went to ask his old man for the cash. Clearly remembered his dad sighing heavily. Finally, he called his mom. Once Zhang Chaimei saw it, her temper flared. She hung him up and beat him for 3 days and nights. Back then, he couldn't figure out how they knew he was lying. He only understood later. 300 dishes for one meal? Unless they owned a restaurant, it was impossible. Bai Yao was laughing uncontrollably. She'd heard it many times, but it always made her laugh. Lin Fan, you're so silly, he sighed, not denying it. Definitely stupid back then, or his grades wouldn't have been so bad. But just as he sighed, Bai Yao suddenly covered her mouth, her smile fading. She remembered that, in the previous life, whenever he told this story, his tone was always filled with sadness. The story, he'd always say sorrowfully, if only my parents were still alive. Her expression turned gloomy. She hugged him tight. Lin Fan, what do you think of your parents? Lin Fan was puzzled. Didn't know why she asked, but he answered honestly. They're all right. My dad's pay is low, but he gives me pocket money. My mom has a bad temper, but when I was sick, she still took me to the hospital. Then, Bai Yao asked a heartbreaking question. If one day your parents died in an accident, would you be sad? Lin Fan paused. But after a while, he answered reluctantly, I've never thought about that. They're still young. They won't have an accident. She stayed silent, bit her lip, hesitating. Should she tell him the cruel truth about to unfold? Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, Bai Yao, are you trying to tell me my parents will have an accident later? The girl bit her lip, speaking as calmly as possible. 2 months from now, they will pass away. His heart felt a sudden sting. Pale, he asked, Bai Yao, can you tell me more? I want to know why. The girl hesitated but told him. After the college entrance exam in his previous life, he met a girl he really liked. She was a master manipulator. For 2 months that summer, he spent a lot of money on her. He even took out illegal online loans to buy her phones, gifts, and expensive makeup. But as soon as summer ended, she dumped him. He already owed over 100,000, and before college started, debt collectors were already calling his parents. To let him study in peace, they mortgaged the house and quit their jobs to do business elsewhere. They met with an accident on the way to pick up stock. Lin Fan felt sick, thinking his future self was a horrible person, but something didn't add up. Even with a debt of over 100,000, Mom should have been able to pay it off. They had worked for years and had savings. Sensing his confusion, Bai Yao said calmly, don't you remember? Tomorrow on your birthday, your uncle will come to borrow money, 300,000. That was all their savings. After his uncle's real estate project failed, that money was gone. Naturally, they couldn't pay the loans. Lin Fan went silent. If what she said was true, his parents likely quit their jobs to earn more money. The chemical plant salary was too low, and with him needing college tuition and eventually a wedding, they were working hard for his future. Bai Yao whispered, Lin Fan, do you know? In your previous life, you cried many times. Feeling a heavy weight in his chest, he asked, really? Why? Holding him close, she continued. One time he was vomiting blood. Pain was unbearable, but they were broke. Fresh out of the hospital, their credit cards were already maxed out. No one would lend them a dime. As they knelt by the bed, weeping apologies, blood still stained their lips. blood dripped onto their hair unnoticed. Bai Yao's eyes turned bloodshot as they sobbed through the memory. Her heart ached, blaming herself for that wretched state. She stayed silent for a beat, then asked, "What happened next? Did I get the money? Did I get you to the hospital?" With tear-streaked cheeks, she looked sad yet relieved. "You got it. A friend showed up with cash and you finally got to the hospital." Bai Yao fell silent, pulling them into a tight embrace. Jealousy flared. "Your friend was good to you, huh?" When asked if it was Liu Yu, Bai Yao shook her head. "It was a girl," she muttered sourly. Stunned, they blinked. They barely had any female friends to begin with. Fewer still would help during a crisis. Wait, could it be their childhood friend, Yu Linlin? Bai Yao pinched them hard, wiping her tears away. "Don't even think about it. So it really was Yu Linlin?" They were unsure, but Bai Yao confirmed it. She insisted, however, that her relationship with Yu Linlin was strictly platonic. There was no romance there. Despite Yu Linlin's beauty, they grew up like siblings. The thought of dating was impossible. Besides, Yu Linlin had a boyfriend. Bai Yao suddenly snapped. "Are you still thinking about her?" Her voice crackled with agitation. Stayed silent. Seeing that, she was certain of her theory and pinched their leg again, harder this time. Sharp pain made them jump. "Miss, can you stop pinching me?" They rubbed their leg, voice laced with frustration. Realizing they were rubbing the wrong leg, they froze and pulled their hand away instantly. Bai Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. She gave them a light pinch and stammered, "Even if it hurts. Don't take advantage of me, and if you want to touch my leg, ask first or I'll get mad." Swallowed hard. Asking meant they could touch? Excitement bubbled up, though the timing was clearly terrible. With her jealousy still burning, Bai Yao added, "Anyway, don't get close to Yu Linlin and definitely don't like her." "That's impossible. She has a boyfriend," they countered. "I don't care," she fumed. "Plus, I know they're breaking up soon." Eyes lighting up, they asked, "How did you know they'd break up?" They had been dating for years. Bai Yao scoffed. He cheated and got the mistress pregnant. Now he's asking her for money to pay for the abortion. Stunned, they could hardly believe the sheer audacity. That guy was trash. Bai Yao didn't reply, just sniffed. "Regardless, you can't like her, you only like me." Spoke. She grew drowsy, eventually drifting off to sleep. Watching her sleep, they finally allowed themselves to admire her. In the moonlight, her face looked ethereal. Every expression tugged at their heart. They couldn't deny their feelings. They loved her beauty, her personality, and her innocence. That deep, devoted love made them feel truly lucky. Meanwhile, Bai Yao was trapped in a nightmare. She was back in that cold, familiar hospital, the empty ward, the reek of disinfectant. It all felt suffocating. She screamed their name, but no one answered. She tried to climb off the bed to find them. Her legs wouldn't hold her weight. She collapsed, and agony flooded her body. She cried out, but there was no one to comfort her. She lay slumped on the floor. Tears fell silently as the doctors and nurses spoke coldly. "Can we still save them?" "Forget it, no one's paying." She couldn't even see them one last time, weeping until the morning light. She woke with a start. Seeing her tear-stained face and hearing her mutter about money broke their heart. Brambled for their phone. "Do you need money? I have $300, take it all. Please, don't cry. I'm staying right here with you." They just wanted to soothe her, but the offer broke her. Bai Yao sobbed harder, burying her face in their chest, drenching their pajamas in tears. Clueless, they assumed she really was broke. "If 300 isn't enough, I'll ask my dad for more. Just stop crying, okay?" The more they cared, the harder she wailed. She felt they were so foolish, giving up everything they had for her, even when she hadn't helped them. Assuming they needed more cash, they called Lao Deng but got no answer. They dialed Liu Yu instead. "Yu, do you have any money?" "Borrow me some, as much as you can." Liu Yu barked back, "I'm so broke I'm stealing tea from construction sites." You mutter, "How much money could I even have?" Yet your hand is already moving to process the transfer. Suddenly, you hear a girl crying over the phone. You freeze and immediately ask, "Wait, did you make the school beauty cry?" She cannot explain, only sniffling. Liu Yu curses, calling you a beast, then transfers every cent he has to her. You transfer the borrowed cash along with your own, over $1,000 in total, to Bai Yao. Suddenly, the door bursts open. 2 or 3 officers march in with stern faces and haul you away. At the station, you protest your innocence to the officer. "I am not lying. Everything I said is true. I just sent the money to comfort her and make her stop crying." This. You feel like you could just die. Who would have thought someone would call the police that early in the morning? The timing could not have been worse. Officer Yu just walked in and arrested you right after you sent the money. Officer Yu finishes writing and sets down his pen. He sighs. "I have caught plenty of people, but you have the most realistic story. Good writing skills, kid. Just a shame you do not use them for good." I had a feeling you two looked suspicious yesterday. You did not seem like a real couple, and today I finally caught you. He takes a smug sip of water. He confiscates your phone. $1,124? Not bad. Don't give me that true love nonsense. Everyone who ends up here claims it's true love. If you are going to make up a story, at least make it believable. Look at your chat history. Just added each other and immediately transferred money. That is not dating. What couple sends 0 messages back and forth? You're speechless. As the officer points out, you and Bai Yu Yao only just added each other yesterday, and the only message is the transfer. It looked exactly like a transaction. Plus, they found a full box of protection in the hotel room. The evidence was just too perfect. Officer Yu says calmly, "Kid, you want to contact your parents yourself, or should I call them? Make a choice." Officer Yu sips his tea. He should have been off the clock, but he is in no rush to leave. He is determined to see how much longer you will lie. Meanwhile, a female officer is trying to reason with Bai Yu Yao. "Young lady, you are still so young. It is not too late to answer. Denying it won't help. The evidence is clear. We see this all the time. Tell the truth." Bai Yu Yao tries to explain, but it is useless. The station has decided your relationship is illicit. Over 10 minutes later, Bai Yu Yao manages to use her request to call family, so she rings Zhong Yingzi. On the other end, Zhong Yingzi stands in the hotel doorway, staring at the empty room in shock. She cannot figure out where you dragged Bai Yu Yao off to. When her phone rings, she realizes you have gotten Bai Yu Yao arrested again. She curses you in her mind, "You jerk. Not even a full night has passed and you got Yao Yao into the station again." She drives fast, eager to track you down. Upon arrival, Zhong Yingzi produces all the necessary documentation. She even brings the hotel manager to explain the situation. Only then does Officer Yu believe that you and Bai Yu Yao are a normal couple. Even so, it takes over half an hour. Once the paperwork is done, you all stand outside the station. Before anyone can leave, Officer Yu steps out to chat. Zhong Yingzi glances at the officer, then back at him. Expression turns sour. "Officer Yu, why did you let him out too?" Officer Yu laughs. "That is how it works. One goes in, both go in. If one comes out, both come out." Zhong Yingzi sighs, unwilling to let it go. "I wish I could have just left him in there." She gets into the car and signals for Bai Yu Yao to follow, but Bai Yu Yao stays put. She grabs your arm and apologizes. "I am so sorry. It is my fault. I ruined things for you." Seeing her look so pitiful, your anger evaporates. You smile and say, "It is fine. Get in the car. I am going home too." Bai Yu Yao refuses to move. She stares at you, saying, "I am not getting in, and I do not want to go home." You ask, confused, "If you aren't going home, where are you going?" "But want to be with you. I am going wherever you go." Her eyes are watery. She cannot bear to be apart from you, especially after the nightmare of last night. He feared losing you more than ever. You brushed it off as a joke, but Bai Yu Yao insisted she was dead serious. "No joke," she said. You went silent, wondering how to handle a girl so determined to stick by your side. But then, there were your parents. Just last night at dinner, they demanded you break up with her. And now, bringing her home at the crack of dawn, they'd skin you alive. Bai Yu Yao blinked and asked, "Lin Fan? Are you worried your parents won't let me come over?" You twitched, obviously, but she just flashed a confident grin. "Actually," she laughed, "your mom already agreed to let us date." You were stunned. "Your mom? Really?" That was impossible. Zhang Kaimei had a legendary temper. She'd never allow a high school senior to date. Plus, the massive gap in your social classes. But Bai Yu Xiao insisted, "Lin Fan, remember how hard I cried last night? Your mom told me to stop and said we could date for a few more days before splitting up." She looked up, expecting praise. The girl waited eagerly, looking adorable. But you stayed silent. You didn't give her the reaction she wanted. You finally choked out a skeptical, "Seriously?" She looked crestfallen and murmured, "I told you, I never lie to you." Meanwhile, Lin Shangcheng was enjoying a rare, peaceful sleep after taking the day off. He checked his phone. He saw you'd called him a dozen times. He had no clue what you wanted, but his gut said it was trouble. He texted back, "Go find your mother," and felt a sudden wave of relief. He brushed his teeth and tidied up. Only then did he notice his son and his wife were both gone. A double blessing. He was ecstatic. He couldn't resist. After all these years, he could finally fire off some firecrackers in the living room. He kicked back on the couch. Just as he went to light one, Zhang Chaimei walked in, loaded with bags. Lin Shangcheng frantically dropped his feet, shoved the firecrackers under the sofa, and scurried over to help her with the groceries. But as he took them, Lin Shangcheng sensed something off. "It was your 18th birthday, sure, but there were only 3 of you. This was too much food." "Wife, aren't we wasting money buying all this?" he asked. Zhang Chaimei shot him a sharp look. "My brother and his daughter are coming over for his birthday lunch." Lin Shengsheng frowned. "Wait, your brother can't have kids, right? Where did he get a daughter?" Zhang Chaimei looked sour. "That woman he married, the second wife." She brought a daughter with her, Song Yuhan. Lin Shangcheng finally caught on. Ah, that makes sense. Spotting 300 yuan per pound hairy crabs in the bag, he groaned. That's way too expensive. Even with guests, that's excessive. And our son doesn't deserve to eat stuff this fancy anyway. Zhang Chaimei nodded. She agreed her loser brother and her useless son weren't worthy of those crabs. Then her tone shifted. She looked conflicted. That girl our son was seeing last night, she'll probably show up too. Lin Shangcheng froze. Didn't they break up? Zhang Chaimei sighed. She cried so hard last night, I got soft. I told her they could keep dating for a few more days. Lin Shangsheng couldn't sit still. This would only hurt them in the long run. How had his tiger of a wife gone so soft on that girl? He sighed defeated and said, just start cooking. Meanwhile, you and Bai Yuyao headed home. You ran into Liu Yu a few blocks later. He looked furious, mostly because you were such a troll. Back at the station, when the officer used your phone, you'd changed Liu Yu's contact name to Idiot. Naturally, the officer called him over thinking it was his name. In the Maybach, Zhang Yingzi saw a sturdy guy charge at you. She got excited, assuming you were about to get a beating. However, Liu Yu just smacked your shoulder. Barked, what's the deal? You dragged me all the way here for nothing? You playing games with me? Liu Yu was genuinely annoyed, thinking you'd pranked him. Bai Yuyao spoke up in her soft, gentle voice. As soon as she started talking, Liu Yu's anger vanished. Once she explained the situation, he roared with laughter. My bad. Totally misunderstood. Running in the morning is good exercise anyway. Anything else? I'm heading out. Pulled an all-nighter. I'm wiped. He walked off with a grin. Not a care in the world. You gave him a disgusted look. That idiot had no backbone around pretty girls. He'd get played sooner or later. You pulled out your phone to pay him back. You added an extra 50 yuan. Liu Yu looked at his screen, surprised. What's this? Win the lottery. You replied with the tone of a worried father. Buy some extra nutrients. Stop drinking cheap tea at the construction site. Keel over one day and can't even afford a drink. It'd be a massive waste. Your words were harsh, but you meant well. And you knew that once you were rich, 51 wouldn't matter. You'd wire him 5 million. Friends like Liu Yu were rare. Liu Yu looked at the extra cash, shouted, You're a real one, and patted your shoulder, whispering, Keep the money. You're even broker than I am. If you run short on cash, just ask me, okay? He handed the 50 back to you. But you felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. Liu Yu was a real one. You'd never forget this, and you knew you'd have to pay him back eventually. After the others left, Bai Yuyao kept holding your hand as you walked, while Zhong Yingzi trailed slowly behind in her car. Zhang Yingzi's expression darkened. He'd wanted to watch you get beaten up, but instead he just saw your deep bromance and your charm with girls. It ate him up inside. The better you did, the worse he felt. He actually started praying for a lightning bolt to strike you down. He'd happily give up dating for life just to see Lin Fan dead. Beside you, Bai Yuyao sighed with a hint of envy. Lin Fan, your friend is so good to you. You nodded, genuinely moved. Yeah, he's always had my back. You kept chatting, strolling down the street with your hands still locked. Even though the streets were quiet, everyone who passed by couldn't help but shoot you strange, lingering looks. They couldn't wrap their heads around why a stunner like Bai Yuyao would be with a guy as ordinary as you. To them, you were invisible. You didn't have a single standout quality or any obvious appeal. Meanwhile, Bai Yuyao looked like a classic beauty pulled from a poem. She was mesmerizing. After a long silence, Bai Yuyao finally looked at you, her words cutting deep. Your friend is going to die. You froze, heart racing, and asked in a shaky voice, Are you talking about Liu Yu? Bai Yuyao gave a faint nod. In 2 days, he'll be gone. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't get it. It wasn't that he doubted her. He completely believed she was a reincarnator and trusted that she could foresee the future. What he couldn't process was why his best friend would die. Was it an accident like what happened to his parents? Was he sick? It made no sense. Bai Yuyao, can you tell me why? How is he going to die? Lin Fan's expression turned heavy. He needed to know. Bai Yuyao sighed softly, taking your hand in hers. Both found a bench in the park, and she began to explain. She said that in 2 days a fire would break out in Li Dazhuang's apartment complex. An arsonist had intentionally ignited gasoline in the parking garage, torching dozens of electric scooters. Li Dazhuang had taken the night off from self-study and planned to go to an internet cafe to game. But as he passed the garage and saw the fire and a woman trapped inside the flames, he actually rushed in to save her. Batteries exploded. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was already gone. They took him straight to the funeral home. The weight of it crushed you. You couldn't imagine a world where your brother was suddenly ripped away like that. And for a reason like that, it felt so pointless. What made it even harder to grasp was that Li Dazhuang was a total coward. He never picked fights at school, rarely talked back even when insulted, and played his games with the same timid mindset. He always picked the tankiest characters, hiding in the back. Even when his entire team wiped, he'd still be there, perfectly safe. Yet, this guy who was terrified of everything actually ran into a burning building? To save some stranger? Your jaw tightened, and you could barely choke out the words, "I don't get it." You just couldn't process it. How could Li Dazhuang, the guy who acted like a mouse, suddenly turn so brave and act on such a reckless impulse? Bai Yao looked at you, her gaze complicated. Stared straight into your eyes. Lin Fan, I'm not lying. He really will die, I know it. You turned to look at her, but when you saw her eyes fixed on you, you couldn't hold her gaze. You looked away. Turned your head and sighed. I'm not doubting you. It's just Li Dazhuang isn't that guy. He's a total wimp. How could he rush into a fire? Bai Yao didn't know either. She reached out with her slender hand and gently wrapped it around your palm. She couldn't explain it either, but she knew that in this world there were many people just like him. Usually timid, quiet, and introverted. But when an emergency hit, like a fire or an accident, or when someone they truly cared about was in danger, these quiet people could suddenly erupt with incredible courage. Whether it's rushing into a fire or defending a loved one, they become completely different people. Let's head home. You checked the time. It was 9 in the morning. Time to go. As for Li Dazhuang, it wasn't happening for 2 days. Worrying wouldn't change anything now. Your parents were already at home, cooking for your birthday lunch. If you didn't get back, you were in for an earful. Bai Yao pulled your hand as you both stood up, but then she said, Lin Fan, call your parents. Let's go out for a bit first. You looked at her, confused. Why? Bai Yao's cheeks flushed a soft pink. Because I want to go shopping with you and buy you a birthday gift. A gift? You thought that was unnecessary. It was already an honor just to have a girl as beautiful as Bai Yao wanting to celebrate with you. A gift was too much. Her family was loaded. What if she bought something insanely expensive? You'd never be able to pay her back. Bai Yao insisted. No, I'm getting you a gift. But you were torn. How were you going to explain this to your parents? It was already 9 o'clock. If I don't go back now, I'll get an earful. Yang Fan made up an excuse, not because he feared his parents, but because he didn't want Bai Yao spending her money. Bai Yao's lips curled into a smile. They won't mind. Just call them and say you're keeping me company. Yang Fan fell silent. He couldn't win this argument. Watching her stand her ground, he finally dialed his mother. Mom, I'll be home a little after 11. I've got something to take care of. He started the call. Didn't mention Bai Yao, certain that if he did, his mother would lecture him. But things took a turn. Is that young lady with you? Zhang Shimei, currently stewing ribs in the kitchen, guessed the truth the second he called. She knew Yang Fan was out with his girlfriend. Since the call was on speaker, Bai Yao heard everything clearly. Seeing his mom ask about her, Bai Yao leaned in, her face bright and sweet. Auntie, I want to get Yang Fan a birthday gift. Can you let him stay with me a little longer? Of course, of course! Zhang Chaimei had zero resistance against a girl as adorable and stunningly beautiful as Bai Yao. She agreed on the spot. After hanging up, Yang Fan's expression was complex. Why does my mom seem to like you so much? She absolutely adored her. Yang Fan felt a twinge of envy. He'd lived at home for years and never seen her patient or speak so gently. Bai Yao laughed happily. Maybe it's because I'm just too good looking. Quite likely. Yang Fan agreed. Beauty really did grant you an advantage. Even people with terrible tempers could manage to stay calm around her. It seemed good looks really were a powerful asset. With the call over, Bai Yao continued to cling to his arm, the pair strolling down the street like intimate lovers, drawing countless stares. Though many were envious, Bai Yao couldn't have cared less. She only had eyes for the boy she liked most. Yang Fan, however, felt the brighter and more enchanting this girl became, the more pressure he felt. Even now, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was unworthy of such a wonderful girl. Especially when, after walking for a while, and they arrived at a trendy men's boutique in the city mall, and he saw the designer clothes tagged at $700 or $800, even $1,500. Yang Fan's self-esteem took a hit. Let's try another place, he urged, trying to drag her away. Bai Yao, still clutching his arm, puzzled. Need she ask? It was too expensive. His parents made only about $6,000 a month combined. Singlesim her cost over $1,500. How could they afford it? Even the cheapest shirt was $399. Yang Fan had never worn anything that pricey in his life. In fact, his school uniform, pants, and shoes combined cost less than $300. Everything he had on didn't equal the price of that single shirt. Plus, he only had $301 in his pocket. He was dead broke. Behind the counter, the salesgirl, a woman in her 20s, looked down on him. At this fashion boutique, top performer was Zhang Chuizui, a 27-year-old who wore $5,000 orange camisole dress that left little to the imagination. She wore heavy makeup and loved flirting with male customers, especially when her long legs slipped through the dress slit, purposefully catching a man's eye with every seductive look. Thanks to these tactics, Jiang Cuicui was popular with men and hit her targets easily. But even better than her sales record was her intuition. She could glance at a customer the second they stepped in and instantly know how much cash they were carrying. For instance, as soon as Yang Fan walked in, Jiang Cuicui sized him up and knew he had nothing. He was a total pauper. Every piece of clothing he wore was bargain bin quality, worth 200 at most, especially those mesh sneakers, clearly $50 cheapskates. Jiang Cuicui looked disgusted. She thought, in this day and age, even high school boys with a little bit of money love to show off with brand name shoes, either to follow trends or to flaunt their status. Since school uniforms made everyone equal, shoes were the only way to rank yourself. So Jiang Cuicui figured, a boy who couldn't even afford good shoes must be poor, so she dismissed Yang Fan entirely. As for Bai Yuyao, Jiang Cuicui admitted she looked like she came from a decent family. She was so pretty, her skin so pale and delicate. Even if her school uniform wasn't luxury, she had the aura of a pampered high-born miss. She was likely loaded. It was just a shame this was a men's store, so Jiang Cuicui stayed lazily on her phone, making no move to serve them, letting Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao bicker at the entrance. Bai Yuyao was desperate to pull him in and buy him a nicest outfit, but Yang Fan refused point blank. The clothes inside were far too expensive. He couldn't afford them. She'd been tugging at him forever, but he wouldn't budge. She was getting annoyed. It's not like you're paying, so just get in there. She knew Yang Fan was a guy with a lot of pride, and he didn't want to spend a girl's money, especially not from a beautiful one. You know I'm paying for you. Why won't you just walk in? Bai Yuyao didn't overthink it. She figured her money was his money, and there was no need to be formal. But Yang Fan didn't see it that way. He had his dignity, and he didn't want to rely on a girl's wallet. The stronger his pride grew, however, deeper the insecurity, the worse it gets. Yang Fan couldn't admit he couldn't afford the clothes, leaving them both in a standoff. Jiang Cuicui was bored of watching the spectacle, and frankly, having Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao standing there was bad for business. She sneered, cutting through the silence. Little girl, don't you get it yet? Your little simp doesn't have a dime. He can't afford a thing here. Drag him out before you embarrass yourself further. Maybe it was jealousy over Bai Yuyao's looks, or maybe she really just wanted them gone, but her words were nasty. Completely lacking any grace, Bai Yuyao stared back coldly. What exactly do you mean by that? Jiang Cuicui chuckled. If you didn't hear me the first time, I'll say it again. Your simp is broke. Stop making a scene. Get him out of here. She looked down on Yang Fan, not even seeing him as a person, just a dog. Simp, to be exact. She assumed Yang Fan had clawed his way into a relationship with this beauty through sheer pathetic persistence. Dead wrong. Yang Fan wasn't the simp Bai Yuyao was, and she had spent the entire day failing to win him over. Bai Yuyao was fuming. She could handle insults directed at herself, but she absolutely refused to let her crush be mistreated. She knew how much Yang Fan had suffered in his past life. Whether at school, the police station, or a hotel, she wouldn't let him be wronged again. And she wasn't about to start now. Watching this petty store clerk mock the person she liked, Bai Yuyao reached her breaking point. She wanted to throw hands. Fists clenched, ready to strike, but before she could, Jiang Cuicui laughed. What, you want to hit me? Too bad. Security is already on their way to toss you out. As the words left her mouth, Jiang Cuicui put her phone down. Moments later, the mall guards arrived. They're interfering with our business. Throw them out, Jiang Cuicui shouted at them. She pulled her collar down another centimeter, flaunting her chest to get the 30-something-year-old guard's attention. It worked. He puffed out his chest, eager to play the hero for her. But before he could act, he froze in his tracks. The girl he was supposed to kick out was more beautiful than any A-list celebrity on TV. He was stunned. Meanwhile, Bai Yuyao frowned and made a call. Auntie Zhong, come here. 10 meters away, Zhang Yingzi had been leaning against the wall, hoping to watch Yang Fan get bullied. But Bai Yuyao's call ruined her fun. Not only was the show over, but she had to step in and handle this mess for the young mistress. Zhang Yingzi felt miserable as she stomped over. Jiang Cuicui took one look at Zhang Yingzi's cheap army green training clothes and sneered. I thought someone important was coming. Turns out it's just a construction site worker. You're a girl, act like it. Look at those muscles, how ugly. And your chest is so flat. That insult was a fatal blow. Zhang Yingzi took a deep breath, barely restraining the urge to kill the woman, and made a call. Within 5 minutes, the scene changed. The mall security captain, the manager, HR, and logistics, everyone who mattered showed up. Huge crowd formed within minutes, some just watching, others scrambling to apologize. We are so sorry, Ms. Bai, Ms. Zhang, we had no idea. If we knew the chairman's daughter was here, we would never have dared to let her be slighted. A group of middle-aged, balding executives bowed and scraped, looking terrified. Bai Yuyao sat there, holding Yang Fan's hand, while the management served them milk tea. As she sipped her drink, watching the chaos, Yang Fan leaned in and whispered, "Why are so many people here?" Bai Yuyao couldn't talk with her mouth full, so she just gestured for him to look up. Yang Fan looked up and finally noticed the banners draped across the mall. Tianyu Group cordially invites premium tenants to join Tianyu Mall. Tianyu Group. This was clearly the business of Bai Yuyao's father, Bai Chaojun. No wonder everyone was panicking. If the chairman's daughter was mistreated in her own mall, every manager there would be finished. What followed was a tedious display of apologies and groveling. The manager went down the line apologizing to Bai Yuyao, but she didn't even glance at them, demanding they apologize to Yang Fan instead. So, these 50-year-old men had to bow and smile at a high schooler, making Yang Fan feel incredibly awkward. After the managers were done, it was finally Jiang Chui's turn to apologize. Her face was ghostly pale, consumed by regret, yet she still instinctively pulled her collar down, hoping it might save her. Jiang Cui stepped forward to apologize, but Bai Yuyao cut her off with an icy sharp, "Don't come any closer." Jiang Cui froze, completely bewildered as to why Bai Yuyao was blocking her apology to Yang Fen. Only Bai Yuyao knew the truth. She couldn't stand that woman, dressed like a tawdry showgirl, parading that low-cut top in front of the boy she adored. Jealousy flared, though she'd never admit it. It was far too embarrassing to say out loud. Zhong Yingzi stepped in, snapping, "Get her fired. Miss doesn't want to see her." Jiang Chui's face drained of all color. Spent 5 years grinding to reach a 5-figure salary, and now, a single sentence had cost her everything. Regret and fury surged. Since this shop was mall-operated, firing a sales clerk was as simple as a single command. Losing those months of accumulated commissions hit her like a death blow. While nearby, Bai Yuyao ushered Yang Fan away. As they browsed, Yang Fan's expression grew conflicted. "Do you think that was right? Wasn't it a bit too much?" Felt uneasy and guilty, blaming himself for someone else losing their livelihood over a petty argument. It wasn't weakness, just the naive hesitation of youth, unable to stomach the harsh reality of such cruelty, but Bai Yuyao just laughed. A pair of adorable dimples appeared as she teased, "Yang Fan, you're so cute." Yang Fan went silent. He couldn't grasp why she'd call him that, but Bai Yuyao stood on her tiptoes, cupping his face as she gazed into his eyes with a look of nostalgia. For just as kind back then, always unable to be ruthless, even to those who hurt you. But you never let those people hurt me. You never let me suffer. Now it's my turn to protect you. I won't let anyone wrong you ever again. Her gaze remained locked on his, but her eyes grew misty as she drifted into a distant memory. She remembered a past life, a time when Yang Fan was always there to be her shield. She recalled a day he pushed her wheelchair out for some fresh air and how he'd sprinted away to buy the milk tea she craved. Then came a lowlife, slinking over to harass her, only to throw a tantrum when she refused him. Seeing it all, Yang Fan had bolted back, desperately throwing himself into a brutal fight with the thug until he was covered in bruises. But even the officers arriving at the scene clearly remembered it. Officer Yan had scolded him while making arrests, asking, "How many times have you been in here for fighting?" She knew Yang Fan hated violence, yet he had no choice but to fight to keep her safe. He was so good to me back then. Now I have to be good to him, she thought. Her eyes reddened, threatening tears, and Yang Fan panicked at the sight of her pitiful, tear-streaked face. He was so rattled, he stopped looking at clothes, pleading, "Miss, please don't cry. Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry." Seeing him scramble to apologize before the tears even fell, she almost laughed. She realized something. Even though this Yang Fan was green and immature, his instinct to comfort her and apologize was identical to the one she remembered. Every time, it was the same even when it wasn't his fault. He was always the first to desperately seek forgiveness. "Stop apologizing," she murmured, rubbing her eyes. "I'm not crying." Yang Fan let out a breath of relief. Still feeling her eyes stinging, she instinctively patted her cheeks, then tried to steer the conversation away to hide her pain. A sweet smile tugged at her lips as she said, "Yang Fan, let me tell you a story, a really funny one." Yang Fan nodded instantly. He didn't know why she wanted to tell stories now, but he was wired to follow her lead. He wanted to make her happy, to let her do whatever she liked. Even if her story was dull, he'd listen to every word. She began. Though she framed it as the past, Yang Fan could feel it. She was telling the story of their former life. Spoke of a day he took her out, only for a stray dog to start barking and lunging at them. Yang Fan had fought the dog to protect her, trading blow for snarl for what felt like an eternity. "You know," she continued, "I was so anxious for you. If I hadn't been stuck in that wheelchair, I would have jumped out to kick that dog myself. You were so pathetic back then. You couldn't even beat a dog," she chuckled, remembering the absurdity of it. Yang Fan felt a strange sting in his chest, admitting his combat skills had been pretty weak. "And then?" he asked. Bai Yuyao went quiet, falling into a long, heavy silence before continuing. Later, I realized you weren't losing to that dog. You were just terrified of getting bitten because then you'd need expensive rabies shots. You were just trying to save money. She had intended for it to be a joke, but by the end, her eyes were burning with fresh tears. Buried her face in Yang Fan's chest, barely holding back a sob. Hearing the story, Yang Fan felt a deep ache. The version of him in that tale sounded miserable, living in constant fear and pinching every penny. He lived worse than a dog, yet, looking down at the girl clutching him, seeing how much she loved him. A beautiful girl obsessed with him, eyes only for him. He suddenly realized that if he could be with a girl so pretty, so cute, and so devoted to him, he could endure even the hardest life. In fact, Bai Yu Yao felt the same way. She thought as long as she could stay by the side of the boy she adored, she would willingly bear any hardship. Let's change your clothes. Okay, it had to be said, Bai Yu Yao had an incredible eye. From over 100 options, she picked the sharpest, most flattering outfit for Yang Fan. She even selected accessories to polish his image. Once he was fully dressed in the new gear, Yang Fan looked like a completely different person. Before, he wore a blue school uniform and cheap knockoff sneakers. He looked like a clueless high school kid. Now, dressed in high-quality streetwear with a crisp black and white aesthetic, then, wearing a pendant and matching wrist guards, his look had leveled up in a major way. He was a 6 out of 10 before, he was a 7 or 7.5 now. Not bad. Bai Yu Yao circled Yang Fan, studying him intently before a look of satisfaction crossed her face. She felt that the current Yang Fan already resembled the dashing man he would eventually become. The only thing missing was a proper hairstyle. Bai Yu Yao sighed and started searching for a barbershop on her phone. Yang Fan felt that having new clothes was enough. A haircut seemed like a waste of money. Maybe we can skip the haircut, he suggested. No way, Bai Yu Yao said firmly. We have to do it. Yang Fan gave in. She was right. His current hair was a disaster. Be precise, he didn't even have a style. It was just whatever happened on his head, trimmed every 2 months, 15 yuan in a back alley. The cut was abstract, messy, and lacked even a proper fringe. Fortunately, it had been nearly 2 months since his last trim, so his hair had grown out enough to reshape. Under the guidance of his schoolmate, Yang Fan followed her to the other side of the mall, to a high-end salon with a fancy interior and about 8 stylists working the floor. To put it fashionably, it was a hair design center. The place was packed, likely because of the Labor Day holiday. Everyone was out and about, getting their hair done. But in a salon with this price point, almost all the clients were women. Aside from the stylist, Yang Fan was only man in the shop. When he first walked in, he thought he'd made a mistake. Seeing all those women, he almost turned around, but Bai Yu Yao grabbed his hand and pulled him back in. Getting a cut? Smiling woman approached them, the owner. We have 3 tiers, 99, 299, and 499 yuan. If you open a card, we can give you a discount. Despite having plenty of money, Bai Yu Yao didn't like memberships. What tier do you need? Owner asked. Bai Yu Yao glanced at her coolly. Send over your best stylist. Money is no object. The owner chuckled inwardly, thinking, Burl loves to brag. I've run this shop for years, and this is the first time someone's told me money is no object. She thought they were acting arrogant, but her attitude shifted the second Zhang Yingzi walked in. She was carrying several gift boxes, the gold bracelets and necklaces Bai Yu Yao had bought for Yang Fan's parents yesterday. Yao Yao, do you want me to return these gold bracelets and necklaces? Even though you're wealthy, these are worth over 100,000 yuan. It's not safe to carry them around. Zhang Yingzi said this, but she was really thinking, I need to return this jewelry before the young mistress does something foolish and gives it to that jerk Yang Fan. Little did she know, Yang Fan didn't care about the gifts at all. He didn't want to take advantage of Bai Yu Yao or keep her expensive jewelry. But the salon owner heard this, and her attitude did a total 180. Her smile became much more flattering. Return them if you must. I'll just buy something cheaper later so his parents don't feel burdened. Bai Yu Yao agreed to return the items. She realized Yang Fan's parents really wouldn't feel comfortable accepting such expensive gifts. Since they couldn't take the pricey stuff, she decided to return them and take Yang Fan to a gold shop later herself. Zhang Yingzi breathed a sigh of relief, left to return the goods, and the salon owner began catering to them with extreme enthusiasm. I am the best stylist here. I'll design your hair personally. That's what the owner said, but in reality, Bai Yu Yao was the one directing everything. And, relying on memories from her previous life, she pointed things out the whole time, trying to make Yang Fan's look identical to that version of him. Sharp and clean. She instructed the stylist on exactly where to trim, spending over an hour on the cut. By 11 in the morning, they were finished. Looking at the fresh, handsome young man beside her, Bai Yu Yao beamed. Shy Boy could barely look away. Yang Fan looked sharper than ever. That new outfit was a total upgrade. The haircut added even more points. It was fresh, stylish, and made him look so clean-cut. He was officially a heartthrob. He might not be a top celebrity, but compared to the awkward love-struck boys at school, he was leagues ahead. Clothes make the man. The old saying holds up. A sharp outfit and the right cut really do spark total transformation. Bai Yao gazed at the boy in front of her, watching the teenager she'd personally made over slowly shine. She felt a surge of pride. It also fulfilled a wish from her rebirth, growing better together with the person she loved. In the last life, Yang Fan only learned to dress himself after getting into college, which was when he finally got together with Yu Linlin for a short romance. But in this life, Bai Yao thought, Yu Linlin, you're too late. Don't even think about dating Yang Fan. As she mused, a smile curled on her lips. She felt like she'd won, but she didn't realize that every time she got lost in memories, she'd act like a total airhead, blurting out exactly what and who was on her mind. Bai Yao keeps muttering Yu Lingling's name, leaving Yang Fan confused. Does she have a grudge against her? Started in a past life, but why is Yu Yao so obsessed with Lingling? It makes no sense. In Yang Fan's eyes, he and Lingling were just close childhood friends, strictly platonic, nothing more. Lingling was the literary type, always in her blue and white uniform, hair a bit messy, glasses on. She was quiet, loved to study, and was popular, but Yang Fan never saw her that way. Neither of them ever felt a spark. They were just standard, plain old childhood friends. Why is the school goddess Bai Yao so jealous? Why won't she stop fixating on her? Lingling is just as baffled. She stands there hearing Yu Yao say her name, completely lost. Yang Fan's birthday, and as his childhood friend, she feels like she should bring a gift. Even if it's small, it's the thought that counts. He's been her best friend for years. They grew up in the same neighborhood, went to the same school, even the same class. Has been busy with her own boyfriend lately, but for his birthday, she had to show up. That's why she's at the mall today, only to hear the school goddess constantly calling her name. She can't wrap her head around why Yu Yao is so fixated on her, of all people. Even while holding hands with someone else, Yu Yao keeps saying her name. Is she really that likable? Still, she figures she should at least say hello to a fellow student. Hello there, Lingling says, clutching her new books. That one polite greeting pulls Yu Yao back to reality. You're Yu Lingling? Yu Yao stares at the girl with long black hair, looking like she's seen a ghost. She immediately snaps, clutching Yang Fan's arm as if afraid someone is about to snatch him away. Yang Fan is surprised by her intensity. Lingling thinks the school goddess is acting extremely strange. Still, Lingling finds herself curious about the handsome guy Yu Yao is clinging to. Are you also from our school? She asks carefully, failing to recognize Yang Fan entirely. Guy looks familiar and sharp, but she can't place where she's seen him before. Was it at the flag-raising ceremony? The library? She just can't remember. She would never guess this stylish, wealthy-looking guy is her childhood friend, Yang Fan. The same weak kid who used to cry if she touched him and never studied hard. Yang Fan feels awkward. He can't believe it. He changes his clothes and hair and Lingling doesn't even know who he is. It's me, Yang Fan, he starts, but Yu Yao yanks his arm back, pouting. Clearly jealous, refusing to let him speak or explain. Yang Fan just sighs and goes quiet. Meanwhile, Lingling is thinking, wait, didn't the school goddess just start dating Yang Fan? Why the new guy? Yang Fan been cheated on? As his friend, Lingling feels completely torn. Should she tell him? Would it crush him on his birthday? She knows she should say something. Bull. Lingling never thought Yang Fan was good enough for the school goddess anyway. And honestly, the guy Yu Yao is with now looks wealthy and cool. They look like a perfect match. But as a literary girl, she believes looks don't matter as much as a person's soul. They're dating, they should care about each other, not cheat. It's wrong. She wants to tell Yang Fan the bad news, but it's his 18th birthday. He drops this bomb now, it'll ruin his entire day. She hesitates. Ultimately, she stays silent, not wanting to destroy his birthday by telling him his girlfriend is holding someone else's hand. Bai Yao realizes that the bookish girl in the uniform hasn't recognized Yang Fan at all. Finds Lingling slow, not nearly as smart or pretty as she is. She clings even tighter to Yang Fan's arm, pressing close to show everyone he's hers. Yu Yao feels triumphant. Snatching Yang Fan away from Lingling early feels like a major victory. Even if Lingling doesn't know it now, they would have had a brief, painful romance later. Yu Yao feels like the winner, standing tall and proud as she looks at Yu Lingling. Want some milk tea? My treat. Yu Linlin hesitated. She was a quiet girl who loved reading, and she was very traditional. She felt that accepting gifts from others was impolite, even if it was just a cup of tea. Plus, the school beauty had already cheated on her childhood friend, parading around with some new boyfriend, all lovey-dovey. It was like they were a couple in the honeymoon phase. If she joined them, it would be so awkward. It would also feel like a betrayal to Yang Fan. Yu Linlin wanted to say no, but she couldn't. Bai Yao was so happy, and she wanted to show off that she'd snatched Yang Fan before Yu Linlin ever could. She grabbed Yang Fan's arm with one hand, dragged Yu Linlin along with the other toward the tea shop. I'm buying. Get whatever you want. I'm loaded. Right now, Bai Yu was just like any other teenage girl, vibrant, excited, and harboring a little bit of petty ego. She wanted to flaunt her boyfriend in front of her rival. Yu Linlin wasn't having as much fun. She was introverted and didn't know how to refuse, especially when faced with an outgoing, beautiful school queen like Bai Yu Yao. She just turned bright red, pulled into the shop. Once inside, Bai Yu Yao started stirring the pot. Yu Linlin, what kind of milk tea do you want? How about a matcha latte? It's green, suits you perfectly. Or the lemon tea. That's green too. If you don't like those, try the matcha ice cream. It's double the green. Even better for you. Bai Yu Yao kept hitting the green theme hard. It made Yu Linlin uncomfortable. As a literary girl, Yu Linlin was sharp, and she sensed Bai Yu Yao's hidden motives. She felt the school beauty was up to no good, just waiting to watch her make a fool of herself. Yu Linlin stayed silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yang Fan squinted. He thought Bai Yu Yao was being kind, trying to tip Yu Linlin off about her boyfriend cheating. Bai Yu Yao had told him that in a few days, Yu Linlin would get a rude awakening. That jerk was not only cheating but had even gotten his mistress pregnant and tried to borrow money from Yu Linlin. Luckily, she hadn't given him a cent, and they hadn't even held hands. Yang Fan had no proof, so he couldn't just blurt it out. He didn't want to hurt her or break her heart. Bai Yu Yao had no such reservations, by recommending only green drinks, dropping heavy hints. Yet, Yu Linlin clearly didn't get the subtext, nor could she guess that in a few days, her boyfriend would betray her and ask for cash. She had no way to predict the future. The only thing she could think was, school beauty was going too far. So she cheated on my childhood friend, and now she's afraid I won't notice? Keep mentioning green. Isn't this just bullying? Even if my friend isn't good enough for you, you can't humiliate us like this. So rude. Yu Linlin had been hesitant about telling Yang Fan the truth on his birthday, but now she couldn't take it. She had to tell him. Bai Yu Yao was awful, parading a new guy around while being this disrespectful. Bai Yu Yao, you're being incredibly rude. Yu Linlin's face was flushed. She didn't even take the tea, just turned around and stormed off. She left in a huff. Bai Yu Yao was stunned, blinking in confusion. Why did she suddenly snap at me? Bai Yu Yao couldn't wrap her head around it. She really wasn't trying to be cruel or mock Yu Linlin. She was just so hyped about having Yang Fan all to herself that she got carried away. Did she misunderstand? Bai Yu Yao frowned, baffled by the reaction. Yang Fan guessed maybe Yu Linlin didn't get your hints. Been with that jerk for months. Maybe she just refuses to believe he'd ever cheat on her. That was Yang Fan's take, and he said as much. Bai Yu Yao nodded, thinking that made a lot of sense. Both figured Yu Linlin was just in denial, refusing to face the reality of her boyfriend cheating, so she ran off in anger. But they were wrong. Not long after Yu Linlin left, she sent Yang Fan a long message. Yang Fan pulled out his phone to check a message, and Bai Yu Yao leaned in close to read along. They both went silent. Yu Linlin actually accused Yang Fan. Do you know what? Bai Yu is really out of line. Yesterday at school, she was crying so hard in your arms. She said she wanted to date you, but look at her now. I saw her at the mall with my own eyes, arm in arm with a handsome rich kid. They were so close it was embarrassing. And the worst part is, she didn't even feel ashamed when she saw me. She kept recommending green milk tea to me, as if she wanted to make sure I knew she was cheating on you. She's awful. You need to break up with her. Once you're single, I'll introduce you to my best friend. After reading the messages, Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao, struck by a heavy silence. The air seemed to freeze and time stood still. They both looked up and locked eyes. Disaster. This was a massive misunderstanding. That imaginative literary girl was letting her thoughts run wild. She never expected her boyfriend to cheat. Then, she was actually worried the school beauty had stolen her childhood sweetheart. Now, things were getting complicated. Yang Fan rubbed his temples in frustration. Why was Yu Linlin so dense? They had met before. How did she not recognize him? Why did she mistake him for some wealthy playboy? Bai Yu Yao pursed her lips, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She seems a bit dimmer than you. Maybe so, Yang Fan responded with a wry smile. But what shocked them more was that after sending those texts, Yu Linlin seemed worried Yang Fan wouldn't take the news well. She quickly fired off a few more messages, saying she was on her way to his house with a birthday gift, telling him not to do anything rash. There are plenty of good women in the world, she urged. Don't hang yourself on one tree. She even promised her best friend was a looker and would send photos once she arrived. She insisted he would definitely like her. Reading these messages one after another, a warm feeling stirred in Yang Fan's chest. He knew Yu Linlin genuinely cared. She didn't want him to get hurt. Yang Fan reached to reply and clear up the misunderstanding, but Bai Yu Yao stopped him. She didn't want him explaining anything, and certainly didn't want him talking to Yu Linling. She felt a sting of jealousy, especially when reading that part about introducing a best friend. She grabbed Yang Fan's hand, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Don't reply, okay? But isn't it rude not to answer? Yang Fan hesitated. Bai Yu Yao bit her lip softly. Flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her eyes. I'm jealous, okay? You're not allowed to reply. Yang Fan had sensed her jealousy all along. He'd noticed it the moment Yu Lingling appeared, but if he didn't reply, the misunderstanding would only grow. Besides, Yu Lingling was already heading to his house. If he didn't reach out, who knows what she might say to his parents. Then Bai Yu Yao started acting coy. Young Fan, please just ignore her. She wrapped her arms around him, swaying back and forth against his chest. The girl's softness and her sweet voice were just as mesmerizing as ever, especially with that pitiful expression on her face, like a little kitten. It made Yang Fan's heart ache. He sighed, realizing why so many men in history fell for the honey trap. Really was hard to resist. In the end, he lost to Bai Yu Yao. Yes, I knew you liked me best, Bai Yu Yao cheered. Spun around with joy, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Yang Fan watched her hem rise, revealing more of her long legs. Now it was Yang Fan's turn to be jealous. He cleared his throat loudly. Bai Yu Yao caught his meaning and her face flushed red. Stopped immediately, her cheeks rosy and tucked into his arm as they headed to their next stop. I want to buy your parents a gift. But yesterday's was too expensive, they wouldn't take it. Let's get something cheaper today. That's what Bai Yu Yao insisted. Yang Fan didn't see the point. It was his birthday, not theirs. No need for gifts. It was a waste of money. But Bai Yu Yao felt it was necessary because these were gifts for her future in-laws. She didn't just want to be his girlfriend. She wanted to be Yang Fan's wife. She said she'd buy something cheap, but gold necklaces. Her bracelets were never cheap. Plus, a young lady like Bai Yu Yao had never worried about the price. Once inside the jewelry store, she pointed at a $20,000 or $30,000 gold necklace. Yang Fan quickly pushed her hand down, and after much debate, finally convinced her. Under Yang Fan's firm insistence, Bai Yu Yao reluctantly chose the cheapest bracelet available. It featured a single small gold charm and cost $1,200. Bai Yu Yao felt it was too cheap, unworthy for his mother. But Yang Fan felt over 1,000 was plenty. It was pricey enough. He knew his mom would be really happy with it. As for his dad, just grabbed some cigarettes. Yet, the brand Bai Yu Yao picked was also quite expensive. Yang Fan quickly made her return the premium smokes and swapped them for a $200 pack. Bai Yu Yao pouted. Yang Fan, why are you like this? These are for your dad, you should get him something nice. He doesn't deserve it, Yang Fan muttered. Then, holding the cigarettes, pulled Bai Yu Yao out of the mall, afraid she'd keep splurging. They took a car back instead of walking. It was already 11:30, almost lunchtime. Walking would have taken over half an hour, too late and too tiring. Before they left, Bai Yu Yao wanted to take the bus. She said she wanted to experience it and reminisce. Remembering those bus rides with Yang Fan, she had tried to suggest it, but he shut her down. Why not ask Zhang Yingzi, who was following them in his car, to just drive them home? It would be faster, and they'd save the bus fare. Yang Fan, being the frugal guy he was, figured that since Zhang was just hanging around, they might as well put him to good use. Want not. Bai Yao nodded, happy to agree. As long as she could be near Yang Fan, she didn't care if they walked or rode in a car. Zhong Yingzi, however, was fuming as he watched Yang Fan climb into the vehicle with Bai Yu Yao. Prods. He couldn't stand it. In his eyes, Yang Fan was just a useless jerk who knew how to sweet-talk girls. He wasn't fit to sit in a Maybach, let alone make him act as a chauffeur. But he had no choice. The big miss liked him, and when she told him to drive, he had to drive. Even as he sat there, teeth clenched, wishing he could tear Yang Fan apart, he had to play the part of a professional driver. At Jinhua Apartments, Building 6, Room 301. Yu Linlin stood there in her school uniform, her hair soft and smooth, clutching 2 books and over a dozen stacks of test papers. She adjusted her glasses, knocked on the door, and called out, Yang Fan, are you home? She had come to drop off a birthday gift. It was a carefully curated collection, 18 brand new sets of test papers. They were all past college entrance exams and current mock tests. If Yang Fan saw this gift, he'd probably pass out on the spot. Fortunately, he wasn't back yet. Zhang Shaimei was cooking in the kitchen, and Yang Shengsheng opened the door for her. Hello, uncle. Yu Linlin kept her head down, greeting him shyly before asking, Is Yang Fan home? It's his birthday today, and I brought him a present. Yang Fan is out, but he'll be back soon, Yang Shengsheng said, stepping aside to let her in. Come inside and have something to eat first. Yu Linlin stepped in and Yang Shengsheng went right back to the kitchen. The girl sat quietly in the living room, ignoring the snacks. She pulled out her papers and started studying. As for the main reason she had come, she completely forgot about it once she started working. She even forgot to call Yang Fan. About 30 minutes later, someone knocked at the door. Linlin stood up thinking it was Yang Fan, but when she swung the door open, she realized it wasn't him. Standing there was a man in his 40s wearing a plaid shirt, sporting a fake greasy grin. It was Yang Fan's uncle, Song Jishu. Beside him stood a 17-year-old girl with an arrogant look on her face, wearing a conservative red dress. She was covered in the port from the Yu Lingling recognized the arrogant girl immediately. It was Song Yuhan, a student from the same school but a different class. She was also Yang Fan's cousin, though not by blood. She was the daughter his uncle, Song Jishu, acquired when he married a woman who already had a child from a previous marriage. 10 years ago, the woman told him, "If you really love me, take my child's last name." And just like that, Zhang Jishu became Song Jishu, adopting the surname of his wife's ex-husband's child. It was absurd. Yang Fan had told Bai Yu Yao about it, but never Yu Lingling. Naturally, Yu Lingling had no clue, and she didn't even know Song Yuhan was his cousin. At school, Song Yuhan despised Yang Fan and his entire family, if not for it being his birthday today. If Song Jishu hadn't come to borrow money, and if Song Yuhan hadn't wanted to use this chance to cut ties with Yang Fan for good, she never would have stepped foot here. After they knocked and the door opened, Song Yuhan didn't see Yang Fan inside. She saw another schoolgirl instead. With a look of pure disgust, she asked if they had the wrong place. She was speaking to her stepfather, Song Jishu, but she couldn't even bring herself to call him dad. Song Jishu scratched his head, looking awkward. This should be right. I remember it being building 6301. He turned back to check the door number, terrified he might have messed up. Seeing Song Jishu holding a cake, Yu Lingling suddenly understood. She asked, "Are you here to celebrate Yang Fan's birthday?" Song Jishu immediately clicked. Oh yes, exactly. He realized he was at the right spot after all. "Come on in," Yu Lingling said softly. "Yang Fan isn't back yet. I'm his classmate, also here for his birthday." Song Jishu carried the cake inside, and Song Yuhan followed. Once in the living room, Song Jishu quickly scurried to the kitchen, started sucking up to Zhang Chaimei and Yang Xiongchai, knowing he had to build rapport before asking for a loan. Song Yuhan, meanwhile, sat on the couch eating sunflower seeds and scrolling through videos. The volume on her phone was loud. Yu Lingling had been trying to finish her homework, but the noise made it impossible to focus. She frowned and sat in silence for a moment before remembering why she was there. She quickly called Yang Fan. As the phone began to ring, Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao had already reached the building entrance. "Turn on speakerphone," Bai Yu Yao ordered, monitoring his calls like an overbearing wife. Yang Fan sighed, switched on the speaker, and answered. "It's Yu Lingling," he muttered. Once connected, Yu Lingling asked why he wasn't home yet. Yang Fan replied that he was already downstairs. Yu Lingling hung up. She headed to the door to open it, but when she swung it wide, she only saw Bai Yu Yao and a stylish, wealthy guy in designer clothes standing next to her. There was no sign of her childhood friend anywhere. "Why are you here?" Yu Lingling and Bai Yu Yao shouted the exact same thing at the same time. The only thing Bai Yu Yao couldn't wrap her head around was why Yu Lingling was there. Yu Lingling stared, wondering why Bai Yu Yao was still at Yang Fan's place after all this time. Was she planning on just moving in? She thought, that wicked woman already cheated on my childhood friend, and now she has the nerve to show up. And to bring along her new boyfriend? The audacity. Both girls glared at each other, mutually convinced the other was trouble. Yu Lingling blocked the door. "Bai Yu Yao, you've gone too far." Bai Yu Yao snapped back, "You're the one who's out of line." "My house." Bai Yu Yao instinctively claimed Yang Fan's home as her own, mostly because in her past life, she had stayed there for so long. Caught up in the heat of the moment, she'd forgotten she had been reborn. "Your house?" Hearing her say that with such total confidence made Yu Lingling's brow furrow as her imagination ran wild. She'd read plenty of classic novels, and she recalled stories where naive lovesick men would hand over their entire estates, including their homes, to wicked women, only to be swindled, left with absolutely nothing. This sparked a deep fear in her. She was convinced Bai Yu Yao's confidence meant she'd surely scammed Yang Fan out of his family registry and property deeds. If his parents found out, they'd be heartbroken. Reading too much really can be a curse. It makes you prone to overthinking. Yu Lingling was clearly spiraling. Even though the logic was full of holes, her anxiety remained painfully real. It wasn't until Yang Fan called her name that she snapped out of it. Hearing his voice left her startled and confused. She stared at the handsome man beside Bai Yu Yao, trying to process it. Watching her act so clueless, Yang Fan sighed. He had to give her a hint. "How can you not recognize me? Who helped you fix your skirt when you wore it backward in 2nd grade? Who lent you their compass and ruler during the middle school exams? Who carried you to the nurse's office and force-fed you herbal medicine when you fainted from heat stroke during freshman military training?" She remembered every detail. These memories were theirs alone, and no matter how many years passed, Yu Lingling could never forget them. In fact, the moment Yang Fan spoke, she'd almost realized who it was. But when he mentioned the skirt incident, her face flushed crimson. This quiet, bookish girl who usually only cared about homework suddenly looked shy. Maybe it was because Yang Fan looked so sharp today, or because of their old closeness. Either way, her face was burning. Blushing, she stammered, "Yang Fan, stop, I recognize you now." Yang Fan stopped. Beside them, Bai Yao puffed out her cheeks, clearly jealous, especially after hearing him mention helping Yu Lingling with her skirt. Her face darkened, and she pinched Yang Fan's arm hard, making him hiss in pain. Only then did Bai Yao feel slightly better. As the flush faded, Yu Lingling recalled the past. She and Yang Fan had been inseparable, going to school together, and even sharing lollipops, one bite for each. Then, she remembered their parents joking around back then, suggesting they should just arrange a marriage between the two of them, so they could wed once they grew up. Even now, she could vividly remember how happy she felt during those jokes. At the time, she'd thought that if she had to marry Yang Fan, that wouldn't be so bad. But people grow up. As they aged, they weren't as close. They stopped being casually affectionate, becoming more aware of how others perceived them. They kept their distance, realizing the differences between boys and girls. Yang Fan found new friends, and so did she. Now, Yu Lingling reached out to shake Yang Fan's hand, but Bai Yao blocked her, staring her down coldly, like a rival. Yu Lingling finally remembered they were adults now. Yang Fan had a girlfriend, and she had a boyfriend. A sense of loss washed over her. After a brief silence, she forced herself to speak. "I left your birthday present in your bedroom. I'm not feeling well, so I'm going." With that, turned and walked away. Yang Fan wanted to chase after her, but before he could move, a girl behind him grabbed his clothes, refusing to let him go. It was Bai Yao. Yang Fan sighed. "What are you doing?" Bai Yao pursed her lips, staying silent. She was jealous. She didn't want him chasing after Yu Lingling or being alone with her. She was worried. Her fear wasn't baseless. After they got into university in her previous life, Yang Fan and Yu Lingling did have a brief romance. Though it was short, they left a deep mark on each other's hearts. Even long after they broke up, when Yang Fan had no money for Bai Yao's medical bills, Yu Lingling still sent him cash, worried about him. In her past life, Bai Yao had endured it. She had no choice. She only entered Yang Fan's life after he and Yu Lingling had already split. He had been a wreck then, full of self-doubt. She had to endure it, but in this life she wouldn't let any other woman. She wanted to keep Yang Fan all to herself, refusing to let him have any contact with his past flames. Love made her possessive. She gripped his sleeve, refusing to let him go. Yang Fan noticed it all. Yang Fan catches on. Bai Yao is clearly jealous, despising the thought of him comforting or being alone with Yu Lingling. What baffles him is why she cares so much and why she refuses to say a word about it. He is left guessing. He knows she is jealous, and he knows she is burying deep, heavy secrets. But without her speaking, how can he ever know the truth? He has wanted to ask her something for a long time. Why does she hold back, even when she knows so much about the future? Like the fact that his parents are destined to die. If they hadn't stumbled onto the topic of his parents, she never would have told him. Or look at Li Dazhuang. Best friend's future death was something she kept hidden. Even after meeting him once, she said nothing. It took Li Dazhuang helping out Night repeatedly before she finally relented and warned him. This pattern repeats for everything. She knows what's coming, yet chooses silence. Suddenly, Yang Fan feels like he cannot see through this girl at all. But the girl who constantly holds his hand and claims to love him, why does she always hide her true heart? And why won't she tell him anything? It used to be that she would stare him down and he would look away. Now he locks eyes with her, but she hangs her head in silence, unable to meet his gaze. Doesn't want to talk about Yu Lingling, nor let Yang Fan know how happy he and Yu Lingling will be. She hides how much it will hurt when they break up, and she certainly doesn't want him to know how wonderful Yu Lingling will turn out to be. She fears if he knows the future, he will fall for her instead. So, no matter how much he pushes, she bites her lip and stays quiet. "You're always like this, never telling me anything." Yang Fan lets out a long, weary sigh. He is helpless. He wants to know her secrets, but his repeated attempts to pry them out are useless. She will not tell him. After a long, heavy silence, the corners of the girl's eyes turn red. "Yang Fan, if you were the you from my past life," tears well up, ready to spill. Yang Fan stays silent. He has no memories of that past life, and he loathes how often she brings it up, dissecting who he supposedly was. Doesn't want to hear it. He refuses to be jealous of his past self or serve as a mere replacement. He just wants to be himself. After a long pause, he finally speaks. "Bai Yao, let's separate after my birthday." Why? Why do we have to? Tears stream down her face. Even if the world were ending, she wouldn't want to leave him. Yet Yang Fan feels the divide is real. He admits she is beautiful and cares for him deeply, but he can't get past his own mental block. He confesses he does like her. He loves how this girl is obsessed with him every single moment. But he hates her fixation on his past self. He refuses to live inside her memories or be the man she remembers. Furthermore, her constant surveillance is suffocating. She listens in on his calls and scans his messages every time he checks his phone. She even waits outside the bathroom door. He has no privacy, not even a shred of it. Even worse, she interferes with his life, forbidding him from going home or surfing the web, stops him from talking to others or offering comfort to friends. If this is what being together means, he would rather stay single. Spent so much money on me. I'll find work during the summer break to pay you back. If you're in a hurry, I'll borrow from my friends or ask my dad. I will settle this debt. Let's just part ways after the birthday. As he says this, he cannot bring himself to look at her face. He knows she must be devastated, crying, and he fears seeing it will shatter his resolve. She is indeed sobbing, tears falling uncontrollably. I never wanted your money, she cries. I love you so much. Why don't you understand? Why do you want to break up? She raises her hand to strike him, but her heart isn't in it. She lets her hand fall softly against the face of the boy she loves most. Heartbroken, she lets out a wail in the hallway. Inside, Song Yuhan is watching videos and sighs at the noise. Who is watching videos out there? Turning the volume up higher than mine, she grumbles, thinking the sobbing is just audio from a clip. Shaking her head, she heads to the bathroom. In the kitchen, Song Zhishu tries to borrow money from Zhang Chimei and Yang Shengcheng. Spins a massive tale, starting from the dawn of creation, through the creation of man, all the way to the Industrial Revolution and steam engines. After an hour of rambling, he finally reaches the part about Tianyu Group buying the old chemical plant to build apartments. With the project nearly topped out and utilities on the way, Song Jishu rubs his hands together, finally ready to ask for the loan. Suddenly, a piercing, inconsolable wail from the girl outside cuts through the air. Before Song Jishu could even ask for a loan, Yang Xiongcheng and Zhang Chaimei recognized the sobbing outside. It was Bai Yu Yao. They didn't even put down their kitchen knives. Fong bolted from the kitchen. Song Jishu's face darkened. Outside, Zhang Chaimei found Bai Yu Yao curled up on the ground, crying her heart out. She felt a pang of heartache. Honey, why are you crying so hard? Zhang Chaimei walked over and gently pulled Bai Yu Yao into the house. Meanwhile, Yang Xiongcheng stood by the door, brandishing a kitchen knife and scowling at the handsome young man standing there. He didn't recognize this designer-clad, middle-part sporting guy as his own son. He only knew this kid had clearly done something wrong to make a girl as sweet as Bai Yu Yao cry. How could he be so heartless? I'm warning you. Get lost. Don't come around here causing trouble. Or I'm calling the cops. Yang Shengcheng threatened, knife still in hand. Young Fan felt a mix of emotions. He realized his dad's eyesight was genuinely failing. The man couldn't even recognize his own son. It was unbelievable, but he had no choice. He had to greet him. Dad. He tried to explain, but Yang Xiongcheng just laughed. Listen, I've heard people call me brother, uncle, even grandpa. But a stranger walking up and calling me dad? Never. I've lived this long and never seen anything like it. With that, Yang Xiongcheng slammed the door in Yang Fan's face. What the hell? Is this not my own home? Yang Fan was completely baffled. Tried the knob. It was locked. No big deal, though. Pulled his keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and walked inside. In the living room, he set his old clothes, shoes, and the gifts Bai Yu Yao had bought on the shoe rack. Once the items were put away, he noticed Bai Yu Yao was still clutching a sofa pillow and weeping. Zhang Chaimei patted her shoulder, trying to soothe her. As soon as Yang Xiongcheng saw Yang Fan, he jumped up and barked, "You! Who told you you could come in here?" The old man still didn't realize it was his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, Zhang Chaimei had better eyes. One glance was all she needed. She realized it was their son. She was stunned. It was the first time she'd seen him dressed so sharp. But she was busy comforting the girl and had no time to interrogate Yang Fan about his clothes. She snapped at Yang Xiongcheng. In, so he's in. You're going to kick him out? Yang Xiongcheng froze, still completely oblivious. Thought, this kid doesn't look like any relative of ours. How can we just let him in? He whispered to his wife. How can you take the side of an outsider? Outsider? Zhang Shaimei finally snapped. She realized Yang Xiongcheng's pig brain still hadn't registered who the handsome guy was. He's your son. How are you a father with eyes like that? Move it. Stop arguing and get back to the kitchen, Zhang Chaimei yelled, rushing to finish the last 2 dishes. That's our son? Yang Xiongcheng squinted, finally processing the truth after his wife's outburst. He changed so much in just one night. Mumbling this, Yang Xiongcheng headed to the kitchen to cook for his son. Zhang Chaimei felt like throwing her slipper at him. If it weren't for her, the crying girl would have probably started swinging by now. But there was no denying Yang Xiongcheng's poor vision, as he couldn't even recognize his own child. Song Jishu, the uncle, was a different story. He recognized Yang Fan the moment he walked in, even without the school uniform and with his stylish new look. That unique, rational gaze was something Song Jishu remembered well. Uncle. Yang Fan offered a polite greeting. Song Jishu nodded back with a thin smile. The two weren't close, and there wasn't much to say. Simple greeting was enough. Besides, both had things on their minds. Song Jishu was wondering how to ask for money, while Yang Fan was plotting how to keep his uncle quiet. Not to mention, he needed to cheer up Bai Yuyao. Let's eat, the food is ready. Zhang Kaimei called everyone to the table. Just then, Song Yuhan finally shuffled out of the bathroom. Horn. Yang Fan checked his watch. He hadn't seen his cousin since he arrived 11 minutes ago. That meant she'd been in the bathroom for at least 11 minutes. That was some serious dedication. Almost impressed, but regardless, it was time to eat. 8 dishes sat on the table. Sweet and sour, ribs, spicy chicken mapo tofu, especially near Bai Yuya. A pot of steamed hairy crabs, still piping hot. Yang Fan took one look and said, I don't eat seafood. He'd hated it his whole life. To be precise, if it swam, he didn't want it. He couldn't stand the smell. Zhang Chaimei shot him a look. It's not for you anyway. She put on a disposable glove and placed a crab into Bai Yuyao's bowl. Eat up, honey. You need to build your strength. Bai Yuyao's eyes were still red, and she was hungry after all that crying. But she didn't want to peel the crab. She didn't want to get her hands greasy. She looked at Yang Fan with a pitiful, pleading gaze. The message was clear. She wanted him to peel it for her. Yang Fan looked at the crab, then back at the helpless girl. He sighed. Why are you looking at me? I told you, I don't touch the stuff. How am I supposed to help you? Yang Fan wanted to help, but he had never touched seafood like hairy crab in his life. He was clueless. Feed me something else then. Bai Yuyao begged pitifully. She didn't care what. She just wanted Yang Fan to feed her. She craved the intimacy of being fed by the boy she liked. Yang Fan agreed, mostly because her gaze was impossible to resist. Too unfair, so heart-wrenchingly cute. Yang Fan softened and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with his chopsticks. Placed it in her bowl, but Bai Yuyao wouldn't move. She just opened her mouth, waiting for him to feed her directly. Watching her red lips and the tip of her pink tongue, Yang Fan swallowed hard before placing the pork into her mouth. Delicious. Bai Yuyao's sadness vanished, replaced by a radiant smile that revealed her adorable dimples. Her brows arched in delight. That charming smile always made Yang Fan lose his focus for a moment. Once he regained his composure, Yang Fan sighed, wondering how he would handle life without seeing those dimples. Would it hurt? Probably. Truth was, he really liked Bai Yuyao, her sweet, gentle, and lovable nature. A girl who only sees the good in him. If only Bai Yuyao wasn't so controlling. If only she didn't dig so deep into his life. Probably like her even more, Yang Fan thinks. I want more, the girl says, giving him that pitiful look again. Yang Fan sighs and feeds her another bite. They look like a couple in the honeymoon phase. Even after a fight, they make up fast. Seeing them acting like that, even feeding each other. Yang Shongcheng and Zhang Cheimei trade a glance. They feel pretty uneasy. They've known for a while how much their son likes the girl, and it's obvious she's crazy about him too. If the social gap weren't so massive, they'd be rushing to propose for him right now. But well, it is what it is. Meanwhile, Song Jishu is shoveling rice, plotting how to ask for a loan, while Song Yuhan is wondering where Yang Fan is. Why hasn't he shown up? Even now, she doesn't realize the incredibly handsome guy in the room wearing expensive Ralph Lauren outfit is actually the Yang Fan she's despised for a decade, the cousin she hates so much, the poor relative she wants nothing to do with. Of course, you can't blame her for being face blind. Yang Fan has changed a lot. Even his childhood friend Linlin didn't recognize him, and his own father Yang Shongcheng was just as clueless. So Song Yuhan, who barely knows him, she wouldn't have a chance. But not recognizing him doesn't stop her from thinking he's hot. Since he walked back into the living room, she's been totally stunned by this wealthy, dashing guy. If Bai Yuyao weren't sitting right there, Song Yuhan would have already asked for his WeChat. She's obsessed with looks. That's exactly why she's always hated Yang Fan. The old Yang Fan was just plain ugly. And he was always trying to look out for her, which she didn't see as care. She saw it as harassment. She couldn't stand it. She felt having an unattractive cousin was embarrassing, so she came here today planning to cut ties once and for all, even if it turned into a scene. No one would dare yell at her because, to her, these people aren't even blood relatives. Plus, her stepdad Song Jishu always spoils her and gives in to everything. She feels untouchable, just waiting for Yang Fan to show up. Brother-in-law. Watching the dishes vanish from the table, Song Jishu finally loses his patience. It's time to ask for the money. Zhang Chaimei and Yang Shongcheng exchange a look. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The couple knew he was here for a reason. They figured he was looking for a loan again. They're used to it by now. The only question is, how much he's going to ask for this time. 600,000. Everyone at the table goes silent. Stop eating. That's not pocket change. Yang Xiongcheng and Zhang Chaimei look troubled and Yang Fan's brow furrows. He's thinking, didn't he say it was 300,000? Bai Yuyao told him earlier it was only 300,000. Why did it double? Could it be? Yang Fan glances at Bai Yuyao and notices her face has gone pale. Are you feeling sick? Should I take you to the hospital? Yang Fan meant to ask why the number jumped from 300 to 600,000 and why things were going differently than expected. But seeing how pale she looks, everything else vanishes. He's ready to rush her to the ER. He's genuinely worried. I'm fine, Bai Yuyao forces a smile, her lips ghostly white from the tension. She bites down on her lip without thinking. A sharp sting and the taste of blood clear her head slightly. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm the panic rising inside. Then she lightly licks the cut on her lip. Her voice is low and shaky. I didn't lie to you. You mentioned it to me so many times. On your birthday, your uncle borrowed 300,000. I really didn't lie to you. Her eyes are full of desperation, as if she needs Yang Fan to believe every word. I don't know why it turned into 600,000. She looks pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, she's struggling to suppress her fear and anxiety. She's even tempted to swear on her life to prove she'd never lie to Yang Fan. But she's terrified. She's scared he won't trust her and even more scared that because of her rebirth, timeline has drifted off course. She can't predict the future anymore, and she can't control how things unfold. Her biggest fear is that Yang Fan will stop liking her because of all these changes. Tears well up in her eyes, and she fights to keep them from falling. Okay. Yang Fan reaches out and pats her head. I'll always believe you. I know you wouldn't lie to me. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. In truth, Yang Fan wants to say he'll be there forever. But reason tells him he might not be able to guarantee that. And if he can't, he shouldn't make empty promises. So, he can only say he'll try. Bai Yuyao gets it, but she still wants him to lie to her just once. Her eyes are red, and her voice hitches. Can't you just lie to me once? You know I don't want I'll try, I want forever. Want you to stay with me forever. I'm sorry, is all Yang Fan can say. He can't make an irresponsible promise. Bai Yuyao's eyes redden even more. 600,000 is too much. We don't have that. Zhang Chaimei and Yang Xiongcheng hold up their hands in refusal. They really don't have it. The couple has worked for years, scraping by and saved exactly 300,000, the money meant for their son's future wedding. How could they just hand it over? Especially to someone like Song Jishu, that deadbeat who's borrowed money countless times and never paid a dime back. Who would risk lending to him? Even if Zhang Chaimei is Song Jishu's biological sister, she wouldn't dare lend him that much if he hadn't changed his surname. If he hadn't taken the surname of that woman's child from her previous marriage, Zhang Chaimei might have considered throwing him a lifeline. But unfortunately, her own brother Zhang Jishu changed long ago. He became Song Jishu. That is a permanent scar in her heart. She failed her parents in the grave. She couldn't stop this useless, good-for-nothing brother. Sister, brother-in-law, I promise I'll pay it back in 2 or 3 months, tops. And I'll pay you back with interest. Song Jishu was getting desperate. To buy a house, or more accurately, to speculate on real estate. But he and his wife had borrowed from everyone they could. They were just 60,000 short. To get Zhang Chaimei and Yang Xiongcheng to lend him the cash, Song Jishu pleaded anxiously. He told them he and his wife planned to buy a unit in the Washang complex for 2.6 million. But they only needed 60,000 more. He claimed that as soon as they bought it, they could flip it in 3 months and net over 2 million in profit. Thumped his chest, swearing the contractor for Huasheng was Tianyu Group. He said his wife worked in their sales office, and everyone there was buying in. They were all just waiting for the building to finish so they could flip them for 1 million or 2. Construction was nearly complete. Just needed the roof capped and utilities hooked up. Once that was done, they could sell immediately and cash out. Song Jishu was like a gambler. He had been pathetic his whole life. He was a spineless man who married into a family with a woman's previous child. Took that child's surname. He hardly even qualified as a man. He had to gamble, hoping to score one big payout. Pitch was passionate and infectious. Plus, since his wife worked in the Tianyu Group sales office, they were insiders who could get early access. Zhang Chaimei and Yang Xiongcheng were swayed and started thinking about lending him the money. But right then, the school beauty finished her meal. She had Yang Fan grab a napkin to carefully wipe her delicate little mouth. Then, with a sweet, innocent tone, she chirped, "Auntie, uncle, what are you two talking about?" Every eye in the room landed on her cute face. She smiled brightly, while Yang Fan finally exhaled. Thought, "Little miss, you finally spoke up." Yang Fan wanted to warn his parents not to get scammed, but his standing in the family was low. They wouldn't listen to him, so he had to pin his hopes on Bai Yuyao. After all, Bai Yuyao was the daughter of the Tianyu Group chairman. Who could have more authority than her? Sure enough, hearing Bai Yuyao's voice made Zhang Chaimei and Yang Xiongcheng snap out of it. They remembered they had a little expert right there. Song Jishu wanted to buy a Huasheng unit. Who developed Huasheng? Tianyu Group. Who was the chairman of Tianyu? Bai Chaojin. Since Bai Yuyao was his daughter, asking her was a sure bet. The couple smiled and asked the girl, "What do you think about buying a house there?" "I don't think it's a good idea." Bai Yuyao wouldn't state plainly that her father would be bankrupt in months. She also couldn't say the plot under Huasheng was contaminated by the old Yangyang chemical plant. Poorly remediated land. She could only imply that units there were hard to sell. Hard to sell? Well, we'd better think twice. Zhang Chaimei and Yang Xiongcheng hesitated, losing their urge to lend the money. After all, if the daughter of the chairman herself said they were hard to sell, who would know better? But Song Jishu didn't know these things. He didn't know who Bai Yuyao was, or her connection to Tianyu. He only knew if he didn't gamble now, he'd never turn his life around. "Sister, brother-in-law, begging you." Song Jishu thudded to his knees. That one move. Desperate play. Song Yuhan looked disgusted, turning her head away, refusing to watch the scene. She didn't want to look at her useless stepfather. Bai Yuyao frowned, wondering how to counter this. Yang Fan sighed. "It's over. He used his ultimate move. My parents are definitely going to lend him the money now. They say a man has gold under his knees. But if one meal could net you 60,000, plenty of men across the world would be on the floor." Of course, in reality, few were actually willing to beg like that. As his sister, Zhang Chaimei felt a sickening twist in her gut. Watching her brother kneel, she felt like she was back 10 years ago. 10 years ago, her brother was 30. He didn't go by Song Jishu then, he was Zhang Jishu. To change his name, to marry that divorced woman, he had knelt before Zhang Chaimei just like this. Their parents died young, and they only had each other. Even if she, the older sister, refused, what good would it do? She couldn't stop him, and she couldn't stand to see him on his knees. 30,000, that's all we have. Zhang Sheimei's heart softened in the end. She handed over her savings of many years. Song Jishu's hands trembled. Yang Xiongcheng grabbed his lighter and a cigarette, heading out to clear his head. He looked furious, but he didn't say a word. Sister Song Jishu felt suffocated. It was uncomfortable. He wanted to say thanks, but the words wouldn't come out. Zhang Cheimei sighed, ignoring him. "If you're still hungry, eat some more." Even now, she worried he hadn't eaten enough. Song Jishu felt even worse, feeling like he really wasn't a man at all. Even now, Zhang Chaimei was worried about him eating enough. Song Jishu felt miserable, thinking of himself as a failure. Felt terrible for his sister, but he was trapped. He had to gamble. He needed to hit a big score. Yang Fan watched from the side, feeling deeply unsettled. He suddenly recalled Bai Yuyao saying she would eventually owe over 100,000 in online loans. "Your parents can't pay it back." "Bai Yuyao, you said I'd owe a massive debt in the future, right?" "Yes." "When my parents found out, what did they say? Did they yell or hit me?" "I don't know." Bai Yuyao whispered. "You only told me that you confessed about the debt to your parents, but not how they treated you." Yang Fan stared at the scene, his parents' helplessness and his uncle's regretful, pathetic display. He suddenly realized his uncle was a mirror of his future self. If he racked up debt and relied on his parents, he'd be just as desperate. Would be just as suffocating. Yang Fan felt like his past self truly was a terrible person. Just like his uncle. Useless, failing, and always causing trouble for the people who loved him most. What a disgrace. Yang Fan cursed his uncle, but he was also cursing his own future. Though the real monster was still waiting in the wings. Bong Yuhan, the daughter of this woman from her second marriage. She was pretty, with a nice figure. She was a good student. Getting into a university was a given, unlike Yang Fan, who struggled with even a junior college. Now that the meal was done and the money borrowed, the street thug like Yang Fan still hadn't returned, and Song Yuhan was losing her patience. She had to cut ties with Yang Fan today. She was tired of him bothering her at school, calling her cousin constantly. She stood up. She looked at Zhang Sheimei and spoke rudely and dismissively, telling her to warn her son. "Tell him to stop harassing me at school. I don't want to hear him call me cousin. I'm cutting him off." Silence filled the room. Everyone, Yang Fan, Bai Yuyao, Zhang Mei, looked grim. Even Song Jishu's expression darkened. Yang Xiancheng had been ready to leave to smoke, but he stopped at her words. Yang Xiancheng turned back. "See, I told you," Bai Yuyao said happily. "Yang Fan, I didn't lie to you. Your cousin really is heartless." Bai Yuyao was thrilled. She had proven that the future she saw was real. Yang Fan remained calm. Even though hearing this yesterday had hurt, he had moved past it. Spent the day processing the pain, so he could now watch this play out with a blank expression. He was finally at peace. However, the others in the room couldn't stay calm. Zhang Sheimi's face turned ghastly. She pointed at Song Yuhan, her hand trembling with pure rage. Yang Xiancheng kept smoking. For the first time in years, he smoked right in the living room in front of Zhang Cheimei, one cigarette after another. Song Jishu looked grim, but he forced a fake smile, trying to calm her down. Yuhan, did you misspeak? Apologize to your cousin. Apologize for what? Song Yuhan thought. Yang Fan wasn't even here. She was terrified someone hadn't heard her, so she shouted, I just hate Yang Fan. What? He harasses me every day. He's ugly, a bad student, and a thug who fights. The thing I regret most in life is… Before she could finish, a loud slap hit her face, knocking her straight to the ground. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She clutched her face, shaking. Pulled her hand away. It was covered in blood. Her eyes turned red. She wanted to cry and curse them all. Trembled as he stared at his attacker. It was Song Jishu, the pathetic man he always looked down on. Song Jishu, he stammered. Are you crazy? You hit me? Just wait until I call my mom and have her divorce you. He kept shouting the name Song Jishu. Clear he never saw Song Jishu as family, but Song Jishu didn't care. His face turned grim as he asked, You really think so? If your mom came here, she would beat you even harder. Song Yuhan clutched his swollen face, shouting in fury, Why would she hit me? Because you're vile. After 10 years of raising him, it was the first time Song Jishu had ever used such harsh words. Look at you. Have you never realized that with your venomous, nasty mouth? From grade school to high school, why did no one ever dare hit you? Do you think Yang Fan was born liking to brawl? It was all for you, damn it. Song Jishu's hands shook. If Zhang Cheimei hadn't stopped him, he would have slapped him again. Song Yuhan froze, mouth agape, unable to find his voice. He had never known any of this. Yang Fan had never explained why he was always getting into fights. Bai Yuyao frowned in thought, while Yang Fan sighed and said, Bai Yuyao, let's get out of here. I need some air. Bai Yuyao softly agreed, taking his hand on her own initiative. Stood up and headed outside. It was midday and the heat was stifling. After walking for a few minutes, they were drenched in sweat, so they found a patch of shade to sit. Yang Fan stared at the sky. He hoped to clear his head, even though he had known Song Yuhan would cut ties with him today and had braced for it. Seeing it actually happen still hit hard. He felt incredibly suffocated. It was nowhere near as calm as he pretended. Bai Yuyao gripped his hand tight. Yang Fan, what is really going on? Did the future me not tell you? Yang Fan kept looking up. He had assumed this girl knew everything, past, present, and future. Thought she was omniscient. In reality, until now, Bai Yuyao had thought so too. She believed she knew it all. She thought she was in control of everything, but only now did she realize how much she had been missing. The Yang Fan from her past life hadn't told her the full story. Take this birthday banquet, for example. All he said was that his uncle wouldn't pay back a loan and his cousin would cut all ties, never to speak again. She thought that was the end of it, but now that she was reborn and involved, she realized the situation was far more complex than his past self had let on. She didn't know Song Yuhan had been hit after the breakup. Nor did she understand why Song Jishu was so furious, or the true nature of the bond between Yang Fan and Song Yuhan. It was nothing like a normal cousin relationship. Why was that? Bai Yuyao squeezed his hand, her expression deeply dejected. Why did you keep so much from me in the last life? Don't you have your own secrets too? Yang Fan felt a bitter ache. They were both hiding things. Plus, he lacked those past life memories. He couldn't fathom his previous motives. Didn't know why his past self stayed silent. All he knew was his history with Song Yuhan. Didn't want to talk about it. Bai Yuyao clung to his arm, swaying gently, begging pitifully, Please, tell me. I want to know what happened between you and Song Yuhan. Please don't keep secrets from me. She genuinely wanted to know everything about him. The way she clung to his arm, that familiar soft touch, it softened his resolve. Felt like telling her. Truthfully, if they had stayed inside, she would have found out regardless. Because once Song Jishu's rage cooled, he would inevitably explain why he struck Song Yuhan. He had many flaws. He was arrogant, dismissive, had a foul mouth, and lacked manners. He was a troublemaker who didn't know how to be grateful. It was easy for him to offend people. But he had his virtues too. He was quite attractive and had a great physique, especially his chest. The guy was built. Maybe that was why he was good looking, or maybe because he lacked a father. Regardless, Yang Fan had once truly cared for him, treating him like a younger sister, shielding and spoiling him. If things had gone smoothly, they would have remained as close as siblings. But reality is rarely that kind. Because Song Yuhan developed so quickly, he started attracting unwanted attention once he hit middle school. People spread nasty rumors or tried to take advantage of him. Song Yuhan had a sharp tongue. Whoever crossed that line was going to get a verbal lashing that involved their entire family tree. Objectively speaking, right to do it, and those people deserved the insults. But teenage boys and girls are volatile. Even if they were the ones starting the rumors, they never felt wrong. They only wanted revenge after being scolded. Bong Yuhan, Song Jishu, and the elders could still clearly recall the second semester of 7th grade. The first time Song Yuhan was beaten, dragged by his hair into the girls' bathroom by a group of older girls. Her face was shoved into the floor of the girls' bathroom, humiliated beyond words. Filing a police report was useless. At most, they'd just pay a small fine. Bullying followed her, and from that day on, the elders put Yang Fan in charge as her cousin. He had to look after her at school. Back then, Yang Fan was a late bloomer, scrawny and weak, with less strength than some of the girls. But as a cousin, he took his role seriously. He treated Song Yuhan genuinely well, even though there was no blood relation between them at all. To protect his cousin, he started getting into fights. He lost often and took plenty of beatings, but he wasn't afraid. Felt that as an older cousin, he was obligated to care for her. But Song Yuhan, she saw it all as something he owed her. She kept her sharp tongue. She never realized that the more people she insulted, the more beatings Yang Fan took. She just felt powerful, able to verbally abuse others without them daring to fight back or retaliate. So she pushed harder. At first, she only lashed out when others took advantage of her or spread rumors. But later, anyone offended her even slightly, her insults turned vicious. If things didn't go her way, she cursed their entire families. She kept making enemies, and Yang Fan kept apologizing to people, getting into even more fights until the first semester of 10th grade. Boy, tired of the abuse and wanting to get revenge for his little sister, walked into the school with a knife, intent on stabbing Song Yuhan. Strike missed her, but Yang Fan took the blade and ended up in the hospital. While he was recovering, Yang Fan told Song Yuhan to be a little gentler, to stop cursing at people, and to dress a bit more modestly. Especially, he told her not to always show off her cleavage. He worried that while he was stuck in the hospital, Song Yuhan might get into trouble and have no one left to protect her. Song Yuhan wasn't grateful at all. She felt Yang Fan was like every other man, only interested in her body. Even worse, Song Yuhan felt repulsed by him. He wasn't handsome, and his so-called concern felt like harassment. His so-called protection felt like a desperate simp. She hated having an ugly guy hovering around her, and she hated that he was her cousin. She was obsessed with appearances and felt ashamed. Putting reality aside, if Yang Fan had been handsome, Song Yuhan certainly wouldn't have resented him like this, nor would she have drifted away or cut ties with him. She would have seen the constant care and pampering from a handsome guy as a blessing, not something disgusting. She wouldn't have been indifferent, nor would she have hated Yang Fan. She would have taken the initiative to get to know the cousin, who had silently protected her all those years, despite the lack of blood ties. Sadly, reality was harsh. Yang Fan was not attractive at all, and that killed any curiosity Song Yuhan might have had. She didn't care why Yang Fan was always fighting, why his grades were dropping, or why he was constantly apologizing to her classmates. Everything came down to the fact that Yang Fan was ugly. That was it. Even now, as Song Jishu laid out the truth, explaining how Yang Fan had suffered countless beatings just to keep her safe, endured endless grievances, and watched his grades plummet after the stabbing. Song Yuhan stayed silent, refusing to admit fault. She felt that apologizing to someone ugly, total humiliation. Even though Yang Fan had sacrificed so much for her, and even though her classmates all knew Yang Fan was her cousin, she wouldn't admit she was just a shallow girl letting her looks obsession rule her brain. Song Jishu pointed at the door, telling her to go downstairs and apologize to Yang Fan, but Song Yuhan didn't budge. She wasn't going to do it. Even as Song Jishu dragged her, she refused to go down. Song Jishu raised his hand to slap her again, and Song Yuhan lifted her chin, daring him. Go ahead, kill me if you want, I still won't apologize. Don't want him as a cousin. He's so ugly, he doesn't deserve it. It's all his own fault. Stubbornly blurted out the truth. Song Jishu was trembling with rage. Yang Shongcheng finished an entire pack of cigarettes and walked out. Zhang Chaimei looked disgusted, stopped intervening. She let go of Song Jishu's arm. If he wanted to hit her, let him. A girl with no conscience like that needed to be taught a lesson. Just as the tension peaked and a fight seemed inevitable, the door creaked open. Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao finally walked in, holding hands. It was way too hot outside. Even in the shade, the summer heat was unbearable. Of course, they came home. But as soon as he entered, Yang Fan saw Song Jishu with his hand raised, ready to strike his daughter, Song Yuhan defiantly holding her face up. Did I come back too early? Carry on. With that, Yang Fan took Bai Yuyao and turned right back around, shutting the door carefully behind them. Stood outside, unbothered. Bai Yuyao asked curiously, why did we come back out? It's sweltering. Don't you want to go inside for the AC? Don't worry, Yang Fan smiled faintly. Let him finish disciplining his daughter first, then we'll go in. Bai Yuyao was taken aback for a moment, then covered her mouth, giggling. You're so petty. All these years spent caring for your cousin, and she turns out to be an ungrateful brat. Everyone has a breaking point, Young Fan replied. He could handle her cutting ties, but the beatings he took over the years couldn't be for nothing. What if your uncle doesn't actually hit her? Bai Yao asked, worried that Song Jishu was too much of a softie to follow through. Yang Fan laughed. He has to. Borrowed 300,000 from my family. If he doesn't punish her, my mom won't let him leave. You know how she gets. As his son, Yang Fan knew it all too well. Zhang Chaimei never let a single cent slip through her fingers. She had just lent the 300,000 in bride price money, saved for her son's future wedding, to Song Jishu. Seeing her son suffer such a grievance, how could she just stand by? Though she often hit and cursed at Yang Fan herself, acting cold and stingy as if she didn't care at all. It was still her own flesh and blood, after all. She could hit him, and Yang Shangcheng could hit him too. But if anyone else laid a finger on her son, she wouldn't stand for it. She would fight them to the bitter end to get justice for him. Others wouldn't provide that justice. She would take matters into her own hands, and she would be far more brutal than Song Jishu. Song Jishu clearly understood this unspoken rule. That was why he had to put on a show today. He grabbed whatever was handy, a broom, a mop, a rolling pin, and chased her from the living room all the way to the kitchen. Then back from the kitchen to the bathroom, leaving Song Yuhan covered in welts. While Zhang Chaimei shouted, "Stop hitting the child," she didn't move a muscle. She had no intention of intervening. Only when Song Yuhan was bawling her eyes out and bleeding did Zhang Chaimei finally step in to pull him back. She yelled for him to stop, and Song Jishu finally relented. Outside the door, Yang Fan and Bai Yao stood silently, listening to the clatter echoing from inside. They listened to Song Yuhan's crying until it finally faded. Then they opened the door and walked back in. In the living room, Song Yuhan sat clutching her face, sobbing quietly. Song Jishu was busy apologizing to Zhang Chaimei, blaming himself for failing to discipline his daughter properly. Seeing Yang Fan walk in, Song Jishu hurried over to apologize again, claiming he had already punished his daughter and begging Yang Fan not to stay angry. Yang Fan wasn't really angry, though he did feel a sense of cold detachment. Still, considering Song Yuhan had already been beaten quite severely, he kept his mouth shut. "I'm heading out now," Yang Fan said, seeing the time. Song Jishu didn't try to stop him, simply opening the door to see them off. However, Song Yuhan refused to leave. No matter how hard Song Jishu pulled or dragged her, she wouldn't budge. To be precise, it wasn't that she didn't want to leave. She just didn't want to leave with Song Jishu. "Stay here, then." Song Jishu wasn't about to coddle her, just left her behind. She was 17 or 18 after all. She could find her own way home. Zhang Chaimei followed Song Jishu downstairs, nagging him the whole way, asking when he could pay back the money. That was, after all, meant for her son's wedding. Before long, only 3 people were left in the room. Song Yuhan kept her head down, sobbing softly. Yang Fan had no intention of dealing with this ungrateful brat, but seeing the welts and the blood on her arm from the beating, he let out a frustrated sigh. He rummaged through a drawer, pulled out a box of band-aids and tossed them over. "Put these on." Song Yuhan looked up at the bandages. Her heart was filled with bitterness. She felt so wronged. She had endured such a brutal beating, and all she got was a box of band-aids? But then she looked up and saw that the person handing her the bandages was a handsome guy dressed in trendy clothes, and she instantly blanked out. She suddenly felt like this handsome stranger was being incredibly kind to her, caring for her, and looking after her while she was suffering. She was touched to tears. Even though it was just a pack of band-aids, she said, deeply moved, "Thank you, you're so good to me." Yang Fan could practically see a question mark hovering over his head. He was bewildered. He had been taking care of Song Yuhan for nearly a decade, and he had never once heard her be this polite. To actually say thank you, it was unheard of. Back in the day when he would run errands just to get her sanitary pads, she hadn't even thanked him. Now just a few small bandages and she was acting like this? Was she some kind of masochist? But did getting a beating actually make her happy? Yang Fan wore a complicated expression. He figured his cousin wasn't quite right in the head. What he didn't know was that Song Yuhan didn't enjoy the beating. She was just mesmerized by the handsome face, her brain completely hypnotized by the butterflies in her stomach. As she wiped away her tears, she asked, "Could I ask your name?" When Song Yuhan spoke, her face flushed slightly, looking a bit shy. She knew she didn't look her best after being beaten, but she really found this guy incredibly handsome. She just had to know who he was. Meanwhile, the corner of Bai Yao's mouth twitched, and she was on the verge of exploding. She thought to herself, "Why are you blushing, you little brat?" Yang Fan just sighed. This cousin of his still didn't recognize him, even asking for his name. Yang Fan thought, "I'm your cousin, for God's sake. You're trying to cut ties with me, and yet you can't even recognize my face? You really have issues." His cousin's eyesight was abysmal. Yang Fan's face turned grim, and he remained silent. Bai Yao saw his silence and finally relaxed. But Song Yuhan, thick-skinned as ever, pressed on. Can we be friends on social media? Boys at my school are all ugly. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you. I'll do whatever you want. She had completely lost all shame. Bai Yao let out a huff and dragged Yang Fan away. She sat down next to Song Yuhan and said coldly, "You really have no shame. How dare you scold me? What gives you the right to curse at me?" Song Yuhan snapped. Even though she knew Bai Yao, close to this handsome guy, possibly his girlfriend, she was furious. She felt she was just asking for contact info. Was that really worth an insult? How unreasonable. But Bai Yao wasn't looking for a debate. She slapped Song Yuhan across the face. Song Yuhan clutched her cheek, her eyes turning red as she stared in total disbelief. Was one slap not enough? Before she could react, Bai Yao raised her hand for another. Song Yuhan was finally terrified. She covered her face, wiped her tears, and ran off sobbing, acting as if she were the victim of some great injustice. As Song Yuhan sobbed her way downstairs, Yang Fan's expression grew complicated. Bai Yao glared at him. What? Feeling sorry for her? Want to be her knight in shining armor? Yang Fan sighed. You barely tapped her. You should put some force into it. She's definitely going to badmouth you to my parents now. Since you already laid a hand on her, just should hit her harder to vent your anger. Yang Fan truly felt it was a missed opportunity. Bai Yao blinked, stunned, burst into a giggle. You're so bad. I'll take that as a compliment, Yang Fan replied, thick-skinned. Bai Yao was overjoyed. In her eyes, her presence had changed Yang Fan. He had shed his past life's flaws, no longer being a saintly pushover. He wasn't a blind do-gooder anymore. He finally knew who was good to him and who wasn't. He understood the art of choosing. Between Song Yuhan and Bai Yao, between an ingrate and a beautiful girl, Yang Fan had clearly chosen the latter, and his choice thrilled the school beauty to her core. She dove into his arms, rubbing her head against his chest. At any given moment, Yang Fan smell her fragrance and feel her softness. He found himself enjoying it, even tempted to stroke her hair. Minutes passed before she pulled away, her eyes locked onto the boy she adored, filled with pure affection. Right. Yang Fan suddenly remembered something urgent. Didn't you say your family was nearing bankruptcy? Doesn't that mean the 300,000 my mom lent you? Gone for good. Yang Fan felt a flicker of worry. For his ordinary family, 300,000 was no small sum. He needed a plan to get it back. Bai Yao smirked, tilting her head. You silly boy, I'll just call my dad and have him block that transaction. I'll get the money back for you. With that, she tucked her head back into Yang Fan's chest. She loved this feeling. Just pressing her head against the chest of the boy she loved most, nuzzling him, felt so safe, so blissful. As the prospect of recovering the money appeared, Yang Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. He apologized to her, but looking at the girl in his arms, this girl who loved him to the ends of the earth, he felt a sudden pang of guilt. Since meeting Bai Yao, she had told him so much about the future and helped him endlessly, even though she had caused him plenty of trouble, landing him in the police station more than once, and had flaws like a suffocating desire for control. Seeing her genuine love and support, Yang Fan couldn't bear the thought of separating from her. Especially after she helped save his parents $30,000, Yang Fan felt it was time to give her a real answer. It was time to be honest. Bai Yao, Yang Fan called her name, his tone incredibly serious. What's wrong? She looked up, and even though she was puzzled, she smiled with love. Are you going to confess your feelings? She knew it was a joke. She knew. Yang Fan couldn't possibly have fallen for her that quickly, but she still hoped, aching to hear a confession from the one she loved. It's not a confession. Yang Fan stammered, his face flushing red, though he stubbornly shook his head. He wasn't ready to admit it. Oh, the light in her eyes instantly dimmed into disappointment. I wanted to say. Yang Fan took a deep breath and finally summoned his courage. Let's date. Though he claimed it wasn't a confession, a smile he couldn't hide tugged at the corner of his lips. After all, isn't the desire to build memories with the one you love what we call dating, the purest, most direct confession of all? Bai Yao's expression transformed like a painting, shifting from the gray of disappointment to vibrant joy. Finally, tears of happiness fell like broken pearls. She lunged into his arms, burying her face in his chest. Her sobs came in rhythmic gasps. These tears marked the end of a long wait and a profound response to her wish for them to be together. Since her rebirth, Bai Yao's heart had been filled with longing for Yang Fan. She loved him deeply. Love defied the boundaries of time, from her past life to this one, waiting only for this moment. Now, she was finally locked in the arms of the boy she desired, officially his girlfriend. The joy and relief in her tears made her look heart-wrenchingly beautiful. Yang Fan felt the girl in his arms trembling and wept. A surge of complex emotions washed over him. He gently stroked her hair, putting it nicely. He knew he still had room to grow. Putting it bluntly, he knew this wasn't the right time to start this relationship. Meeting the right person at the wrong time could potentially ruin their lives. But even the most rational person has feelings. Bai Yuyao's endless help and care were like a light illuminating his ordinary life. He couldn't ignore his feelings any longer, nor could he let her devotion go to waste. Besides, as a man, if he couldn't take this step bravely, how could he ever grow? When Zhang Chaimei and Yang Shangcheng, the elderly couple, returned home, they saw Bai Yuyao sobbing in their son's arms. They instinctively assumed young couple was breaking up again, being torn apart by them once more. Watching Bai Yuyao cry so desperately, her tears flowing like a flood, Zhang Chaimei suddenly felt like a villain for forcing them apart. Yang Shangcheng felt equally guilty, thinking he was too harsh for always interfering, making them act like it was a life or death parting every single day. How about you two stop breaking up for now? Just keep dating for a while. Both parents felt a pang of guilt, unable to bear splitting them up again. It was only then Bai Yuyao realized the aunt and uncle were back. She used Yang Fan's shirt to wipe her tears, emerging from his arms with red-rimmed eyes. Look, son, I'm transferring you $500. Take the girl out and have a good time. Zhang Chaimei was playing the saint for once, dropping 500 on him. Yang Fan thanked her, genuinely touched, before turning his eyes to his dad. Yang Shengsheng fumbled in his pockets, but came up empty, just a pack of cigarettes. He couldn't exactly hand that to his son. Wife would have his head for that. He quickly pocketed the smokes and scrambled to pull 500 in secret cash from under his bed. Spend it wisely, he muttered, his heart clearly aching as he handed over the money he'd saved for ages. Thanks, Dad. Yang Fan was over the moon. $1,000 in a heartbeat? He finally had some real cash to burn. He grabbed Bai Yuyao's hand and headed out, beaming. Once they were outside, she couldn't help but giggle. She thought he was so easily satisfied. A mere $1,000 had him this excited. What would happen if she gave him 10,000? Probably pass out from the shock. While heading downstairs, she suggested, Yang Fan, let me send you some money too. I've got plenty, she said, pulling out her phone and transferring 10,000 straight to his account. Yang Fan stared at the notification, frozen. His grin vanished as he looked at the screen. Struggled to get that 1,000 from his parents, and here she was, casually tossing 10,000 his way. Pride stung. Whenever money came up, it felt like a knife to the gut. This rich girl, she was constantly flaunting her wealth without even trying. He knew it wasn't malicious, she was just being sweet. But it still highlighted the massive gap between them. Sorry, Bai Yuyao realized immediately she'd overstepped. She'd wounded his pride and rushed to apologize. No, it's fine, Yang Fan replied, promptly sending the 10,000 back. I've already taken enough from you. Let me treat you today, he insisted, his tone stubborn. And I'll pay you back for the clothes later, too. He refused to be a kept man or spend his girlfriend's money. Bai Yuyao bit her lip, hurt. She never wanted him to pay her back. Everything she did was just because she liked him. It was all her own choice. She wouldn't feel a thing even if she spent a fortune on him. The last thing she wanted was repayment. Suddenly, she felt like, even now, he hadn't truly opened his heart to her or seen her as his own. Dung. Young couples always hit these little snags. They sat in a bubble tea shop, tipping away, the air between them thick and tense. Bai Yuyao was terrified of hurting his ego again. Brain. They remained silent until she tasted her blueberry tea and grimaced. She eyed his red bean drink. Let's swap. Mine tastes awful. Let me buy you a new one instead, he suggested. He'd already taken a few sips, so it made more sense to get a fresh cup. But she puffed out her cheeks, saying, I don't care about a new one. I want the one you were drinking. Fine, Yang Fan realized. She was playing the spoiled heiress again. She didn't want the tea. She wanted the one he'd touched. It felt a bit awkward, and he was shy about it, but he gave in and handed his cup over. Then, Bai Yuyao passed him her half-finished blueberry drink. Looking at the straw, still damp with her lipstick, gulped. It felt strange. After all, the school beauty had just used this straw. If he used it now, wasn't it basically an indirect kiss? He hesitated, struggling to bring himself to drink. Meanwhile, she didn't care at all. Just took his straw and started slurping away. Seeing her so happy, he finally took a sip from her straw. Their first date officially began. Once they finished, you could clearly feel the tension had melted. They'd already shared a drink, so holding hands was a breeze. Bai Yuyao naturally locked her fingers with his, wandering through the mall. For a wealthy girl, shopping wasn't about needs. It was a hobby. If she saw a clip or bracelet she liked, she'd buy it instantly, never haggling over the price. If she didn't like a style, she'd glare at it, pouting and moving on to the next one. She seemed immune to fatigue, hitting every level from the first to the sixth, without a break for 3 hours straight. She bought bags of clothes without even breaking a sweat. Yang Fan, however, by 5 in the evening, was nearly dead on his feet. 3 hours of walking had left his legs feeling like lead. He was exhausted. Hey, can we please take a breather? He finally begged. She shot him a look of pure disdain, then begrudgingly agreed, dragging him to a coffee shop to order 2 drinks. Bai Yuyao sits there, sipping her drink. She's already swapped out her school uniform. The old JK outfit is tucked away in a bag that Yangfan is currently lugging around. The campus beauty is dressed in a pure white princess-style dress. Everything she's wearing is stark white, except for a pair of small pink boots. Even her hair clip is white, her long... She looked so innocent that Yangfan even wondered if her undergarments were white. It was Sunday. With evening study hall starting at 6:30, Yangfan sipped his coffee and checked the time. You aren't really planning on wearing that princess dress to school, are you? Being a high school senior was miserable. Only 1 day off every 2 weeks was bad enough, but having mandatory study hall on Sunday night was pure torture. Even worse, the school had strict rules against dressing up. Aside from the uniform, everything else was off limits. No other clothes were allowed on campus. Yangfan figured Bai Yuyao would have to take off that dress and change into her uniform before long. Otherwise, she wouldn't even get past the school gate. But Bai Yuyao just smirked, flashing a sweet smile. Rules are for students who actually follow them. If I don't follow them, nobody can stop me. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. You aren't related to the principal, you know. If you break the rules, the school guards definitely won't let you inside. Bai Yuyao huffed, scrunching her nose. Do you know who paid for the air conditioning in the teacher dorms? My dad paid for them, and the electric bill is charged to Tianyu Group. If they try to stop me from entering, I'll just call my dad. I'll have him cut the power and let them sweat it out. Bai Yuyao wasn't bluffing. It was the truth. Bai Chaojun had donated a small fortune to ensure his daughter was well taken care of at school. He didn't just pay for the air conditioners. He had also generously covered the electricity bills for every single teacher and school official. With that much money on the line, the staff had to give her some respect, especially since the principal was an old comrade of her father. She was a textbook case of a well-connected rich kid. Money really was great. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Money was truly amazing. School life was just a different game for people like her. She could wear whatever she wanted and do whatever she pleased. It was no wonder she could transfer classes so easily. Moving from an elite class to Yang Fan's ordinary one was effortless. If only his family were that wealthy. Thinking of this, he let out a frustrated sigh and pulled out his phone. Jokingly texted his dad, Dad, when are you going to get rich? I don't want to work anymore. I want to be a trust fund kid. Yang Xiongcheng shot back. You can have anything you want in your dreams. Once they finished their coffee, it was 5:40. Time to head home, pack up, and get to that evening study hall. Bai Yuyao grabbed Yang Fan's hand as they left the cafe. People stared the whole way. She looked like a girl straight out of an anime in her white princess dress, her face delicate and stunning. As for Yang Fan, he wore high-quality designer clothes, and with his sharp, clean-cut looks, he seemed to glow. At the very least, nobody looked down on him anymore. No one thought he was unworthy of the girl by his side. Appearances and presentation really did matter. They walked through the crowd toward the first floor of the mall, intending to head right out, but when they reached the exit, Bai Yuyao froze mid-step, eyes locked on the gold shop display. Yang Fan followed his gaze. Beside the counter stood a glamorous woman in her early 40s, hair pinned up elegantly. She was dripping in gold jewelry and an expensive red dress, radiating wealth. Even from a profile view, Yang Fan recognized the striking resemblance to Bai Yuyao. What baffled him even more was the handsome 20-something guy clinging to her arm. Yang Fan guessed aloud, Is that your mother? Bai Yuyao didn't want to admit it. But he hated lying to Yang Fan even more. He gave a difficult, silent nod. Bai Yuyao's face looked awful. Yang Fan asked about the guy, my brother? No, I'm an only child. Yang Fan fell silent. He suddenly felt like he'd stumbled upon something he shouldn't see. The mother was cheating with a guy half her age. No wonder Bai Yuyao looked sick. Before they could slip away, Shin Shuting spotted them. Yao Yao, she called out. She commanded, Bring your boyfriend over here. Let me get a good look. Bai Yuyao stood still, disgusted, refusing to acknowledge the woman who gave him birth. Shen Shooting sneered, dragging her toy boy over until they stood right in front of them. She peered down at Yang Fan with an arrogant, condescending glare. Yang Fan stayed quiet. He had nothing to say to this woman, and the effeminate guy looked like a joke. The guy smirked, extending a hand. Hey man, I'm Chin Bowen. Nice to meet you. Yang Fan didn't even blink. He wouldn't touch that parasite. Chin Bowen's expression soured. Bet, he thought, you're just another kept man. Why the attitude? He didn't know the truth. Yang Fan wasn't some gigolo. He was forced into this dynamic by Bai Yuyao himself. He never asked for money. Even when it was shoved at him, he refused it. But he even tried to pay her back for every piece of clothing she ever bought him. Your taste is lacking, Yao Yao, Shen Shuting muttered, ignoring their obvious disdain. She looked at Yang Fan's slim frame with contempt. Why pick a skinny, immature boy like this? I can introduce you to guys with more money, better looks, and way more experience. Yang Fan couldn't believe she'd say that in public. Bai Yuyao was livid. He could take abuse himself, but he would never let anyone disrespect the boy he loved. Not even his own mother. You have no right to judge my boyfriend, Bai Yuyao snapped. You aren't fit to be my mother. If you insult him again, I'm done with you. Memories of her selfishness in his past life made him loathe her completely. Shen Shooting looked stunned. Her daughter used to be so timid and obedient. Just a few days, she'd become this defiant, talking back, even threatening her. Who gave you the guts to challenge me? I'm your mother. Shen Shooting darkened. Bai Yuyao almost laughed. In his past life when he was bedridden and dying, woman hadn't cared for him once. She didn't give a cent, she just stole everything. A greedy, shameless, irresponsible shell of a person, she didn't deserve the title. He felt nauseous just looking at her, and her list of sins went much deeper than that. Thoughts of her past behavior made his expression turn even darker. Yang Fan saw him spiraling and pulled him away, ignoring Shen Shuting's sharp insults. They didn't stop until they were safely in the car. Bai Yuyao finally began to relax. Yang Fan handed him water, drink something, let it out. He shared the disgust. He understood exactly why Bai Yuyao was hurting. He tried to offer what comfort he could. Bai Yuyao took a small sip, but he couldn't stomach more. Yang Fan sighed heavily. He called to the driver, Zhang, let's head to school. He rubbed Bai Yuyao's back gently. Zhang grimaced at the title. She was only 30 after all, but she started the car. The car had to keep moving. Evening study hall was starting soon, and they had to get to school, even though Bai Yuyao felt terrible on the way. He couldn't just swallow this bitterness. Living a second time, he still couldn't let go of the hate. He loathed Shen Shooting. He hated this unfaithful woman for taking the family money and for failing to show even a shred of motherly responsibility. But what he hated even more was that look she gave the boy he liked. That dismissive, mocking, sneering look, as if she were staring at a total fool. Previous life, that same look made Yang Fan unable to hold his head up. It was happening again, and she was bullying the person he loved most right in front of him. Furious and dying for revenge. Bai Yuyao bit her lip, unwilling to let it go, and asked, you know what? The way that woman looked at you just now was disgusting. She doesn't respect you at all. Yang Fan knew. He had seen Shen Shuting's contempt for him long ago. But he had been looked down on so many times that he simply stopped caring. He wasn't even that angry anymore. But Bai Yuyao was furious. She couldn't stand it. Yang Fan, don't you get it? She has always looked down on you. Even though it was only their first meeting, Yang Fan could tell she was talking about their past life. Back then, Shen Shuting had looked down on him too. In fact, in that past life, Shen Shuting wasn't just contemptuous, she was vile. After she ran off abroad with the money and her lover, she kept calling Yang Fan. She did it just to gross him out and demand money. Even though she knew Yang Fan was broke, every cent he had went toward taking care of Bai Yuyao. Shen Shooting did it on purpose. It was all calculated to disgust Yang Fan, to humiliate him. Because Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao shared true love, and this greedy, lustful woman had never found that for herself. She was twisted. She was repulsive, unable to even spare her own daughter. She couldn't stand to see anyone living better than she was. I want to find my dad. I want to tell him that Shen Shuting cheated. Bai Yuyao gritted her teeth, saying, I want revenge. She had been bottling up that anger from her past life into this one. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Yang Fan stayed silent. It was a family matter, and he honestly didn't know what to say. Up front, Zhang Yingzi was driving, and when she heard this, her hands couldn't help but tremble. She almost lost her grip on the wheel. Zhang Yingzi had no idea about any of this, let alone that Shen Shuting had cheated, or that Bai Yuyao was planning to expose her own mother. Zhang Yingzi's expression turned complicated, her heart feeling heavy and unsettled. They finally reached the school gate. 6:15, and night study hall started in 15 minutes. Bai Yuyao told Yang Fan to go ahead without her. She insisted she would catch up later, desperate to keep Yang Fan out of the mess. She planned to confront Bai Chaojun alone. Exposing Shen Shooting for cheating was the goal, but Yang Fan hesitated. Rationally, he knew tagging along made little sense. Yang Fan was just a powerless high schooler. Even with Bai Yuyao, what could he possibly achieve? Her target was Bai Chaojun, the chairman of Tianyu Group. With a net worth of at least 10 billion, this real estate mogul would hardly spare a glance for an insignificant nobody like Yang Fan. It was a pipe dream. Bai Chaojun could crush him like an ant with a flick of his wrist. His presence offered no advantage. Yet emotionally, he had to go. He knew he was an unremarkable student with failing grades. Family was poor, even his clothes were bought by Bai Yuyao. He seemed worthless, but even so, he refused to back down. He had officially started dating Bai Yuyao, and he was her boyfriend now. He couldn't let her face this alone. The thought of her feeling isolated and helpless haunted him, so even knowing he was useless, he followed. He had to stand by her side. He wanted her to know that someone would always believe in her and care for her. Someone would always stand behind her as a shield. Even if the world ended tomorrow, he would never abandon his girlfriend and run. It might sound like typical teenage angst, but at 18, isn't that just the age for it? Teenagers are fearless, after all. Aside from his mom's kitchen gear and the belt his dad uses for discipline, Yang Fan feared nothing. He marched toward the office like a soldier facing his final battle, expression grim. Bai Yao was moved, yet couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Fan, what do you think my dad is? Some kind of monster? He won't eat you. If you really want to go, let's just go together. Actually, I want you with me. I don't want you at study hall with you Linlin. At the mere mention of her name, Bai Yao ground her teeth. She couldn't stand the girl, always worried she'd snatch Yang Fan away. Yang Fan didn't overthink it. He waved his hand. Let's roll. Zhong Yingzi drove, clearly annoyed. She despised Yang Fan and hated playing chauffeur for him. Xinhua City First High School sits in the old district, while the Tianyu Group headquarters stands in the new, at least 30 or 40 kilometers apart. But even without traffic, it was a 40-minute haul. After nearly an hour on the road, they finally pulled up to the Tianyu Tower. Zhong Yingzi's Maybach was already registered with the company, so the security gate swung open automatically to let them in. Past 7 Yu Yao. You sure your dad's still here? Yang Fan asked, looking up at the 30-story glass monolith. Bai Yu Yao was adamant. He's here. I sent him a message and double-checked earlier. You messaged him? Yang Fan thought. If you could message him, why not just tell him that his wife ran off with another man? Of course, he only dared to think it. Saying that out loud would be way too embarrassing. With Tianyu staff constantly moving through the lobby, word would travel fast if he slipped up. The wrong person overheard. Within 2 hours, the whole company would know Chairman Bai Chaojun got cheated on. Let's hit the elevator. Bai Yu Yao led the way with Yang Fan trailing behind. Zhong Yingzi followed, though her expression remained sour. 30, and her love life was a complete blank. She couldn't grasp why Bai Chaojun and Shen Shuting, married with a child, would still choose to betray each other. To her, the whole situation was a baffling, unintelligible mess. Being clueless about romance, Zhang Yingzi figured if her future husband ever cheated, she'd likely just punch him to death. Her icy glare actually spooked Yang Fan. Is she going to badmouth me to Bai Chaojun? Is she trying to break me and Bai Yu Yao up? He was anxious, and his fear wasn't unfounded. It wouldn't be long before Zhong Yingzi went inside to report him. Of course, she had to wait until Bai Yu Yao left the office first. Outside the door, Yang Fan and Zhang Yingzi stood 5 meters apart, acting like they were avoiding the plague. They couldn't stand each other. Inside the office, a man in a sharp suit, holding a cigar with a fierce scarred face and a beer belly, sat in the chair. That was Bai Chaojun, chairman of Tianyu. Seeing his daughter enter, he ditched his cigar. Bai Chaojun was 51, his face marked by scars and wrinkles of time, yet his eyes softened the moment he looked at his only daughter. He listened quietly as Bai Yu Yao poured out the truth about Shen Shuting's infidelity and how she had cleaned out the house, stealing antiques, paintings, jewelry, and gold, easily worth 10 or 20 million. Spoke the truth, listing Shen Shuting's string of boy toys and repeated betrayals. But Bai Chaojun didn't get angry, didn't even flare up. He listened like he was hearing a fairy tale, then clapped, smiling. Honey, your speaking skills are getting better. When you get to college, I'll get you into international debate competitions. You'll win awards for sure. Bai Yu Yao stared, confused. Her father's reaction was totally off. He wasn't even slightly mad. Why isn't he furious that mom cheated? Does he not believe me? Bai Yu Yao bit her lip. I'm telling the truth. Bai Chaojun stood up and looked out the window. Truth or lies don't matter, sweetie. You're still too young. I've known everything she's done all along. Gazing over the city, he turned back, knowing no view could compare to his daughter. She was the only person who mattered in his life. Only thing he cared about. I don't get it. If you knew, why aren't you angry? Bai Yu Yao asked. Bai Chaojun smiled. Because I don't love her. As she walked out, Zhang Ying's rushed in to tattle. In the hallway, Yang Fan saw Bai Yu Yao's grim look. Did your dad yell it down? Did he not believe you? No, Bai Yu Yao sighed. After a pause, she said, Yang Fan, I'm realizing that even with a second chance at life, some things are just out of my control. I don't get my dad. I told him everything, and he just doesn't care. He told me he doesn't love her. She fell silent again. In reality, even with her past life, she was barely 2 or 3 years older than she was right now. Even at 19, Yang Fan couldn't possibly guess what a business titan like Bai Chaojun, in his 50s, had running through his mind. Yang Fan fell silent. He couldn't grasp why Bai Chaojun wasn't enraged by his own wife's infidelity. Was the man a masochist? Was he some kind of legendary cuckold? Yang Fan's imagination ran wild, but Zhang Ying's stepping out of the office snapped him back to reality. Having already snitched, she smirked at him and said, "Go on in, the chairman wants to see you." She was definitely setting him up. Irritated, Yang Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He knew exactly what that wicked woman had done. She must have told Bai Chao Jun about him dating Bai Yu Yao. Panicking, Yang Fan turned to her. "Should we just elope?" To be fair, eloping just meant running back to campus. The girl's face flushed with a shy, rosy glow. After a long beat, she looked at him with expectation and asked, "Are you serious?" Not a chance, Yang Fan thought. Eloping? Just didn't know how to handle his future father-in-law or face Bai Chao Jun's interrogation. He needed Bai Yu Yao to give him a game plan. After some serious thought, Bai Yu Yao replied, "He definitely looks down on you." No kidding, Yang Fan thought. He was dirt poor. It would be a miracle if the man didn't look down on him. But Bai Yu Yao offered a devious suggestion. "If he tells you to break up with me, ask him for money." Yang Fan was stunned. People could actually do that? But even with money, didn't want to break up. He was falling for this girl, the beauty who cared for him and looked after him at every turn. "Don't worry," Bai Yu Yao soothed, seeing his hesitation. "We aren't actually breaking up." She leaned into his ear and whispered, "I told you, my dad goes bankrupt in a few months. Get as much cash as you can before he does, and we'll spend it together." Yang Fan immediately agreed. Bai Chaojun acted like a jerk. Yang Fan would return the favor. He'd take the money, run, and steal the man's precious daughter, too. That would drive him crazy. With his plan set, Yang Fan strode, head held high, completely fearless. Seeing them whispering together bothered Zhang Yingzi. How had Yu Yao changed so much? Was she really turning against her own father? Was she really going to sabotage him? It was true. A daughter who grows up belongs to someone else. Unlike her, she thought smugly. She sent her entire salary home to save for a quiet life of luxury. Once inside, Yang Fan finally saw the city's most famous real estate mogul, Tianyu Group chairman Bai Chaojun. He had a square jaw and arched brows. Gaze was sharp, but he looked old, well into his 50s inside the office. Yang Fan stood silently, studying Bai Chaojun back and forth. The chairman, puffing on a cigar, was doing the same. Stared at each other in total silence. Bai Chaojun felt slighted. He was an elder, a successful one at that. Boy had no manners, no greeting, no class. But looking at the brands Yang Fan wore, which were all high-end, Bai Chaojun wondered if the kid had a powerful background. He couldn't be blamed for overthinking, mostly because of Zhong Yingzi. She had only provided a shallow report. All Bai Chaojun knew was that Yang Fan was his daughter's classmate. He knew nothing else. He didn't know who the parents were or what they did. He certainly didn't know the clothes were bought with his own money. Bai Chaojun found out. He'd probably stripped the clothes right off Yang Fan's back. Spending his daughter's money like that? Death wish. "So, you're Yang Fan?" Bai Chaojun chewed his cigar, sizing him up. Yang Fan stood opposite him with surprising bravado. The kid looked sharp, leaving Bai Chaojun unsure and curious. "What do your parents do? Are they in business? Or do they work for the city? A little context, please." Bai Chaojun went straight for the background check. Yang Fan shot him a look. "Old man, you trying to pry info out of me?" As if, Yang Fan thought. His daughter already told him he'd be bankrupt in 3 months. He'd be worse off than Yang Fan by then. Thinking that, Yang Fan lost his fear. Plus, a man who couldn't handle his wife's affair wasn't even a man in his eyes. With a hint of disdain, Yang Fan replied, "I'm not interested, and I don't need to answer those questions. Tell me why I'm here." Yang Fan acted arrogant, constantly reminding himself that this guy had no real talent. Letting a huge conglomerate go bankrupt was embarrassing. If he'd just put his money in the bank, he wouldn't even be in this mess. Doing worse than Yang Fan, he should just hand over the chairmanship. After a quick mental pep talk, Yang Fan fully viewed Bai Chaojun as an equal. This confused the chairman. He couldn't read this kid at all. What kind of family background raised such an impudent brat? Yang Fan spotted a lighter on the desk and reflexively pocketed it. It was a bad habit. He always snatched lighters at home. Seeing this, Bai Chaojun realized the boy smoked. He reached into his drawer, pulled out a premium cigar, and offered it. "Want one?" "What kind of junk is this?" "I don't smoke that." Yang Fan gave it a glance and rejected it with pure disgust. He had never seen such a thing. Never touched a cigar. If you gave him a cheap pack of cigarettes, he might have snatched those, but in his eyes, the cigar was just trash. They were nothing compared to those premium cigars. Bai Chaojun was stunned. The cigar he had just pulled out was a $1,000 import. And yet this kid called it a piece of junk. If a $1,000 cigar was trash to him, what kind of luxury did he usually smoke? The more Bai Chaojun thought about it, the more shocked he became. He was overthinking, but he was inherently suspicious. Most importantly, Yang Fan radiated pure confidence. The more assertive he was, the more Bai Chaojun struggled to read him. It was the eyes. In all his years, Bai Chojun had never seen a youngster with such a sharp, piercing gaze. Too arrogant to be fake, especially since Yang Fan knew exactly who he was, the chairman of the massive Tianyu group. Yang Fan knew about the $10 billion net worth, yet he looked at Bai Chaojun with nothing but disdain and unwavering poise. Bai Chaojun suspected this kid's background was extraordinary. He'd have to hire a private investigator to dig into his past later. But he didn't have time for background checks now. As the father of Bai Yuyao, he was currently facing a problem. He absolutely did not want his daughter dating this early. He wasn't ready to be a father-in-law, and he certainly needed to investigate. He couldn't let just anyone ruin his daughter's life. No matter who this kid thought he was even the heir to a fortune, he wouldn't allow it. After a long pause, Bai Chaojun probed, "What is your bottom line?" Bottom line? Yang Fan didn't understand. Bai Chaojun took a drag of his cigar and tapped the table. "My daughter is only 17. I don't want her dating, especially not someone like you, a spoiled rich kid. Do you get my meaning?" Yang Fan frowned as he processed this. He understood perfectly. In short, the man was offering a bribe to end the relationship. Yang Fan thought to himself, so they had finally gotten to the real point. They had been on different wavelengths, yet somehow they had circled back to this. "What's your offer?" Yang Fan refused to set a price. He would let the other man lead. Bai Chaojun thought, "I knew I was right." Kid was young but cunning. He was clearly not from an ordinary family. Bai Chaojun pulled a stern face. "How about 100,000? Yang Fan looked disgusted. It wasn't about the amount. He just thought Bai Chaojun was cheap. "You old fool. You're on the verge of bankruptcy, and you're trying to brush me off with a measly 100,000? If you paid more, maybe I'd consider helping you in your old age." Yang Fan was unimpressed and silent. Bai Chaojun watched him and began to worry. If 100,000 couldn't dismiss him, his monthly allowance must be in the hundreds of thousands, adding up to millions a year. To give a high schooler that much pocket money, his family assets must be in the billions. But just being rich wasn't enough to intimidate Bai Chaojun. He needed to test Yang Fan's connections and influence to see if he really had power. Bai Chaojun purposely put on a threatening air. "Kid, do you know who I am? I built this real estate empire. My word is law in Xinyi City. 100,000 is a generous offer. Hiring a few guys to beat you up would only cost me a fraction of that. Don't push your luck." The threat was heavy, enough to terrify an average teenager. But Yang Fan was different. He knew exactly what was coming. He knew that in a few months, Bai Chaojun would be in an even worse spot, so he wasn't afraid. Yang Fan laughed contemptuously. "You're barely keeping your own head above water, and you want to threaten me? What are you thinking?" Bai Chaojun's eyes widened. That single comment about his impending downfall hit Bai Chaojun hard. To the public, Tianyu Group was booming. They were the city's largest developer, but only the chairman knew the group was facing a massive crisis with several major plots of land. Bai Chaojun's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe someone whose own life was falling apart thought they could take him down. That comment hit Bai Chaojun hard. To the outside world, the Tianyu Group seemed to be riding high, but it was just a facade. Chairman, Bai Chaojun knew the company was on the brink of collapse, with several major real estate projects tied up in a disaster. Countless setbacks have stalled development. Take Huasheng Residential. That project took 2.5 years just to get off the ground. Because the site was once a chemical plant with massive soil contamination, the whole thing risks being shut down for failing safety codes. Huasheng is massive. Tianyu Group sank nearly 7 billion into it. If they can't top off the building, that 7 billion goes down the drain. What's even worse than the money is the chain reaction. If Huasheng becomes an unfinished eyesore, the banks will slash the group's credit rating. Credit lines will freeze. Tianyu Group's cash flow could collapse entirely, leading to massive breach of contract penalties. And an endless stream of lawsuits. This is strictly confidential. Nobody else knows. Bai Chaojun stared at the teenager, wondering how he could possibly see that his empire was crumbling. Even with his situation exposed, Bai Chaojun refused to show weakness. He figured Yang Fan was just bluffing, gambling on a hunch about his current struggle. He played it cool, acting like a tough, cynical businessman. "Listen, kid, what do you know about real estate?" Yang Fan scoffed. "Save the act, old man. It's just us in here. You know exactly what's wrong with Huasheng, don't you? That land used to be the old Yuanyang chemical plant. The pollution levels are through the roof. You skipped the cleanup and started building anyway. That's pure malice, old man." Yang Fan's voice was filled with disgust. "You're throwing away your conscience for money. You're putting lives at risk to sell these apartments. If something goes wrong later, you won't be able to pay the price." Bai Chaojun went silent. He couldn't find the words. He had pegged Yang Fan as just another useless rich kid, but now, the boy knew every detail about the failed cleanup. This was no amateur. After a long silence, Bai Chaojun snubbed out his cigar. "How do you know about that?" Yang Fan just smiled. He couldn't exactly tell him Bai Yuyao was the source. He refused to betray her, but his silence only convinced Bai Chaojun that the boy had massive backing, someone with deep connections. Bai Chaojun took a breath. Just give me 6 months. Once I clear the red tape. Forget it. Yang Fan cut him off sharply. You can't clear this. No one is going to do you any favors. Tianyu Group is finished, and so are you. Yang Fan was confident because Bai Yuyao had already told him the truth. She told him the group would collapse within 3 months, and Bai Chaojun would take his own life. It had happened in his past life, too. The future was set in stone. No amount of wheeling and dealing could save him now. Bai Chaojun fell into deep thought. He still couldn't read this kid. He couldn't figure out the boy's background, nor how he knew the future with such chilling accuracy. I admit it, Bai Chaojun said finally. I underestimated you. Yang Fan waved it off nonchalantly. I'm nothing special. Bai Chaojun let out a sudden dry laugh. He thought the kid was being humble. He's seen right through me, he thought, and calls himself nothing special? He tapped his fingers on the desk. Do you have any solutions for Huasheng? Yang Fan just smiled thinly. Guess. Bai Chaojun cursed internally. Guess, if I had the answer, I wouldn't be asking you. But Yang Fan was just a high schooler. He had no real plan. If a veteran like Bai Chaojun, with decades in the industry, couldn't find a way out, how could a student? Yang Fan wouldn't explain himself. The two fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Seeing he'd get nothing more from the boy, Bai Chaojun sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's move on. Let's talk about you dating my daughter. He wanted the boy away from her. Ben was surprisingly blunt. Name your price. Bai Chaojun froze. He had treated Yang Fan like a powerful elite, assuming money meant nothing to him. He'd prepared a speech about being a father and a mentor, but none of it mattered now. Kid was actually asking for cash. He was willing to walk away for a payout. How shallow, Bai Chaojun thought. I almost felt bad for the kid, almost let him keep seeing her if he put up a fight. He felt a surge of irritation, realizing he'd completely misjudged the boy's character. And, whatever, he reasoned. A man who loves money this much won't love my daughter. Better to end it now. Feeling slightly better, he leaned in. 500,000. You get that, you leave her alone. Just like that. Yang Fan thought. The price jumped from 100,000 to 500. Bai Chaojun misunderstood the silence, thinking the kid wanted 600,000 and frowned. Fine, 600,000 it is. Give me your account number. I will transfer it right now. Adding another 100,000 as a breakup fee left Yang Fan feeling a bit sheepish. But he reasoned Bai Chaojun was nearly bankrupt anyway. Taking a little extra felt fine. He could always save it for the man's retirement. At that thought, Yang Fan grinned. Deal. Seeing the trade finalized, Bai Chaojun prepared to pay up. Even with Tianyu Group in rough shape, 600,000 was pocket change to him. It meant getting this deadbeat away from his daughter. 600,000, or even 6 million, was a bargain. Just as Bai Chaojun went to transfer the funds, Yang Fan scribbled a few lines on a piece of paper and slid it across the desk. Sign here, just to make sure you do not claim I extorted you later, Yang Fan said with a smirk. Bai Chaojun scanned the paper, received 1 bottle of heirloom liquor from Yang Fan. Transfer, 600,000, signed Bai Chaojun. Looking at the scrap of paper as if it were trash, he signed it with a dark expression and shoved it back. His face was pale with rage. A mere 600,000? You even want a receipt? Afraid of retaliation? You think far too little of me. Yang Fan laughed and tucked the receipt away. I do not just think little of you. I do not trust you either, he replied. Bai Chaojun sneered, so, where is the liquor? If you are going to play this game, finish it. Since you bought a $600,000 heirloom bottle from me, where is it? Surely you brought it? Here, Yang Fan said. He casually pushed a half-empty water bottle across the table. Bai Chaojun frowned, glaring at the bottle. What is the meaning of this? Just water, right? Yang Fan gave a shy, innocent smile. I say it is liquor, so it is liquor. I say it is worth 600,000, so it is worth that much. You have no choice. Once the funds landed, Yang Fan happily left the office, went straight to Bai Yuyao to split the cash. How much did you get? She asked, beaming. Yang Fan smiled, telling her the 600,000. She shook her head. You should have asked for 6 million. I did not want to make it too hard on him. Anyway, never mind that. Let me transfer this to you, Yang Fan said, intending to hand over the full amount. He did not want to keep a cent. To him, the money belonged to Bai Yuyao. As for himself, he would keep $50 for his trouble. Before he could send the transfer, Bai Yuyao grabbed his arm. Can you keep it for me? The girl shook his arm, acting coy. It was like she was pouting. Yang Fan felt awkward. This is your money. You should keep it. Not quite, Bai Yuyao said, her dimples showing as she spoke with gentle affection. This is our money. Besides, my dad sent me money too. To cheer me up, she laughed. Fine, Yang Fan sighed helplessly. It seemed only Bai Chaojun was the one losing out in this world. Back in the office, Bai Chaojun stared at the half bottle of water, his expression shifting. He had lived a long life, yet this was the first time he had been completely outplayed without any recourse. It was the first time he had encountered a young man like Yang Fan, someone whose true colors he could not read or grasp. What impressed him most was the boy's calculated, airtight approach. If this kid were not so obsessed with money, and if he truly loved my daughter, I might have actually let him be my son-in-law, he mused. Bai Chaojun chuckled self-deprecatingly and picked up the phone. Zhong Yingzi, help me look into Yang Fan's background. Was it easy to get a cab? By 8 that evening, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao stood on the street, watching the crowd. Looking at the neon lights of the new district, they prepared to head back to campus. But they were at the Tianyu Group headquarters. That was the new district, while the school was in the old one, a 30-minute ride. Zhang Yingzi said she was busy. Since she could not drive them, they had to take a cab. But Bai Yuyao hugged his arm and said, I do not want a cab. I want to walk with you. The corners of her mouth curled up in a sweet smile. She was truly happy. She wanted to walk with the boy she loved. She could not do this in her past life, but in this one, she wanted to cling to him every single moment. Walking together. But the school was at least 20 or 30 kilometers away. If they walked, they would not arrive until dawn. Yang Fan hesitated. The girl looked up with pleading eyes. Please, she begged. Fine, Yang Fan relented. He could never resist her when she acted like that, not even for a second. So the two of them walked down the street, arms linked, bodies pressed close. Like a pair of young lovers, they strolled along. Passers-by kept staring because both of them looked so striking. Especially Bai Yuyao, wearing a pure white princess dress, her face so perfect and exquisite, she looked like a stunning temptation. She was captivating. Whenever people watched them, Yang Fan's face would flush. He was not used to it, and it always made him shy. But Bai Yuyao did not care. She only had eyes for Yangfan, the boy she loved most. They talked as they walked. Watching the familiar scenery, Bai Yuyao remembered her past life and had endless things to say. Passing the tallest skyscraper in the new district, she spoke up. Yang Fan, we took a photo here in my past life. You were sulking because it cost $20 for a single picture. Passing the construction site of the amusement park, she continued. Bought me a grilled sausage here once. Just one, and you could not bear to eat any yourself. Passing the hospital in the new district, her expression dimmed. Spent so much money here in my past life, and it was all money you worked so hard to earn. She shared so many memories from the life they once lived. Yang Fan could only remain silent. Having no memories of his past life, he felt as if the girl was talking about someone else entirely. Her words only made his heartache deeper. He hated hearing about that previous life. Every time Bai Yuyao brought it up, he wanted to turn away. He just didn't want to listen. Bai Yuyao finally grew tired. They sat together on a park bench. She brushed a hand against the tree beside them, whispering, In the last life, you told me things here. Yang Fan interrupted, calling her name. She looked at him, confused. He looked complicated as he said, I need to have a serious talk with you. He wanted to lay everything on the table and see what was really going on inside her head, and who exactly she was truly in love with. Under the shadows of the park trees, the young man took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and struggled to get the words out. The me from your past life and the me standing here right now were both alive. Who would you choose? He knew it was an impossible, hypothetical question. Still, he desperately wanted the answer. He needed to know exactly who she would pick. He waited, but Bai Yuyao remained silent for a long time. Didn't she want to choose? Yang Fan tried to meet her eyes, but she kept her head down. She refused to look at him. Is it that you don't want to choose, or are you just afraid to lie to me? He remembered her promising she would never lie to him. He figured it wasn't that she couldn't answer, but that she didn't want to hurt him with the truth. She was terrified he would find out, afraid he would be crushed. The moment she stayed silent, Yang Fan already felt he knew the answer. She would definitely choose the man from the past. The one who had loved her until his final breath. The man who had cared for her for years, not this current version of himself who felt like a total failure. He fell silent, wondering what he would do in her shoes. Would he pick someone who loved him for 2 years and died for him, or someone he'd only known for 2 days who hadn't figured his life out yet? The answer was obvious. Yang Fan felt like a clown. Even he didn't think his current self measured up to the man from the future. If she had any other choice, she surely wouldn't pick him, nor would she love him. Certainly wouldn't be chasing her like this, acting like a desperate fool. His mood sank, and he felt the urge to say it again. Before he could speak, Bai Yuyao looked up, her eyes rimmed with red, tears staining her cheeks. Are you trying to break up with me again? Her voice trembled, thick with tears. Yang Fan realized his intent had been read perfectly. Seeing her cry, he couldn't finish his thought. He couldn't force himself to say the words. Bai Yu Yao just kept weeping. She reached out toward the tree again, sobbing. In the last life, you stood here and told me you would love me forever, even in the next life. What do I have to do to make you believe how much I love you? Why do you keep trying to leave me? Bai Yu Yao was gasping for air. Young Fan, tell me what I'm doing wrong. I'll change, I promise. I'll treat you better. Please, just don't break up with me. She kept sobbing. Even now, she didn't blame him. She only thought she wasn't good enough. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a pit in his stomach. Looking at her gasping for air, he felt waves of guilt. He felt like a monster for always being the reason she was crying. He moved to comfort her, but before he could take a step, a dark green figure sprinted past him and reached her side. Yao Yao, stop crying. Let's go home. Zhang Yingzi pulled Bai Yu Yao into her arms, trying to soothe her while pulling her away. She wanted to drag her home, to cut ties with Young Fan forever. But Bai Yu Yao refused to move, even with eyes swollen from crying. I'm not going home, Bai Yu Yao wiped her tears. I want to stay with Young Fan. Zhang Yingzi was frustrated. Zhang Yingzi was livid. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How could a loser like Young Fan trick Bai Yu Yao into this state? She couldn't believe she was still refusing to break up after being reduced to tears like this. And Yao Yao, do you even know? Zhang Yingzi spat out with contempt. Your father told me everything. Yang Fan is heartless and obsessed with money. Doesn't love you at all. Your father never intended to break you two up, but Yang Fan demanded 60,000 to walk away. Bum like that doesn't deserve you. She cursed him out. Yang Fan heard every word and felt sickened. How about I return the 60,000? I don't feel right keeping it. But Zhang Yingzi didn't buy it, glaring at him. Stop playing the hero. Don't think you can keep scamming people while I'm around. If you're so noble, return the money right now. Yang Fan immediately sent the transfer to Bai Yu Yao, but she refused it. She ran toward him, tears still streaming down her face. Yang Fan, I told you that money is yours. I know, but that's your family's money. Yang Fan tried to push it back, but Bai Yu Yao pressed her hand over his, refusing to let him complete the transfer. Zhong Yingzi stood by, stunned. She was completely lost. Earlier, after they left, Bai Chaojun had whispered to her, painting Yang Fan as a manipulative man with ulterior motives who didn't truly love his daughter. He had claimed Yang Fan accepted the money as a bribe to leave and warned Zhong Yingzi to stay vigilant. Yet, reality looked nothing like the warnings. The couple was tangled up in each other, showing nothing but care. They looked deeply in love, especially Bai Yu Yao. Her whole heart was clearly set on Yang Fan. Zhong Yingzi's face turned pale. She felt like an unwanted third wheel. She had arrived expecting to be the villain, only to watch them reconcile right in front of her. Zhong Yingzi regretted arriving at such a terrible time. Meanwhile, the 600,000 yuan shifted hands and landed firmly in Yang Fan's bank account. Tension broken, the young couple stopped bickering. Bai Yu Yao gripped Yang Fan's hand, clearly refusing to let go. Even though she had been crying her eyes out moments ago, she was calm now. She whispered, Yang Fan, let's go to the hotel again tonight. Zhang Yingzi's expression soured. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. Not only are they keeping the money, but they're still going to sleep together. Zhang Yingzi gritted her teeth in frustration, while Yang Fan felt uneasy. Sleeping with a girl every single night wasn't right, especially now that school had started. Every other student was back at campus for night study, yet he was out flirting with the school goddess and planning to spend the night. If the rest of the school found out, they'd absolutely despise him. Besides, Yang Fan was a dorm student. If he didn't check in tonight, dorm supervisor would definitely call his homeroom teacher, who would then alert his parents. If they found out he was staying over with a girl, be finished. Can't we? Bai Yu Yao's eyes welled up, threatening to spill tears again. Don't cry, please. Yang Fan was terrified of her tears. He quickly explained, I have to stay in the dorms. If I don't show up, my teacher will call my parents. Bai Yu Yao wiped her eyes, stopped crying, and bit her lip. Started brainstorming. She had to keep Yang Fan tonight. She couldn't stand the thought of sleeping alone. She was desperate to spend the night with him. Now, she had to find a way to handle the dorm supervisor and the teacher. It was the only way to get Yang Fan to the hotel. Bai Yu Yao racked her brain. How could she convince them to let him stay out and keep his parents completely in the dark? She thought it over, and after a few minutes, she struck upon a plan. She pulled out her phone and dialed Yang Fan's teacher, Zhou Qingxia. When the call connected, Bai Yu Yao went straight to the point. I need to ask for a leave of absence for Yang Fan. On the other end, Zhou Qingxia was sitting at the podium, watching her students during night study. It was 9 p.m., barely 10 minutes until the bell rang. She hadn't even realized that Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao were missing. In fairness, Yang Fan was such a poor student that she rarely paid him any mind. Since his academic performance was bottom tier, his absence went completely unnoticed. As for Bai Yao, Zhou Qingxia had simply forgotten she transferred. She still thought the girl was in the elite class. She assumed the transfer wouldn't be official until Monday. Regardless, the fact remained. These two were skipping class. And the fact that Bai Yao was calling to cover for him meant they were together, likely out on a date. Zhou Qingxia's face darkened. New girl was bold. Pulling a stunt like this right after transferring, it was a slap in the face. She couldn't let it slide. Medical leave is one thing, but personal leave isn't happening. If you're sick, bring a doctor's note. Without a note, I'm calling your parents to explain this to them in person. Zhou Qingxia's voice was icy and harsh. As a teacher, she held her students to high standards. With only a month until the college entrance exams, she wouldn't tolerate students dating and skipping class. She was notorious for being a hardliner, but Bai Yuyao's next words made her stop cold. Teacher Zhou, your son is about to start elementary school, isn't he? Bai Yuyao asked with a soft smile. Zhou Qingxia's face turned grim. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, Bai Yuyao replied calmly. I just want to make a trade. Zhou Qingxia was unsettled. Still couldn't figure out the girl's angle. Bai Yuyao smirked and added, I can get your son into the best elementary school in the city. Are you sure? Zhou Qingxia was stunned, then surged with excitement. Wait, I'm in the classroom. This isn't a good place to talk. Give me 2 minutes. Bai Yuyao was patient. After Zhou Qingxia hung up, she told the class to stay quiet and keep studying. She instructed the class monitor, Linlin, to dismiss everyone once the bell rang. Zhou Qingxia then hurried out of the classroom to a secluded grove behind the cafeteria. Her heart raced the whole way. She was desperate. She wanted her son to have the best start in life. But the city had a strict policy. To get into a top school, you had to own property in the school district. Known as school district housing, the prices climbed higher as the school's reputation improved. She and her husband were just ordinary teachers earning less than $10,000 a month combined. The best districts cost $10,000 per square meter. A single square meter was 3 months of their salary. It was impossible, and it kept her up at night. Now a chance had finally appeared. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Zhou Qingxia didn't mince words. Are you certain you can get my son into the best school? Of course, Bai Yuyao said, sounding delighted. Teacher Zhou, you surely know my father is the chairman of the Tianyu Group. He builds half the housing in this city. A single enrollment spot is nothing. I can get your son into the Central Elementary School immediately. Bai Yuyao laid out the deal. Zhou Qingxia had to help Yang Fan move out of the school dorms without his parents knowing. She sweetened the pot with something Zhou Qingxia desperately craved. An enrollment spot at Central Primary School. Zhou Qingxia hesitated, worried about the liability. What if something happens to him out there? I could get fired. Bai Yuyao remained calm. Every deal has risks, Zhou. It is up to you whether you want to take this gamble for your son. I can promise you he will be safe with me. You know my family is wealthy enough to provide security. She had laid all her cards on the table. Now it was entirely up to Zhou Qingxia to decide. Bai Yuyao waited patiently. After several long, agonizing minutes, Zhou Qingxia finally relented. Fine, I agree, but you must secure that elementary school spot for me as quickly as possible. Fearing a double cross, Zhou Qingxia insisted on results. Bai Yuyao smiled and promised, you will get a call within 3 days. That, Zhou Qingxia was satisfied. One phone call had just bypassed all the school's strict boarding regulations. Yang Fan watched the young girl with a mix of awe and realization. Money really changes everything, doesn't it? He had never truly seen how much easier life was for the wealthy. It felt like they could bend the world to their whim. He assumed she paid for the favor, but Bai Yuyao squeezed his arm, laughing. I did not spend a dime. I used my father's connections. Yang Fan countered that those connections only existed because of her family's wealth, creating an unfair reality he couldn't ignore. Felt the sting of that inequality, the crushing weight of a system that wasn't designed for people like him. Bai Yuyao leaned her head against his shoulder, whispering, do not worry about that. I only did this so we could be together. The undeniable truth was that she treated him incredibly well, constantly caring for him whether they were at school or in public. Despite her occasional tears, her outbursts, and her intense jealousy, she was devoted to him. She didn't want him getting too close to other girls, acting like a typical girl from a privileged background. Yet, for all her flaws, she was undoubtedly the girl who loved him the most in the entire world. Yang Fan found himself moved by her devotion. Even when reality felt harsh, her presence always smoothed over his discomfort. She whispered into his shoulder, let's head to the hotel. Yang Fan nodded silently. It was already 9:30. They didn't walk. They took the car. Zhang Yingzi sat in the driver's seat, her expression tight with irritation. Bai's the idea of them staying together, but she had no real control over Bai Yuyao. Her only option was calling Bai Chaojun to intervene, but she struggled to bring herself to do it. B. Every time she pulled out her phone, she heard the soft, sweet whispers of the young couple in the back seat. Zhong Yingzi eventually tucked her phone away with a long, heavy sigh. She wondered if this was what young love felt like, a sensation she had never experienced herself. The Maybach finally pulled up to the Anbai couple's hotel, just 50 meters from the high school. Stepping out, Yang Fan looked toward the school dorms and heard the familiar, distant chimes signaling lights out. Bai Yuyao pulled him toward the hotel entrance. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Bean. He narrowed his eyes at a street corner where a young couple in school uniforms stood arguing. Burl in the skirt seemed furious, yelling and hitting the boy, while he desperately tried to explain himself. Bai Yuyao leaned in, clearly amused by the drama, while Yang Fan's expression darkened. "Those two are in my class," he muttered. The boy was Zhang Hengrui and the girl was Yun Xiling. Bai Yuyao blinked, suddenly much more interested. "How come I don't know them?" Yang Fan gave her a dry look. "Because you were in the elite track, you would not know them." She laughed sheepishly, but Yang Fan couldn't smile. Zhang Hengrui was the class monitor. To make matters worse, Yun Xiling was the girlfriend of his own childhood friend. Watching them, Yang Fan felt disgusted that the monitor was two-timing a classmate. Bai Yuyao tilted her head, asking if he had ever had a crush on the girl. Yang Fan shook his head. He barely spoke to Yun Xiling, who was an art student and rarely around. Yang Fan's face darkened as he realized the truth. Worried, Bai Yuyao asked him what was wrong. She wondered if he had a crush on that girl. Yang Fan shook his head. They were in the same class, but they barely spoke. They weren't even friends, just classmates. Plus, Yun Xiling was an art student who was rarely in the classroom anyway. She always left early for dance practice. Yang Fan was much more familiar with the guy Zhang Hengrui. Back when Zhang Hengrui was pursuing Yu Linlin, he kept pestering Yang Fan for information on her tastes. Learning she loved foreign classics, Zhang Hengrui started acting like an intellectual, pretending to read those same books. He even claimed his cat could do backflips to impress her. It took forever, but Yu Linling finally agreed to date him. It was a purely platonic spiritual connection. They never even held hands. Even so, it was no excuse for him to cheat. Why not just break up instead of playing both sides? Yang Fan seethed as he explained it to Bai Yuyao. Bai Yuyao struggled to hide a smirk. A bookworm like Yu Lingling refusing to even hold hands? No wonder she got cheated on. Of course, she only thought these things to herself. She didn't dare say them out loud. She knew Yang Fan would snap at her for being cruel. She puffed out her cheeks, stifling a laugh. Yang Fan saw her expression and frowned. He warned her not to mock Yu Lingling, even if she didn't like her. It wasn't right to be heartless. Bai Yuyao took a deep breath, forcing her laughter down. She tugged at Yang Fan's sleeve, urging him to head back to the hotel. Morning classes were tomorrow, and she wanted him to get some sleep. But Yang Fan had no intention of resting. Yu Lingling was his childhood friend, and he couldn't let this slide. He told Bai Yuyao to go back without him. He was going to confront the guy. Yang Fan was ready to throw hands, even though Zhang Hengrui was bigger and stronger. It didn't matter if he was outmatched. Yang Fan couldn't just walk away. He had to get justice. Bai Yuyao flatly refused to leave him, insisting that he couldn't win that fight alone. She didn't want to get involved, but she wasn't about to stand by and watch the guy she liked get beaten to a pulp. Besides, Zhang Hengrui had friends, and what if Yun Xiling jumped in too? 2 against 1, and Yang Fan stood no chance. Plus, with the college entrance exams looming, getting hospital-styled or hospitalizing someone would ruin everything. She held onto his hand tightly. She was going with him, whether he liked it or not. Yang Fan sighed. He really didn't want to drag her into this, but she clearly wasn't taking no for an answer. Couldn't force her. Then a devious idea crossed his mind. Why not bring Zhang Yingzi along? She was a martial arts champion after all. He could have her strike first. They could ambush him with a sack. It was a dirty, underhanded move, but Yang Fan didn't care anymore. Bai Yuyao's eyes lit up. She loved how devious he was being. She immediately called Zhang Yingzi and told her to find a sack at the hotel to finish this. Zhang Yingzi's face was a mix of confusion and disbelief. She couldn't believe they were dragging her into their personal drama, and frankly, she thought it was ridiculous. She wondered how Yang Fan, who usually seemed so composed, could be this petty, ganging up on one guy and planning an ambush. Still, she didn't like the cheater either, so she had the hotel manager bring a sack. She even ended up with a pink one. Zhang Hengrui looked like a typical student with his glasses and blue and white uniform, appearing polite and handsome. But scratch the surface, and you'd find he was nothing but trouble. He had been problematic since 5th grade, always acting out whenever he saw a pretty girl. He was a smooth talker and a pro at deception. To win Yu Lingling over, he played the part of a model student. He used his gift of gab and mirrored her interests to force her into a position where she couldn't say no. He thought he could pull the same tricks he'd used for years to get his way. He expected the relationship to progress quickly, hoping to use that back-flipping cat story to get closer to her. He was wrong. Linlin wasn't interested in his physical games, and his usual tactics fell completely flat. Xiang Hengrui never even liked using his phone for chats. He preferred writing everything down on paper. Expressed his feelings for his girlfriend, Linlin, through cryptic artsy notes. Initially, it seemed novel. But after a while, Linlin couldn't take it anymore. Her entire persona was just a facade. She never actually liked those obscure, difficult classic novels, nor did she care to communicate like a 19th century poet. She just wanted instant gratification, even if it lasted only 3 seconds. But she wouldn't even let Xiang Hengrui hold her hand. He had to endure it. At first, he considered breaking up, but then he'd look at Linlin's quiet, pure, and alluring face. Xiang Hengrui couldn't bring himself to end it. Dating such a beautiful, elegant, literary girl felt like a status symbol worth bragging about. Didn't want to break up, but he couldn't suppress his underlying restlessness either. So, he started cheating with Yoon Siling, a dance student and literary representative in his class. She quickly became his prey. To be honest, Yoon Siling wasn't exactly a prize herself. Her looks were just above average. With an oval face, a high ponytail, and a pair of phoenix eyes, she was passable. However, she had one defining trait. She dressed provocatively. Even in school where uniforms were required, she constantly rolled up her skirt. She'd hike it up until her thighs were exposed, enjoying the breeze and feeling good about herself. Yoon Siling loved the attention. Many boys at school stared at her legs constantly. Even when those boys fantasized about her at night, she didn't mind. She was obsessed with being desired. Like Xiang Hengrui, she was a veteran of the game. Here, these two were cut. Spark ignited instantly. Every time the holidays hit, the two of them would sneak out for dates, feeling like they were cheating on the world. Felt exhilarating. They would even save their food money just to scrape together 80 won for a cheap, unofficial guest house to stay the night. If they had spent a little money on a room, they could have saved themselves the trouble. But no, they were blinded by lust and lacked any real sense. They never thought ahead, chasing nothing but a fleeting moment of pleasure, and now they were paying the price. Late at night, walking the day, students had long gone home, and the boarders were fast asleep. Xiang Hengrui and Yoon Silin, those secret lovers, stood there at the intersection. She was screaming and swinging at him like a village shrew. "My period is 2 months late. I'm definitely pregnant." Yoon Silin's face twisted in panic. If she were pregnant, her parents would kill her. She had cornered Xiang Hengrui at the intersection to demand money. "The hospital checkup and the abortion will cost thousands. Give it to me." Yoon Silin sobbed and cursed, grabbing at Xiang Hengrui's clothes. Xiang Hengrui's uniform was torn to shreds, but he had no money. His family was barely getting by. His weekly allowance was only 200 yuan. Even for a hotel room, they had to settle for a cheap illegal guest house for 80 won. Where would he find thousands? Wait a bit. After the college entrance exams, I'll find a way to ask my parents. Xiang Hengrui kept stalling, but even after the exams, he wouldn't necessarily get thousands out of his parents. He was just trying to dodge the responsibility. He wanted to drag it out, but Yoon Silin couldn't wait. If she did, she was ruined. "Xiang Hengrui, if you don't give me the money by tomorrow, I'll go to the teachers, the principal, everyone. We're through. If I go down, I'm taking you with me." Yoon Silin was desperate and red-eyed. She raised her arm and slapped Xiang Hengru hard across the face, then ran off sobbing. Damn it. Xiang Hengru wiped his face and spat on the ground. Once she was gone, he started cursing, "Crazy bitch. Who knows how many guys she's been with? She's really trying to pin this on me. Graduation is in a few days. I'll just disappear on her." Mumbling to himself, Xiang Hengrui started heading home. He hadn't walked far when he noticed a figure in the dark alley ahead, someone wearing a military green t-shirt and shorts. She was a sharp-looking older sister. She was pretty enough, but her chest was small. Or rather, to be precise, she was completely flat-chested. Xiang Hengrui, still nursing his cheek, muttered to himself, "With a chest that small, her kid would starve to death." Still thinking that, Xiang Hengrui kept walking, but as he passed the woman, she suddenly spoke up. "Cheating fun?" Zhang Yingzi's face showed pure disgust. She had never been in a relationship, but she hated cheaters more than anything. She loathed guys who played with feelings like animals. She had waited years for a real connection, while people like him took everything for granted. "Who are you?" Xiang Hengrui asked, confused. He wiped his mouth and snapped, "Whether I cheat or not is none of your damn business. You're right about one thing." Zhang Yingzi chuckled. "None of my business, and honestly I couldn't care less. But there's no surveillance in this alley, so here we are." Since she was already there, Zhu Xiaotu decided to handle it. Even though Xiang Henrui had the build of a varsity athlete, standing over 6 feet tall, weighing in at over 150 pounds, he was no match for the human juggernaut that was Zhang Yingzi. She landed a single punch. It hit like a freight train, slamming Xiang Henrui straight into the pavement. The pain was absolute, like his skull had just been crushed. Glasses went flying. He writhed on the ground, wailing and begging for his life in a truly pathetic display. Zhang Yingzi looked disgusted. She backhanded him twice, smack smack across the face, silencing his pathetic screams instantly. Lay there half dead. Whether he was unconscious from the pain or just playing possum didn't really matter. She couldn't be bothered to check. She just grabbed a burlap sack and shoved it over Xiang Henrui's head in one swift motion. A tight knot cinched the sack shut so it wouldn't pop open. Once it was secure, Bai Yuyao pulled Yang Fan over. Bai Yuyao didn't lift a finger to help or hurt. She had no desire to vent for Yu Linlin, her future rival, just stood there watching like a curious kid. She wanted to see how Yang Fan would handle this scumbag. Yang Fan looked grim, hesitating to make a move. In truth, he used to have a decent impression of Xiang Henrui, thinking the guy seemed polished and well-behaved. Plus, as class monitor, he took good care of his classmates. It was a shame that you can know a person's face but not their heart. If he hadn't seen it today, he would never have believed it. Xiang Henrui, the model monitor, had a unique way of taking care of students, straight to the bedroom. It was sickening. Zhang Yingzi cast a sideways glance at Yang Fan. What, getting soft, afraid to fight? That wasn't it. Yang Fan shook his head. I just don't want to dirty my hands. He was no saint, but he didn't feel any mercy. Besides, Xiang Henrui had cheated on his childhood sweetheart. How could he let such a beast off the hook? The only reason he hesitated was to find a decent weapon. After walking a few paces down the road, he found the perfect tool, a discarded mop handle over a meter long. Wielding the stick, he started lashing out at the sack-bound Xiang Henrui, strike after strike, just like beating a stray dog. He didn't hold back at all. Bai Yuyao watched with her chin in her hands, blinking as she wondered about the Yang Fan from her past life. Did he fight Xiang Henrui too after learning Yu Linlin was unfaithful? How did he handle it then? Was there anyone by his side to help him? In her past life, Yang Fan would only tell half the story. She only understood fragments of the truth, so after being reborn, she had to see it for herself, fully grasp the parts of the story he left untold. Yet, because of her rebirth, many events had drifted from their original timeline. Even re-experiencing this with Yang Fan, she could hardly grasp just how helpless he felt back then. In that past life, Yang Fan didn't know Yu Linlin was cheating until a week before the college entrance exams. By then, Li Dazhuang was already dead from saving others, leaving him to face Xiang Henrui alone. Settle the score for Yu Linlin, they agreed to meet at a remote forest near the suburbs. It was supposed to be a one-on-one fight, but Yang Fan realized the truth the moment he arrived. Xiang Henrui brought a small army of teammates from the basketball squad. They were all brawlers, and they swarmed him all at once. The situation was hopeless. Yang Fan took a brutal beating, leaving his face bruised and swollen, yet he refused to yield. Fought like a rabid dog, sinking his teeth deep into Xiang Henrui's right hand and tearing away a chunk of flesh from the back of his hand. That injury left Xiang Henrui with a permanent tremor, making it impossible for him to even hold a pen during his college entrance exams, ultimately landing him in a lesser school. In truth, many life experiences are uniquely personal. If you keep them to yourself, no one else will ever truly understand what you have endured. These memories are like snowflakes falling into a raging fire. Once they melt, they vanish forever. In his past life, Yang Fan never told Bai Yuyao the truth about that fight. So now, even with Bai Yuyao physically present, she could never grasp the mindset of the Yang Fan from that previous existence. The only thing she could do was wait for the fight to end. He took his hand and whispered softly, "Let's head to the hotel, it's getting late." Yang Fan gave a silent nod. He tossed his wooden club into a nearby trash can. Zhang Yingzi stood by, stifling a yawn, clearly bored by the petty scuffle between teenagers. Felt Yang Fan lacked technique, relying entirely on raw, sloppy aggression that held no interest for him. Yet, as Yang Fan walked past him, he muttered a quiet, "Thanks." Zhang Yingzi paused, genuinely surprised that Yang Fan would acknowledge him at all. Surprise quickly soured into a sneer. "If you really want to thank me, then break up with Yao Yao sooner. Then consider the thank you retracted." Yang Fan dismissed him and walked off to the hotel with Bai Yuyao, leaving the other man behind. Once the young couple vanished inside the hotel, Zhang Yingzi let out a dry, mocking laugh and shook his head. He looked at the scene with utter disdain, clearly thinking the whole display was deeply unprofessional. He reached into the trash can, fished out the club Yang Fan had used, and carried it back to his car. Drove the Maybach for over 10 minutes before stopping near a riverbank. He stepped out and grabbed a half-filled canister of gasoline from the trunk, doused the club and used a lighter to char it into scrap before throwing it into the river. Now, that was professional. Zhang Yingzi smiled, satisfied. Back inside the hotel, Yang Fan leaned against the wall outside the room. He waited for the sound of running water to stop and for Bai Yao to chirp, "I'm done," before she finally opened the door. Only then could Yang Fan enter. Much like the night before, Bai Yao refused to let him stay in the room while she showered. Yet, whenever he showered, she would insist on staying inside with total confidence. Yang Fan had initially planned to keep her eyes covered, but as he watched the young girl sitting obediently on the bed, her lips curling into a sweet, bashful smile, he paused. Yang Fan suddenly asked Bai Yao, "Did you peek while I was showering yesterday?" The blunt question made her face flush instantly, turned a deep crimson, and she stammered incoherently, unable to find a single word to say. She didn't want to admit it, but she hated lying even more. Seeing her reaction, Yang Fan knew the answer immediately. He sighed, holding the towel he intended to use as a blindfold, and ultimately set it aside. If covering her eyes didn't work, why bother? She was going to watch anyway. If she was that curious, he figured he might as well let her. Besides, he was just a guy. It wasn't like she'd secretly record a video and post it online, right? Yang Fan believed his girlfriend was far too sweet, obedient, and gentle to ever do something like that. Since they were dating and she wanted to look, he decided to just let it go. With that, he sighed and headed into the bathroom. He showered quickly, never suspecting that Bai Yao had actually pulled out her phone. Her face flushed as she recorded through the frosted glass. 5 minutes later, when Yang Fan stepped out, Bai Yao scrambled to hide her phone in a panic. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, practically dripping with heat, both alluring and deeply confusing to him. Yang Fan wondered, why was she blushing so hard? He was wearing a bathrobe. Peeking through frosted glass shouldn't cause this level of embarrassment. And why was she so desperate to hide her phone? Watching her struggle to lift her head in sheer shyness, he started to let his imagination run wild. Could it be that this perfect student actually kept scandalous websites bookmarked on her phone? He convinced himself that his girlfriend had been watching some inappropriate video, which explained her mortified reaction. What he didn't realize was that Bai Yao wasn't watching online clips. She was watching a live-action broadcast of her boyfriend. She was recording it, perhaps for her own private viewing later. After drying off, it was time for the tense, exciting part of the night. Just like the day before, Bai Yao insisted on sleeping in the same bed, and Yang Fan found himself unable to say no. They lay together, and Yang Fan caught the faint vanilla scent of her body wash. The smell of her freshly dried hair filled the air, and every time he caught that scent, Yang Fan found it impossible to stop his thoughts from wandering. Yang Fan gave in to his instincts tonight. Would Bai Yao kill him? Before he could even wonder, the girl behind him kicked out, pulling him close. She clung to him with deep affection. "Yang Fan, I'm so sleepy," she murmured as if talking in a dream. It was nearly midnight, so her exhaustion made sense. Even with his mind racing, Yang Fan could only do his best, pressed his urges, and whispered a gentle goodnight. "Good night," she mumbled, drifting off almost immediately. Snuggled against her, Yang Fan could feel her softness and her incredibly smooth legs. He couldn't fall asleep. Outside the room, Zhang Yingzi couldn't sleep either. She held a newly bought box of contraceptives, debating whether to knock and deliver it. But the room was silent. Zhang Yingzi paced back and forth, hesitant to interrupt. She waited for Yang Fan to make a move, but by 1 in the morning, both Yang Fan and Bai Yao were fast asleep. Still no sound from the room. Zhang Yingzi grew annoyed, wondering if the kid was perhaps incapable in that department. She felt cheated, having gone through the trouble of buying those for him. Since her rebirth, Bai Yao always dreamed of her past life, the day she took her own life. She had known Yang Fan for over 2 years back then. As his confessions grew more frequent, her guilt deepened. She watched him wither away, trying to pay for her medical care. He worked himself to the bone day after day, yet he could never save enough for her treatments. She felt miserable and worthless, believing a broken person like her could never be worthy of such a man. She blamed herself for the dark circles under Yang Fan's eyes, seeing herself as the anchor dragging him down. He would skip meals and go without basic necessities, refusing to even buy a $2 sausage. Every time she saw him hiding at the door, eating nothing but plain white rice, she felt it was all her fault. She had wanted to end it. In her dream, she was back in that life again. Struggled once more, trying to burn charcoal while Yang Fan was out. She failed, but the charcoal ignited the bedding. Fire engulfed the house. She could see Yang Fan rushing through the smoke, desperate to save her. She could hear him. Final words were about needing a hospital, but once they arrived, they realized they had no money left to save them. No money. What is there to save? Yang Fan had actually set an alarm for 5:20 in the morning to wash up. He hoped to reach school by 5:50 for morning study, but he never imagined that in her dream, Bai Yao would turn off his alarm, mistaking it for a siren. When he finally woke up, sunlight was streaming through the window. Yang Fan groggily unlocked his phone. Seeing the time 8:20, his eyes widened instantly. Any sleepiness vanished. At 8:20, he wouldn't just miss morning study, he'd miss the first class of the day. It's over, he thought, then sighed. Whatever, just eat first. Tried to get out of bed to wash up, but he realized the girl was still holding him tightly. It was only then that he remembered. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a girlfriend. Yang Fan turned over. He saw her sleeping. Even in slumber, the school beauty was breathtaking, her features so delicate he couldn't look away. Yet, it was heartbreaking to see the tear tracks on her face, her expression pained. She must have had another nightmare. He guessed she was dreaming of her past life again. Watching her tear-stained eyes, he hesitated, then reached out. He used a tissue to gently wipe her face. As he did, she woke up. Bai Yao opened her eyes. Seeing Yang Fan beside her, wiping her tears, she couldn't control her pent-up grief any longer. She clung to him and sobbed. The tears fell like a sudden downpour. Yang Fan sighed, thinking he'd wasted his effort, though he didn't mind. Seeing her cry so hard hurt him too. He patted her shoulder gently, trying to offer what comfort he could. After a few minutes, her sobbing quieted into soft whimpers. Did you have a nightmare? Seeing her pain, he assumed it was a bad dream. Bai Yao shook her head, tears still falling as she stuttered, no. It wasn't a nightmare? Then why are you crying? Yang Fan was confused. She sobbed, I dreamed of you. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. Am I that scary? Did dreaming of me make you cry? It's not that, she cried. With red, teary eyes, she gasped, I dreamed that you died. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I couldn't save you. I killed you. She clung to his chest, apologizing over and over, her tears refusing to stop. After a long silence, Yang Fan finally understood. She had dreamed of his past life. In a way, it wasn't just a dream. It was a reliving of the reality they had both endured before. At first, he couldn't grasp why she was so devastated. But then he realized if he had to watch her die, he would be just as broken. Thoughts weighed heavy on him. He desperately wanted to become someone who could protect her. He had never wanted money like this before, so much money. He thought about all the pain he and Bai Yao had suffered in their previous life. It all boiled down to one word, poverty. If they had money, they wouldn't have lived in such agony, and Bai Yao wouldn't have felt so much guilt. They wouldn't have reached a point where they couldn't afford a hospital visit or even a simple sausage. If they had money, parents might still be alive. If they had money, Bai Yao's father wouldn't have gone bankrupt. All their hardships were rooted in being broke. Lacking money in the past life was one thing. This time, he would make money. A lot of it. He would never let the girl in his arms cry again. He never wanted to see her shed another tear. With that, Yang Fan suddenly said, Bai Yao, let's find a way to make money. A ton of it. That way, we won't suffer anymore. We won't worry about hospital bills, and you won't have to cry. Yang Fan couldn't bear to see her tears. Hearing this, Bai Yao's eyes turned red. She fought hard to hold back her tears before saying sadly, I'm sorry, I still can't make money yet. Even though she was reborn, her memory only contained things related to Yang Fan. Everything else was a blur. Or perhaps in her past life, she only had eyes for Yang Fan. He was the only boy she loved, and she never cared about anyone else. She didn't care about anything else either, so her rebirth didn't help much. She didn't know how to make money fast. The only thing she could think of was to get more money from her father, get as much as possible before he went bankrupt, so they could save it for their future together. It's okay. Yang Fan gently patted Bai Yao's shoulder to comfort her. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Besides, when it comes to making money, we'll do it together. And of course, we'll spend it together. After his reassurance, Bai Yao finally felt better. She used Yang Fan's bathrobe to wipe away her tears. Though her eyes were still red, she had stopped crying. All right. Let's get up, eat, and go to class. Then we can think about the money. Yang Fan checked the time. It was 8:40. If they didn't get up soon, their head teacher would definitely call. Even though Bai Yao had already bribed the teacher, Zhou Qingxia, if they just skipped school without asking for leave, even a supportive teacher would struggle to explain it to the school. So eat first. After getting up, Bai Yao rubbed her eyes to hide the redness before calling Zhong Yingzi to have her bring over 2 sets of clothes. Yang Fan's clothes were much like yesterday's. Expensive, trendy casual wear worth thousands. Black and white, great texture, made him look fresh, clean, and radiant. As for Bai Yao, she changed into a Lolita-style dress in pink, paired with white silk stockings. Once she changed and opened the door for him, Yang Fan was instantly mesmerized by her pink Lolita dress. He couldn't look away. Felt she was stunning. No wonder she was the undisputed school beauty. She looked good in anything. Seeing Yang Fan staring at her, unable to look away, her face flushed red again. Yang Fan, stop staring. You're making me blush. At her words, Yang Fan finally shifted his gaze. Let's go eat. With both of them washed and dressed, even though it was already past 9 o'clock, they were already late anyway, so they weren't in a hurry. They grabbed 2 bowls of soy milk in the street, ate a few baskets of buns until they were full, and then walked to school hand in hand. By the time they stepped through the school gate, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The third period had begun, and inside the classroom, Zhou Qingxia was already walking to the podium with her teaching materials. Zhou Qingxia stared at the back row. Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao were both missing. Her face turned dark. She felt they were going too far. Even if she was helping them get their son into the primary school, they couldn't just skip class without asking. How was she supposed to explain this to the grade dean? Plus, if something happened to them while they were out as their homeroom teacher, it would fall on her. She could lose her job over this. While she fumed and muttered under her breath, she addressed the class. Everyone, take out last Saturday's mock exams. We're going over the papers today. Just as she started, a young couple appeared at the classroom door, arm in arm. They were finally showing up. It was 10 o'clock already. They had the nerve to ask to come in? Did they think they ran the place? Zhou Qingxia felt the rage bubbling up, threatening to boil over, but then Bai Yuyao spoke. Her voice was like a spring breeze, sweet and gentle, warm enough to melt ice. Zhou Qingxia's anger vanished. Besides, Zhou Qingxia still needed Bai Yuyao to help with her son's school admission. Even if she was furious, she had to swallow it. Her face shifted through a dozen emotions before she finally sighed and grumbled, "Just come in." "Thanks," Bai Yuyao chirped. A flash of pink caught everyone's eye. She was wearing a pink Lolita dress with pristine white over the knee socks. She looked like a princess pulled straight out of an anime, breathtakingly beautiful. The students in the room, instantly struck by the pink storm. They couldn't look away, whispering, "Wow, she's gorgeous. My God, Bai Yuyao is incredible." It was easy to see why she was the school idol. Her looks were legendary. Every boy and girl in the room was completely captivated. Even Zhou Qingxia, usually a stoic teacher, couldn't help but think to herself, that girl really is a walking troublemaker. She was just too beautiful. But as their eyes shifted away from Bai Yuyao, they noticed something else. Standing next to her was a handsome boy. They were holding hands, sweet as any couple. The students exchanged puzzled glances. The class couldn't figure out who this stylish, charismatic guy was. Even Li Dazhuang didn't recognize him standing next to Bai Yuyao. It turned out to be his best friend, Yang Fan. Li Dazhuang looked furious, his face twisted in annoyance. He wondered if Bai Yuyao had dumped Yang Fan and why she'd dragged some handsome guy into their class. Out of 50 students, only one person didn't look up. Everyone else was baffled by the guy with Bai Yuyao. Yu Linlin just glanced at Yang Fan for a second before bowing her head. Had tests to write, books to read, and topics to master. She was far too busy for this. She had no time to watch Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao flaunt their relationship. It wasn't the class's fault. Yang Fan's transformation was just too radical. His hair and clothes were completely different. Even his own father might struggle to recognize him. Of course, someone might doubt this. Would a change in outfit really make someone look like a stranger? Enough that even family wouldn't know them. In reality, yes. Look at the classic Journey to the West series where actors played multiple roles. Just makeup and costumes, they were unrecognizable to over 1 billion viewers. Or take modern social media stars. Their bare-faced photos before fame look nothing like their polished images today. Even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. By that logic, it was perfectly normal that his classmates didn't recognize a new and improved Yang Fan. What was surprising, though, was that their teacher, Zhou Qingxia, didn't recognize him either. Bai Yuyao held Yang Fan's hand, ready to head to their desks. As they bypassed the podium, Zhou Qingxia suddenly barked, "You there, which class are you from?" Her eyes were locked on Yang Fan with a hostile glint. She did think the boy looked handsome and well-dressed. But he wasn't a student in her class, and they were in the middle of a lecture. Why would a student from another class come here? To flirt with Bai Yuyao? Ridiculous. Plus, he wasn't even wearing a uniform. Yang Fan said helplessly, "It's me, Yang Fan. You don't recognize me?" Not just Zhou Qingxia, but all 50 students gasped in shock. Their jaws dropped. Who would have thought that overnight, the plain, ordinary Yang Fan would transform into someone so striking? Li Dazhuang jumped up and shouted, "What the hell? Brother, how did you get so handsome? Did you get surgery?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes and snapped back. "Surgery my foot. He wasn't that kind of guy." Zhou Qingxia felt embarrassed and quickly pivoted. "Oh, it's Yang Fan. I almost didn't recognize you. Sit down quickly. I need to finish this lecture." "Okay," Yang Fan replied, quickly sitting down with Bai Yuyao. Even after they sat, the students kept whispering and staring at him. It made Yang Fan feel awkward. He still wasn't used to all the attention. He hated being stared at like a monkey in a zoo. Back on the podium, Zhou Qingxia kept lecturing. Every other sentence was, "This question will definitely be on the test. Write it down." Or this formula. Memorize it, and even if this doesn't show up, the concept will. Zhou Qingxia was like a broken record. She acted as if every difficult math problem was guaranteed to be on the final exam. Below her, the students kept their heads down, scribbled notes furiously. But in the back row by the window, Bai Yu Yao had zero interest in the lecture. She kept her head on her desk. She couldn't stop looking at Yang Fan's face. She loved watching the boy she liked, even during class. Yang Fan felt helpless after being stared at for so long. "Aren't you going to pay attention?" he whispered. "The exams are coming up. Aren't you worried about failing? Don't you worry about ending up in a vocational college like me?" Yang Fan didn't actually want that. He hoped for a good score, a top university, something to make his parents proud and honor his grandparents. Bai Yu Yao giggled, her dimples showing. "The stuff she's teaching won't be on the exam. It's a waste of time. I'd rather look at you. Besides, math problems aren't as good looking as you." The girl's sudden confession made Yang Fan blush. He fell silent for a moment, then caught a vital detail. "Wait, can you remember what's actually going to be on the test?" Bai Yu Yao thought for a moment. "I don't remember the specific questions, but I can recall the main topics. If I tutor you, I can help you pass. A month is enough for you to get into a good university, at least a Tier 1 school." Yang Fan was nearly moved to tears. Thought, "Lady, you're finally acting like a person who's been reborn. You're actually useful now." To get ready for the exam and score high, Yang Fan grabbed his books for her to tutor him. Her memories were fragmented, though. She only really recalled the topics for the Chinese exam. So she grabbed his literature textbook and started explaining classical Chinese passages. At the podium, Zhou Qingxia continued lecturing on math. But as she talked, she noticed Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao whispering and reading a different book. Zhou Qingxia was boiling with rage, but she bit her tongue. She needed a favor from Bai Yu Yao to get her son into a top primary school. Not for that, she would have snapped long ago. Even while forcing her anger down, her face looked miserable. Not a single student in the class dared to breathe. They were worried about the teacher's temper, but they were also puzzled. Everyone wondered why she was so much more irritable than usual. Did her husband divorce her, or something? After the math class ended, the 10-minute break began. Zhou Qingxia summoned Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao to her office. She couldn't hold it in any longer. "Yang Fan, Bai Yu Yao, can you two just behave for once?" she scolded, looking furious. "I let the tardiness slide. I ignored the dating. I didn't even say a word about the lack of uniforms. But with the college entrance exam around the corner, how could you have the nerve to pull out a Chinese textbook during math class? I'm so disappointed." She really was. If it were just Yang Fan slacking off, it wouldn't matter. He was lucky if he got into a decent junior college. But Bai Yu Yao was different. Bai Yu Yao was the star of the honors class, the top student for 3 years straight. She was destined for a top-tier university. To watch such talent go to waste because of a teenage romance was a tragedy. Whether out of duty or other motives, Zhou Qingxia didn't want Bai Yu Yao to waste her potential, but she didn't expect the response she was about to get. Bai Yu Yao didn't let the words sink in. "Teacher Zhou," she said calmly, "I know exactly what I am doing and what I should be doing. More importantly, Yang Fan and I aren't distracting anyone else. So, for the sake of your son's enrollment, please just leave us alone." Her tone was icy and devoid of emotion. She wasn't afraid of the head teacher at all, and she refused to let anyone interfere with her relationship. Her cold demeanor made Zhou Qingxia's expression even darker. Her good intentions had been completely thrown back in her face. Zhou Qingxia struggled to get the words out. "Fine, we'll see how you both perform on the exam." Bai Yu Yao just chuckled. "Even if Yang Fan and I both score 0, it has nothing to do with you, understand?" Zhou Qingxia was left speechless, her face twisted in frustration. Once they were out of the office, Yang Fan looked conflicted. "Bai Yu Yao, was that necessary? She is just trying to look out for us." "Do you think I went too far?" Bai Yu Yao looked him straight in the eyes. "Don't you trust me? Don't you trust that I can help you do better?" But that wasn't it. After spending these last few days together, Yang Fan was already convinced she was a regressor. He knew she was aware of the future, and that everything she did was for his benefit. He just felt guilty about the teacher. Bai Yu Yao shook her head. "She's wrong, and so are you." Yang Fan was confused. "What does that mean?" She let out a soft sigh and explained, her voice turning gentle. "Do you know, most of what you learn here is useless. It won't be on the test, and you won't use it after you graduate." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. True. He had older relatives who had been through college. The knowledge they spent over a decade grinding over, much of it was irrelevant to the real world. Many medical graduates ended up doing other jobs, and those in civil engineering often switched fields entirely. Bai Yu Yao continued with patient clarity. "The topics Zhou is pushing, they won't even be on this year's test. It's a total waste of your time. You need to focus on what actually matters. That's the only way to boost your score before the exam." But there was only 1 month left. They were running out of time. She made a lot of sense. There was truly no time left to lose. Trying to cram every single detail of the entire high school curriculum was impossible now. Yang Fan needed to stick to her plan, targeted, high-yield studying. That was the only way to turn his grades around. The last period was gym class. Zhou Qingxia had originally planned to cancel it for more math practice. But her son ran a high fever and needed to be taken to the hospital. She had no choice but to let the class go. Everyone was ecstatic. With the exam looming, a gym class was a rare treat. The students rushed downstairs to the field, laughing and shouting. Everyone was playing ball, but Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao stayed behind in the empty, quiet classroom. They could have acted like any other couple, whispering sweet nothings in the corner. Instead, they were locked in, pens moving, eyes on the pages, memorizing formulas. Whenever Yang Fan hit a wall, Bai Yuyao was there to break it down. If he didn't catch it the first time, she'd explain it twice, 3 times, 4 times. They didn't care that the summer sun was blinding and the heat was making them sweat. They stayed seated, focused entirely on the work. At the door, Linlin pushed it open slightly. Seeing the couple focused on their study, a sudden ripple passed through her heart. For a fleeting second, Linlin felt a pang of envy. She envied Bai Yuyao for having a boyfriend like that, someone who shared her drive. They were serious together, focused and steady. Compared to them, her own boyfriend, Zhang Hengrui, felt utterly useless. Linlin watched the couple in the classroom, bored. It reminded him of when Zhang Hengrui first started chasing him. Zhang Hengrui had acted just like Yang Fan, pretending to love studying, desperate to stay by his side just to read together. But within days, Linlin realized it was all a lie. Zhang Hengrui never cared about books or learning. Zhang Hengrui was a crude guy with a leering gaze and zero romantic instincts. He was driven entirely by his base desires, like a dog in heat, thinking only with his lower half. Linlin despised him and regretted the relationship, often dreaming of breaking up but never finding the words. Being an introvert, Linlin struggled with rejection and didn't know how to initiate a breakup. Buried himself in books, studying hard while secretly longing for a prince from a classic novel to rescue him. That prince never came, but today he saw a prince who belonged only to Bai Yuyao. Their connection was so pure. Linlin felt a pang of envy, watching their genuine heartfelt smiles. He envied their bond, how they could be so focused and so deeply in love even while studying. Meanwhile, seeing how handsome Yang Fan had become and how much he now loved to read felt bittersweet. Linlin wondered if he had chosen Yang Fan instead of Zhong Hengrui back then, would he be as happy as Bai Yuyao now? He stood at the door, lost in thought. He had been standing there for quite a while before the grade director appeared. Wei Songjuan was a hunched, 59-year-old man peering over thick reading glasses, nearing retirement. Why is the classroom empty? Wei Songjuan demanded, his voice radiating cold authority as he approached. Linlin snapped back to reality. They're at gym class, he whispered. Wei continued, your teacher called me. Your class monitor is hospitalized after an injury. I need you to collect class funds for flowers and visit him after lunch. Okay, Linlin replied, head bowed. Wei hurried off to the cafeteria. Then the lunch bell rang. Inside, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao stood up, setting aside their books, and locked eyes with Linlin at the doorway. Bai Yuyao had spotted Linlin the moment she arrived. She gripped Yang Fan's hand tightly, terrified Linlin would steal him away. Seeing Linlin staring at Yang Fan, Bai Yuyao felt a wave of jealousy. To her, Linlin was a persistent threat who couldn't let go of Yang Fan, so she remained constantly on the defensive. Yang Fan, let's go eat. I already had Aunt Zhong prepare our meals. Bai Yuyao clung to his arm, acting playful. Yang Fan frowned slightly. Wait for me, he said. Tried to pull his arm away, but Bai Yuyao held on too tightly to break free. With no other choice, he walked over to Linlin with Bai Yuyao in tow. Are you going to the hospital to see Zhang Hengrui after lunch? Linlin was startled. He didn't expect Yang Fan to initiate a conversation. He caught the jealousy in Bai Yuyao's eyes and felt conflicted. Turned away and murmured, yes, the director ordered it. No one else is available, so I have to go. Linlin felt sick at the thought. He didn't want to go, nor did he want to be near that fake boyfriend he'd never even held hands with. Yang Fan stared into his eyes. Do you know why he's hospitalized? No, just that he got beaten up, Linlin replied softly. Yang Fan chuckled. Do you know who did it? Linlin shook his head. Yang Fan grinned, showing his white teeth. I did. Linlin looked up, his expression full of confusion. Why? He asked. Yang Fan sneered. Because he's a jerk. He cheated on you. Yoon Seelin, the art rep. Linlin was stunned and Yang Fan pressed on. He didn't just cheat, he got her pregnant. I saw them arguing at the intersection last night at 11. She was demanding money for an abortion. Yang Fan was telling the truth. He had no reason to lie to his childhood friend. Linlin's expression shifted. From confusion to loss, then to pure sorrow. He struggled to process it. Even without love for Zhang Hengrui, this was hard to swallow. technically his boyfriend. Why seek out someone else? And to get her pregnant on top of it? Linlin felt nauseous, like he had just swallowed something foul. He couldn't speak. Bai Yao, standing nearby, felt miserable, hating how close Yang Fan was getting to him. She tugged his arm harder. Yang Fan, let's go eat. The food is getting cold. Wait, Yang Fan said, gently patting her head to calm her. Turned back to Linlin. Xiang Hingrui is trash. Don't go to the hospital. As a childhood friend, Yang Fan genuinely wanted to keep Linlin away from that human garbage. Linling bit her lip, remaining silent for a long time before whispering no. Yang Fan couldn't understand why. He had been perfectly clear that Xiang Henrui was a cheating scumbag. Why would she want to visit that trash in the hospital? Had she lost her mind from reading too many books? Split second, Yang Fan felt his temper flare. He wanted to shake some sense into her. Linling kept dodging his gaze. The grade dean told me to check on him. I'm the class representative. It wouldn't look right if I didn't go. Besides, everyone else is out for lunch. I'm the only one who can. She rattled off a dozen reasons. The only thing she didn't say was that she and Zhang Henrui were still together. I'll go for you, Yang Fan said, placing his hand on her shoulder. He shook her gently, trying to snap her out of it. I'll go to the hospital and see that jerk, but you have to break up with him. Right now. Break it off immediately. Yang Fan and Linling were childhood friends. He didn't want to watch her stay blind to the truth, and he definitely didn't want her going to the hospital just to get played by a jerk again. Everything he did came from a good place, no strings, no romantic agenda. It was purely for the sake of friendship. Yet Linling just kept her head down, refusing to speak, even though she knew. Yang Fan was only trying to help. Linling, have you gone soft in the head? Yang Fan was losing his patience. Seeing her stay stubborn, he finally snapped at her. I have not. Linling finally looked up with a forced smile. The books say hearing is believing, but seeing is proof. I want to go to the hospital, see him, and ask him what's really going on. That was what she said, her voice shaking but resolute. She wanted to confront Xiang Henrui face to face. Yang Fan's expression darkened. I'm going with you. Linling opened her mouth to refuse. She wanted to go alone, but she looked at Yang Fan and saw his grim face. She couldn't find the words. Linling was always like this, could never say no. Even when Xiang Henrui first pursued her, it was the same. Even without liking the guy, she hadn't known how to turn him down. It was the same now. Her heart was just too soft. Whenever someone pushed a little, she folded. She couldn't say no. Let me grab my phone from the office first. Linling said, looking a bit guilty. She quickly turned and ran out of the classroom. There was a school rule. All boarders had to hand over their phones upon arrival, keeping them in a locked drawer in the office so they wouldn't use them. They get their phones back only when the weekend starts. But if there's a real emergency at school, they can always head to the office and file a request to use one. The moment Linling left the classroom, Bai Yao let it all out. She pinched Yang Fan's arm so hard he nearly yelped. What are you doing? Yang Fan asked, wincing at the sharp pain. Bai Yao just glared at him, her tone thick with jealousy. You know I can't stand Linling, yet you kept talking to her. And going to the hospital with her? No way. I don't like her either. I hate that you're with her, and I hate how much you care about her. She didn't hold back at all. Yang Fan couldn't help but find the whole scene a little funny rather than irritating. Are you jealous? He teased. Bai Yao's face tightened as she snapped. You want the truth or a lie? Truth. Well, I don't want the truth. How about the lie? The lie is that I'm not jealous at all, not even a little. Her look could have killed. She was sour, angry, and acting like the quintessential jealous teenage girl. Yang Fan thought she looked adorable, truly. He'd never imagined that Bai Yao, the campus queen everyone saw as cold, the girl who kept everyone at arm's length, could ever look this shy and fragile. Bai Yao, you're so cute. He laughed and patted her head. Don't call me cute. Pouted, caught between being happy and annoyed. I'm still jealous, you know, she insisted. I am so mad right now, even your compliments won't work. All right, fine, you aren't cute at all. Yang Fan sighed, trying to appease her, but that only made it worse. Are you saying I'm not cute? Before he knew it, she opened her mouth and lunged, biting down on his left arm with lightning speed. Luckily, she didn't actually dig in. She just gave him a light nip, leaving a faint row of teeth marks on his skin. Cut it out, he said, pushing her head away. He wondered why she'd been so gentle with the bite. Felt like foreplay, and it was embarrassing. They were in a classroom. What if a classmate walked in? Being caught like that would be awkward. Bai Yao just let out a sharp huff, refusing to speak. She was still stuck on Linling. Yang Fan looked at her face and realized she wasn't letting it go. He called her name again, desperate to have a real conversation, but she was still fuming. She turned her face away, determined to stay silent. Yang Fan repeated her name, syllable by syllable. Time. She looked back, grumbling. Why do you keep calling me? I want to have a real talk with you. expression turned serious. He had wanted to tell her for a long time that her need for control was too much. Bai Yuyao, I can't always be by your side. I have friends and my own life. I need some space. Poured his heart out, hoping she'd just give him some breathing room instead of clinging so tightly. He was certain she was smart enough to understand, but as she listened, her face fell. Her eyes turned red and she said sadly, "But my whole world is you. I don't want to cling to you, but where else can I go? Except for you, I have nothing." Her eyes welled up and she started to cry. Tears streamed down her face. "I don't want to be this way. I don't want to be jealous. But I love you so much, I can't help it. I'm sorry." She went from soft sobbing to wailing like a child. She buried herself in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Yang Fan felt completely lost, like he'd broken a little girl's heart, didn't know how to fix it. He'd promised himself he wouldn't make her cry again, but here he was, failing again. Stroked her hair, repeating, "Don't cry, it's not your fault." Ideally, he should be swearing on his life, acting like the typical drama lead, making promises he couldn't keep. About sweet nothings about never leaving her, just like the guys in those soap operas. But Yang Fan was rational. He knew that if he couldn't keep a promise, he shouldn't make one. He couldn't just let her control his life. He had parents, friends, brothers, and a childhood sweetheart. He had his own life to lead. His world couldn't just revolve around her. He admitted she was good to him and he liked her, but he knew he could never dedicate everything to her the way she did to him. He could give her love, but not his entire existence. Outside, Yu Lingling had been waiting by the door for a while. She had stayed put the whole time. At first she stood, then eventually she crouched on the ground. She could hear the argument and the crying inside. She heard Bai Yuyao ripping at Yang Fan's clothes, shouting about how much she hated Yu Lingling and why he couldn't just stay away. Yu Lingling heard every word. She knew Bai Yuyao hated her, but she didn't care because the feeling was mutual. Then she heard a voice echoes, warm and unmistakable. It's Yang Fan. He tells Bai Yuyao, "Stop crying. Don't look pretty when you cry. For my sake, just stop, okay?" Bai Yuyao finally quiets down. Outside, Yu Lingling's heart stutters. A sudden hollow weakness washes over him. He feels his legs give out. Plumps onto the ground, staring at the sky. He thinks, if only he said those things to me. Then, Lingling, why aren't you in class? A girl with chubby cheeks and twin tails approaches. This is Tang Xinyi, Yu Lingling's best friend. Barely 5 feet tall, with a cute look. She loves wearing dresses on holidays, claiming she's a Lolita. Like Bai Yuyao, she wears twin tails, but she lacks Bai Yuyao's beauty, cuteness, and wealth. Tang Xinyi just finished lunch and was headed back to grab her things when she spotted her best friend slumped by the door. Seeing that pained expression, she asks, "Lingling, are you running a fever or is something else wrong?" Reaches out to check his forehead. No fever. Tang Xinyi is confused. It isn't Yu Lingling's period, so why does he look so miserable? Then she pushes the door open and sees Bai Yuyao. Bai Yuyao's head is buried in Yang Fan's chest. Seeing the couple flaunting their romance, Tang Xinyi freezes. She quickly shuts the door. Looking at Yu Lingling's heartbroken face, she suddenly realizes something. She has stumbled onto a legendary love triangle. It hits her. Yu Lingling has fallen for Yang Fan. Problem is, both Yu Lingling and Yang Fan are already in relationships. Her brain cells feel fried. She has no clue how to cheer him up. Then Bai Yuyao and Yang Fan walk out, holding hands. Tang Xinyi still has no answer. Yang Fan notices Yu Lingling looks unwell and asks, "Are you not feeling well? Maybe I should go to the hospital in your place?" Tang Xinyi furrows her brow at this. She thinks, if Lingling is sick, he should go himself. What does go in your place even mean? Does he think he can take someone's place for a bathroom break too? Before she can process this, Yu Lingling pulls himself up against the wall. "I'm fine, I'm going too." His expression is forced. He isn't actually physically ill. He's heartbroken. He feels as if someone vital is being stolen away. The loss is agonizing. "Fine, let's go together," Yang Fan says, seeing his persistence. Soon, the three of them leave school and hail a taxi for the hospital. Tang Xinyi wants to go, but Yu Lingling sits in the front while the couple takes the back. If she joined, she'd be forced into the back seat like a third wheel, so she stays behind. At 12:30, they reach the hospital and get out, intending to visit their class monitor. Standing at the entrance, Bai Yuyao's face suddenly turns ash white. She looks bloodless. Her body trembles so violently she can't move. She stays rooted to the spot, even with Yang Fan pulling her hand. Doesn't want to go inside. Honestly, she's terrified of returning to a hospital. Even standing near the entrance brings back brutal memories. Is she sick? Yu Lingling glances over, noticing the shift. Hesitates, then asks, "Should I register her?" Yang Fan shakes his head. He knows she just can't face the building. Registration won't help. The doctors can't fix this kind of trauma. His only option, find her a place to sit. Once she's away from the hospital, she'll eventually recover. Luckily, there's a small park across the street for patients to get fresh air. It's tiny, but there are plenty of benches. Yang Fan leads Bai Yu Yao there and helps her sit. Yu Lingling follows. Once they are all on the same bench, he asks, "Are we still going to the hospital?" He figures since Bai Yu Yao is clearly struggling, Yang Fan needs to stay as her boyfriend. That leaves the task of visiting Shang Hingrui to Yu Lingling, but he instinctively feels that Yang Fan, as his childhood friend, won't let him go alone to see a scumbag. Deciding who stays and who goes becomes a delicate issue. "You stay here and look after her," Yang Fan says. "I'll go find Zhang Hengrui and be right back." Yu Lingling goes quiet. "I knew you wouldn't let me go alone." But honestly, he doesn't want to stay here. He doesn't want to babysit Bai Yu Yao. Plus, he wants to confront Zhang Hengrui himself. He is torn, unable to agree but failing to refuse. "Please," Yang Fan pleads. Yu Lingling's heart softens. Once it softens, he has no choice. Forced to stay in the park, trapped with a girl he dislikes. Moments later, Yang Fan's figure gradually fades into the distance. He vanishes at the end of the park path. In the park, Yu Lingling's gaze falls upon the school beauty beside her. Bai Yu Yao's complexion, pale, like frost on a winter morning, and her lips have lost their usual color. The air is thick with an unbearable, awkward silence. Time feels like it's grinding to a halt. A few minutes of silence stretch out like an entire century. Finally, Bai Yu Yao breaks the stillness. She quietly asks, "Do you hate me?" Yu Lingling stays silent for a moment before looking up at Bai Yu Yao. Her face is as exquisite as a painting, yet because of her illness, it reveals a fragile, pitiful vulnerability that would move anyone's heart. Flash of annoyance and hostility Yu Lingling felt toward her instantly vanished. Bai Yu Yao looked, just like a wounded kitten, radiating a defenseless vulnerability that was impossible to resist. Yu Lingling was always soft-hearted. She hesitated for a long time, then went against her conscience. "I don't hate you," she whispered. But Bai Yu Yao saw right through her. "Liar," she retorted instantly. Yu Linlin felt a surge of irritation. Bai Yu Yao was incredibly ungrateful. She had only lied to comfort her, yet the girl had exposed her so easily, without sparing a shred of decency. "You knew I was lying, why even ask?" Yu Linlin snapped, feeling annoyed. "Isn't that just a waste of time?" "Not a waste," Bai Yu Yao replied, her expression complex and her tone icy. "I just needed to hear you say it yourself." Finding her bizarre and tedious, Yu Linlin ignored her, but Bai Yu Yao wouldn't let it go, asking coldly, "Do you like him too?" "Sheng Henrui?" Yu Linlin curled her lip in disgust. Bai Yu Yao simply snorted, her eyes filled with profound disdain. "Not even worthy." Yu Linlin froze. She knew Shang Henrui was trash, but hearing Bai Yu Yao put it so bluntly still stung. Bai Yu Yao grew intense, locking eyes with her. "I'm asking if you like Yang Fan." Before the words even landed, Yu Linlin's heart hammered. She hadn't expected Bai Yu Yao to be so direct. Cheeks flushed a deep red. She had been caught, but how could she admit it? Yang Fan already had a girlfriend. It was common knowledge. If she confessed, she'd die of shame. Yu Linlin bit her lip hard. She forced the words out, struggling. "I don't like Yang Fan." But her lie failed to fool Bai Yu Yao. Bai Yu Yao's expression shifted from cold to biting. She looked down on her now. Lying again, she scoffed, "You're such a coward. You clearly like him, but you're too scared to admit it. If you were honest, I might actually respect you. But you're just a coward. You don't deserve him, and besides, you don't measure up to me in any way." Bai Yu Yao's words were sharp blades digging into Yu Linlin's heart. She was in agony, gritting her teeth in silence. A sneer curled Bai Yu Yao's lip. Her gaze was haughty, and her words came out like a relentless stream of steel. "You aren't as pretty as me, your family background is worthless, and your life is nowhere near mine. Even your guts are smaller than mine, and you're even smaller in the chest." Every word felt like a needle to Yu Linlin's heart. She had thought her task was simply to take care of Bai Yu Yao as Yang Fan requested. But clearly, this young lady, she didn't need any care at all. Instead, Yu Linlin was the one on the verge of tears, her eyes rimmed with red. Tears welled up, but she forced them back. Crying now would be far too humiliating. Bit her lip until it bled, trying to suppress a sob. Yu Linlin was usually a quiet girl who loved nothing more than getting lost in the world of her books. Now, she was on the brink of a total breakdown. Tears spilled onto her lenses, blurring her vision. She kept wiping them away, trying to see clearly. Seeing Yu Linlin's state, a flicker of doubt crossed Bai Yao's mind. Had she gone too far? Seeing the tears, Bai Yu realized she had indeed crossed the line. She instinctively wanted to offer comfort. She wanted to apologize, but the words wouldn't come. She refused to apologize to a romantic rival. She wasn't the type to be so generous as to share her boyfriend. The words were stuck, glued to her tongue. She couldn't bring herself to say sorry, but Yu Linlin's tears kept falling like a broken pearl necklace. It was unsettling. What was she supposed to do? How could she comfort this crying girl? Bai Yu Yao felt a mix of turmoil and guilt, as if being clawed by a cat. She racked her brain. Finally, she found a solution. She remembered Yu Linlin's obsession with books and declared, "Stop crying." I'll buy you a nice meal or a set of the latest exam papers. You love those, right? The moment it left her mouth, Bai Yao regretted it. Linlin loved to study, but she wasn't a total bookworm. Who wanted a gift like that when they were heartbroken? Linlin's tears surged even faster. She felt insulted. She felt deeply wronged. Bai Yao panicked as the crying grew louder. She could handle fighting boys, but a girl in tears left her completely helpless. In room 115 of the hospital, Zhang Henrui groaned on the bed. His face was swollen like a pig's, his nose broken and stitched up. Arms and legs were covered in bruises. It was a pathetic sight. He didn't even have the strength to play games. His hands were swollen like steamed buns. Even eating required his mother to spoon-feed him chicken soup. His mother, Lu Sujuan, simple, uneducated woman of 47. Their family had no connections and she lacked schooling. Her husband was useless. To keep them afloat, she took whatever odd jobs she could find, living hand to mouth. For years, she had swept the streets as a sanitation worker. Just in the last few years, she'd managed to save a little. He had to pull strings just to land a job cleaning toilets at the People's Hospital. It sounds absurd, but in a small city, you need connections even for that. It was grueling work, but the 3,000 yuan monthly salary was 700 or 800 more than he made street sweeping. He felt satisfied. He always thought, as long as he worked hard and lived frugally, once his son graduated from a good university, they would finally lead a better life. Sadly, fate was cruel. With the college entrance exams approaching, his son was suddenly beaten into this pathetic state, needing at least a week to recover. The medical bills were piling up and his son's exams were at risk. As Lu Sujuan fed him, she sighed repeatedly. "We already called the police," she said. "I don't know when they'll catch them. You're almost at the exams. If you miss your chance at a top school because of this, what will we do?" Lu Sujuan started tearing up as she spoke. Zhang Hengrui sipped his soup, listening to his mother's nagging. Felt no sense of maternal care, only irritation. Why was it so annoying? If his parents weren't so useless, he wouldn't be living such a miserable life. Parents had any real standing, would the police be this lazy? That was Zhang Hengrui for you. He never blamed himself. He only saw everything as someone else's fault. His mother had cooked him a fresh pot of chicken soup, but he didn't even finish half the bowl. Pushed it away. "Eat a little more," Lu Sujuan urged, still fussing over him. Zhang Hengrui pulled a face. "It's disgusting. I can't eat this." "Oh," Lu Sujuan sighed. Just then the hospital room door pushed open and Yang Fan walked in. "Good afternoon, ma'am." Yang Fan greeted her politely. Even though he had never met her, Lu Sujuan and Zhang Hengrui looked exactly alike. Yang Fan recognized her immediately as the mother. Lu Sujuan gave him a polite smile, stayed silent, and stepped out with the thermos. Once she was gone, Yang Fan walked to the bedside, looking down at the man lying there, beaten until he looked like a swollen pig. Yang Fan could barely hold back a laugh. "That woman who was just here is the nurse my dad hired, not my mom," Zhang Hengrui blurted out. Stared out the window. "My mom works at a foreign firm. She doesn't have time to visit." Yang Fan had come to mock him, but upon hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't hold back a sneer. Zhang Hengrui was pathetic, throwing his own mother under the bus just to save his fragile ego. Gusting. Once the lie left his mouth, Zhang Hengrui turned around, sounding almost touched, and said, "I didn't think you'd be so good to me. So many people in our class, and you're the only one who came to the hospital." Yang Fan wanted to laugh. Little did this idiot know he was only lying there because of him. It was Yang Fan's own handiwork. Talk about a glutton for punishment. Naturally, he kept that to himself. Yang Fan sat by the bed and asked, "Did you call the police?" "You bet," Zhang Hengrui spat, clenching his fist. "Don't let me see that woman from last night again. I'll ruin her. If I catch her, she's paying me hundreds of thousands." Yang Fan chuckled. He saw it clearly now. When he'd laid into him last night, Zhang Yingzi had already knocked Zhang Hengrui unconscious. Didn't even remember Yang Fan, just Zhang Yingzi. But Zhang Yingzi was a fighter. Even if Zhang Hengrui healed up, he was no match for her. So, he had zero fear of retaliation. Besides, he had another reason for being there. He got straight to the point. "Class monitor, do you know why I'm here?" "To visit me." Obviously, Hengrui didn't think twice. To this day, he had no clue he was in the hospital because of Yang Fan. Yang Fan shook his head. "Not exactly just to visit, then what?" Zhang Hengrui was stumped. He took a wild guess. "Don't tell me you came here to see if I wanted to hop online and play some games? Even if I wanted to, I have to wait until after the entrance exams. Look, I can't even move my arm." He held out his right side. His hand was wrapped in layers of bandages like a mummy. He was in no shape to play anything. Yang Fan took a look. He actually felt a flicker of pity. They used to be close, even played duos a few times. He could still remember it clearly. Whenever they played King of Glory, Zhang Hengrui would play the jungler and always come to the mid lane just to steal his farm. If it weren't for Zhang Hengrui playing two women at once, things never would have ended up like this. "Zhang Hengrui, why the double dealing?" I don't know what you're talking about. What double dealing? I have no clue. Zhang Hengru knew exactly what he meant, but he refused to admit it, playing dumb with a thick face. Yang Fan's expression darkened. Brit, you're dating Yu Linling. Why did you sleep with Yun Sealing and get her pregnant? How did you know? Zhang Hengrui was shocked. He thought he'd hidden it perfectly. He thought no one else knew besides Yun Sealing. He couldn't wrap his head around how Yang Fan found out. Who told you? His face went pale. Yang Fan didn't bother answering. Quit changing the subject. Just tell me why you did it. Zhang Hengrui's complexion turned sickly. He didn't want to speak, or perhaps he was just too ashamed to admit it. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Yang Fan looked at him with contempt, dropping a warning. You need to break up with Yu Linling right now. Immediately. Why should I? Zhang Hengrui finally spoke up. Even with his face swollen like a pig, he refused to let her go. Still wanted Yu Linling because she was pretty and had that artistic intellectual vibe. Truth be told, he hadn't gotten what he wanted from her yet. He wasn't giving up. Not breaking up? Fine, Yang Fan sneered. When I get back to school, I'm making this public. I'll make sure the whole school knows exactly what kind of trash you are. Ever wonder what it's like to get expelled before the big exams? Don't worry, you're about to find out. Yang Fan turned to leave. Zhang Hengrui panicked instantly. He knew exactly what he was. He knew that if this came out, the school would expel him in a heartbeat to protect their reputation and enrollment numbers. Forget the entrance exams. He wouldn't even walk away with a high school diploma. Man, wait! Zhang Hengrui was sweating bullets. If he weren't stuck in bed, he'd probably be begging on his knees. Man, don't do this, he cried out desperately. I'll break up with her, okay? Just stop. Seeing him fold, Yang Fan smiled and turned back. Yang Fan had won his gamble. If Zhang Hengrui had stood his ground, there wasn't much Yang Fan could have actually done. He couldn't afford to blow this up right before the exams. He was worried it would stress Yu Lingling out and hurt her performance. Luckily, Zhang Hengrui caved. Call her, right now, do it. Yang Fan stood over him, playing warden. He couldn't wait a single minute longer. Zhang Hengrui looked absolutely miserable, but he had no choice. He picked up the phone. Lingling, let's break up. Okay. On the other end, Yu Lingling's voice trembled slightly. She only said one word, but she was quick, almost as if she had already seen this coming. She accepted it so fast. Beside her, Bai Yao handed her a tissue to wipe away her tears. Back at the hospital, both Yang Fan and Zhang Hengrui were stunned. Neither of them expected Yu Lingling to agree so easily. She didn't beg him to stay. She didn't even ask why. I knew it. She never really liked me anyway. After hanging up, Zhang Hengrui scoffed at himself and tossed the phone aside. Meanwhile, Yang Fan stared him down, coldly swiping her off his friends list. Ling Fan, Yu Xiang Hengrui was spiraling, the physical and mental pain hitting him all at once, but Yang Fan even demanded he delete Yu Lingling from his contacts, cutting off any chance of reconciliation. Zhang Hengrui wanted to kill him. You're overstepping, man, he muttered. Zhang Hengrui looked absolutely livid as he spoke. Yang Fan, however, just sneered with pure contempt. Who the hell is your brother? Don't flatter yourself. Either delete Yu Lingling right now, or the whole school is going to know about this. Take your pick. Got 5 seconds. Yang Fan started counting down. He barely reached 3 before Zhang Hengrui folded. He grabbed his phone and deleted Yu Lingling right in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan finally seemed satisfied. Good, you're smarter than you look. Stay away from Yu Lingling from now on, or you'll regret it. Believe that. Yang Fan finally felt satisfied. He turned to leave, but stopped at the door. Hey, class monitor, do you even know how you got those injuries? What do you mean? Zhang Hengrui looked miserable, genuinely confused why Yang Fan would ask him something like that. He figured it out instantly, though, because Yang Fan just smiled and said, I did it. Back at the park across from the hospital, Yang Fan arrived. Returning to the bench, he saw Bai Yu Yao had stopped crying. She was actually trying to comfort Yu Lingling with a look of genuine guilt. Yu Lingling was still wiping her eyes with a tissue. They were bloodshot, as if she had been crying for hours. Was she still hung up on that jerk? Was that why she was crying? Yang Fan wondered. Watching Yu Lingling's swollen red eyes, a memory hit him. Back when his parents forced him to break up with Bai Yu Yao, she had looked just like Yu Lingling right now, crying for so long. Her eyes were so red and puffy. Yang Fan felt like absolute garbage. He knew his intentions were good. He didn't want Yu Lingling trapped by a loser, but his methods were way too brutal. He never stopped to consider her feelings or wondered if Yu Lingling actually liked Zhang Hengrui in the first place. He felt terrible inside, like a real villain. But he didn't realize that Yu Lingling wasn't crying because of that loser Zhang Hengrui at all. She was crying because of him. Yu Lingling had realized the truth. The person she truly loved, the one she was actually in sync with, was her childhood friend of over a decade. Not that loser Zhang Hengrui. It was just a shame her childhood friend already had someone else. Bai Yu Yao's words had been so cruel they broke her down. The thought that She could never date Yang Fan, never be by his side like they were as kids. It was tearing her apart. She tried to stop, but the tears just wouldn't quit. Let's head back. After a long, heavy silence, Yang Fan finally broke the quiet. Bai Yuyao linked her arm through his and cooed. Okay, Yu Lingling stood there all by herself. She didn't even have a hand to hold. Yang Fan instinctively wanted to reach out like they did when they were kids and lead her back to school. But the second his hand moved, Bai Yuyao pinched his arm so hard he yanked it back in pain. Meanwhile, Yu Lingling took a step back to put some distance between them, looking flustered. Don't worry about me, I can walk myself. Thumbin. Yang felt a pit in his stomach watching her dodge him, but it was late and it was time to get back. Even though he had so much he wanted to say to Yu Lingling, to ask her what was really going on, or to ask her, was she actually falling for that jerk? He never got the chance. Bai Yuyao kept her arm locked on his, pressing against him, blocking him from getting close to or even talking to Yu Lingling. On the ride back, they took a taxi, and Yu Lingling sat alone in the front seat. In the back, Bai Yuyao rested her head on Yang Fan's shoulder, pouring out her heart. She said, Yang Fan, you've cooked so much good food for me, bought me so many beautiful things. You told me so many times that I'm the girl you love most in this life. You said you'd love me for lifetimes, and you'd never love another girl. I'll always love you, just like you love me. The driver up front had such a hard time keeping his hands on the wheel, listening to all that sappiness. He awkwardly chuckled. You kids today, you sure are intense with this love stuff. Yu Lingling's heart was trembling. She felt like Bai Yuyao was saying all of that on purpose, just to humiliate her right in front of her, trying to prove that Yang Fan was her man, and Yu Lingling was just a side character, a pathetic third wheel. Hearing that, Yu Lingling's eyes turned red again. She wanted to cry. In the taxi, only Yang Fan knew that everything Bai Yuyao was saying wasn't just sweet talk. It was a history that had already played out in his previous life. He just didn't want to hear it, didn't want to be reminded of who he was back then. He didn't want Bai Yuyao still obsessing over that version of him either. So every time she brought it up, Yang Fan felt deeply uncomfortable, as usual. Bai Yuyao, I've kept track of every cent you spent on clothes for me these last 2 days. It's 16,000, I'll pay you back. And those 600,000 in the bank account? I'll return that too. Whenever you want it, I'll pay it back immediately, even if I have to borrow the money. Every time Yang Fan mentioned paying her back, Bai Yuyao looked crushed. She never wanted his money. Yang Fan, are you trying to break up with me again? Bai Yuyao asked, looking miserable. Yang Fan stayed silent. He was just expressing his frustration. But Yu Lingling's ears perked up, and her eyes lit up. She suddenly felt like she had a chance at love. And the driver up front felt a shock go through his whole body. 16,000 in 2 days, and 600,000 in cash? Good grief. Does that girl really have that much money? And what on earth is so attractive about that soft-looking guy by her side, Yang Fan? Said you'd never talk about breaking up again. You lied to me. Bai Yuyao's eyes were bloodshot and brimming with tears, looking utterly pathetic. Yang Fan sighed, stroked her hair and said, What are you thinking? I didn't say we were breaking up. I just don't want to owe you money or spend yours. Didn't want to be a kept man. Actually, what Yang Fan really wanted to say was that he was tired of Bai Yuyao controlling him, leaving him zero personal space. He couldn't even speak to his childhood friend without her watching and monitoring his every move. He hated the feeling, but the words stuck in his throat. Maybe it was because the taxi was too crowded, or maybe he was just terrified that Bai Yuyao would break down in tears if he said it out loud. Luckily, he kept his mouth shut. After a few comforting pats, Bai Yuyao's mood lifted quickly, acting just like a typical girl. Even after suffering a huge grievance, as long as she was coddled and spoiled by the person she liked, she stopped being angry. She buried her head deep in Yang Fan's chest. She kept nuzzling against him like a kitten until the taxi pulled up to the school and Bai Yuyao finally lifted her head. She climbed out, asking, Shall we go to the cafeteria together? Yang Fan checked the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon. The cafeteria should still have food and they could catch a late lunch. Bai Yuyao held onto Yang Fan's hand, looking completely obedient and sweet. Yu Linlin watched the two of them and felt deeply uncomfortable. She didn't want to be a third wheel in the cafeteria or watch Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao acting lovey-dovey. So she said, I'm going to the supermarket for a snack instead of the cafeteria. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't say much else, so he headed to the cafeteria with Bai Yuyao. But he never expected that just minutes after they parted ways, Linlin's phone began to ring. It was Zhang Hengri calling. Back at the hospital, after Yang Fan left, Zhang Hengri was practically exploding with rage. Threw everything he could reach. Water cups, thermometers, toilet paper, pillows. All of it went flying. He was livid. He wasn't reconciled to the breakup, and he certainly wasn't going to accept that beating from Yang Fan without a fight. He wanted revenge. He pulled out his phone to call the police, intending to tell them Yang Fan had assaulted him, but once he actually dialed the number, he couldn't bring himself to speak. He held the phone until the operator finally hung up, putting it away with a sense of bitter frustration. He didn't dare report Yang Fan. Be precise, he didn't dare turn against him. Even if he told the police, Yang Fan would at most pay a few $1,000s in medical bills, maybe spend a few days in detention. And then what? Yang Fan would go to school and spill all of Zhang Hengrui's dirty secrets. His academic career would be over. He might even be expelled. He didn't dare take that gamble. He had to swallow his burning resentment, at least until graduation. But time was ticking. Just as Zhang Hengrui put the phone down, another person appeared outside his room. A fair maiden who had been crying for quite a while. Yun Xilin stormed into the room and ran straight towards Zhang Hengrui. She was sobbing, and suddenly raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Hengrui glared but didn't dare make a sound. "Where's the money?" Yun Xilin cried. "Give me the money now, I need to get rid of this." Zhang Hengrui didn't say a word. Where was he supposed to get that kind of cash? Father was sickly and couldn't even keep a job as a security guard. His mother scrubbed toilets at the hospital, bringing home at most $3,000 a month. After their living expenses, there was nothing left. How could he possibly pay? But Yun Xilin didn't care. "Give me the money fast. What am I supposed to do if I don't get this taken care of?" She kept wailing, pulling at the bandages on his arm until the pain was unbearable. Zhang Hengrui wanted to explode, but he was afraid Yun Xilin would fight him to the death. He was even more afraid that she would blow the whistle on him. After racking his brain, a genius idea popped into his head. "Just give me a little more time. I'll borrow the money. I'll ask all my friends." That was all Zhang Hengrui could do now. He had to go begging. Yun Xilin wiped her tears and said, "Fine, I'll give you half a day. If I don't have that money by tonight, I'll take you down with me. Even if we both get expelled, I'm dragging you into the grave with me." She screamed, cried, and finally left. Zhang Hengrui's expression turned grim as he grabbed his phone and started calling his so-called friends to beg for cash. But none of those deadbeats had any money to spare. They were all broke too. Even if they were willing to help, they'd only cough up $100 or $200. Zhang Hengrui scrambled around, but only managed to scrape together $500. It wasn't enough, but he'd already burned through every contact he had. He was desperate, so he gritted his teeth and made a cold-blooded decision: call Linlin. He knew she had to have some money. It wasn't much, but a few thousand was definitely within reach. As for how to trick her into giving it up, that depended on his skills. Yang Fan could guess how shameless he was. He'd probably go back and beat him again. Of course, Yang Fan never expected that Zhang Hengrui actually memorized Linlin's number. Even if she had deleted him, he could still reach her. After a few rings, call finally went through. Linlin, Zhang Hengrui said, his skin thick, getting straight to the point. "Do you have money?" Linlin had just stepped out of the supermarket. She had bought 2 salted eggs and planned to finish dinner before heading back to the classroom to study. She never expected this ex-boyfriend to call her out of the blue. Zhang Hengrui was frantic, so he skipped the pleasantries and urged, "Can you lend me some money?" "Why?" Linlin asked, her expression calm. In truth, Yang Fan had already told her that Zhang Hengrui cheated and got Yun Xilin pregnant, and now he was calling to borrow money. Zhang Hengrui clearly needed cash for Yun Xilin's abortion, but he refused to say it. He wanted Yu Lingling to say it first, but that scumbag wouldn't own up to it. How could he tell the truth? He was still clinging to the desperate hope that he and Yu Lingling could reconcile soon and get back together. He started spinning lies. He claimed his cat had just given birth to kittens, but they were sick, and he needed money to take them to the vet. Yu Lingling sighed when she heard this. She loved cats, but she also knew perfectly well that Zhang Hengrui's cat was a male. She'd sooner believe Zhang Hengrui was the first emperor of Qin than believe his male cat could give birth. Why wouldn't she give in? Didn't she love cats? Could she really bear to watch poor kittens suffer? Zhang Hengrui urged her. Yu Lingling replied coldly, "I don't dislike cats anymore." "Dislike you? I hate that you keep lying to me. You know your cat is a male, and you know you think I'm easy to fool." Pathetic. With that, Yu Lingling prepared to hang up. She had no interest in talking to him anymore. Even though she spent all her time reading and seemed a bit naive, she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't play the fool. Seeing his lies exposed and the money slipping away, Zhang Hengrui gritted his teeth and played his final trump card. "Fine. Since you know, I'll be direct. I need this money for Yun Xilin's abortion, and I know Yang Fan is the one who hit me last night. If you don't lend me the cash, I'm calling the police. I'll take him down with me." Zhang Hengrui's plan was simple. If Yun Xilin was going to ruin him, he'd drag Yang Fan into the grave. He knew Yu Lingling was Yang Fan's childhood friend and wouldn't just stand by. Just as Yang Fan did everything to stick up for Yu Lingling, she would surely protect him. They'd grown up together. Decades of friendship had to mean something. Zhang Hengrui was gambling, and he won. Yu Linlin finally broke. How much do you need? How much can you give me? Zhang Hengrui countered, 3,200. Bill. Yu Linlin frowned and said, that's all I have. Zhang Hengrui was thrilled when he heard he could get the money. He was ecstatic, but he never stopped to think about what would happen to her. How would Yu Linlin manage? How would she handle things at home, eat, buy books, or pay for her daily needs? Zhang Hengrui never gave it a second thought, only cared about the cash. He didn't care if he couldn't pay it back, he'd just run. He had no conscience at all. Watching Zhang Hengrui's true colors, Yu Linlin felt conflicted. She felt like she'd been truly blind to ever agree to date him. But that didn't matter anymore. After transferring every cent she had, she said coldly, Zhang Hengrui, don't ever contact me again. Zhang Hengrui was overjoyed. He didn't even mention a repayment date before hanging up. Outside the school supermarket, Yu Linlin looked troubled. She stood by the entrance for a long time, slowly eating a salted egg, before heading back to the classroom. Luckily, she still had enough left on her meal card to last until the holiday. Meanwhile, after getting the money, Zhang Hengrui only sent 1,000 to Yoon Se-lin. He spent the remaining 2,000 on a new phone because his old one lagged during games. In the cafeteria, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao were eating. Bai Yuyao was taking care of Yang Fan like he was a child, spooning food into his mouth, bite after bite. She would offer a gentle smile each time. While she was beautiful, cute, and attentive, the problem was they were in the school cafeteria. Staff and students eating late were all staring, which made Yang Fan blush. He felt completely uncomfortable, but he couldn't refuse because he couldn't beat Bai Yuyao. Whenever he tried to push her spoon away, she would just glare at him, and he'd immediately fall in line, obediently waiting for the school beauty to feed him. Finally, he finished the meal. As they left the cafeteria, Yang Fan could clearly hear one of the cafeteria workers say, that kid has perfectly fine arms and legs. Why does he need someone to feed him? Yang Fan wanted to die of embarrassment. Bai Yuyao, on the other hand, didn't care at all. She kept holding Yang Fan's hand and clutching his arm, smiling sweetly as they walked. Just as they neared the teaching building, her phone rang. Zhang Yingzi's voice came through. She had already driven to the chemical plant to investigate the truth about Yang Fan's parents. She called Bai Yuyao because she suddenly remembered something. Is Yang Fan with you? She realized it was a stupid question immediately. Bai Yuyao loved Yang Fan so much, how could they be apart? Sure enough, he is, Bai Yuyao said sweetly. What's wrong, big sister Zhang? Ever since Bai Yuyao's rebirth, this was the first time she'd called her that. It was clear she was truly happy, even forgetting the grudges of her past life, forgetting how Zhang Yingzi's parents and siblings had bullied her. On the other end, hearing that long-lost term of endearment, Zhang Yingzi almost burst into tears. She felt like the little girl who had always clung to her, finally back. Her eyes welled up. She wiped her eyes and said, Yao Yao, you haven't called me that in a long time. Bai Yuyao realized her mistake. Auntie Zhang, her tone turned cold. Do you have business? If not, I'm hanging up. I have class. Do have business. Seeing Bai Yuyao's sudden shift to icy indifference, Zhong Yingzi felt a sharp pang of heartache. He took a breath before saying, the police called me in today to ask about the fight. Don't worry, though. I didn't say a word, but I'm sure Officer Yan will come around to talk to you guys, too. When he does, just tell them you don't know anything. They have no proof, and even if they did, it doesn't matter. Pin everything on me. Zhong Yingzi smiled. As a bodyguard, that was her job, taking the fall for Bai Yuyao. Even if she took full responsibility, it wouldn't be the end of the world. At worst, she'd pay a fine and spend a few days in lockup. Deep down, she really wanted to pin the blame on Yang Fan, but she held back. She knew it would break Bai Yuyao's heart. She'd rather carry the burden alone than let Bai Yuyao suffer. Bai Yuyao thanked her, her expression conflicted. Don't mention it, Zhang Yingzi replied cheerfully. Listen, Yao Yao, if you ever run into trouble, call me. I'll be there whenever you need me. I won't let anyone bully you. Bai Yuyao gave a soft, non-committal reply, and they finally hung up. Yet, those words kept echoing in Bai Yuyao's mind. I won't let you suffer. For a split second, she felt like such a terrible person. Zhong Yingzi was clearly trying to be good to her, but she felt like she was the one failing. After ending the call, Bai Yuyao suddenly buried her face in Yang Fan's chest. She whispered, am I a bad person? No way, Yang Fan soothed, patting her head to cheer her up. Fan wasn't even sure when he'd started doing this so often. Stroking her head always felt like the right way to comfort her. It usually worked like a charm, but this time Bai Yuyao couldn't shake her misery. She knew logically that in this lifetime, Zhong Yingzi hadn't harmed her or caused her any grief at all. But she just couldn't let go of the past. The trauma, the resentment, and the bitterness from her previous life were still haunting her. She was trapped in those memories, unable to escape, clinging to Yang Fan like a cat as she poured everything out. Yang Fan listened in total silence. Even though class had started and the area behind the school building was deserted, stayed right there, giving his full attention to the girl's confession. In her past life, her father committed suicide and left behind massive debt. Her mother ran off with a lover, leaving her completely alone. She faced daily harassment at university and debt collectors blocking the school gates. She was too scared to even leave her dorm, contemplating suicide more than once until the day Zhang Yingzi finally took her away. She was brought back to Zhang Yingzi's family home in a remote mountain area. She rested for a few days, but Zhang Yingzi's brother was a deadbeat. He was lazy and tried to take advantage of her, while Zhang Yingzi's parents despised her, thinking she was useless and broke. They complained she was just a drain on their food. Zhang Yingzi's sister grew jealous and constantly hurled insults at her until finally was kicked out. It was a cold, rainy autumn day up in those mountains. She had to sell her phone just to afford a cab back to school. If Zhang Yingzi had only come back with me, I never would have wanted to die. I wouldn't hate her like this either. But she didn't. She chose her family over me. I was just an outsider to her. She never treated me like a real sister. By this point, Bai Yuyao was sobbing, her heart completely shattered. She had treated Zhang Yingzi like a real sister her entire life, constantly sharing her favorite things with her. She even begged her own father to give Zhang Yingzi a raise. It wasn't until that rainy day on the mountain, shivering, she walked for miles, that she realized it was all one-sided. Zhang Yingzi never saw her as a sister at all. That's why, after being reborn, she never called her sister again. She couldn't forget the pain. Stop crying. We're in the office now, so what's the point? Which class are you two from? Everyone else is in class. And you're out here acting like this? It's shameful. Get your parents on the phone right now. I don't care who you are. Senior grade head Wei Songjuan stood in the office, his face dark and furious as he barked out orders. 59-year-old man was hunched over, yet he radiated an intimidating, booming energy whenever he lectured students. He had grabbed Yang Fan's arm, dragging him into the office by force. Of course, even here, Bai Yuyao refused to let go of Yang Fan. She kept her head buried in his chest, using his shirt to wipe away her tears. Because she stayed hidden like that, Wei Songjuan hadn't actually seen her face, so he had no idea he was reprimanding the daughter of the Tianyu Group chairman. Look up. You're in an office. Stop clinging to each other. Tell me which class you're in, or I'll make sure you regret this. Dating was strictly forbidden on campus. Wei Songjuan, the grade head, was livid to catch a couple moping around behind the building during class time. Bully. He was fully committed to getting their parents involved and teaching them a lesson. But when Bai Yuyao finally lifted her head, revealing her tear-stained face, Wei Songjuan froze. Are you sure you want to call my dad here? Bai Yuyao was still sobbing, her speech broken, yet her presence was powerful. She shook, her voice trembling, as she said, "Go ahead. If you really think you can get my dad to come here, call him." Wei Songjuan, a mere grade director, couldn't handle the pressure once a heavy hitter like the chairman of Tianyu Group was involved, the kind of man who rubbed elbows with city officials. Expression shifted instantly. The little man forced a grotesque, oily smile. Wait, let's not be hasty. It's a misunderstanding. Bai Yuyao, I didn't recognize you. If I'd known it was you, I never would have dared to call your parents. Besides, Principal Zheng told me just the other day that you and Yang Fan were a perfect match. I wouldn't dream of interfering with your relationship. Wei Songjuan laid the flattery on thick. It was a cultured man, clearly. His face turned faster than a spinning page. The principal really said that? Bai Yuyao sniffled, still shaken and struggling to regain her composure. Wei Songjuan doubled down, nodding eagerly. Absolutely true. Yang Fan turned to him, deadpan. Director Wei, could you give us a moment? Wei Songjuan felt a jab of annoyance. He was the grade director. This was his office, after all. Who did this student think he was? Kicking a teacher out. But he had no choice. He couldn't afford to offend Bai Yuyao. He couldn't afford to cross the Tianyu Group. If this were just some ordinary rich kid, he might have stood his ground, but Tianyu was a different beast entirely. Then, even if they were more regulated these days and less ruthless than before, they were still far beyond the pay grade of a grade director like him. Besides, even if he could technically risk it, why bother? Wei Songjuan had no interest in borrowed trouble. Don't cry, Yang Fen said, gently stroking Bai Yuyao's hair and her twin tails. She wiped her eyes on his shirt. She looked up at him, pleading, if you kiss me, I'll stop crying. Yang Fan felt a wave of awkwardness. Aside from a peck in kindergarten, he had never kissed another girl. This was hardly the time or place. Bai Yuyao's face fell, disappointed. Why won't you? Yang Fan reached out and covered the nearby security camera. He wasn't about to be watched while sharing a moment. It just felt wrong. Bai Yuyao glanced at the lens, her cheeks puffing out in frustration. Fine, you owe me a kiss, remember that. Elsewhere, Zhong Yingzi parked at the chemical plant, already digging into Young Fan's parents. Miss Zhong, I'm Ma Fugui, the director of production line 1. A hunched 50-year-old man in the parking lot rubbed his hands together, bowing and scraping. You can just call me Old Ma or Director Ma, Miss Zhong. Ma Fugui fawned over her like a loyal dog. An hour ago, the plant manager had warned him. A VIP from Tianyu Group was coming to inspect. As the factory's resident master of flattery, hosting guests was his specialty. Plastered on a fake grin, hovering nearby. Miss Zhang, whatever you need, just say the word. I'll arrange it immediately. Director Ma, help me check if there's a couple working here, Zhang Yingzi said, her expression cold as she stepped out of the car. The man is Yang Shangcheng, the woman is Zhang Chaimei. Get me their files. I'll be in the reception room. Ma Fugui knew exactly who Zhang Yingzi represented and wouldn't dare step out of line. He scrambled to lead the way to the reception area, served her a pot of tea, and immediately called HR to bring the documents. Within minutes, the files for Yang Shengcheng and Zhang Shaimei were sitting on her table. Yang Shengcheng, male 43, 21 years of service, married, living at Jinhua Apartments, Building 6, Unit 301. He was a team leader on line 3 of the first workshop. Zhang Chaimei, female 42, 20 years of service, married, living at the same address. She worked in the factory cafeteria, washing vegetables and serving food. The profiles were mundane. Zhang Yingzi skimmed them in seconds. She frowned. The couple seemed far too ordinary. There wasn't a hint of a powerful background. Sensing her disappointment, Ma Fugui rushed to suck up to her again. Song, interested in them? They've been here over 20 years. I know them inside and out. Anything else you want to know? Just ask. Ma Fugui was a pro at this. He didn't need to get anything out of her personally. Just leaving a good impression was enough to make him work hard. Zhang Yingzi found herself increasingly amused by his sycophancy. Since you know so much, tell me about their parents' work history, and any influential relatives, even distant ones. She pressed for details, and Ma Fugui delivered, pouring out everything he knew. It took time, but the story was simple. Yang Fan's grandfather had worked at the plant back when it was state-owned, a secure golden rice bowl. After his parents married, his grandfather had pulled some strings with colleagues to get them positions there as well. The whole family had spent their lives at the chemical plant. If the company's efficiency hadn't tanked, leaving them struggling to pay wages, Yang Fan likely would have ended up working there too. He would have lived a life where crossing paths with a socialite like Bai Yuyao would have been impossible. As for his maternal grandparents, they had passed away years ago. Simple farmers who spent their lives working the land in their hometown. Other relatives, uncles, aunts were all unremarkable people without a shred of influence. Zhang Yingzi listened. Her initial suspicion evaporated, replaced by cold disdain and a hint of contempt. When Bai Chaojun first asked her to investigate Yang Fan, she'd been genuinely curious if he was some hidden powerhouse. Now the mystery was gone. Other relatives, like his uncles and aunts, were all ordinary people, none with any status or success. As Zhang Yingzi listened, her expression shifted from initial suspicion to disdain, even a trace of pity. Before this, when Bai Chaojun first asked her to investigate Yang Fan's background, she had been curious if he held some hidden, powerful status. But once she finished the investigation, finally uncovered Yang Fan's background. It was a total disaster. 3 generations of his family without a single success story. Parents, uncles, aunts, the works. Their combined annual income barely touched 100,000, less than Zhang Yingzi made in a single month. A pathetic, struggling family. Kid thought he could date Bai Yuyao? Pure delusion. After verifying the facts, Zhong Yingzi drove straight to Tianyu Group. She cornered Bai Chaojun in his office. As he listened, the color drained from his face. He looked genuinely shaken. Are you certain? No mistakes in your reporting? Bai Chaojun struggled to process the information, finding it hard to believe. He couldn't wrap his head around how such a broke family produced someone as bold, sharp, and charismatic as Yang Fan. Zhang Yingzi remained firm. I'm positive, Chairman. I didn't just check with the plant management. I interviewed workers on the floor and in the cafeteria. Every lead confirms the same thing. Zhang Yingzi was adamant, but the question remained. If Yang Fan had no connections, how did he get classified secrets? How did he know the soil at Huasheng Residential Complex was dangerously polluted and the remediation failed? That site used to be the Yuanyang chemical plant, heavily contaminated. But after acquiring it, Tianyu Group poured a fortune into cleaning it up, threw massive resources at the problem. Once the work was supposedly done, they got results. They held multiple environmental impact reports from both domestic and foreign firms, all verifying the soil was safe. The land was cleared for commercial development. Even Bai Chaojun had been convinced the issue was resolved. It was only last month, when he discovered an internal mole, that he realized the cleanup had been a sham. The reports were falsified by people working from the inside to sabotage him. Bai Chaojun barely knew this himself. How did this nobody, Yang Fan, figure it out? Just a guess? A blind man finding a coin in the dark? Bai Chaojun considered it. He leaned toward the idea that it was a lucky guess. After all, he'd confirmed Yang Fan had no power, no influence, and no access to inside info. Once he settled on that, his opinion of Yang Fan plummeted. Suddenly, he had to know. Did that kid break up with my daughter yet? If Yang Fan was just a nobody, he needed to get involved. He couldn't let his daughter be stolen by a poor kid. No, he hasn't. Zhang Yingzi's reply was sharp and immediate. Always despised Yang Fan and was eager to see them split. Bai Chaojun's face darkened, his mood souring. He thought to himself, that brat took my 600,000 and is still secretly seeing her? There's no justice in this. He has no honor. Time to handle him. Bai Chaojun's hatred grew. Before, he just thought Yang Fan was greedy. He assumed the money would be enough to buy a breakup, but clearly this went deeper. Not only was he greedy, he was a predator. Taking the cash and staying, this was beyond tolerance. Bai Chaojun decided to play dirty. He built his empire in real estate, and most of the thugs and market bosses in Xinyi City, they were his old lackeys. As long as nobody ended up dead, he could ruin anyone with a single word. But he knew his daughter adored Yang Fan. He needed a plan, something that would appease her while permanently destroying the kid. After a long silence, his eyes shifted to Zhang Yingzi. You've been with me a long time now, haven't you? 15 years, Chairman. Zhang Yingzi replied with practiced respect. 15 years, time flies. Bai Chaojun felt a wave of nostalgia. He lit a cigar and slipped into the past. 15 years ago, he was 36 in his prime. It was 2009, right after the financial crisis hit the global economy. Father, Bai Jiangguo, was still alive, a legendary underworld boss in Xinyi City. Even with the recession, the old man had vision. Believed property values would explode for years to come. So he took the fortune he'd bled for. He handed it to his son Bai Chaojun to launch Xinyi Group. The money started rolling in. He was counting cash until his hands ached. His favorite hobby back then? Watching laborers toil away on his construction sites. Seeing them break their backs for houses, he thought they were fools, only good for grunt work, lacking the brains for real wealth. He didn't realize then that his success wasn't because he was brilliant. It was because he had a great father. He had money, connections, capital, and endless chances to fail. Others had nothing. That winter, however, changed things. The ground was frozen solid, harder than brick. Bai Chaojun, wrapped in a down jacket, strolled through the site, clutching a hand warmer. He saw a crowd of laborers working in the snow. He felt no pity. He was shouting, urging them to work faster. Then he saw a tiny, thin girl, no gloves, hands covered in frostbite, wearing rags. She was dragging a 100-pound bag of cement with every ounce of her strength. Watching her, he thought of his own 2-year-old daughter. Suddenly, he softened. It was ironic. He was a heartless man, yet he felt a flicker of mercy. Stopped the girl and asked, "What's your name?" "Zhang Yingzi." "How old are you?" 15. Working the site at 15. "Doesn't your father stop you?" "My father sent me here." At the time, 15-year-old Zhang Yingzi, while speaking, still desperately dragging a bag of cement with her own hands. Even though her hands were covered in frostbite and blood mixed with the cement, she didn't stop to slack off. She had to earn money to send home. Bai Chaojun had fallen into a long silence. He opened his mouth to say something, but not a single word came out. It wasn't until much later that he finally spoke. "Don't work on these construction sites anymore. I'll give you money. Come with me." "What do you want me to do?" Zhang Yingzi asked, happily agreeing. Back then, she was naive and never once thought about whether she was being tricked. She only felt that the man before her looked like a kind uncle. She learned later that Bai Chaojun wasn't kind at all. He was ruthless. Yet, while Bai Chaojun was cold-blooded toward others, he treated Zhang Yingzi with kindness and patience. Initially, he intended to send her to school, pass exams, and become a high-paid, comfortable accountant at Tianyu Group. But Zhang Yingzi wasn't academically inclined. She didn't like school, and she didn't need to use her head. She preferred action. If she wanted to act, then so be it. Bai Chaojun hired coaches. He taught her combat, invested capital, and set up tactical training, eventually making her Bai Yuyao's bodyguard. Over the years, Bai Chaojun had been truly good to Zhang Yingzi. She viewed him as her savior and Bai Yuyao as her own little sister, caring for her with absolute devotion. "Chairman," Zhang Yingzi whispered when he remained silent, finally snapping Bai Chaojun out of his thoughts. Bai Chaojun looked up at Zhang Yingzi. Seeing the little girl from years ago grown into a young woman, he was filled with emotion. Time really flies. "It does," Zhang Yingzi responded respectfully. Bai Chaojun put out his cigar, pulling himself from his memories. "Yingzi, I've treated you well all these years, haven't I? You've been very good to me. You are my savior," Zhang Yingzi replied with genuine gratitude. Bai Chaojun nodded, then continued. Do me a favor. Zhang Yingzi agreed immediately, she thought, to repay him. As long as it wasn't murder or arson, she would do anything. Bai Chaojun said coldly, find a few women and get them into that kid Yang Fan's bed. Zhang Yingzi's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Bai Chaojun to ask for something like this. It was way too much. Bai Chaojun didn't care what she thought. He continued callously, I don't like that boy Yang Fan, and I don't want my daughter to keep liking him. So, get some beautiful women into his bed and let my daughter see them. That should make her give up. Bai Chaojun's tone remained cold. He didn't care about anyone else's feelings. He didn't even consider whether his own daughter would hate him if she found out. He simply didn't care. To ensure a better future for his daughter, he was willing to do this, and indeed, he was the type of man who would. Zhong Yingzi stayed silent. For years she had been by Bai Yuyao's side, acting as nanny, bodyguard, and sister all in one. She had never been in a relationship. Still, she longed for love and envied those who found their soulmate. Though she couldn't stand Yang Fan and once pushed for him to break up with Bai Yuyao, she drew a line. She hated him, sure, but she wouldn't go this far. What? You aren't willing? Bai Chaojun squinted at her. He didn't doubt her loyalty, he just thought she was too soft-hearted. Fine, if you can't stomach it, I won't force you. Bai Chaojun lit another cigar, exhaling slowly. I'll get someone else, I can handle this. Zhong Yings finally spoke up. Let me do it. She hated this dirty tactic, but she owed Bai Chaojun way too many favors to count. She couldn't pay them back otherwise. Besides, she was always around Bai Yuyao and Yang Fan, making her the perfect person for the job. Bai Chaojun agreed. He knew she had the best access. Seeing her give in, Bai Chaojun grinned. Here is 300,000 for expenses. Whether you spend it all doesn't matter. Yours. Hit up a KTV or wherever. Just find a few young pretty girls to send his way. After it's done, I'll give you another 300,000. Just like that, the deal was sealed. 60 total, half for the operation, half for her trouble. Bai Chaojun loved throwing money around to get his way. He was incredibly generous, but that wasn't always the case. Over a decade ago, things were different. When he first went legit in real estate, he was a total miser. He thought providing work was a favor, so why pay wages? He constantly stiffed his workers, even when their parents were dying and needed that money for medical bills. Would rather hoard the cash in a bank to collect interest than pay what was owed. He loved playing the local kingpin, holding everyone's fate in his hands, until a desperate worker stabbed him twice. He landed in intensive care, staring death in the face. That changed his perspective on wealth. He realized that money meant nothing if you were dead. He started loosening his grip. But there was another reason for the shift. Father died of late-stage cancer, and no amount of medicine could stop it. Billions. But he couldn't buy his father another day. Once he was gone, Bai Chaojun had to step up. Father, Bai Zhangguo, was alive. He handled all the hard stuff. Bai Zhangguo was a veteran who had fought in wars and stood shoulder to shoulder with the country's biggest power players. He'd taken bullets for people and saved lives. As long as he didn't cross a line, the elite had his back. Bai Chaojun was a different story. He never served, never spent time in the trenches, and had zero connections to the real heavy hitters. He hadn't saved anyone. In fact, he'd ruined plenty of lives. To the elite, he was just a useless second-generation rich kid with no vision and no brain. Compared to his father, he was nothing. The only way to get people to respect him was to throw piles of cash at them. That's how he turned from a cheapskate miser into a big-spending, celebrated entrepreneur. As the board meeting wrapped up, Zhang Yingzi still had one question lingering in her mind. Bai Chaojun sat smoking calmly. Zhang Yingzi hesitated. Actually, I think there are better ways. You could offer Yang Fan money to leave since he's so poor. Or just beat him up until he's too afraid to see her. Either way is better than this. Zhong Yingzi truly believed money or violence would push him away, but Bai Chaojun just chuckled. You're right. Those methods would make him leave, sure. But they wouldn't make my daughter lose interest in him. The harder you hit him, the more she'll pity him. She wouldn't let him go. He looked at her like she was a child. She was 30, yet she still didn't get how the world worked. Then it hit him. She'd never been in love before. He softened his tone. Yingzi, I just realized you've never dated, have you? How about this? There's a rich kid, Sin Meng, coming back from overseas. I'll introduce you. Father runs a major firm. And before he could finish, Zhang Yingzi cut him off. Sir, no thanks. She didn't hate men. She just hated guys like that. Rich brats who only knew how to exploit women. Bai Chaojun shrugged. What are you going to do if you never get married? I'll go home and farm, she replied earnestly. I've saved up plenty of money and sent it all home already. Whenever you pass away, or if Yao Yao grows up and doesn't need me anymore, I'm heading back home to farm. Bai Chaojun was speechless. After all his years in the business, this was the first time someone planned to walk away from success to go back to the fields. It made no sense. Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. Yao Yao might run into more trouble, and I'm worried. Zhou Yingzi prepared to leave. Bai Chaojun didn't try to stop him, just waved him off. Once Zhou left, Bai Chaojun sighed to himself. What is he thinking? Heading home to farm? It's like he's lost his mind. Meanwhile, back at school, Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao had already finished several classes. They were focused, but not necessarily on the lecture itself. Instead, they were drilling specific topics Bai Yu Yao identified as high priority for the upcoming college entrance exams. She was sharp, and she explained things brilliantly. It was easier to understand than the teacher's lessons. Often, just a few words from her were enough for Yang Fan to have a breakthrough, instantly grasping the method. She'd point out the right formula to memorize so he could handle any similar problem later. During class, studied like this, head down, until the bell rang and the classroom dissolved into chaotic chatter. Only then would they take a break, either holding hands on the way to the restroom or just chatting at their desks. Even though every break, boys from other classes crowded the door to sneak a peek at Bai Yu Yao, she ignored them completely. Her eyes only saw Yang Fan. He was the only boy she cared for, and a single glance made her heart glow. She was always smiling while they talked, those dimples so sweet. Her eyes curved into lovely crescents when she laughed, charm so captivating it left Yang Fan unable to look away. Yang Fan always had to force himself to pull his gaze from the school beauty's perfect face just to keep the conversation going. Yang Fan? She chirped, sounding adorable. He didn't dare meet her eyes, turning to look out the window before he could answer. Find a time to talk to Zhou Yingzi. Bai Yu Yao was curious. She felt there was nothing to say. In her past life, Zhou had abandoned her. She treated him as a stranger now, nothing more than a bodyguard. She saw no reason to speak to him, and certainly not about her rebirth. She didn't trust him. She only trusted Yang Fan. I think Zhou Yingzi is quite innocent in all this. Yang Fan carefully chose his words, trying to persuade her without making her angry. I feel like he might have his own hidden struggles. Even though Yang Fan didn't like the guy, he could distinguish right from wrong. He figured if he had the chance to pull someone out of the mud, he should. It wasn't about being a saint, it was just a matter of conscience. Besides, it was an easy thing to do. Furthermore, Zhou Yingzi had helped him out quite a bit lately, whether by driving him around or handling his dirty work. Even if it was just to pay back a debt he had to try. He wanted to tell him that his parents and siblings weren't family, they were bloodsuckers who had long ago squandered every cent he sent home. Help him break free from them. That was Yang Fan's plan. That's what he laid out. Bai Yu Yao bit her lip silent for a long time. Finally, she replied hesitantly, I don't want to tell him too much. Yang Fan asked, because he abandoned you? She bit her lip, saying it was and it wasn't. I get it. Yang Fan already understood. If he were the one reborn, he wouldn't be running around telling everyone. That would just turn him into a lab rat. After a moment, Yang Fan came up with a better plan. How about this? I'll find a way to tip him off. Yang Fan continued. I'll get him to call home, maybe using the excuse of needing to borrow money. If his family is truly heartless, if they really are a group of bloodsuckers, they definitely won't lend him a cent. By then, he'll surely see their true faces and realize his hard-earned savings have all been drained. That was his plan. Bai Yu Yao pursed her lips, looking grateful. Yang Fan, thank you. No need for thanks, Yang Fan said with a shy smile. You've helped me plenty. I've only helped you once. Besides, you're my girlfriend now. As he said it, Yang Fan felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. They were in the classroom, with classmates listening, especially his buddy Li Dazhuang in the row ahead. He shouted in mock outrage. Damn it, stop showing off your romance in class. Is there no humanity left? The other boys listening in made gagging noises, acting like they wanted to throw up. In contrast, the girls sitting nearby all blushed. Ever since Yang Fan had a glow-up, their opinion of him had soared. They thought he was looking better and better. Even with his public display of affection, they didn't feel annoyed. They just thought he was cool. As for the school beauty Bai Yu Yao, her face was already bright red. She buried her head in Yang Fan's chest, especially after hearing the rowdy teasing from their classmates. She didn't dare lift her head at all. It was the first time she'd heard him call her his girlfriend in front of so many people. Felt so happy, yet so embarrassing. Almost everyone in the class was watching, either cheering them on, filled with envy, or jealous. Only Linlin looked pained. She couldn't help but feel that all this clamor and joy should have belonged to her. Should have been hers and Yang Fan's. Sadly, that was something she could never have. She stared at her textbook as the words blurred before her eyes. Thought his glasses were just slipping, but his deskmate and best friend Tang Xinyi asked, Yulin, why are you crying? At Anbai Couples Hotel, Zhang Yingzi sat on the conference room sofa, legs crossed, smoking a cigarette. Smoked one after another, clearly troubled. Standing across from her was a young, striking woman with a seductive air. She wore a revealing dress that hugged her curves, exposing a dazzling amount of skin around her chest. Even her legs were fully on display. This alluring woman was Wang Shiqin, the general manager of the hotel. Only 25, Wang Shiqin had ascended to the role quickly after graduation, attributing her rapid rise to just 5 words: hard work and sweat. If you had to describe it in 4, it would be her performance in bed. Wang Shiqin knew beauty wouldn't last forever. She had to grab everything she could while she was still young, whether it was money or power. She never minded letting powerful people take advantage of her. Of course, penniless loser tried it, she would call the police. Yet right now, her beauty was useless. Zhang Yingzi was also a woman. Her bedroom tricks were pointless. To Zhang Yingzi, the gorgeous Wang Xiqin wasn't even as interesting as the cigarette she held. Ms. Zhang, do you have any instructions for us? Wang Xixin asked tentatively, terrified of offending her guest after the long, silent wait. Though she hadn't worked at Tianyu Group for long, she was well informed. She knew Zhang Yingzi wasn't just the chairman's daughter's bodyguard. She was practically a daughter to the chairman, raised for over a decade. No matter how good Wang Xin was in bed, offending Zhang Yingzi meant disaster. She stayed polite and respectful, even pulling up her low-cut collar quite a bit, trying to make herself look less provocative and more like a professional. She had assumed Zhang Yingzi was a principled woman sent by the chairman to inspect operations. However, one sentence from Zhang Yingzi immediately shattered that image. Do you have those little cards here? You know, the kind where you pay for a companion for the night? Money is no object. Provide the special service. Zhang Yingzi blushed as she spoke. She had never been in a relationship or slept with anyone. She was clueless about such things, yet here she was asking for special services at a hotel. Her ears were burning red. Wang Xin was visibly shocked. Ms. Zhang, exactly what do you mean? Wang Shiqin wondered if he'd heard that right. He had to ask again to be sure. Stunned, because Zhang Yingzi was known for being incredibly pure. Anyone in the company knew the truth. Zhang Yingzi hadn't dated or been with a man by the time she hit 30. She always wore military green, looking like a tough drill instructor. Sharp, beautiful, and poised woman now wanted to pay for specialized services. Wang Shiqin felt his brain melting. Zhang Yingzi snapped, "Manager Wang, wasn't I clear? I need to pay for someone who provides those services." She was annoyed. She hated repeating herself. It was humiliating enough to admit. Right. Sorry, Miss Zhong, I just couldn't believe it," Wang Shiqin said, quickly forcing a polite, apologetic smile. Pulled out his phone and scrolled through his social feed. Soon, he found a few decent-looking male models. They were all in their 20s, energetic, with 8-pack abs, wearing nothing but trunks. Posed in various suggestive muscular photos, Wang Shiqin handed the phone over with a sycophantic grin. As the phone hit her view, Zhang Yingzi took one glance, slapped it away, and turned bright red. "What is this, Manager Wang? What are you doing? I want a woman!" "A woman!" Zhang Yingzi's face, ears, and even her collarbone were burning crimson. She wanted a girl, yet Wang Shiqin showed her men, and men dressed in almost nothing. She'd never even touched a man, let alone looked at that. Wang Shiqin picked up his phone, looking aggrieved. How was he supposed to know she liked women? Stop the chatter and just find me one. Zhang Yingzi was getting impatient and had no time for his questions. Wang Shiqin had no choice. He apologized and went back to searching. After 4 or 5 minutes, he sifted through dozens of contacts. And they were all professionals. Some looked like internet celebrities, some like stars, others like seductresses. Wang Shiqin saved the photos and stood by Zhang Yingzi, letting her flip through them. "No, this one isn't it. She's older than me. No, makeup's too thick. This one's too cheap." Zhang Yingzi rejected over 20 profiles. She wasn't impressed by the minor models or stars. If she didn't like them, Yang Fan certainly wouldn't either. "Miss Zhang, your standards are incredibly high," Wang Shiqin thought. He found her pickiness baffling. Some of those 18-tier starlets looked way better than Zhang Yingzi's flat-chested frame. Wang Shiqin's expression soured. He wondered if she was just messing with him. If it were anyone else, he would have started yelling, but he couldn't afford to offend her. He swallowed his pride. "Miss Zhang, what is your standard? What type do you like?" "Let me look. Type do I like?" Zhang Yingzin froze. She didn't even like women. She had no idea what her type was. Besides, these weren't for her. They were to seduce Yang Fan. She had to think hard. What kind of woman did Yang Fan like? Let me think. Zhong Yingzi pondered. Wang Shiqin pulled up a chair, sitting quietly by her side to wait. Finally, it hit her. Yang Fan liked girls like Bai Yuyao, beautiful and young. With her mind made up, she said, "Manager Wang, find me a high school student. Around 18, pretty. Money is no object." A high school student? 18? Wang Shiqin felt his worldview shattering. He also began to see Zhang Ying's tastes as genuinely twisted. Liking women was one thing, but young girls? Predatory. In Wang Shiqin's eyes, Zhang Yingzi was officially a monster. Even so, He had to play along to climb the corporate ladder. Miss Zhang, I'll see what I can do. I'll try to get someone by 7 tonight. How does that sound? He asked nervously, not actually knowing anyone that young. Zhang Yingzi nodded. It was settled. She gathered her things and left the hotel, leaving Wang Xiqin to make frantic calls, pulled favors and checked his network, all while cursing her under his breath. But he couldn't believe she wanted an 18-year-old. What a total pervert. At the hospital, Zhang Hengrui was screaming into his phone. Yun Silin, I already gave you $1,000. Why are you still hounding me? That 1,000 is enough for you. I'm blocking you. We're finished. Don't ever contact me again. Heaven knows whose kid you're even carrying. Zhang Hengrui was vile, and he'd only given her a pittance. Zhang Hengrui blew the rest of his 2,000 yuan on a new phone. To him, gaming mattered more than Yun Silin, who stood abandoned on the street. The words stung. Tears pricked his eyes. He was desperate, flat broke, and terrified to tell his family about the pregnancy. He wouldn't have touched Zhang Hengrui's dirty money otherwise. But with only 1,000 yuan transferred, fear gripped him. His hands shook. He had already checked. A painless abortion at 2 months cost at least 2 or 3,000. Even with his 300 yuan in living expenses, he was way short. He considered borrowing from friends, but they were just as broke. Those girls were skinny as toothpicks, starving themselves to save on food. He gritted his teeth, sobbing as he called Zhang Hengrui. Blocked. The call wouldn't go through. He stayed on the street, missing his afternoon dance class entirely. Sudden dark urge to die washed over him, but the rage was stronger. If he was going down, he was taking Zhang Hengrui with him. Stumbled home, body trembling. With the house empty, he scavenged a half-full jug of gasoline or maybe oil from the shed. It was leftover from his father's old car repairs. He clutched the jug, set on reaching the hospital to end it all with Zhang Hengrui. But with a jug of fuel in his hand, no taxi driver would pick him up. Even ride shares canceled on him. He stood at the complex gate, eyes burning red. Tears streamed down his face. He couldn't even die with his target. The humiliation and frustration were suffocating. Crouched by the gate, sobbing, the security guard saw the jug and went pale, frantically reaching for his phone to call the police. Little girl, don't do anything reckless, the guard shouted, terrified that Yun Silin was about to commit suicide. Yun Silin glared at him, wiped his face, and stood up, snapping, none of your damn business. But the guard couldn't believe his ears. This kid was sobbing with a jug of gas, and he wasn't supposed to intervene. As the guard reached for the phone again, Yun Silin finally snapped. You call them and I'll kill myself right here. The guard froze, paralyzed by the threat. Yun Silin carried the jug back inside. The guard shadowed him from a distance, terrified of what might happen next. Yun Silin's mind was a mess. He wanted revenge, but the world was full of cameras and busybodies. He felt trapped. If he walked into the hospital with a jug of gas, he'd be arrested before he even reached the lobby. He paced the complex, hunting for Zhang Hengrui's car. It was a budget electric vehicle, maybe 80 or 90,000 yuan, but for Zhang Hengrui's family, that was a significant loss. Yun Silin decided he'd torch the car. Prison or not, he needed to settle the score. But he searched the parking lot for ages. Even the charging stations were empty. Zhang Hengrui's father must have taken it out. Yun Silin felt his last shred of hope wither. He collapsed to the ground, tears ready to fall again until his phone buzzed. He finally answered through the blur of his crying. It was Yu Rushui, a girl from his dance class, a skinny crop top wearing rebel. Silin, where are you? Why weren't you at practice? She asked with a grin. Yun Silin fought back the pain. I'm not coming. Something came up. Yu Rushui didn't care about the excuse. She laughed, ignoring his distress. I heard you're strapped for cash looking for a loan. True? Yun Silin gave a soft, defeated nod. He needed the money. He didn't even care about his own life, so he had no pride left to lose. Yu Rushui continued, giggling. Got a way to make money. 20 or 30,000 in one night. Want in? 30,000 a night? Yun Silin gasped, his expression darkening. You aren't suggesting, Yu Rushui scoffed, completely unbothered. What's wrong with using what you've got? Honestly, if they didn't reject me, I'd keep this gold mine to myself. You're interested? Get to the couple's hotel across from our school. I'll show you the ropes. Fell silent, waiting for a reply. Inside the complex, Yun Silin sat by the charging station, torn. Even if he'd been around, he'd never stooped to this level before, so he hesitated. Yu Rushui's cold voice cut through the silence. Silin, your stomach's showing? Still not decided? Yun Silin looked horrified. What do you mean? Yu Rushui sneered. You're 2 or 3 months along, aren't you? It's pretty obvious when you're dancing in those tiny outfits. I'm just trying to help you make money. You pull that off, you clear 30,000. And I get a 5,000 yuan referral fee. Simple as that. Her tone shifted, turning sharp and threatening. Of course, if you say no and cost me 5 grand, don't blame me if everyone finds out about the pregnancy. Even at 18, She was an art student like Yoon Silin, but they ran in different circles. Yoon Silin went to a standard high school, while Yu Roshui attended a vocational school. The environment there was ruthless. Plenty of girls grew up too fast, hard-edged and cold-blooded. It was similar to vocational school, where the atmosphere was tainted and many girls were precocious, cold, and ruthless. Yu Roshui was a bottom-tier delinquent who cared for nothing but cold, hard cash. Reputation, personal boundaries, damaging others, none of that mattered. If Yoon Silin refused to play ball and help him make money, he would definitely leak the secret. Yoon Silin dreaded the thought of being shamed even after death. He couldn't handle the gossip or the cruel whispers. For minutes, he struggled with the idea, trapped in his own internal conflict. Suddenly, Yu Rushui chuckled. It's not as gross as you think. The wealthy woman who wants you tonight, I heard she's actually quite pretty. A woman? Yoon Silin felt his resolve crack at the news. Seizing the moment, Yu Rushui purred, see? Just a girl. Think of it like sleeping with a friend. No big deal. Plus, you'll make a fortune in one night. Worth it, right? Finally, Yoon Silin gave in. Yu Rushui grinned. Where are you? Should I come to you, or are you heading to the hotel? I'll go straight to the hotel, Yoon Silin replied. Fine, see you at the entrance. Back at school, the last period was just a homeroom session, usually reserved for the teacher to preach life lessons. But their teacher, Zhou Qingxia, was out while her son was hospitalized with a fever. The class was left to the music teacher, who was filling in. Standing at the podium and rambling on was Li Shijing, a 23-year-old woman. To be fair, she wasn't bad to look at. She had a pointed chin, a high ponytail, and a smile permanently plastered on her face. Her looks were average, maybe better with makeup, but she stood tall, easily 5'7". She'd clearly been well-fed growing up, and more importantly, she was loaded. Her family supposedly ran an e-commerce makeup business. They cleared millions a year with ease. She was dripping in designer labels, wearing a watch that cost more than a year's salary for most people. She only took this music teaching gig because she loved hanging around teenagers. It gave her the perfect stage to flaunt her wealth. It gave her a sense of superiority. The students liked her since she played it cool, and Li Shijing always brought snacks to class. She was constantly handing out food and drinks. Still, some people couldn't stand her. She had a weird streak. Even though she was a music teacher, she never actually talked about music during class. Today was no different. Li Shijing walked to the front of the room and immediately cracked open a massive box of snacks. Stuffed with dried fish, the spicy, addictive kind. Li Shijing held one up in the air. Smiling, she announced, All right, class, let's play a game. Whoever gives me an answer I like gets a treat. The room erupted in cheers as the students clamored for snacks. Li Shijing started pointing at people, starting with Yu Linlin. Bu Linlin stood up. Li Shijing asked, In your opinion, are there more pretty girls or pretty boys in our school? Bu Linlin whispered, More girls. Li Shijing smiled and tossed her a bag of fish. Bu Linlin didn't eat it. She just set it aside and went back to her work. Li Shijing moved on to Zhou Zihan. A girl with a round face stood up. Li Shijing asked her, You tell me, why are there so many pretty girls at our school but so few pretty boys? The girl looked awkward, racking her brain until she finally stammered, I don't know. Li Shijing chirped, That's okay, I'll tell you. She handed her a bag of fish before explaining, It's because girls are the cutest creatures on earth, obviously. The girls in the class shrieked with delight, while the boys shifted in their seats, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Li Shijing turned her attention to Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood up, rubbing his head. He'd been busy helping Bai Yuyao with a problem and had no clue what the teacher was babbling about. When Li Shijing saw Yang Fan, so handsome and impeccably dressed, her eyes lit up. She quickly collected herself. Merc, she asked, You tell me, why are there so few handsome boys? Yang Fan looked baffled. Having completely missed the lesson, he just blinked, flashing an innocent, clueless expression. Li Shijing sighed. Why aren't you answering? You get a reward if you get it right. Yang Fan muttered, Sorry, teacher, I don't eat seafood. That one sentence silenced Li Shijing instantly. She'd lived for years and never heard that excuse. You allergic? She asked, frowning. Yang Fan looked sheepish. Not allergic. Then why not? Li Shijing was genuinely confused. Yang Fan said shyly, Honestly, it's not just seafood. I don't eat anything that knows how to swim. Always been that way. Li Shijing felt a bit defeated. She suddenly realized the mountain of snacks she brought was useless. Finding a high schooler this good-looking was hard enough, but him refusing her snack, it really stung. She felt restless and unwilling to let it go. The more handsome a guy was, the more she wanted to win him over. So she tried again. Is there anything else you like? I can get it for you. After she said that, class started whispering, buzzing with rumors. Li Shijing suddenly realized how suggestive that sounded. She quickly backtracked. I mean, if you give me a good answer, I'll buy you your favorite thing as a prize. Bai Yuyao pouted, looking clearly jealous. She sensed Li Shijing had ulterior motives for Yang Fan. Yang Fan just gave a bashful smile. Sorry, teacher, I already have the thing I like most. Li Shijing tilted her head, confused. What do you like best? Yang Fan asked, his gaze already shifting toward Bai Yu Yao. In that moment, the whole class turned to stare. Bai Yu Yao's face turned bright red. She felt so embarrassed, even though she truly adored Yang Fan. Yet, with the entire class and teacher watching, Yang Fan had actually declared she was the one he liked most. Her neck flushed crimson. She couldn't even lift her head. The icy school beauty persona vanished, replaced entirely by a girl's bashful shyness. Li Shijin, a lonely bachelor standing at the podium, forced to swallow this dog food by the spoonful. He was choking on it. For a split second, it felt like the love was actually poisonous. It was agonizing to watch. Young Fan, student dating is prohibited at this school. Li Shijin snapped, looking to stir up trouble. He wanted to use this chance to criticize Yang Fan and vent his frustration. Yang Fan, however, looked unbothered. The head teacher and the principal already approved it. They gave us permission to date, sir. You're overstepping your bounds. Li Shijin's face turned purple. He was furious. He hadn't left his family's vast wealth behind to teach here. He did it to satisfy his pathetic, twisted need for superiority. He wanted to command respect from students, to flaunt his wealth and status. Instead, Yang Fan wasn't giving him an ounce of respect. He felt humiliated. Young Fan, come to my office after class. We need to talk. Li Shijin gritted his teeth. Young Fan simply kept that same indifferent expression. Bai Yu Yao stood up. Even though her face was still flushed, she rose to protect the boy she liked most. Teacher, you have no right to bully my boyfriend. Li Shijin was stunned. He hadn't expected Bai Yu Yao to like a boy like him. Young Fan's family background was merely average, nowhere near the level of a true heiress like Bai Yu Yao. He could already foresee that if he clashed with her, Principal Zheng would side with Bai Yu Yao without hesitation. Realizing this, Li Shijin's face turned sickly, felt inferior to a high school girl. What stung even more was that he didn't dare yell at her. Get to your self-study. With that, Li Shijin stormed out. He felt like staying any longer would just make him look even more pathetic. After he left the classroom, students all stared at each other, wondering what to do with the snacks. Was it better to split them up or find someone to take them to Li Shijin's office? No one was sure. Finally, Yu Lingling, the class representative, sighed. She set her homework aside, stood up, and carried the heavy box of snacks to the office. Once inside, Guljin vented his rage at Yu Lingling. That Bai Yu Yao is truly piece of work. Yu Lingling nodded in agreement, thinking she wasn't a good person either. Li Shijin continued angrily, and that Yang Fan isn't any better. No, sir. Yang Fan is actually pretty decent. Yu Lingling suddenly argued, her expression quite serious. Li Shijin frowned, staring at her for a long time. He couldn't understand why she was defending him. Only when Yu Lingling felt nervous and lowered her flushed head did it click. Li Shijin smirked. He understood now. The little girl had fallen for that kid. At the back of the classroom, Bai Yu Yao continued tutoring Yang Fan. While in the front row, Li Dazwang scribbled a note and passed it to Yang Fan. When Yang Fan opened it, Bai Yu Yao leaned in, curious. The note read, "Dude, you're a legend. Your girlfriend is loaded, and you didn't even tell me? Still borrow money from me? What were you thinking?" Bai Yu Yao covered her mouth and giggled. Yang Fan picked up his pen and wrote on the note, "A real man never spends a woman's money." He passed it back. Li Dazhuang read it, his heart a complex mix of feelings. "So you don't spend a girl's money, but you'll take a guy's? What a jerk." But he only grumbled internally. In truth, he felt Yang Fan's logic made sense. A real man must learn to earn his own living. If he can't even provide for his wife and kids, he's not a man, he's just a gigolo. Li Dazwang sympathized deeply for a moment. A little later, he passed another note. "Dude, skip evening self-study later. Come with me to the internet cafe to play League of Legends. I've got a match lined up, and we're one mid-laner short. If you come, I won't ask anyone else." As Yang Fan read it, Bai Yu Yao looked on with him. They caught each other's eyes, both falling silent. Yang Fan's face was filled with dread. He remembered what Bai Yu Yao had told him. In the previous life, Li Dazwang had taken leave during evening study to play games and met with an accident. In that past life, when Li Dazwang went home to grab his things, he saw a fire in the apartment parking lot and died trying to save someone. The final bell rang. Yang Fan looked at Bai Yu Yao, asking in a low voice, "Didn't you say he takes leave and has the accident tomorrow?" "Yeah." Bai Yu Yao recalled for a moment. "I'm sure. You told me many times that the accident happened on a Tuesday. Today is Monday. In theory, he shouldn't be in danger." Yet, Bai Yu Yao suddenly pursed her lips. She realized that since she had been reborn, the world line had shifted significantly. Past events had changed because of her return. She no longer had total confidence. She couldn't be certain when the accident would happen this time, nor could she be sure if the woman who started the fire would even do it again. She could gamble that the timeline was the same, that it would happen tomorrow. But Yang Fan couldn't take that risk. Lee Dazwang was his best friend, the brother he'd grown up with. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he couldn't let it happen. He couldn't afford to lose, not this time. The school bell rang, and Yang Fan stood up instantly, blocked Lee Dazwang from leaving. Lee Dazwang noticed Yang Fan looking unusually grim and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Forced a laugh, adding, "Buddy, even if you're not gaming, don't stop me. I've got matches to play this week. I've already made plans with people." Yang Fan frowned. How could he explain this? The truth was off the table. Lee Dazwang wouldn't believe a word of it. He certainly wouldn't buy that Bai Yuyao was a reborn soul, and Yang Fan didn't want to tell him that either. The fewer people who knew about the rebirth, the better. But without the truth, how could he talk him out of it? Stopping him from going online was tough. Lee Dazwang's addiction was legendary. Even his parents couldn't control him. Best friend, Yang Fan had even less leverage. After weighing his options, he shot a desperate look at Bai Yuyao. She caught his drift immediately. Stepped in to smooth things over. "Lee Dazwang," Bai Yuyao said with a smile, "skip the gaming today. Friend of mine is interested in you and wants to take you to dinner." Yang Fan and Lee Dazwang both froze. They looked stunned. Neither could believe that one of Bai Yuyao's friends would have eyes for Lee Dazwang. Yang Fan even secretly scribbled a message on Bai Yuyao's palm. For real, Bai Yuyao looked at Yang Fan, flashed a sweet smile and teased, "Take a guess." Yang Fan thought to himself, "Guess what? I haven't got a clue." But since Lee Dazwang wasn't exactly a looker, he assumed she was lying. Still, for his best friend's sake, he had to play along. He stopped talking, following Bai Yuyao's lead and nodding along to everything she said, playing the supportive sidekick. "My friend thinks you're a good guy and wants to grab dinner tonight. They even picked the spot, the Suiwan Hot Pot place west of campus." Bai Yuyao played the part perfectly. Li Dazhuang had been set on gaming, but hearing that a girl wanted a date left him hesitant. Gaming was great, but it didn't hold a candle to the chance of getting a girlfriend. Truth be told, he was dying to date. If it weren't for his looks, he would found someone ages ago. "Don't hesitate, man," Yang Fan urged, striking while the iron was hot. "Even if you don't like her, show some respect and just show up. Go meet her, right? You'll have plenty of time for games after the college entrance exams." "All right, fine," Li Dazwang finally agreed. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yuyao smiled and told him, "Li Dazwang, go home and change into something nicer. I'll go tell my friend you're in. We'll see you at the hot pot place in an hour." With that, she left to call Zhong Ying. She needed Zhong Yingzi to find an actor. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and Li Dazwang slung their arms around each other and headed out to change clothes. Yang Fan knew the whole setup was fake, but the key to a good lie is committing to the bit. The more realistic it seemed, the better. Besides, Bai Yuyao hadn't even found the extra yet. If they dragged Li Dazwang to the restaurant straight from school, but they wouldn't have nearly enough time to secure an actress. So, they strolled out of the school together, headed for Li Dazhuang's house. Li Dazwang wanted to save time and grab a taxi, but Yang Fan needed to stall, so he talked him out of it. "Let's walk. We can talk on the way." Li Dazwang fell for the excuse and started walking home with him. As they passed the Anbai couple's hotel, they stopped dead in their tracks. Standing right at the entrance, they spotted a familiar face. It was Yoon Silin, their class art representative, walking hand in hand with Yu Rushi into the hotel. Yang Fan stroked his chin deep in thought. It made no sense. Why would Yoon Silin be at a couple's hotel? By all rights, she was pregnant and should be heading to the hospital. Why was she here with another girl? Li Dazwang was just as confused. "Dude, did you see that? Isn't that Yoon Silin from our class? Going into a couple's hotel with a girl? Could they be, you know?" "No way." Yang Fan dismissed it instantly. She couldn't like girls. He knew for a fact Yoon Silin liked men. She'd slept with plenty of them. But Li Dazwang asked, "How would you know?" "Are you saying you?" Yang Fan shot him a glare. "Cut the nonsense. Don't go spreading rumors about me. I have a girlfriend." Li Dazwang chuckled lecherously. "I know you have a girl, but another one wouldn't hurt, right? Just shut up if you can't talk sense." Yang Fan wasn't about to argue. He didn't know why Yoon Silin's checking into a hotel with another girl. But that wasn't his main concern. Li Dazwang was. Put the thought aside, silenced Li Dazwang, and hurried home to get him ready. At the Anbai couple's hotel, the manager, Wang Shichen, had already brought Yu Roshui and Yoon Silin into the office. At first, Zhong Yingzi was curious. She wondered what these high school girls looked like and if they would catch Yang Fan's eye. But when Wang Shichen brought them in, Zhong Yingzi's expression shifted instantly. Why is it her? Before she'd settled a score the night before, she'd seen Yoon Silin clearly. She knew Yoon Silin was Yang Fan's classmate, Xiang Henrui's mistress, and was pregnant. If she sent Yoon Silin to seduce Yang Fan, it would be utterly disgusting. Yang Fan would sooner beat her to a pulp than sleep with her. The moment they met, everything clicked. Zhang Yingzi's face darkened instantly. Wang Xiqing, oblivious to her mood, figured Yun Seelin looked decent enough and eagerly pitched her. What do you think of this young lady? A senior at #1 high school, top grades, and an art student too. She's a dancer, very flexible, the perfect fit for you. I bet she can handle any position you're into. Wang Shiqing kept fawning over Lin Xiling, his face flushed. He felt like he was losing all sense of shame. Treated like roadside merchandise to be picked over, he felt a wave of humiliation and instinctively wanted to stop. Yet, the lure of money kept him going, hoping Zhang Yingzi would bite. Beside him, Yu Rushui stayed composed, clearly used to this. I don't care for either of them. Zhang Yingzi's tone was icy. She had no interest in Yun Silin or Yu Rushui. Doubted Yang Fan would ever go for girls like these. Find someone else. She waved her hand, signaling Wang Xiqing to clear them out. Wang Xiqing looked awkward. He felt a flash of irritation that his best efforts hadn't satisfied Zhang Yingzi. Yu Silin turned pale. Being rejected meant no pay, no money for the hospital, and the looming fear of Yu Rushui exposing her secrets. Her heart sank. Just then, the office door swung open. A wealthy, heavily made-up socialite strolled in arm with a pretty boy. It was Shen Shuting, Bai Yuyao's mother. She clung to the man's arm, spotted Zhang Yingzi, and flashed a smile. Oh, you're here? Perfect. I have something to discuss. Shen Shuting had come to the office looking for some excitement with her escort, but clearly, the room was too crowded for that. Since that was off the table, she decided to talk to Zhang Yingzi. She beckoned, and Zhang Yingzi walked over. Meanwhile, the delicate-looking pretty boy, Qin Bowen, turned his gaze toward Zhang Yingzi. He took one look and his eyes lit up. He found Zhang Yingzi's sharp, tomboyish style intriguing. But when his eyes dropped to her flat chest, his face fell and he instantly lost interest. Zhang Yingzi, focused entirely on Shen Shuting, didn't care about the pretty boy at all. What is it? Miss Shen? Zhang Yingzi asked, remaining perfectly professional. She knew Shen Shuting was cheating on Bai Chaojun, and she knew the woman was morally bankrupt. Yet she maintained her role. After all, Shen Shuting was the legal wife of her employer. Shen Shuting didn't care who saw her affair. She sat in the chair, popping grapes fed to her by the pretty boy. You're always shadowing Yao Yao. Tell me, why has she been acting so different lately? She didn't really care about Bai Yu Yao, but even she noticed the drastic change in her daughter and felt a flicker of curiosity. She hoped to pry an answer out of the bodyguard, but Zhang Yingzi was just as clueless. Sorry, Miss Shen, I really don't know. The change was so sudden. Zhang Yingzi was telling the truth. Bai Yu Yao's shift was so radical it baffled even her. Shen Shuting squinted, searching for a lie but saw none. She gave a small smile and pivoted. Is Yao Yao still seeing that boy? Yes, they're still together. Zhang Yingzi confirmed. Shen Shuting let out a mocking laugh. Doesn't that old man Bai Chaojun have hundreds of thousands of dollars riding on them breaking up? How come they're still together? I don't know. Zhang Yingzi frowned. She wondered how this woman knew about the money and why Yang Fan hadn't called it quits. Shen Shuting's smile turned cold. You don't know? Clearly, she didn't believe a word of it. Being a suspicious woman, she refused to accept that the bodyguard was out of the loop. Getting nothing useful, she waved her hand. That's enough. You can go. Zhang Yingzi felt a massive sense of relief and hurried out. She didn't want to spend another second with that woman. Once she left, Shen Shuting suddenly became interested in the other women in the office. Wang Xiqing, you're the manager of this hotel, right? Shen Shuting turned her attention to him, and he jumped at the chance to flatter her. Yes, that's me. I'm honored you remember me, Miss Shen. Tell me, what was Zhang Yingzi doing here? She asked with genuine interest. Wang Xiqing, eager to please, spilled everything he knew. A few moments, he gave away every detail. Shen Shuting's expression shifted, becoming more amused by the second. She realized instantly that this wasn't Zhang Yingzi's idea. It was Bai Chaojun's trap to force a breakup. Having been married to Bai Chaojun for so long, she understood his devious nature and his obsessive need to protect his daughter. Having connected the dots, she turned her gaze toward the two girls and let out a cold, cynical laugh. Thought Yu Rushui looked decent but far too skinny. Not a bit of meat on her, hardly a catch for any man. Yun Xiling, on the other hand, had a bit more to offer. Not exactly large, but at least she had some curves. Besides, Yun Xiling wasn't bad-looking. Shen Shuting wasn't sure why Zhang Yingzi had passed her over, but he had his own opinion. He saw Yun Xiling as a perfect pawn. Driven by a twisted obsession to spite her husband, he decided to play a game. He also wanted his daughter's love life to be as miserable as his own. So he jumped in. You're Yun Xiling, right? Shen Shuting asked with a grin. Yun Xiling nodded. Yes, I'll give you 30,000. Shen Shuting smiled smoothly. Tonight, you don't need to do a thing. Just make sure you end up in bed with that kid, Yang Fan. I'll handle the rest. Okay, Yun Xiling felt sick, but she agreed. She knew who Shen Shuting meant. That was his classmate, the guy who suddenly turned handsome and started dating the school beauty. He never wanted to do this. But for the money, he had no choice. What about me? Miss Shen, can I make money too? Even a little bit. 20,000? No, even 10,000 works. I can do it. Yu Shui sounded terrified of not being picked. She kept trying to please Shen Shooting. Shen Shooting glanced at her small chest and limbs as thin as bamboo stalks, her lips twitching repeatedly. She finally settled on a price. 5,000, not a penny more. Thinking an extra woman might improve the odds, Shen Shooting eventually brought Yu Shui on board. Thank you, Miss Shen. Yu Shui was overjoyed. $5,000. She was thrilled. It was thousands higher than she expected. She was more than satisfied. Manager Wang, call Yang Fan later. Tell him to come to the hotel. Shen Shooting chewed slowly while her boy toy fed her a banana. Once he's here, proceed as planned. Wang Shiqin worriedly asked, but what about the eldest daughter? I'm afraid she'll stay by Yang Fan's side. Doesn't matter. Shen Shooting smiled, saying she would send her away. As a mother, even with their bad relationship, she believed she could make her listen. Once she's gone, get it done quickly. Better record a video, so he loses all hope. Understood. Wang Xin felt a chill, thinking Shen Shooting was heartless to her own daughter. But to curry favor and climb the ladder, she agreed. Yu Ruoshui and Yun Sealing asked the question they cared about most. Miss Shen, could we get some of the money up front? Even just half. Both women were in this only for the cash, so they wanted an advance to ensure Shen Shooting wouldn't back out. She wouldn't give them a cent until it was over. Shen Shooting was wealthy, but the money wasn't self-earned. It was skimmed from Bai Chaojin. She spent lavishly on herself, but she was far stingier with others. Even on her boy toy, she barely spent anything. Every luxury car and piece of jewelry remained in her own name. She believed money was for her to show off, not for others to spend. No matter how they begged, she wouldn't budge. It was always the same line, talk about money after the job. Yu Ruoshui and Yun Sealing were frustrated and uneasy, but they were no match for the cunning Shen Shooting. They had no choice but to hope she kept her word after the job was done. Go change. Take a shower and dress up a bit. How else will you bag that kid? 100 meters west of the school, Boyuan Hot Pot restaurant, Yang Fan and Li Dazhuang were already sitting there, with the hot pot served. Bai Yu Yao and Zhong Yingzi still hadn't arrived. Li Dazhuang, growing restless, urged, hey, can you call them and hurry them up? Yang Fan just stalled for time. Let's order first. Li Dazhuang sighed and started looking at the menu. Outside the hot pot shop, Bai Yu Yao looked annoyed as she scolded, Aunt Zhong, didn't I call you ages ago? Why haven't you found a suitable girl to act as the girlfriend yet? I am so sorry, miss. Something came up. Zhang Yingzi apologized profusely, clearly feeling terrible. She had just left the hotel and was simply running out of time. Even if we used an extra, it takes time to find someone suitable. We didn't have nearly enough. Bai Yu Yao felt defeated. I already promised Yang Fan I'd find someone to confess to Li Dazhuang. Watching the clock tick, Bai Yu Yao was frantic. Zhong Yingzi felt immense guilt for failing her employer. She racked her brain. It was too late to find anyone else. Finally, she blurted out, how about I do it? Bai Yu Yao stared, stunned. Zhong Yingzi was 30. Asking her to flirt with Li Dazhuang even for a performance was absurd. The age gap was massive. Plus, Zhong Yingzi lived in olive drab shorts and shirts, looking more like a drill sergeant. She didn't have a feminine bone in her body. Miss, I know it's a terrible idea, but there is no time left. Zhong Yingzi sighed. I don't want to, but what other choice is there? Bai Yu Yao finally gave in. With no time to change, they practiced a few lines, braced themselves, and walked into the restaurant together. Sitting across from Li Dazhuang and Yang Fan is a woman who looks oddly familiar, though he just can't place her. He asks who she is. Bai Yu Yao feels awkward and stays silent, so Zhong Yingzi sighs and introduces herself. Li Dazhuang politely greets her as Auntie Zhang. Her face darkens instantly. Yang Fan, meanwhile, is on his phone. Secretly messages Bai Yu Yao, asking where the girl she promised to bring is. Bai Yu Yao reads it. Her face flushes and she replies, couldn't find her. Yang Fan is stunned and frantically asks what they should do now. Bai Yu Yao writes back, deal with it. Auntie Zhang intends to confess to Li Dazhuang herself. Yang Fan stares in disbelief, thinking, are you kidding me? Zhang Yingzi is 30 years old, for heaven's sake. Yang Fan sends a flurry of messages, but Bai Yu Yao can only offer him a helpless look. Too late now. Time to make the best of a bad situation. The hot pot is bubbling and the lamb and tripe are ready. Everyone eats in a daze. Li Dazhuang has been holding it in for so long, and as the meal nears its end, he finally snaps. Hey, Bai Yu Yao, whatever happened to that friend you mentioned? Why didn't she show up? Li Dazhuang asks, sounding genuinely disappointed. Bai Yu Yao looks at Zhang Yingzi, feeling awkward. Zhang Yingzi quickly shovels in some rice. She mixes the rice with lamb and scarfs it down. Once she's finished, she clears her throat and decides to perform. Li Dazhuang, is it? I'm that friend. And I think I might have a tiny crush on you. Zhang Yingzi is honestly unimpressed. Li Dazhuang has no looks and no build. He's got absolutely no redeeming qualities, so it's a miracle she can even look at him. She prepared mentally for this, but the second she speaks, she realizes how hard it is to say I like you. The words barely come out as a confession. Li Dazhuang's expression shifts wildly, from shock to disbelief, then suddenly relief. He's stunned that Bai Yuyao's friend is this 30-year-old female instructor, and shocked that she's actually confessing to him. He nearly had a heart attack. Thankfully, she only likes him a little bit. He lets out a breath and says, Auntie, please, don't like me. If you'd married early, your daughter would be my age. I'm not good enough for you. Li Dazhuang is being honest. He genuinely believes he isn't a match for Zhang Yingzi, and he doesn't want to be. They are 12 years apart. It's just wrong. Besides, he's heard of an old man courting a young woman, but never the reverse. He expects her to be hurt by his rejection. Surprise, Zhang Yingzi isn't upset at all. In fact, she seems relieved. Not interested? Great. Zhang Yingzi feels a weight lifted off her shoulders and suddenly has a massive appetite. She eats with more energy than a young man. Minutes, she finishes 4 bowls of rice. Li Dazhuang watches, stunned. Once full, her mood improves. She starts thinking Li Dazhuang isn't so bad after all and casually asks, do you work out? No, he replies honestly. You don't do anything? Zhang Yingzi thinks he's useless, a young man who can't lift a finger or carry a load. She thinks he should at least know some boxing. How about Tai Chi or 8 trigrams? He feels embarrassed. After a long pause, he manages to say, I only play games. Zhang Yingzi loses interest again. She sighs, I play games too. Yang Fan can't stand to see his buddy get bullied, so he chimes in, gaming isn't wrong. It's just like how you like boxing. Gaming is just a hobby for guys. There's no hierarchy here. Zhang Yingzi glares at Yang Fan. She's about to snap back at him, but Bai Yuyao quickly interrupts. I think Yang Fan is right. Zhong Ying's falls silent. She thinks to herself that if Yang Fan claimed the sun rose in the west, Bai Yuyao would probably agree. Love-struck idiot is a lost cause. Zhang Yingzi gives up and goes back to her food. The atmosphere is agonizing. Even worse, after they finish, Yang Fan adds, let's all meet up again tomorrow night. Eat together tomorrow too? Li Dazhuang feels like he's dying. The meal has been completely unbearable. It was bad enough playing third wheel, but being belittled by Zhang Yingzi the whole time? He can't take another round. Felt miserable just today. Doing it again tomorrow? You might as well just kill him. But Yang Fan won't allow him to refuse. Has to shift Li Dazhuang's fate and avoid that fatal ending. My treat, Yang Fan says. He's feeling generous with his cash today. Parents gave him $1,000 to support his dating life. He can easily cover 2 hot pot meals. Li Dazhuang groans. It's not about the money, man. I just feel so miserable when I'm with her. You'll get used to it, Yang Fan says, patting his shoulder. Then he adds, I'll drop you off tonight. He's talking to Li Dazhuang because these next few days are dangerous and prone to accidents. He can't let him go home alone. Bai Yuyao acts like a well-behaved student, holding Yang Fan's hand, listening to every word he says. Li Dazhuang is confused. Dude, are you sick? I'm a grown man. Why do you need to take me home? Yang Fan doesn't explain. Just smiles and says, it's nice to walk you home once in a while. Li Dazhuang thinks Yang Fan's smile is creepy, but Yang Fan won't take no for an answer. Yang Fan kicked Li Dazhuang's backside, urging him out. Let's go, enough talk. I'm like a long-lost godfather to you. Yang Fan kept prodding him into a taxi, while Zhang Ying's followed closely in her car. They reached Lianhua Apartments on Nanhuan Road in the Old District, only minutes from school. Yang Fan remained uneasy. He held Bai Yuyao's hand, insisting on seeing Li Dazhuang all the way home. Li Dazhuang thought his friend was acting strangely. Yang Fan wouldn't explain, so Li Dazhuang just let him lead the way. It was already 9 at night. Beside the apartment dumpsters, an elderly woman in a ragged sanitation uniform poked through the trash for bottles and cardboard. As they passed the bins, they couldn't help but cover their noses to block out the stench. As the woman turned to stuff her bag with cardboard, Yang Fan suddenly recognized her. It was Lu Sujuan, Sheng Hengrui's mother. Seeing her rummaging through garbage left a sour taste in his mouth. Expression shifted. Bai Yuyao noticed him stop and asked, Yang Fan, what is it? Yang Fan sighed, whispering, that woman is Zhang Hengrui's mother. Bai Yuyao looked shocked. It was hard for her to fathom that in 2024, someone was still digging through trash to survive. Yang Fan watched her and remembered that he was the one who sent Zhang Hengrui to the hospital. He felt a pang of guilt. He moved to offer her money to ease his conscience, but Bai Yuyao grabbed his sleeve. Even if you give her money, she won't spend it on herself, Bai Yuyao murmured. She'll save every cent for her son. The more you give, the more he has to harm other girls. You aren't being a hero, you're playing the villain. She was right. Lu Sujuan lived in total poverty, denying herself the simplest comforts. But when it came to her only son Zhang Hengrui, she spared no expense, willfully blind to his twisted nature. Or perhaps she knew exactly what he was and chose to ignore it, blaming the girls he targeted instead. For the first time, Yang Fan realized the truth of that old saying written in books. The pathetic often have hateful traits. It might not apply to everyone, but it fit the Zhang family perfectly. Let's go, Bai Yuyao said, pulling him away. When they were out of earshot, found Li Dazhuang waiting. Did you recognize that woman? He asked them. Both nodded. Li Dazhuang laughed. Shang Hengrui is a piece of work. His mom is a street cleaner, yet he tells everyone she's an executive. Always bragging. Yang Fan didn't join in the gossip. He just sighed. I didn't know Shang Hengrui lived in your complex. Load of kids from our class live here, Li Dazhuang said as they walked. Me, Shang Hengrui. You Linlin, Yunsi, you Lin. Yang Fan knew about Lin and Li Dazhuang as they'd grown up together. That Shang Hengrui and Yun Silingsel also lived here was news to him, especially Yun Siling. Yang Fan recalled a fire set by a dangerous woman in this complex in his past life, plus recent incidents with Yun Siling. A cold connection began to form. He suddenly asked, Dazhuang, what do you think of Yun Siling? Great, Li Dazhuang exclaimed, his face lighting up as he began to talk her up without pause. Talented art student. A dancer, actually. You should see how athletic he is. Plus, he's flashed a smile at me a few times. I think he's secretly crushing on me. Li Dazhuang is hopeless, like a dog in heat, thinking every girl who glances his way is secretly in love with him. Yang Fan asked offhandedly, when was the last time he smiled at you? Li Dazhuang remembered clearly, midterms last semester. He recalled the exact date. Yang Fan sighed, suddenly feeling bad for his bro. To remember something from last semester? That's dedication. Was he actually interested in Yun Silin? To confirm if she really was the arsonist from his past life, Yang Fan asked, does Zhang Hingrui have a car at home? B. Bikes, electric cars, nothing fancy. He's just trying to save money on gas. I heard he even financed them. Li Dazhuang spilled everything he knew. Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao exchanged a knowing glance. His past life, Yun Silin was almost certainly the one who started the fire. The motive was simple, revenge against Shang Hengrui, the deadbeat. Still, Yang Fan couldn't be 100% sure. After dropping Li Dazhuang off at home, they headed straight to Baoan City. Zhong Yingzi made a quick call, and the property manager of the Lianhua complex had the security captain waiting for them. Since the complex was owned by Tianyu Group, the captain treated their little group with the utmost respect. The guy was a massive, rugged mountain of a man, yet he answered every question with total deference. Any strange activity around here lately? Yang Fan asked, sitting in the guard shack. Bai Yuyao just snapped photos of him, thinking he looked cool. Captain thought for a moment before replying, actually, yes. This afternoon, a girl was walking around with a gas can. Almost called the police, but didn't want to blow it out of proportion. Then she ditched the can, so we let it slide. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Is there security footage? Get it for me now. A few minutes later, the footage was up. The girl with the gas can was Yun Silin, and her face was streaked with tears. She looked ready to snap. Watching the screen, Yang Fan finally identified the culprit from his past life. The woman who set the blaze, the one that forced Li Dazhuang into a fatal fire while trying to save others, was definitely her. Yang Fan, what are you going to do? They asked each other while walking back. Bai Yuyao grabbed his hand, worried. College entrance exams are coming up. Can we please not stir up trouble? She hated seeing him get in too deep. Didn't care if Yun Silin lived or died. It meant nothing to her. She didn't even care about Li Dazhuang's fate. In this entire world, there was only one person she truly cared about, Yang Fan. Yang Fan understood her fears. He hated keeping her on edge, but some things couldn't be ignored. He didn't care about the arsonist or the neighbors, but Li Dazhuang? Bro had been there for him his whole life. Could he really sit back and let something happen to him? Yun Silin was a ticking time bomb. Yang Fan had to defuse it before it went off. Knew Bai Yuyao was terrified, but for his brother's sake, he had to do this. Seeing her distress, Yang Fan squeezed her hand. Yao Yao, I know you're worried, but I promise, I'll stay safe. I'll make sure nothing happens to me, okay? She blushed. It was the first time he'd used such an intimate nickname. Even if she was still anxious, the warmth of the moment took over. Yang Fan, I love it when you call me Yao Yao. It makes me so happy. Bai Yuyao beamed, her face glowing with pure, unadulterated joy. Watching her smile, Yang Fan realized the old saying about a beauty that could topple cities was written specifically for her. Blushed even harder. Can you say it again, and could you call me baby? Yang Fan choked a little. Baby, that was pushing it. Bai Yuyao pouted. Just once? All right, baby. He couldn't resist her. She laughed and hugged him, surprisingly strong as she lifted him up and started spinning. Felt a bit dizzy. He suddenly remembered she was stronger than him. Such a strange sight, a girl swinging a guy around, but she set him down quickly, pressed her face against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. In that moment, she felt total peace. She realized he loved her more than she thought. This must be what love feels like. As their heartbeats synchronized, they walked back, inseparable. Bai Yao loved to walk and he loved to accompany her. It gave them time to talk, only this time the dynamic had shifted. 4. It was always her reminiscing about the past, talking in circles. Now, Yang Fan took the lead, started nudging her to talk about the things that mattered, like how exactly her family went bankrupt in his previous life. Story digs into how Zhang Yingzi acts like a parasite in her own home and what Bai Yao recalls from her past life. Yang Fan is desperate to extract key, valuable information from those memories. He hopes to find a way to save the Bai family from bankruptcy, even though Bai Yao herself couldn't care less if they lose everything. Yang Fan is determined to help her because he finally understands the true weight of money. He thinks of Zhang Hengrui's mother, digging through trash bins late at night just to survive. Long Fan is driven to make money by any means necessary. He wants a better life for his parents. Even more, he wants to pull the Bai family out of this crisis so Bai Yao can keep living her carefree life as a wealthy heiress. All of it comes down to cash. Money isn't everything, but without it, these problems are unsolvable. Yang Fan knows he has to find a way to get paid. With his mind set on making big money, he led the conversation with pointed questions. Bai Yao played along, answering him with practiced sweetness. They talked for a long time until Bai Yao said softly, "Yang Fan, I know how badly you want to make money and help me out. But I don't want your money. I just want to be with you. I would happily endure any hardship as long as we're together." She grabbed his hand and pressed it against her chest. She wanted him to feel her heartbeat, to know every word she said was the truth. Back in her past life, she had lived through the misery of her family going bankrupt. Yet, even in that desperation, she often found moments of real happiness. As long as she was with the person she loved, nothing else mattered. She didn't care about the bankruptcy, nor did she care about being called a love-struck fool. She had only one wish, to stay by Yang Fan's side. "You always call me dense, but honestly, I think you're way more clueless than I am." At that moment, Yang Fan thought she was foolish, truly, painfully naive. She would sacrifice everything for love, unaware of what was coming. Investing emotion takes time, but it can pay off in ways that matter. Money, friendship, or even family bonds. Bai Yao just set his mind to it. He could easily leverage his past life memories to get whatever he wanted. Too bad he never cared about anything outside of his own feelings. And since he wouldn't bother, Yang Fan had to pick up the slack. He started trying to use those memories to make money, but Bai Yao was so indifferent to anything practical. Digging for profitable information was an uphill battle. He could only recall specific details when he ran into something he recognized from his previous life. Then, Yang Fan had to piece together those fragments into a business plan. As the pair walked down the street, the girl's memories were fragmented. Some things stuck, others didn't. Forget about stocks or lottery numbers. Those weren't in his head. Bai Yao only remembered which shops he had visited in his past life and which ones he had completely ignored. As they walked, Yang Fan had a sudden breakthrough. He pointed at a local supermarket and asked, "Yao Yao, was this place open in your past life?" Bai Yao glanced at the sign. It was. Yang Fan nodded, kept moving, and pointed to a stationery shop next door. "What about this one? Recognize it?" Bai Yao answered obediently. Yes, this shop was thriving back then too. Right, moving on. Ben. Yang Fan kept questioning him about every shop on the block, checking to see which had gone bankrupt and which were profitable, until they reached a flashy change tea shop. Yang Fan pointed at it. Bai Yao paused, his eyes flickering. This place went bust back then. It turned into a huge pet store. They sold everything. Dog food, animals, even had a clinic inside. It made a killing. Perfect. That was the lead he needed. Without a second thought, Yang Fan grabbed Bai Yao's hand, marched straight into the tea shop. Bai Yao's eyes sparkled. He clearly realized exactly how Yang Fan planned for his first big win. As expected, once they were inside, Yang Fan demanded to see the owner. Business was dead, practically empty. The clerk, seeing a high schooler, wasn't interested. The boss is in a foul mood. He's not seeing anyone. Was the bad mood because business was failing? Yang Fan asked with a grin. The clerk frowned, confused by the question. Yang Fan added, "Tell him to come out. I promise I'll put a smile on his face. You can say no, of course. But if you turn me away, I'm filing a formal complaint." With that, Yang Fan pointed to the store's complaint hotline. The clerk was left speechless and finally called the boss. 10 minutes later, the owner hurried over. The boss was an outsider, thick-necked with a heavy northern accent and a gold chain hanging around his neck. A massive green dragon tattoo covered his arm. He looked less like a shop owner and more like a local thug. "Who's looking for me?" Brute glared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan and Bai Yao were just sitting at a table sipping tea. When the owner approached, Yang Fan gave a shy smile. "Let's get acquainted, I'm Yang Fan." The owner frowned. "Qin Shang Wu." "Nice name," Yang Fan chuckled. Qin Shang Wu sat down and snapped, "Cut to the chase, don't waste my time." You interested in making some real cash? Yang Fan asked, getting straight to the point. Who the hell doesn't want money? Qin Shangwu was already fired up. He started cursing. I dropped 2 million into this franchise. I've been hemorrhaging money for a year. If things don't turn around, I'm wrecking this place. Then I'm going to headquarters to wreck them too. They just know how to take my franchise fees. Useless. His language was coarse. Bai Yao frowned, clearly put off by the man's rudeness. Yang Fan just said, if you want to make money, I'll show you how, but only if you clean up your language. It's annoying. You think you can make me rich? Qin Shangwu was skeptical. The kid looked like a high schooler. What could he possibly know about business? Been grinding in the real world for decades. How could a student outsmart him? He looked at Yang Fan with total contempt. Not buying it? Yang Fan said coolly, if you aren't interested, forget it. The shop next door looks promising anyway. I'll go talk to that owner. Yang Fan stood up to leave. Qin Shangwu froze, caught off guard. He realized this kid was different. He didn't hesitate for a second. He started to wonder if Yang Fan was actually onto something. Don't go yet. Qin Shangwu's face darkened. Buddy, sit down, let's talk. He was hooked. Yang Fan smiled. He had him. He sat back down and began the real conversation. First, he made it clear. Opening a tea shop in the school district was a dead end because the competition was insane. They were everywhere, popping up like weeds, one right after another. Everyone knew tea shops made money, so they flooded the market with every brand imaginable. The result? Everyone was struggling, especially Qin Shangwu's franchise, which was just too expensive to compete. It was way out of reach for a broke student. But a few sentences in, Qin Shangwu was nodding along, feeling like he'd finally found a kindred spirit. You're right. This milk tea shop is a money pit. If there were only 1 or 2 in the area, maybe it'd work. But there are just too many of them. After a year, between the investment, payroll, franchise fees, and supplies, I've lost nearly 3 million. Qin Shangwu looked like he wanted to choke on his own blood. Yang Fan laughed. You want to make real money? You need to break into a new market. So, what business is actually profitable? Qin Shangwu pressed him. Yang Fan just kept smiling and stayed quiet. Qin Shangwu's face darkened. Bit heated, he snapped. Are you messing with me? You've been silent this whole time. I'm trying to point you toward a new path. But I need some incentive first. Yang Fan made a gesture like he was counting cash. Now it was Qin Shangwu's turn to grin. Kid, you've got some guts. He thought up some wild schemes. Qin Shangwu felt Yang Fan's maturity was off the charts, but he didn't mind. As long as the kid could help him turn a profit, anything was fine. Money wasn't an issue. Qin Shangwu pulled out his phone, flashed his bank balance. There's over 5 million in here. Give me a solid idea, and I'll make it worth your while. Fine. Yang Fan nodded. Seeing the 5 million confirmed he had the capital, so he started laying it out. Dang Fan's plan was simple. Use Bai Yuyao's memories from her past life to turn this failing tea shop into a pet store and clinic. One-stop shopping from pet sales to premium food, plus medical care. That's how you guarantee scale. And according to Bai Yuyao, in that previous timeline, once this location switched to a pet business, it became incredibly successful. All Yang Fan was doing was telling him about something that was destined to happen anyway. It was that simple. Of course, he used a bit of finesse, pulling out his phone to point at a map. The neighborhood was packed with residents and students, all pet owners. Yet the nearest pet store was a full 20 kilometers away. Tear down the shop, set up the clinic, hire a couple of vets, and watch the money roll in. It couldn't fail. With nothing else for 20 kilometers, it was guaranteed to profit. Yang Fan finished and stopped talking. He just sipped his tea and waited for a response. Qin Shangwu's mind was racing. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Plus, the bigger the store, the higher the revenue. He did the math. Being the only shop within 20 kilometers, selling pedigree cats and dogs, clearing 500 or 600 profit on each, plus food, an annual profit of over 500,000 seemed easy. Toss in a clinic and a couple of vets? It was basically picking up money off the floor, much better than this tea shop. If he went big enough, strong reputation and premium pricing, making 800,000 or 900,000 a year wasn't impossible. He was in, even if it went poorly. It couldn't be worse than this dead-end tea shop. At the very least, it wouldn't lose money. Kid, Qin Shangwu said, his tone shifting entirely. Spot on. Converting this into a pet store and clinic is a winner. Here, take 5,000 as a hush money fee. Don't tell anyone. Demolishing the shop took time, and getting the licenses for the store and the clinic took even more time. He needed to recruit vets and buy equipment. If someone beat him to the punch while he was still setting up and be ruined. That's why he insisted on paying Yang Fan. If Yang Fan didn't take the money, Qin Shangwu wouldn't be able to sleep, worried the kid would start running his mouth. So he took out his phone, ready to pay. Yang Fan gave a half-hearted no-no while showing his QR code. Ding. 5,000 transferred. Yang Fan finished his tea. Thanks. As he left, Qin Shangwu kept thanking him, his face beaming like a flower. He couldn't have been happier. Yang Fan waved him off and walked away. A few dozen meters later, he finally pulled out his phone. Double-checked. 5,000 confirmed. That was fast. Only 30 minutes of work, and he'd netted 5,000. If he kept at it, he could be making hundreds of thousands a day. The thought made his heart race. Bai Yao leaned her head against his chest, listening to his frantic heartbeat. She smiled sweetly. Young Fan, you're amazing. Making money so fast. Although 5,000 was pocket change to her, something she could get from her father anytime, she knew exactly what this was. This was Yang Fan's first step, his first profit earned using her memories. Even if the amount wasn't huge, it was incredibly meaningful. So, Bai Yao stayed close, offering her praise with a look of pure adoration. Yang Fan smiled. Thanks, but I couldn't have done it alone. It was all your memories. How about we split it? And I still owe you 16,000 for the clothes you bought me. I'll pay you back now. First instinct was to share the cash and clear his debt, but Bai Yao had no intention of taking the money back. Young Fan, I told you, I don't want it back. My money is your money. If you bring up paying me back again, I'm going to be mad. She pouted. She looked truly annoyed. Yang Fan dropped the subject, feeling a bit sheepish. All right, how about this? I'll open a supplementary card for you. You can use it whenever you want to buy something. Finally, Bai Yao smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. She adorably declared they had a joint account to save and spend together. Even though he had plenty of money, she was thrilled. Finally stopped Yang Fan from keeping tabs on every cent. Being able to share an account brought him such easy happiness. He was so easy to please, but he didn't know that for Yang Fan, the 50,000 earned this time was more of a shock than a joy. Having lived in poverty his whole life, he realized how simple making money could be. Just move your mouth and use your brain to rake in 50,000. His dad worked himself to the bone at the chemical plant for a year without making that much. Sudden pang of sorrow hit him. After making Bai Yao happy, he asked cautiously, Yao Yao, can I send some money to my dad? My mom watches our money so strictly that he won't even buy new clothes. Bai Yao also felt that Yang Shengcheng had it rough. He was always wearing old faded clothes he refused to replace, and Yang Shengcheng was over 40, a grown man. To go out without even $200 in your pocket? That was just heartbreaking. Whenever it came to Yang Fan's family, Bai Yao was never stingy. She was very generous. But Yang Fan, you better not give you Linlin any allowance. If I find out, I'll eat you alive. She puffed out her cheeks, acting jealous and acting tough. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. After a long silence, he said, You Linlin has way more money than me. She doesn't need my cash. Besides, she's just a friend. She isn't my girlfriend. You're the only one I want. I only like you. The first part was an explanation. The second part was a confession. It sounded a bit cheesy, and Bai Yao blushed, but she loved hearing it. Say more. I want to hear it. She hooked her arm around Yang Fan's and swayed against his chest. Yang Fan felt her warmth, swallowed hard, trying to use those romantic phrases from books to praise her like you Linlin would. You're just like the books say. Stunning, breathtaking, a beauty that topples nations, gorgeous beyond words. Yang Fan didn't even know what some of those words meant. Just felt like every word used to describe a beautiful woman applied to Bai Yao. Even with her thick skin, Bai Yao felt embarrassed. Her face and the tips of her ears were glowing red, and she didn't dare look up. It took a long walk in the breeze for the redness on her face to fade. Yao Yao, I'm about to send money to my dad. Okay, Yao Yao. How much should I send? Give him the whole 50,000. No, Yao Yao, we can't be that generous. We need money too. 500 is enough. At the old veteran barbecue spot near Jinhua Apartments in the old district of Xinyi City, Yang Shengcheng was drinking with an old friend, eating barbecue and bragging. If Yang Fan were there, he would have recognized the middle-aged man, drinking with his dad right away. Yu Qingshan, Yu Linlin's father. Yu Qingshan worked at the same chemical plant as Yang Shengcheng. The difference was, after all these years, Yang Shengcheng was just a squad leader, while Yu Qingshan was more capable. He was the head of the labor and wages department. In today's terms, he was the guy who handled everyone's paychecks. 20 years ago, when the factory rules weren't so strict and business was good, one stroke of Yu Qingshan's pen could add extra hours to a worker's shift, letting them pocket dozens more. Likewise, if you offended him, one stroke could cost you hundreds a month. Fortunately, Yu Qingshan was a man of his word and usually avoided being malicious. He tried his best to pad the hours for his buddies so they could earn a little extra. The money belonged to the factory anyway. It wasn't like it was coming out of his pocket. Over time, he built great relationships with the workers and had a solid reputation. Naturally, his closest friend remained his old classmate, Yang Shengcheng. Old Yang Yu Qingshan took a long drink, fueled by the alcohol. He let out something he'd been holding back. Did you know, my daughter actually wrote your son's name in her diary. Mentioning this, made Yu Qingshan flare up instantly. Especially after a few drinks, he grew even more annoyed. That brat of yours, has he ever shown any ambition? My daughter is such a great girl. Good grades, pretty, and a great personality. As Yu Qingshan ranted, he started cursing. What is so good about your kid that he's taking up space in my daughter's diary? I can't stand it. Old Yu, watch the insults. What did she actually write? Tell me. Yang Xiongcheng had drank relatively little. He had no money in his pockets and was terrified of having to pick up the tab and looking pathetic. Stayed sober, trying to squeeze the truth out of Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan chugged another glass of liquor, sighed for a long time, then spat it out. My daughter has a crush on your kid. Yang Xiongcheng sobered up instantly. He thought, my brat is a loser. How does he have such good luck with women? It made no sense. His son had done nothing but ask for money his whole life. Why were girls so attracted to him? Puzzled and deeply confused, Yang Xiongcheng sat there while Yu Qingshan kept pouring glasses of liquor, drinking like a beast. Soon, Yu Qingshan was swaying, nearly passed out. Before going under completely, he yelled, Old Yang! Got to pick up the tab tonight. Panic set in for Yang Xiongcheng. He didn't have a single cent. His money was controlled by the boss lady at home. If Yu Qingshan hadn't insisted on treating him and dragged him out, he never would have come. But now, this was a disaster. Yu Qingshan was already dead drunk. Yang Xiongcheng patted his pockets, feeling his half-pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and less than 20 yuan in change on his phone. Started to panic, but right then his phone pinged. A notification came through. Yang Xiongcheng saw the contact name Little Lamp and his face darkened. It was his nickname for his son, Yang Fan, because Yang Fan had saved his contact as Old Lamp. Whenever his son reached out, it was always to ask for gold coins, never anything else. Right now, Yang Xiongcheng didn't even have enough cash to cover dinner. How could he possibly pay up? He was fuming, but suddenly another notification popped up, a transfer alert. You've received a new transfer. Yang Xiongcheng felt a jolt. He hoped the tiger back at home had a change of heart and sent him some cash. But when he opened his phone, he realized it wasn't his wife. It was his son. He stared at the screen. Looking at the 500 yuan transfer from Little Lamp, he fell into deep thought. Where did the kid get this money? First reaction was suspicion. Is Yang Fan using this 500 as bait to hook him for a bigger payout later? His second thought hit him harder. Didn't the school confiscate phones? How did the kid keep his? If the woman at home found out, she'd skin the boy alive. Yang Xiongcheng couldn't make sense of it. But the barbecue joint was thinning out, and it would be rude to leave without paying. He gritted his teeth and accepted the transfer, 500 yuan in hand. The massive demand he expected from Yang Fan never came. He let out a sigh of relief. Then he paid the bill and dragged his old friend Yu Qingshan back toward their apartment complex. Along the way, Yu Qingshan mumbled, Your kid, he really isn't good enough for my daughter. Yang Xiongcheng puffed on his cigarette and flicked the ash onto his friend's head. That felt good. Even though he knew his son was a disappointment, hearing an outsider trash him really set him off. Completely wasted, Yu Qingshan didn't notice his friend's annoyance, rambling on, My daughter is such a good girl. Her notebook is filled with your boy's name. She writes I like him, over and over. Old Yang, how about we set up an engagement? I only have one daughter. It breaks my heart. Whether it was the booze or just raw pain, the 40-year-old man started crying like a baby. Yang Xiongcheng felt uneasy. Finally got his friend to his door, opened it, and gave him a shove inside. Luckily, Yu Qingshan's wife was home. She immediately grabbed the drunkard with a look of disgust and dragged him to bed. 10 at night, on by Couple's Hotel. Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao had spent a long time wandering the streets before returning. Zhong Yingzi had followed them the whole way and finally stopped her car. She sighed, thinking her tank was nearly empty and the two young troublemakers were finally ready to sleep. But then, something unexpected happened. As Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao approached the elevator, someone blocked their path. It was a woman. She was young, beautiful, and oozed seduction. Her dress was cut scandalously low. Her cleavage was practically spilling out. Brazen young woman was the hotel manager, Wang Xiqin. Seeing her dressed so provocatively, Bai Yuyao frowned in irritation. She felt like Wang Xiqin was trying to seduce her man. In truth, Wang Xiqin was, though not for herself. She had arranged 2 other girls for the job. Wang Xiqin approached with a seductive smile. You're finally back. Your mother is in the lounge upstairs waiting for you. You should go see her. Bai Yuyao asked with disgust. You mean Shen Shooting wants to see me? She refused to acknowledge Shen Shooting as her mother, not even bothering with respectful language. Yes. Wang Xin looked awkward. This mother-daughter dynamic was truly toxic, but that wasn't important. The priority was clear. She had to carry out Shen Shooting's order, lure Bai Yuyao away to get her in front of Shen Shooting. Once Bai Yuyao was gone, she could deal with Yang Fan. But she never expected the response. I don't want to see her. Bai Yuyao didn't give her an ounce of face. She grabbed Yang Fan's hand and stepped into the elevator. It was fast. By the time Wang Xiqin reacted, the doors were already closing. Two went up to their room. Wang Xiqin stood by the elevator, stunned. Miss Shen, there's been a snag. Your daughter doesn't want to come over. Wang Xiqin called to report. Shen Shooting was in the lounge, scrolling through her phone and enjoying herself. Qin Bowu was on his knees, massaging her feet. After getting the call, Shen Shooting let out a cold laugh. If she doesn't want to come, are all your hotel security guards useless? Can't you just drag her over? Dragging her might be a bad idea, Wang Xin said, feeling trapped. Dragging others was one thing, but not Bai Yuyao. She was Bai Zhaojun's only daughter, and he doted on her constantly. A small fry like Wang Xixin couldn't afford to offend them. Shen Shooting spoke coldly. Fine, since you lack the nerve, I'll go find her myself. Get those two girls ready. I'll get her out of the room for 10 minutes, and you lot handle the rest. She hung up and kicked Qin Bowu in the face, covering the gigolo in foot water. Stood up and began to change, acting as if no one were there. Qin Bowu's eyes flickered with a hidden, venomous hatred, but he quickly masked it. Once she was dressed, he acted the part of the devoted lapdog again, linking arms with her. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao had just finished showering and were lying on the bed in their pajamas, ready to sleep. A knock came from the door. Yao Yao, open up. I need a word with you. Outside, Shen Shooting stood with her arms crossed. A voice called out slowly from the hallway. Bai Yuyao's expression soured. She shouted toward the door. I'm asleep. Come back tomorrow. Shen Shooting's tone was cold and unyielding. Don't make me do this, but if you don't open the door, I'll have the front desk bring a key and open it myself. Bai Yuyao frowned. She despised Shen Shooting. But she had no choice. Shen Shooting was her mother in name and the chairwoman of Tianyu Group. No matter how much she resisted, she couldn't escape. Resigned, she called out, Fine, wait a minute. Let me change first. Blight. Shen Shooting had someone bring a chair and sat right outside the door. She had all the time in the world, and she knew how to play this game. Inside, Bai Yuyao whispered to Yang Fan, her face grim. Shen Shooting showing up like this? It's never a good sign. I have a bad feeling. Yang Fan couldn't have agreed more. Shen Shooting was a dangerous woman. Between her affairs and her cold indifference toward her own daughter, she lacked every motherly instinct. Showing up this late? Something was definitely wrong. But what exactly was Shen Shooting planning? Yang Fan couldn't quite put his finger on it. Bai Yuyao was just as puzzled by this late-night visit. She searched through the memories of her past life. In that life, Shen Shooting had never cared about her. She didn't even show up for her college entrance exams. Once her father's company went under, Shen Shooting cleaned out everything of value and vanished. She never cared what happened to her daughter, nor did she ever treat her like a real child. It wasn't until she was paralyzed and Yang Fan was taking care of her day in and day out that Shen Shooting started her games again. Even after fleeing abroad, Shen Shooting constantly called to mock and insult them, even trying to drive a wedge between them. She had always wanted them to break up. A chill ran down Bai Yuyao's spine. She had a gut feeling that this time, she and Yang Fan were together earlier than before. Shen Shooting's twisted, sick obsession was surfacing ahead of schedule. Shen Shooting couldn't stand seeing anyone happier than she was. Not even her own daughter was safe. She was clearly planning something malicious tonight to tear them apart. Bai Yuyao frowned, looking at Yang Fan. I think I know what she's after. What's she doing? Yang Fan asked. Bai Yuyao replied seriously, she wants to split us up. Her methods are always vicious and underhanded. If she tries to pull me aside later to talk, you need to watch your back. She's definitely going to have someone try to trap you. Yang Fan's expression darkened. He couldn't believe a woman in her 40s would be this cruel. Targeting a high school kid like him, it was incredibly dirty, but it didn't matter. Bai Yuyao smirked. I already messaged Aunt Zhang. She'll protect you. Zhang Yingzi, she'll protect me? Yang Fan felt like laughing. Zhang Yingzi hated his guts. Expecting her to protect him was a pipe dream. He'd be lucky if she didn't kick him while he was down. But even knowing she wasn't reliable, he had no other choice. Outside, the knocking resumed. Dong, dong, dong. It made his heart race. Bai Yuyao's face darkened as she took Yang Fan's hand and opened the door. Yao Yao. Shen Shooting stood there with a playful smile. May I come in? No. Bai Yuyao rejected her instantly, disgusted. She had no love for this woman and wanted her nowhere near the room. She felt like Shen Shooting's cheap, toxic perfume would just soil the place. That's fine if I can't come in. Shen Shooting said calmly, come with me for a minute, I need to talk to you. Oh, and the little boy next to you. Tell him to wait downstairs. I want to speak with you alone. Shen Shooting glanced at Yang Fan with pure disdain. Beside her, her boy toy, Qin Bowen stepped forward. Yang Fan, right? Qin Bowen flashed a fake smile. But come on, let the men have a chat downstairs. Yang Fan ignored him and looked at Bai Yuyao, who gave him a subtle look. Gestured to his phone. Buzz buzz. A message from Bai Yuyao. Be careful, she's setting a trap. I'll come back for you as soon as I can. Yang Fan nodded at her, trying to keep her calm. Bai Yao finally let out a breath and followed Shen Shiting to the lounge, while Yang Fan stepped into the elevator with the boy toy, Qin Bowen. Down in the lobby, Qin Bowen kept a fake grin plastered on his face as he poured tea for Yang Fan. Drink up, buddy. After pouring the tea, Qin Bowen actively pushes the cup toward Yang Fan. The liquid looks dark. Perhaps the tea leaves were steeped too long, or maybe something else was added to the mix. Yang Fan suspects the latter, so he avoids the drink, offering a polite, grinning, "Sorry, I'm not a tea drinker." "How about a cola then?" Qin Bowen asks, signaling the receptionist. She brings over a bottle and he prepares to pour a glass for Yang Fan. Yang Fan keeps the smile plastered on his face. "I don't really like cola either." "Well, what about water? Surely you can drink water." Qin Bowen refuses to give up. "Sorry, I don't drink water either." Yang Fan keeps turning him down. Clear he's suspicious and won't touch a drop of anything. Sweat beads on Qin Bowen's forehead. Shen Shooting already gave him his orders. He has to get that drugged water into Yang Fan's stomach. It's the only way to trigger the powerful formula and turn Yang Fan into a beast in record time. Supposed to ruin the two girls waiting in the room. But Yang Fan is far too guarded. He won't drink a thing, even though Qin Bowen already. Coke, plain water. Every drink was spiked, but nothing worked. Qin Bowen watched, helpless as Yang Fan refused to bite. Qin Bowen flared up, snapping, "Don't be ungrateful." Yang Fan just laughed it off. "How do you know I'm not grateful?" Yang Fan teased. Qin Bowen stood there twitching, speechless. Then tension peaked. Nobody saw what happened next. Zhang Yingzi burst into the hotel lobby, drenched in sweat. She spotted the water. Without a word, she grabbed the glasses. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All 3 cups of the drugged water were gone. Finished every drop. Yang Fan and Qin Bowen stared in shock. Zhang Yingzi smacked her lips, savoring it. A moment later, she frowned. The taste was off. "Yang Fan, did you add sugar to this?" she asked, looking confused. Yang Fan shook his head. "I didn't add a thing. But this guy? I can't say for him." Yang Fan gestured toward Qin Bowen. Zhang Yingzi turned to look. Qin Bowen's face went pale. Panic set in. He knew how Zhang Yingzi fought. A single punch from her? It would leave him bedridden for months. He had spent all day meticulously prepping that drink, only for this tomboy to down it. I have a stomachache." Heading to the bathroom. Sprinted away, making an excuse. He didn't want to die. If Zhang Yingzi found out he'd spiked the water, she wouldn't just beat him, she'd tear him apart. Once he vanished, it was just Yang Fan and Zhang Yingzi. Yang Fan only suspected the water was drugged, but seeing Qin Bowen's terrified reaction confirmed it. Something's fishy about him. Zhang Yingzi squinted, reaching for the teapot to pour another glass. Yang Fan grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" She looked annoyed. "Yao Yao told me to protect you. Don't blame me for the effort. And now you won't even let me have a drink?" Yang Fan's expression tightened. "The water. I think it's drugged." "Drugged it?" Her brow furrowed, face darkening. She braced for a fight, fists clenching, ready to strike. Yang Fan shook his head. "Qin Bowen did. He kept pushing me to drink it. I didn't dare." Her face went black. "Why didn't you stop me then?" Yang Fan felt frustrated. "I couldn't. You rushed over and downed them in seconds." "How was I supposed to react?" Zhang Yingzi swore under her breath. She came to guard him, but ended up the victim. "What now? Should I call an ambulance?" Yang Fan worried. If she drank that much, she was in real trouble. "No hospital yet," she grit her teeth. "First we find Qin Bowen. I'm going to make that animal pay." Before the drug kicked in, she had to act. Looking grim, she led Yang Fan to the men's room. It was 10:30 at night. Only Qin Bowen was inside. Zhang Yingzi yelled for him, but he wouldn't come out. Yang Fan tried knocking. Still, nothing. Cowering in a stall, terrified. After failing to draw him out, Yang Fan reported back to her, helpless. Zhang Yingzi stormed into the men's room, marched to the stall, and kicked the door with everything she had. Wood splintered, leaving a massive hole. Qin Bowen's face drained of color. He knew she was strong, but this was pure power. A few more kicks and the door gave way. She grabbed him by the throat. As she dragged him out, he started to beg, but she slapped him twice, leaving his mouth a bloody mess. He couldn't even mutter a word. Then she shoved his head into the urinal, forcing him to take a swim. Yang Fan looked away. It was his first time seeing her like this. It was brutal. Truly savage. Only when the drug began to affect her did she finally let go. Struggling to hold it together, she forced his head into the toilet one last time before staggering out. "What kind of drug was it?" Yang Fan asked. She blushed, heat rising and unable to get the word out. Yang Fan understood immediately. "Do you need a hospital?" he asked, genuinely concerned for once. Zhang Yingzi looked terrible. Her face flushed deep red. She shook her head. "No hospital. It's too embarrassing." Yang Fan grew uneasy. She looked wrong. Too red, shivering uncontrollably. If she didn't get help, Bai Yuyao would be devastated. Even though Bai Yuyao talked about Zhang Yingzi's past cruelty, Yang Fan knew the truth. This Zhang Yingzi treated Bai Yuyao well, and the bond was still very much there. anything happened to her, Bai Yuyao would be heartbroken. Instinctively, Yang Fan reached out to pull her toward the hospital. But as he moved, she lost control. She lunged forward, tackling him into a fierce embrace. Her arms and legs locked around him, squeezing the breath from his lungs, and that was only the beginning. The problem is, the drug has kicked in for Zhang Yingzi and she's lost her senses. All she craves now is intimacy. She wants a man to fill the void inside her. Her body feels liquid, constantly tangling and rubbing against Yang Fan. Outside, Wang Shiqin watches from around the corner with two burly security guards. The plan is in motion. Shen Shuting lured Bai Yuyao away, leaving Qin Bowen to spike Yang Fan's drink. If Yang Fan didn't take the bait, Wang Shiqin was supposed to storm in with the guards. They were meant to force the drug down Yang Fan's throat, toss him into the room with Yun Silin and Yu Rushui, and have Shen Shuting lead Bai Yuyao there to catch him in the act. But when Wang Shiqin arrives with the guards, she finds the plan has hit a snag. The instructor, Zhang Yingzi, is clinging to Yang Fan for dear life, tearing at her clothes, showing affection in a bizarre, frantic way. Wang Shiqin stares, her gut telling her the script has gone off the rails. Wasn't in the plan. Why is Zhong Yingzi throwing herself at Yang Fan? Wang Shiqin assumes Shen Shiting changed the plan on the fly without telling her. Plus, she knows she can't take Zhang Yingzi. Even with the two guards, they'd likely be beaten. So she watches from a distance, too afraid to interfere. A few minutes later, Yang Fan strips off his jacket, twists the fabric into a makeshift rope. As Zhang Yingzi reaches for him, weak and trembling, he manages to bind her hands together. Cured, Yang Fan struggles to drag her out of the area. Even while being pulled, Zhang Yingzi continues to writhe. Obvious she's been drugged. Wang Shiqin's eyes flicker as the truth hits her. She finally understands how this went wrong. Zhang Yingzi must have accidentally drank the spiked tea. Open the room, Yang Fan says, his face looking grim. Hurry up. Wang Shi suddenly smirks. The plan changed, but if they get Yang Fan into that room, if he ends up in bed with those women, it's still a win. Wang Shiqin leads the way to room 305. She opens the door, and Yang Fan hauls the drugged Zhang Yingzi inside. But as he steps in, he realizes something is off. Why are there people here? Two 18-year-old girls. One is Yu Rushui, a thin vocational student. Yu Rushui, the slender vocational schoolgirl, stands there with Yun Sealing, the art class representative, dressed in revealing outfits. A single glance. All it takes for Yang Fan to have a reaction, a physical reaction. Yang Fan can swear it's purely a biological instinct, just a subconscious salute. Absolutely not, because he has developed romantic feelings for Yun Sealing or Yu Ruoshui's bodies. Meanwhile, Yun Sealing's face is completely... Seeing Yang Fan looking so handsome and refined now, Yun Sealing couldn't help but blush. She couldn't stop herself from daydreaming. If Yang Fan had been the one to take advantage of him tonight, he supposed he could live with it. But that was wishful thinking. After shoving Zhang Yingzi inside, Yang Fan didn't stick around. He didn't say a single word before turning on his heel and leaving. That left Yun Silin and Yu Rushu alone in the room, staring blankly at each other. Before he left, Yang Fan untied Zhang Yingzi's arms. He needed her clothes. He wasn't sure why Yun Silin was there, but it didn't take him long to piece it together. He figured Yun Silin must have been there to sell herself for money. But he assumed the other girl was in the same boat, all part of a setup by Shen Shuting to force a betrayal. Too bad the plan failed. Yang Fan stepped out and pulled the door shut behind him. Outside, Wang Xin stood waiting with a team of security guards. She froze when she saw him walk out. "Why are you out here?" she stammered. Yang Fan looked at her like she was an idiot. "Why wouldn't I be?" Yang Fan glanced at her, cold. "I saw your trap from a mile away. Why would I ever jump in?" Wang Shiqin just pointed a finger at him, speechless. Wang Shiqing was so frustrated he almost laughed. He expected Yang Fan to walk right into that room with those women. But to his shock, Yang Fan actually held back, even with those girls sitting there practically stripped down. Wang Shiqing sneered, wondering if the guy was a man at all or just had some kind of physical defect. "You better get in there," he spat. "Otherwise, I'll have to use other methods." On cue, two massive security guards, looming behind him, stepped forward. It was clear they intended to use force to toss Yang Fan into the room. Yang Fan stared at the guards. Their arms were thicker than his own thighs. Face darkened instantly. He knew he couldn't win a physical fight against men like that. Thankfully, however, right at that moment, Bai Yuyao finally returned. Seeing her, Yang Fan felt a wave of relief as she rushed toward him. She was clutching the hem of her princess dress, running as fast as she could. Once she reached his side, she immediately began checking him over, terrified someone had mistreated him. "Are you okay?" Bai Yuyao asked, gripping his hand tightly, eyes full of worry. "I'm fine," Yang Fan said, looking a bit awkward. "But Zhang Yingzi is probably in a bit of a state." Bai Yuyao looked confused, just stared at him blankly. Yang Fan sighed, lowered his voice, and gave her a quick recap of everything that had just happened. Bai Yuyao's expression soured instantly. She shot a chilling glare at Wang Shiqing, sending him stumbling back in fear before she swung open the door. She was intent on checking on Zhang Yingzi, but the second she poked her head in to get a look, her face went beet red and she slammed the door shut. She had clearly seen something she wasn't supposed to. Bai Yuyao's face turned bright red, clearly flustered. Yang Fan was naturally curious to see her suddenly act this way. He cracked the door open for a peek, then slammed it shut just as fast. Immediately, Bai Yuyao pinched his arm hard. She demanded angrily, was it worth a look? Yang Fan didn't dare answer. He felt like he was being squeezed to death. Don't you ever do that again, understand? Bai Yuyao was genuinely annoyed. Miss, stop pinching me. I didn't do it on purpose. Yang Fan felt completely wronged. He had no idea Zhang Yingzi would be hanging out with Yun Xiling and Yu Roushui. If he'd known, he certainly wouldn't have peeked. Bai Yuyao huffed, finally letting go of his arm. So, what about Zhong Yingzi and the others? Yang Fan asked while rubbing his arm. Bai Yuyao blushed. How should I know? Yang Fan reasoned. We can't just stand guard at the door all night, can we? That was impossible. Bai Yuyao shook her head. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep with you. Then what about Zhong Yingzi? Yang Fan pointed at the door. If they just left, what if someone walked in or some guy slipped inside to take advantage of her? That wouldn't be good. Bai Yuyao thought for a moment and came up with a plan. She turned her gaze to Wang Shiqin and ordered coldly, You, stay here all night and guard that door. Don't let anyone in. Even though the room was locked and nobody could actually hurt Zhang Yingzi, Bai Yuyao still felt uneasy. She insisted that Wang Shiqin, the hotel manager, stay at the door the whole night. Wang Shiqin was stunned. Having gotten ahead by playing the game, she had never known true hardship. Being told to stand guard duty sounded miserable. She was incredibly reluctant. Bai Yuyao said coldly, If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll call my father right now. Tell him to fire you. No, Miss Bai, I was wrong. I promise. Please don't make that call. Wang Shiqin crumbled instantly. I'll be checking the security cameras tomorrow. If you aren't standing right at that door all night, you're fired. Bai Yuyao finished her sentence, grabbed Yang Fan's hand and walked back to their room. Wang Shiqin looked miserable but had a chair brought over. She sat outside the door, grateful at least that she could play on her phone. She even arranged for 2 security guards to stand nearby. That way, she could rest if she got sleepy. Unfortunately, strange noises kept drifting from inside. Zhang Yingzi was in high spirits, playing quite intensely with Yun Xiling and Yu Rushui. Back in their room, Yang Fan sat on the bed. He couldn't help but ask, What about Shen Shiting? Who knows where she went? Bai Yuyao replied sharply. She didn't want to bring her up at all. So, what did she want when she called you away? Yang Fan pressed further. Bai Yuyao was silent for a moment before answering. She didn't say anything. Just wanted me to keep her company for a while. You don't even like her, so why agree? Yang Fan was baffled. He remembered that Bai Yuyao had always despised Shen Shuting. I really don't like her, Bai Yuyao nodded. But she told me, if you stay with me for 10 minutes, I'll give you this. As she spoke, she opened her bag and pulled out 2 100-gram gold bars. They glowed brightly under the lamp. Bai Yuyao's eyes sparkled. She loved the gold. She wasn't just materialistic, though. She was thinking of her dowry. Her eyes gleamed with fantasy. She didn't just love the gold bars. She loved the vision of her and Yang Fan's future together. Each bar was worth 50,000, so that was 100,000 total. Even if her family went bankrupt later, she'd have these bars to bring into her marriage with Yang Fan. In other words, every cent she got from her parents being saved for their future. She was preparing her dowry early, even though she wasn't even 18 yet and marriage was years away. Although she seemed naive and innocent, Yang Fan felt from the bottom of his heart that she was truly adorable. Yao Yao. Yang Fan watched her cute expression and couldn't resist reaching out to touch her cheek. What is it? Bai Yuyao blushed. It was the first time Yang Fan had ever touched her face like that. Do you remember? I owe you a kiss. Saying it out loud made Yang Fan feel a little shy himself. Bai Yuyao's face turned bright red. She was mortified, yet she still nodded. Then she tilted her chin up, closed her eyes, and waited expectantly. She had been waiting for this for a long time. Even if it were just a kiss on the cheek, she would be content. Yang Fan looked at her, at this gorgeous, perfect campus beauty. He looked at her gentle, obedient expression and finally gave her a quick peck. After that brief kiss, Bai Yuyao turned scarlet, dived onto the bed, and pulled the blanket over her head. I'm asleep, she muffled from beneath the covers. So embarrassed. Yang Fan, however, thought she was precious. This campus beauty, usually so cold and distant, could be this shy. That kind of contrast in a young girl was cute at every turn. When he woke up the next day, it was already bright outside. Yang Fan checked his phone. 7:30 in the morning. He had definitely missed morning study and probably the first class of the day. He sighed, remembering he had set an alarm for 5:30, intending to get ready for school. Yet when he woke up, the alarm hadn't gone off. Or more likely, it had, and someone had turned it off. Who could it have been? Yang Fan turned to look at the girl beside him. Who else but her? The campus beauty was sleeping soundly. Held Bai Yao tight all night. No nightmares. Morning sun hit her delicate face, making her skin glow. It made her features look angelic, pure and beautiful. If angels were real, he thought, they had to look just like her. Yang Fan's eyes stayed fixed on the girl's face. He couldn't look away. Gaze drifted down, past her collarbone to the pale skin at her chest, barely visible beneath her white pajamas. It wasn't clear, but even a glimpse was hard to forget. Yang Fan knew this was wrong. He shouldn't be peeking at the campus beauty while she slept, but his instincts were driving him. He was working up the nerve to look closer when the girl shifted, her voice soft and groggy. Bai Yao mumbled, "Yang Fan, what time is it?" Yang Fan planned to say it was almost 8. But looking at how exhausted she was, his heart softened. He just whispered, "It's still early." To keep her from worrying about being late, he let her drift off again. Bai Yao was already asleep. Her hands fell limp from his body. Yang Fan seized the chance to climb out, dressing as quietly as he could, terrified of waking her. Once dressed, he grabbed his toothbrush and toiletries on tiptoe. He opened the door, heading for the public restroom. But as he slipped out and locked the door behind him, froze. A figure was leaning against the wall, silent as a ghost. It nearly scared him to death. Sister Zhang. He'd almost said aunt, but swallowed the word just in time. He knew she hated being called that. If he slipped up, Zhang Yingzi would probably beat him half to death. He wondered, though, why she was up so early after such a brutal fight the night before. Was she not tired at all? Morning, Zhang Yingzi said, eyes dark with fatigue. Yang Fan was surprised. Always despised him. Why was she greeting him? Had the sun started rising in the west? Yang Fan frowned, confused, but offered a polite reply. Morning, where is Yao Yao? Zhang Yingzi asked, leaning tiredly against the wall. She's still sleeping inside, Yang Fan whispered, afraid to wake her. Zhang Yingzi nodded. I'm heading to wash up. You coming? Yang Fan asked, toothbrush in hand. Zhang Yingzi shook her head. Yang Fan smiled and turned to leave, not really expecting her to join him. He'd only gone a few steps when she called his name. Yang Fan, he turned around confused. Need something? Zhang Yingzi's expression was complex, her face flushing red. She was stammering, losing that tough girl attitude. She looked genuinely shy. Seeing her like this felt like discovering a new world. Struggled to get the words out, face burning. About last night, thank you. Yang Fan was baffled. He hadn't done anything to help her vent that stress. He kept his thoughts to himself, terrified of what she'd do if he spoke up. Especially since he'd seen her completely naked the night before. If he mentioned that, he'd be a dead man. Zhang Yingzi shook her head hard as if to clear her mind. The blush faded and she looked at him earnestly. I'm sorry. Yang Fan was lost. Was she having a personality crisis? First thanks, now apologies? She continued, sincere. I'm sorry, I always thought you weren't a real man. That good person card caught him off guard. Whoa, you should go back to being arrogant. It's better. That makes it sound like I'm even less of a man. I'm going to wash up. We'll talk later. Fine, I'm following you. You wash, I'll talk. Zhang Yingzi didn't seem to care. Then, even when he ignored her, she followed him straight into the men's restroom. A middle-aged man in a suit was standing at the urinal. Seeing a tough woman walk in, face turned green, and his knees nearly gave out. He zipped up in a panic, scrambled outside, staring at the sign for a long time, trying to figure out what just happened. Inside, Zhang Yingzi hovered, looking like she had more to say. Yang Fan was too nervous to even unzip his pants. Sister, please. I'm begging you, get out. I need to use the restroom. Then promise me first. Promise me you'll listen to the rest after you're done, she insisted. Fine, I promise. Yang Fan was finally done with her. Satisfied, she walked out, leaving him to brush his teeth at the sink. Inside, Zhang Yingzi finally spoke up. She confessed everything. How Bai Chaojun had coerced her into acting as a mole to split up Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao. She admitted to asking Wang Shiqing to find beautiful young girls to put in Yang Fan's bed, hoping Bai Yuyao would see and lose all hope. If Yang Fan hadn't been in the middle of brushing his teeth, he would have let loose on her. He finished rinsing, gurgle, spit, and stayed silent. Zhang Yingzi continued, explaining that she hadn't managed to pull it off yesterday because she wasn't satisfied with the girls Wang Shiqing picked out. But she hadn't expected Shen Shooting to beat her to the punch. Shen not only drugged the drinks, but she even had Yu Ruoshui and Yun Xilin wait in the room wearing nothing, hoping to seduce Yang Fan. Unfortunately for Shen Shooting, the plan fell apart. Didn't frame him. She just wasted 2 gold bars, which ended up as... Zhang Yingzi felt humiliated, sure, but a part of her was relieved. She was glad Yang Fan was a gentleman and didn't take advantage of her when she was vulnerable. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. That was why he kept apologizing and thanking Zhou Yingzi for everything. Yang Fan finally finished cleaning up. Are you done talking? He asked, toothbrush in hand, ready to leave. Zhang Yingzi nodded. I'm done. Then why did you even confess to me? Yang Fan asked casually while walking back. Zhang Yingzi felt guilty. Because I feel terrible about what I did to you and to Yao Yao. I didn't want to hurt you two. Yang Fan let out a cold laugh. He decided to let it slide, at least for now, since she was willing to come clean. He had mostly forgiven her. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Yoon Silin. She had only come there to sell herself for money. About that fool last night, did you pay Yoon Silin? Yang Fan asked, pretending to be indifferent, though he actually cared quite a bit. He knew that in his past life, Yoon Silin couldn't afford an abortion, so she set their apartment building on fire to get back at Xiong Hengrui. That fire ended up killing his best friend, Li Dazwang. If she had gotten paid last night, she likely wouldn't go down that same destructive path. But to his disappointment, Zhong Yingzi hadn't paid her. She frowned. Why would I give her money? Slept with her. Why wouldn't you pay up? Yang Fan found her logic hard to grasp. Zhang Yingzi argued back defiantly. Aren't they women too? I'm a woman just like them, so why should I be the one paying? She stated it loudly, with real conviction. She sounded so confident that Yang Fan was left speechless. For a split second, he even thought her argument made a strange kind of sense. Then he asked about the other one. What about Shen shooting? Did you pay her? Zhang Yingzi didn't even hesitate. No, how did you know? Yang Fan grew curious. Did Shen shooting tell you? Zhang Yingzi replied coolly. No, those two girls are still waiting outside the hotel for their money. Yang Fan didn't know what to say. He could understand Zhang Ying's not paying since she was drugged, but why wouldn't that wicked Shen shooting pay up? Maybe the plan failed? But even if the scheme flopped, not paying for services was just low class. Yang Fan headed downstairs to grab some food. He wanted to bring breakfast back so the school beauty could eat as soon as she woke up. Zhang Yingzi followed him, not out of affection, but because she had so much on her mind after last night. She needed to vent, even if Yang Fan didn't want to listen. She kept rambling on, mostly nonsense, while they headed down to the lobby. Expected, when they stepped outside the hotel, Yu Ruoshui and Yoon Silin were still there, skipping class and waiting hopefully for their payment. Then, Yang Fan glanced at the hickeys on their necks, then noticed the lip marks on Zhang Ying's collarbone. He let out a long sigh and slowed his pace. Yang Fan glanced at the hickeys on their necks, then at the lipstick mark on Zhou Yingzi's collarbone, and sighed. He deliberately slowed his pace. Yang Fan tried to put some distance between himself and Zhang Yingzi. He wanted to pretend he didn't know her, but she just slowed her pace, sticking right by his side. Frustrated, Yang Fan reached the hotel entrance only to be blocked by Yu Ruoshui and Yoon Silin. They demanded, Zhang, did you fail to pay up last night? They were desperate, refusing to let her leave. You have to pay. I'm in a real bind and need the cash right now. Zhang Yingzi's expression turned cold. I didn't invite you here. If you want money, go find Shen shooting. Stop bothering me. Yang Fan sighed, thinking how ruthless and cold-hearted she was. Yoon Silin was terrified, but desperation for money pushed him forward. Still shaking, he pleaded, Sister Zhang, I'm truly in a pinch. Please have mercy and give it to me. Even 1,000 or 2 will do. Zhang Yingzi didn't want to waste another breath and raised her leg to shove him, but Yang Fan suddenly interjected. Stop. He's my classmate. Zhang Yingzi gave Yang Fan a surprised look before lowering her leg. When she'd gone on a rampage against Xiong Hengrui earlier, she had noticed Yoon Silin. She knew he was Yang Fan's classmate, but what she couldn't fathom was why Yang Fan would defend someone as sleazy as Yoon Silin. Did he have a crush on him? Her expression darkened, assuming Yang Fan was just another playboy. But Yang Fan wasn't that desperate, nor would he ever be interested in a bottom-of-the-barrel person like Yoon Silin. He only spoke up to ask a few questions. Class representative, Yang Fan said with a grin. The label made Yoon Silin look incredibly pathetic. Sure, at school he was an arts representative, but out here, he was nothing. Even after sleeping with someone last night, he couldn't get a single cent. He hung his head in shame, too humiliated to look up. He couldn't meet Yang Fan's eyes. Yang Fan just kept on talking. I know you're desperate for money, and I know exactly what you need it for. Let me ask you, what about Xiong Hengrui? Did he give you anything? Yoon Silin finally muttered he did. Yang Fan pressed on, how much? When he heard the amount was 1,000, he frowned in disbelief. How could Xiong Hengrui have that kind of money? Family was dirt poor. His mother even scavenged through trash cans. Back when they went to internet cafes, Xiong Hengrui had to borrow money just to get online. He often couldn't even scrape together 10 yuan for internet fees. How on earth did he get 1,000? I borrowed it, Yoon Silin admitted, looking miserable. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes. He remembered Bai Yu Yao telling him that in his previous life, Xiong Hengrui had borrowed heavily from Yu Linlin. Even though the timeline had shifted, Yu Linlin was still too timid to say no. If Xiong Hengrui had pressured her, she really might have lent him the money. He had to get to school and check on Linlin. Yang Fan wouldn't let his childhood friend be a total pushover for a piece of trash like Shang Hengrui. Yang Fan's face went grim. Yoon Silin noticed the change and asked, "Are you worried about Linlin? How did you know?" Yang Fan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Yoon Silin to read him so easily. Yoon Silin suddenly chuckled. Though it was a bitter smile, he continued, "It's because Linlin likes you. Every time you didn't hand in your homework, she secretly finished it for you. She was scared you'd get scolded by the teachers. She even took notes for you while you were hospitalized in your freshman year, but you never even looked at them. Every girl in our class knows she's been in love with you for a long time." Everything Yoon Silin said was news to Yang Fan. He had never heard a word of it and had never noticed. He fell into a long, heavy silence. Yoon Silin whispered, "But you have a girlfriend now. Bai Yu Yao is so beautiful. You don't like Linlin anymore, right?" "Maybe," Yang Fan replied. "Or maybe I never did." They had grown up together, always in the same school and often the same class. Their bond was deep, but strictly platonic. Although, back in junior high, seeing Linlin quietly doing her homework had made his heart skip a beat once. But that was ages ago. He had a girlfriend now. Yang Fan looked at Yoon Silin and asked, "Shen Shooting pay you to come here and stir up trouble, trying to get me to break up with Bai Yu Yao?" He spoke with utter disdain. He thought he'd seen through Yoon Silin's game, but Yoon Silin just laughed bitterly. He wasn't lying. He was too desperate to bother with that. "Don't believe me. Go ask anyone in class. Ask any girl if Linlin likes you or not. If she didn't, why would she fix your homework? Do you really think someone is just that pathetic that they enjoy doing other people's work? And even if she liked the work, why only yours? Why not anyone else's?" Yoon Silin said all of this with genuine anger. Even though he wasn't a good person, even though he was shallow, he still felt bad for Linlin. Wasn't worth pouring her heart into a man with no future. "Yang Fan, stop lying to yourself. If you're really a man, go tell her yourself. Tell her you don't like her and have no future together." Yoon Silin ranted, his voice laced with rage. He felt like Yang Fan was just like Shang Hengrui. Difference was that Shang Hengrui cheated women out of their bodies, while Yang Fan cheated them out of their hearts. All men are trash. Yoon Silin spat out the words like a curse. Ever since Shang Hengrui dumped him, he finally saw the world for what it was. Every man was scum. He saw Yang Fan and Zhang Hengrui as two sides of the same coin, manipulative men. While Zhang Hengrui preyed on women physically, Yang Fan preyed on their emotions. To him, men were universally trash. Yoon Silin spat out the words like a curse. Ever since Shang Hengrui discarded her, her worldview had shattered. In her eyes, every man was a predator. No matter how sweet the talk, they were all frauds. Yang Fan just laughed. "I'm surprised a woman like you has the nerve to talk about justice." Yang Fan grew impatient. Anyone else in the world might have had the right to call someone human trash, but Yoon Silin certainly did not, because she was far worse than the average person. She was a manipulative woman through and through, especially regarding Linlin, and had no room to judge. Yoon Silin cheated on Linlin, yet had the audacity to claim she was doing it for her own good. It was absurd. If she had a shred of conscience, she never would have hooked up with Zhang Hengrui, become the mistress, or ended up pregnant. It was all her own doing. It was karma, and that was exactly why, no matter how much she pleaded, Yang Fan wouldn't buy it. He knew her intentions were twisted. "I'm not here to talk about Linlin," Yang Fan said dismissively, brushing the topic aside. Pivoted. "Do you want money or not?" Yoon Silin's face darkened, but she gritted her teeth and nodded. "If you want cash, we work together." Yang Fan said it with a grin. Yoon Silin looked disgusted. "Why on earth would I cooperate with you? Because you need money, and you want revenge on Shang Hengrui." Yang Fan dropped the smile, his voice flat. "I know you can't stand me. The feeling is mutual, but that's irrelevant. What matters is our common goal. We both want Shang Hengrui finished, so we partner up." With that, Yang Fan cut the conversation short. He knew Yoon Silin would cave. She was desperate for cash and had no other options. Yoon Silin gritted her teeth, her face twisted in a painful struggle before she finally agreed. "Fine, let's grab breakfast and map out the plan," Yang Fan said with a faint smile. Started walking. He was starving, and he still had to pick up food for Bai Yu Yao, so he had no time to stand around. Then, he wouldn't waste time chatting. Any planning would happen on the move while they ate. Yang Fan's strategy was simple. He'd bring Yoon Silin to the principal, reveal her pregnancy, and force the school to expel Shang Hengrui. Principal refused. Yang Fan didn't mind playing the villain. He'd make the whole mess public and let the entire school feast on the gossip. He would also post about it online and share videos to amplify the chaos. He knew the principal would prefer to keep things quiet to protect his own reputation. That pressure would likely force Shang Hengrui's parents to pull him out of school. But before the expulsion, Yang Fan planned to take Yoon Silin to see Shang Hengrui's mother, Liu Sujuan, so she could demand the money herself. As for how much she could squeeze out, That wasn't Yang Fan's problem. By the time he laid out the plan, he'd finished his bun. He grabbed the remaining food, picked up a soy milk, and headed toward the hotel. On the way, Yun Seelin's expression turned sour. "You're just using me." She glared at him, filled with spite. "If the principal doesn't expel him and his parents don't pay up, haven't I just wasted all my time?" "They will pay," Yang Fan replied coolly. "And if they don't, I'm leaking everything. If you expose this, my parents will kill me," Yun Seelin demanded, trembling with rage. "You didn't even consider what would happen to me. Why would I care about you?" Yang Fan stopped in his tracks, looking at her with genuine confusion. "Yun Seelin, do you actually think I'm doing this for your sake? Get real. I find you repulsive. I'd be happy if you just vanished. I'm only teaming up with you because I want Xiang Hengrui destroyed even more. That's it. If you don't play along, I'm blowing this wide open right now." Yang Fan looked dead serious, clearly not bluffing. Yun Seelin's face shifted through a dozen emotions. She never imagined that Yang Fan saw her strictly as a tool, a weapon to use against Xiang Hengru. A sudden chill hit her. He was far more ruthless than she'd realized. Struggled for a long time, trying to find a way out. "If you expose this, don't you care about the fallout for you, Linlin?" Yun Seelin's face was grim. "The college entrance exams are almost here. If people find out you Linlin was cheated on, they'll mock her. It'll ruin her scores!" "Yang Fan, please," she pleaded. "I don't want to partner with you. Just lend me $2,000. I promise I'll pay you back. Just give me the money and let this be over. You Linlin won't have to suffer, and she'll pass her exams. Begging you for her sake." Yun Seelin looked like she was ready to drop to her knees. She needed the money desperately, but she was too terrified to keep working with Yang Fan. She feared the fallout and the wrath of her parents. Unfortunately, Yang Fan wasn't giving her any path to retreat. "You don't have a choice," he said, his expression calm. "I'm not lending you a dime, and I'm not changing my plans because of you Linlin. If you want money, you have to get it from Zhong Hengrui's parents. If you want revenge, you have to force the principal's hand. You have to work with me." Having said his piece, Yang Fan went silent, waiting for her to make the call. Yun Seelin stood there pale, unable to decide. From a distance, Zhang Yingzi had been watching them the whole time. She'd overheard the plan and witnessed Yang Fan's threats. For a moment, Zhang Yingzi found Yang Fan cold and devious for threatening a classmate. She also sensed a maturity in him that went far beyond his years. Didn't act like an 18-year-old boy at all. But as she squinted and observed him more closely, she quickly noticed something else. Yang Fan kept his right hand behind his back, fingers twitching. He wasn't as composed as he looked. He was terrified Yun Seelin would burn the bridge and refuse to cooperate. He feared Yun Seelin might go scorched earth like in his past life, setting the car on fire, killing his brother. He was even more afraid that if Yun Seelin's actions were exposed, it would ruin Linlin's college entrance exam. He wasn't confident. He was gambling that Yun Seelin wouldn't dare turn against him. Knowing Yun Seelin only dared to set fires in the complex. Instead of facing Xiang Hengrui head-on at the hospital, it was clear he lacked the guts for a real fight. Facts matched Yang Fan's hunch. Yun Seelin backed down. "I'll listen to you." Hearing that, Yang Fan's trembling hand finally steadied. The gamble paid off. Nearby, Zhang Yingzi watched the scene play out with a smirk. She realized, despite Yang Fan's mature facade, his slips showed he was still just a teenager, nowhere near as calculating as Bai Jiaojun, or as vicious as Shen Shooting. Suddenly, Zhang Yingzi felt a flicker of intrigue. She thought there was something surprisingly cool about Yang Fan's scheming and maneuvering to protect his childhood sweetheart, Bert. Even with his lack of polish, it was impressive. It was in that moment she decided to warm up to him. Wearing a playful grin, she walked over. "You're Yun Seelin, right?" Zhang Yingzi stood in front of him, arms crossed. She laughed. "Interested in working for me? I need a gopher. You've got long legs. Bet you can run fast. If you come with me, I'll pay you 5,000 a month." 5,000 a month? Yun Seelin was immediately tempted. Xinyi was a small, economically stagnant city where the average wage was only 3,000 or 4,000. Even working 12-hour summer shifts at an electronics factory, hitting 5,000 was nearly impossible. Yun Seelin's family wasn't well off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killing himself over a measly couple $1,000. He was hooked. Yang Fan, however, looked sour. His plan was on the verge of success when Zhang Yingzi threw a wrench in it. He was annoyed. If Zhang Yingzi started handing out cash, Yun Seelin might ditch their deal. But before he could snap, and before Yun Seelin could even agree, Zhang Yingzi added, "Yun Seelin, even if you agree, you have to finish your business with Yang Fan first before I pay you." Why? Yun Seelin was unhappy. He thought working for Zhang Yingzi meant he could stop dealing with Yang Fan and get paid right away. Her words hit him like a brick. Hopes crashed. "No reason," Zhang Yingzi smiled. "If you need a reason, let's just say I admire him." She turned her gaze to Yang Fan with eyes full of approval. Yang Fan frowned. Why is this older woman changing her tune? She's getting nicer to me. Is she trying to seduce me? He felt uneasy. He had a bad feeling about her. He didn't want to end up like Yoon Silin forced into her bed. If Jang Yingzi could read minds, she might have punched him out. Luckily, she had no idea what kind of nonsense was running through his head, nor did she have the time to guess. She just thought she'd done a good deed and given Yang Fan an assist. She kept Yoon Silin around because she felt Yang Fan had some leverage over him and was acting like a guy worried about losing control. She didn't know what the leverage was, but if Yang Fan wanted to keep him in line, she'd chip in a little cash to help him hold on to the kid. When Yang Fan needed a favor later, he'd remember her generosity. Besides, she needed a gopher anyway, and just like that, the matter was settled. Task was to help Yang Fan get revenge on Xiang Hingrui and have him expelled. If Xiang Hingrui had borrowed Linlin's money, better cough it up before getting kicked out. As for what Lin Silin do after that wasn't her concern. Plan set, Lin Silin quickly parted ways with Yang Fan, head to school. He hadn't asked for leave. Skipping a class or two was fine. He could pass it off as dance practice, but too much meant his homeroom teacher would call his parents. After he left, Yang Fan and Zhang Yingzi went back to the hotel. Inside the room, the campus beauty was awake and scrubbing up in the bathroom. When Yang Fan entered, Bai Yao had a toothbrush in her mouth, muffling her words. Yang Fan, you're back. Take it easy, miss. You'll swallow the toothpaste. Yang Fan nearly laughed at the sight. He could tell Bai Yao was happy, eager to talk to him the moment he returned, but he genuinely worried about her health. Bai Yao nodded while rinsing. As soon as she finished washing up, she couldn't wait a second longer and zoomed out, diving into Yang Fan's arms. They both tumbled onto the bed. Yang Fan, you're finally back. Bai Yao buried her head in his chest, making sobbing noises. Yang Fan quickly realized she was faking it. There wasn't a single tear, and the crying sounded entirely rehearsed. Stop the act. You think I can't tell? Yang Fan forced her head up, only to see her face dry and grinning mischievously. What are you doing? Bai Yao laughed, acting coy. Why didn't you comfort me? I was practically crying. I'll comfort you when you actually shed a tear. Yang Fan looked at him, amused, feeling like he was a little girl who needed constant coddling. Bai Yao let out a soft huff. She finally climbed off Yang Fan. Just then, Zhou Yingzu knocked on the door and brought in 2 sets of clothes. One was Bai Yao's pink Lolita princess dress. She had even prepared the white thigh-high stockings. On the other hand, Yang Fan's set was the same $8,000 casual outfit he wore yesterday. Black and white combo was slimming and made him look sharp. Yang Fan, let me help you change. Bai Yao was such a clever little fox. No one knew what was going on in her head. Whenever she saw an opening, she jumped at the chance to take advantage of him. It was supposedly help with changing clothes, but in reality, she was just trying to get close to the guy she liked. Faced with such an unreasonable request from the school beauty, Yang Fan naturally refused. Absolutely not. Yang Fan looked serious, like a true gentleman. Bai Yao smirked, her voice dripping with mischief as she asked, "What if I let you help me change too? Would you still turn me down?" Seriously? Yang Fan was stunned. If he could help his crush change clothes, he'd be grinning in his sleep. Bai Yao's skin was flawless, smooth, fair, and soft. Plus, helping her dress meant he'd get a glimpse. He saw that shy look only a young girl could have. Too bad. She giggled. Yang Fan, you're so easy to fool. I'm not letting you help me. That's too embarrassing. Yang Fan finally realized Bai Yao was just teasing him. Bai Yao saw. Though dressing the school beauty was a long shot, the chance to touch her legs lit up Yang Fan's eyes. Face flushed, she stammered, "Here, take it." Sheepishly lifted the hem of her sleep dress, revealing her fare. Everything is exposed to the air, but listen, you only get 3 seconds to touch it. Bai Yao, feeling a bit tense, shouted back that it was a deal. Yang Fan nodded quickly, his throat dry, as he caught sight of the girl's legs and finally reached out. He was running out of time. Yang Fan pressed both palms against the girl's long legs as much as he could. The more skin he covered, the more intense it felt, as he traced a path starting from her petite feet and moving upward, trying to soak in every ounce of softness and silkiness in just a heartbeat. 3, 2, 1 time moved way too fast. Yang Fan barely had a second. Before he could really appreciate how soft her legs were, Bai Yao's face turned bright red. She quickly pulled her skirt down and swatted Yang Fan's hand away. Time was up. Bai Yao's face flushed deep red, spreading down to her collarbone in a wave of pure embarrassment. But the shame didn't last. Sudden thrill replaced it. Yang Fan, now it's my turn to touch you. The school idol was practically giddy, her excitement hard to miss. He couldn't wait to take advantage of Yang Fan. Surprisingly, Yang Fan agreed right away. After all, he was a man and didn't share the same shyness as Bai Yao. Yang Fan is surprisingly generous about this. He just lies back and shrugs, essentially telling her to bring it on. Part of it is his thick skin, but the rest? He figures even if Bai Yao gropes him, he is not losing anything. Since they were a couple, Bai Yao was thrilled to finally start getting handsy. She stayed modest at first, just feeling Yang Fan's chest, arms, and legs, but it didn't last. She tossed her shyness aside. With a flushed face, she looked down and whispered, "Are you sure anywhere is okay?" Yang Fan followed her gaze and turned beet red. Even he couldn't play it cool anymore, saying, "Not there." She just kept begging him, "Please, just let me. No, please, just this once." It went on until Yang Fan finally changed and walked out, bumped straight into Zhang Yingzi, who was leaning against the wall by the door, just like always. Seeing how unusually flushed Yang Fan looked, Zhang Yingzi frowned immediately and asked, "Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Yang Fan didn't know how to answer. Surprisingly, Zhang Yingzi actually offered, "Should I call an ambulance?" He waved her off, saying, "No, I'm not sick." "You aren't sick. Why the red face?" Zhang Yingzi looked suspicious. But her confusion quickly shifted to doubt. She started wondering if Yang Fan had been in that room, secretly taking advantage of Yao Yao. Her expression darkened as she demanded, "Did you mess with Yao Yao?" "No," Yang Fan replied instantly. "That's strange," she muttered. Zhang Yingzi couldn't figure it out. Of course, she'd never guessed that it wasn't Yang Fan taking advantage of Bai Yao, but the other way around. The little girl Zhang Yingzi remembered as Yao Yao had long since grown up. Bai Yao actually knew more about the birds and the bees than Zhang Yingzi did. While neither had experience, Bai Yao was a total theorist. Zhang Yingzi, on the other hand, was completely clueless, lacking even the basic theory. Zhang Yingzi didn't brush up on the facts of life. She'd likely be just as lost even after she got married. Inside the senior grade office, 20-some students and teachers stood around as grade director Wei Songjuan droned on and on. He told the class monitors to go back and warn their students that a big investor was coming to inspect the school today. He insisted they keep their classrooms spotless and stay focused in class, so the school wouldn't lose face. He didn't want the investor thinking their annual donations were going to waste. Wei Songjuan kept rambling, while most of the students looked bored out of their minds. They hated these speeches, except for one bookish girl who seemed to be listening intently. This was Yu Linlin. With their monitor Zhang Hengrui hospitalized, the study committee member Yu Linlin was there representing the entire senior class 18. Everyone else is yawning, but he's hunched in the corner, pen moving constantly, as if transcribing every word from the grade dean. Handwriting is flawless, and he's just as easy on the eyes. The class monitors from neighboring rooms, especially the boys, have taken notice. They've all crowded around, hoping to catch a glimpse of his profile and etch his face into their memories. But as they get closer, they realize the truth. Yu Linlin isn't listening to the dean at all. That entire page isn't a speech. It's just the name Yang Fan, written over and over. Yang Fan, Yang Fan. Seeing that, the male monitors freeze. The name sounds so familiar, yet they can't quite place it. Just as they're left standing there, confused, a sharp voice cuts through the air right next to Yu Linlin. A girl sneers, clearly mocking her. "You Linlin, I didn't realize your taste was this pathetic. You're actually into someone like Yang Fan? If you're going to have a crush, at least pick someone handsome. Look at his face. He even deserved to breathe?" Her words are cruel, filled with personal attacks, mocking Yang Fan's looks and Yu Linlin's judgment. Yu Linlin turns to see Song Yuhan. Even in her baggy blue and white school uniform, Song Yuhan's chest is impossible to ignore. Talks, her cleavage shifts, mesmerizing every boy nearby. Some are even caught swallowing hard. Even Yu Linlin pauses to glance there first. She stares at her coldly before replying, "Song Yuhan, do you know what your problem is? You have absolutely no manners." "Manners? Sorry, I'm trashy and uneducated. I don't even know how to spell that word," Song Yuhan retorts, dripping with sarcasm. Her face is marked with fresh scars from 2 days ago. She had stormed into Yang Fan's birthday party to cut ties with him and ended up getting beaten for it. Swelling hasn't even gone down yet. Too bad Yu Linlin wasn't there to see it happen. Linlin, you don't actually like that ugly freak Yang Fan, do you?" Song Yuhan leans in, voice dripping with venom. "You really don't know? Yang Fan used to be my little pet, begging for my attention every day. I couldn't be bothered with him. If you like him that much, just beg me. I'll hand the pathetic mutt over to you." Ugly freak. Pet. Yu Linlin's brow furrows deeper with every word. She doesn't get it. Sure, Yang Fan looked plain when they were kids, but even then, he was nowhere near an ugly freak. Besides, ever since he started dating Bai Yao, he's changed his style completely. He's trendy, revamped, and effortlessly cool now. He's incredibly handsome. How could he possibly be called a freak? Doesn't Song Yuhan, his own cousin, realize he's changed? And he was never some pathetic pet. The only reason he treated Song Yuhan well in the past was because he was trying to look out for his younger cousin. But now, this toxic girl is calling him a pathetic mutt. How rude. Linlin's dislike for Song Yuhan grows. But Song Yuhan keeps digging. "If you like that mutt so much, I can call him over for you." Does whatever I say. Yu Linlin replies coldly, "No thanks. I hate me, Yu Linlin." I'm trying to be nice and give you that mutt, and you hate me? Song Yuhan's eyes go wide. She thinks she's finally doing a good deed. She tries to hand over a pet to Linlin, and instead of gratitude, she gets hate. It's insulting. Song Yuhan's face darkens, ready to curse, but the grade dean finally finishes his pointless lecture. Get back to class. Remember to pass this on. Some big executive is coming to inspect the school today, the dean drones on. Don't embarrass us. Goodbye, teacher. The monitors murmur their goodbyes and start leaving the office. Outside, Song Yuhan still wants to pick a fight, looking for another chance to belittle Linlin. But Linlin ignores her completely, turning to head back to class. Song Yuhan has no choice but to swallow her anger. She grits her teeth, planning to march into Yang Fan's classroom later and have him humiliate Linlin to settle the score. She's so focused on using Yang Fan to get revenge that she never stops to think about the reality of the situation. She's already crossed him once. She has no idea that Yang Fan has seen right through her ugly charade and will never protect his cousin again. Third period that morning, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao finally arrive at school, walking hand in hand. Bai Yuyao is wearing a pink Lolita dress with twin tails. She wears pure white tights and leather shoes. She looks absolutely stunning. The second she enters the school gates, she grabs everyone's attention. Guards, teachers, even the kids who cut class, they're all mesmerized. Out of 5,000 people at number 1 high 99% think she's the most beautiful person they've ever seen. She's the school goddess. Countless people have confessed their love with letters. It's just too bad that the school goddess has a boyfriend now. She clings to Yang Fan's hand. Her head rests against his shoulder, just like any other girl in the heat of a new romance. She doesn't care about the strange looks coming their way. She's content just being by Yang Fan's side. She doesn't care what others think, nor does she care about breaking hearts. Her world is Yang Fan. As they near the classroom, Bai Yuyao whispers softly, "Honestly, we don't even need to come to school today. We could just study at the hotel. I can tutor you myself. And if you don't think my teaching is good enough, I'll hire someone else, someone top tier. I'll make sure you get the best grades, no matter what it takes." As a reincarnated soul, Bai Yuyao had the confidence to spare. Getting Yang Fan into a decent college was child's play. Getting into top schools like Tsinghua or Peking was actually possible. If he just stuck to his memories from his past life and put Yang Fan through a month of targeted training, he could definitely pull off a stellar score. It was a complete waste of time to keep sitting in school anyway. Even when they were in class, neither he nor Yang Fan ever paid attention to the teacher. It would be better to head back to the hotel. Yang Fan made a fair point, but Bai Yuyao just patted his head, coaxing, just a few more days. I need to wait until school matters are settled before I can truly relax. Bai Yuyao pondered for a moment. Are you talking about Li Dazhuang or Yu Linling? If it were about Li Dazhuang, controlling Yun Xiling tightly should keep him from being burned to death, like in the previous life. Were about Yu Lingling, Bai Yuyao pouted, clearly unhappy. She really disliked her. It wasn't about Yu Lingling's personality, nor because of any slight. It was simply because Yu Lingling had dated Yang Fan in their past life. They loved each other deeply. Even after they broke up, Yu Lingling still cared for Yang Fan, sending him money to look after Bai Yuyao. Bai Yuyao didn't want the current Yang Fan to get too close to her, fearing she might steal him away. You seem to dislike Yu Lingling a lot. Yang Fan stopped and looked at her. Bai Yuyao replied with a hint of jealousy. Is it not obvious enough? I can't stand her. But why? Yang Fan asked, staring into her eyes. Bai Yuyao pursed her lips, refusing to speak. She didn't want to tell him. She wouldn't let him know how much he loved Yu Lingling in the past life, or how well Yu Lingling had treated him then. Yet, silence was useless. Spending these days together, Yang Fan was learning to read her mind. Yao Yao, did I date Yu Lingling in our past life? Bai Yuyao bit her lip, remaining silent. Yang Fan just looked at her and understood. He was right. He had indeed dated her before. But he remembered Bai Yuyao telling him about a toxic girl he met that summer, a manipulative schemer who scammed him out of a lot of money. Parents quit their jobs to do business just to help pay his debts, only to die in a car accident. He remembered all of that clearly, except for Yu Lingling. How she treated him, why they dated, or why they broke up, these were mysteries to him. Bai Yuyao had never mentioned those details. Yao Yao, can you tell me? Yang Fan asked, looking at her with genuine sincerity. About Yu Lingling, I don't want to. Bai Yuyao shook her head, biting her lip. She didn't want him to know any of it. She didn't want to recount the things that happened between them in the past life, no matter how much she liked Yang Fan now. Fine. Yang Fan didn't want to force her. If she wasn't ready, he would let it go and try another time. Two finally reached the classroom. It was math class, and their teacher, Zhou Qingxia, stood at the podium going over the test papers. A report from the doorway made Zhou Qingxia's face darken. Someone was late again. When she looked toward the door, she sighed. Realizing who it was, she grew frustrated. Young fan, Bai Yuyao, why are you too late again? Why are you always late? Sorry, teacher, we overslept, Bai Yuyao said with a sweet smile. And you? Zhou Qingsha turned her gaze to Yang Fan. I overslept too. Yang Fan looked a bit embarrassed. Zhou Qingsha's face turned grim. Yang Fan, can you come up with a different excuse next time? Don't copy others. It's one thing to cheat on exams, but you even copy excuses for being late? You're hopeless. Zhou Qingsha never liked Yang Fan because of his poor grades. Even if he were telling the truth, she wouldn't believe him. Yang Fan sighed helplessly. Forget it. Just get inside. Study hard. Zhou Qingsha scolded them a bit more before letting them enter. Even after sitting down, the pair remained hand in hand affectionately. The students stared, stunned. They had never seen anyone so bold. Daring to hold hands in front of the Extinction Master? Weren't they afraid of being sent home? Li Dazhuang and Tang Xinyi were impressed. Many students looked on with admiration. Zhou Qingsha naturally saw them holding hands, but she didn't say a word. Because she couldn't control this pair, she simply darkened her expression and pretended not to see. Once they were seated, she resumed the lesson. Minutes later, after finishing the papers, she said, in groups of 4, take some time to discuss these problems. Zhou Qingsha gave the students time to work in their pre-arranged study groups. However, because Zhong Henry was on leave and Bai Yuyao was new, she hadn't been assigned yet. Zhou Qingsha placed Bai Yuyao into Zhong Henry's former group, which consisted of 4 people. The group now held Yu Linlin, Tang Xinyi, Yang Fan, and the newly added Bai Yuyao. Yu Linlin and Tang Xinyi swapped seats with Li Dazhuang's group, moving to the second-to-last row to face Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao. Once settled, Yu Linlin looked calm as ever. She called Yang Fan's name, then said plainly, you haven't turned in your homework lately. Why? Yang Fan felt awkward and couldn't answer. He had been too busy with Bai Yuyao to write any assignments. Teacher asked. He could easily invent a lie, saying he forgot it at home or the dog ate it. He had plenty of ways to bluff, but facing his childhood friend Yu Linlin, he couldn't utter a single lie. In all fairness, Yu Linlin had been very good to him. During his freshman year, after he was hospitalized for fighting to help Song Yuhan, she tutored him almost every day, fearing his grades would drop. She even took notes on everything the teacher explained. Besides academics, whenever she bought snacks or drinks, she always got an extra one for him. She truly cared. Looking at Yang Fan, he offered little help to Yu Linlin. His only contribution was beating up the local thugs who harassed her. But Yu Linlin hated it when he fought, even though he claimed it was for her own good. She admired model students, not troublemakers. Fighting, skipping classes, or ditching homework. She loathed all of it. Now she stared him down with intense, burning eyes. Yang Fan couldn't even meet her gaze, let alone dream up a lie. I'll finish my homework when I get a chance, Yang Fan stammered nervously. Yu Linlin looked disappointed. Don't bother. I already finished it and turned it in for you, so the teacher won't lecture you. But you're almost at the Gaokao, Young Fan. Why won't you study? What are you going to do later? You can't seriously aim for a bottom-tier college. Her expression was etched with genuine worry. She was deeply concerned for his future. Yang Fan felt a wave of shame wash over him. He really hadn't been putting in the effort. Yu Linlin pressed further. And I heard you haven't been staying in the dorms lately or going home. Have you been pulling all-nighters at an internet cafe? Yang Fan bluffed, feeling exposed. I'm staying out living alone. Yu Linlin frowned. I checked with your parents. They don't know you moved out. Where have you actually been? Yang Fan went completely silent. Bokenen. He certainly couldn't tell her that he was living with the school beauty. With so many people in the classroom saying that out loud, instantly make him the biggest scandal in school. His silence only made him look guiltier. Yu Linlin spoke, her tone firm and pained. You can't live out there. You have to go back to the dorms or your grades will just keep tanking. If you don't go back, I'm calling your parents to report you. Yu Linlin had exhausted every option to get Yang Fan to focus, even resorting to threatening to tattle to his parents. Yang Fan blocked her, panicking. Don't! If my parents find out, they'll kill me. Then tell me, she retorted. Where have you been sleeping these past few nights? If you don't answer, I'm not going back to the dorms either. I'll go sleep where you are. No. Before Yang Fan could even react, Bai Yuyao snapped, finally dropping the ice-cold act she'd maintained while watching the drama unfold. She had been sitting there, sipping water and refusing to acknowledge Yu Linlin, but the thought of the two of them sleeping in the same place? Bai Yuyao couldn't stay seated. She stood up, frantic and loud. Yu Linlin, I am Yang Fan's girlfriend. Watch your mouth. Am I being unreasonable? Yu Linlin asked, sitting calmly. I'm just looking out for my childhood friend. Student Bai Yuyao, why are you so worked up? My concern for Yang Fan is pure friendship. Unlike your love-brain obsession. When Yu Linlin said the word, the mood in the room shifted. Her best friend, Tang Xinyi, looked particularly uneasy. Xinyi's expression was a mix of disbelief. Ever since Yang Fan got a glow-up and started dating Bai Yuyao, Yu Lingling had lost all traces of her old self. She spent her days sighing and scribbling Yang Fen's name in her notebooks. If Bai Yuyao had a love brain, then Yu Lingling was deep in a hopeless, one-sided crush. Tang Xinyi had known for a long time, and hearing Yu Lingling call out someone else was too much. Tang Xinyi sighed, thinking Lingling, "My dear, how can you call anyone else love-brained? Aren't you doing the exact same thing? At least she's dating him and you're just pining." Xinyi felt so embarrassed she hid behind her math textbook. She couldn't watch anymore. Yu Lingling continued, "Bai Yu Yao, if the whole world was like you, obsessed with romance instead of studies, the world would be doomed." "So what?" Bai Yu Yao smirked. "Even if the world ended, isn't it romantic to be with the one you love?" She grabbed Yang Fan's arm, pressing against him. "I've never seen love brain as an insult. I actually love it when you say that about me. Shows how much I adore Yang Fan. I'd do anything for him." As she spoke, Bai Yu Yao's gaze fixed intently on Yang Fan's face. Her love was so intense it felt physical. Anyone could see just how deeply she was obsessed with him. Yu Lingling hated it, especially watching Bai Yu Yao and Yang Fan glued together. Her heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle. The pain was agonizing, and her haughty demeanor collapsed into misery. She felt a deep sense of grievance, as if Bai Yu Yao had stolen her lifelong best friend away from her. Spot in Yang Fan's arms belonged to her, but now she just felt empty. Tang Xinyi, seeing her friend's pain, lowered her book. "Lingling, are you okay? Do you feel sick?" "I don't know," was all Yu Lingling could manage, feeling only heartbreak. She couldn't explain why her chest hurt so much. Bai Yu Yao sneered, "Stop playing the victim, it won't work." Bai Yu Yao tightened her grip on Yang Fan's arm, looking at Yu Lingling like she was claiming a prize. "Yu Lingling, I won." Bai Yu Yao felt like the ultimate victor in this romance. She had won this life completely, snatching Yang Fan from the start and leaving Yu Lingling zero chance to fight for the man she liked. But Bai Yu Yao never considered Yang Fan's feelings, nor did she realize that Yang Fan's world was built on more than just romance. It was built on friendship and family too. Watching Yu Lingling shrink into herself like a wounded animal, Yang Fan's heart softened. He wasn't being a player or a cheat. He simply felt, as a friend, a pang of pity for the girl who had grown up alongside him. As Yang Fan went to confess, Yulin grabbed his arm, frantic to pull him away. She warned him not to care about her, clearly worried that he was getting too close to Yu Lingling and might develop feelings for her. Yang Fan patted her head, offering comfort. He told her not to worry, promising he knew how jealous she got and would keep things under control. Yang Fan looked at Bai Yu Yao with sincere eyes. She bit her lip, caught in deep hesitation. Finally, she gave in. She agreed to let Yang Fan speak with Yu Lingling. Ever since Yu Lingling started dating Xiongting Grui, Yang Fan rarely called her by her nickname anymore. But today, after the breakup, Yang Fan finally switched from the formal Yu Lingling back to the childhood nickname, Yu Ling. He looked straight into her eyes and said the name again, Yu Ling? She finally replied with a soft sound. Though her head remained bowed, she was still hurting. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. "I know you care about me. I know you've always looked out for me. But I have a lot on my plate right now, which is why I didn't make it back to the dorms. I promise you, I am working hard. I want to get into a good university too. Please, don't worry about me anymore." Yang Fan knew that everything Yu Lingling did came from a place of genuine concern for her childhood friend. Without revealing that he was staying with Bai Yu Yao, he did his best to put her mind at ease. Just like Yu Linlin, Yang Fan meant well, but he didn't realize that Yu Linlin was far more stubborn than he'd anticipated. "Are you still sneaking out to stay at someone else's place tonight?" Yu Linlin looked up and asked. Yang Fan glanced at Bai Yu Yao, caught her nod, and turned back. "Yeah, I have to stay out tonight too." Yu Linlin lifted her small face, looking serious. "I'm coming with you. I want to stay there too. I'll live with you. Otherwise, I just can't stop worrying." Yang Fan froze. He never imagined Yu Linlin would take things this far. Beside him, Bai Yu Yao kept pulling on Yam's arm, urging him to refuse. She didn't want to find her love rival, Yu Linlin, suddenly tucked into bed with them that night. Seeing this, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before finally shutting the idea down. "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend I'm staying with." Yang Fan stopped mid-sentence. He glanced left and right, noticing his classmates were busy arguing over math papers, paying them no mind. Only then did he drop the truth. "I'm staying with my girlfriend tonight." By girlfriend, he naturally meant Bai Yu Yao. At this, Bai Yu Yao flashed a triumphant smile. She looked genuinely happy, her eyes curving into crescents, while Yu Linlin's gaze dimmed, instantly losing all its light. "You're already living together?" "Yes, I am." Yang Fan admitted it plainly. He and Bai Yu Yao liked each other. Even living together didn't feel like something he needed to hide. Besides, their relationship was still innocent. Other than the occasional touch, they hadn't crossed any lines. felt no guilt, so he spoke clearly. He didn't want to lie to Yu Linlin. But even if he felt guiltless, it was hard for others to believe. Two teenagers in their prime, sleeping under the same roof, doing absolutely nothing all night? Tang Xinyi heard this, and her face flushed deep red. She even wondered if the two of them had already secretly tasted the forbidden fruit. She reflexively glanced down at Bai Yuyao's legs, desperately wanted to know if Bai Yuyao's legs would go soft when she walked. Meanwhile, Yu Linlin looked deathly pale, blood drained from her face. That admission of living together hit Yu Linlin hard. If Yang Fan had just been dating Bai Yuyao, she wouldn't have lost her composure like this. She had assumed high school romances never went past holding hands. But now, seeing that they were already living together, and realizing they had likely been intimate, Yu Linlin looked shattered. It was more than just heartbreak. For a split second, she felt like she couldn't go on. She didn't even know why. She didn't even understand the nature of her feelings for Yang Fan. She just felt an unbearable pain, a sudden desire to end it. She gripped her pen, desperate to write something. Homework, exam questions, anything. If she could just focus on writing, maybe she'd feel better. But she couldn't. Not a single word would come out. She watched the exam paper grow damp, her notebook blurring, and realized she was crying. She didn't know why all these tears were falling. She only knew the pain in her heart was impossible to control. Tang Xinyi was heartbroken for her. Watching her best friend cry like that, Tang Xinyi couldn't hold back her own tears. She grabbed tissues to wipe Yu Linlin's face, stood up, shouting, "Teacher, Yu Linlin isn't feeling well. I need to take her to the infirmary." At her call, the noisy classroom fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward them, watching as Yu Linlin wept, her face covered in tears. Stern homeroom teacher Zhou Qingxia looked worried. "Is she unwell? Should she go to the school clinic?" "Teacher, I'll take her back to the dorms first so she can rest. If she's not better by this afternoon, we'll see a doctor." Tang Xinyi spoke with a complex expression. She knew Yu Linlin's sickness was of the heart. A doctor couldn't heal that. Better to let her rest in the dorms and try to talk her through it. Fine. Zhou Qingxia didn't stop them and quickly approved the leave. Then, Tang Xinyi carefully pulled Yu Linlin into her arms and led her back to the dormitory. Yang Fan watched them leave the room, his heart heavy. He didn't want to hurt Yu Linlin, and he certainly didn't want to see her in such pain. He only wanted to be honest, to avoid deceiving her. But now it was like that old saying proven true, lies don't hurt, but the truth is a blade. The more honest he was, the more Yu Linlin suffered. Perhaps a lie would have been better than the truth. Feeling bad for her, a cold edge sharpened Bai Yuyao's voice. She hated how close Yang Fan was to Yu Linlin, and she hated his sympathy for her rival. "If you're so worried, go chase after her now. There's still time." Bai Yuyao spoke coldly, urging him to chase after Yu Linlin out of sheer spite. Yang Fan listened and offered a bitter smile. He could see that Bai Yuyao was jealous and angry, and that she didn't mean what she was saying. If he actually went to comfort Yu Linlin, Bai Yuyao would tear him apart. Besides, he looked down to see her gripping his hand so tightly. It was like she had pinned him in place. There was no escaping. "Yao Yao," Yang Fan sighed. "Stop being mad." Bai Yuyao let out a sharp scoff. "If I felt bad for some other guy, you'd be jealous too, wouldn't you? Don't lecture me." Yang Fan had to admit she had a point. If she felt bad for someone else, he'd definitely be jealous too. But even if she was right, Yang Fan tried to justify himself. "Yu Linlin and I are childhood friends," he insisted. "My concern for her is purely out of friendship." Before he could finish, Bai Yuyao cut him off. "I don't believe in pure friendship between men and women," she snapped, clearly annoyed, especially when they're good-looking. "There's only one way a platonic friendship like that could ever exist. It only works if both parties are ugly. The uglier they are, the purer the friendship." Her logic left Yang Fan speechless. He sat there for a long time, unable to formulate a retort. He knew she had a point, yet he still felt, "Yao Yao, it's not love. Our relationship is just like yours with Zhang Yingzi. It's deeper than friendship, but definitely not love." As Yang Fan tried to explain, Bai Yuyao grew impatient. "Zhang and I are both women. And you Linlin girls too? Don't make excuses, Yang Fan, or I'm to lose my temper." She was visibly agitated now. She reached out, her fingers hovering over his arm like a threat. Yang Fan could only sigh. He knew he couldn't get through to her. Bai Yuyao was convinced he and Yu Linlin would eventually spark a romance. Her certainty came from her past life. She was a reincarnator. Having witnessed the depth of their love in that former life, she dismissed every word Yang Fan said as a convenient lie. "Do you think I'm too controlling?" she asked, her expression pained. "Is that why you won't keep your distance from her?" Yang Fan said nothing. But he nodded. He had always felt her possessiveness. No matter how many times he swore he had no feelings for Yu Linlin, she wouldn't let him get close to her. Bai Yuyao's face turned sorrowful. "I don't want to be like this," she whispered, sounding hurt. but I like you so much. I don't want to share you with anyone else. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. I'm sorry. When a beautiful girl in the prime of her youth looks at you with misty eyes and apologizes, how could you possibly blame her? Seeing her transition from frustration to raw, quiet misery, Yang Fan lost the ability to scold her. The only thing he could do was pull her close and stroke her long hair gently. I know you care about me, he murmured, still stroking her hair. Yao Yao, I promise you I only have feelings for you. I will never love anyone else. Better mean that. She was still sulking, but after a long while, her emotions finally settled just as the bell rang. Once the third period ended, Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao planned to keep studying. But then Li Dazhuang showed up. Hey buddy, bathroom break? The guy was clueless, completely lacking any social awareness. Bai Yu Yao was still tucked in Yang Fen's arms when Li Dazhuang bounded over, oblivious and eager. Are you crazy? Bai Yu Yao whispered. Yang Fan actually needed to go. He'd had too much soy milk, and besides, Li Dazhuang gave his pocket a knowing tap. A pack of cigarettes was hidden in there. Yang Fan hadn't touched a cigarette since he started dating Bai Yu Yao. He wasn't addicted, but when he was stressed, a smoke sounded perfect. He knew exactly why Li Dazhuang was really there. He hesitated for a moment, then patted Bai Yu Yao's head gently. Yao Yao, I really need to use the restroom. Fine. She finally uncurled from his arms, reluctantly giving him the green light to go with Li Dazhuang. But before Yang Fan could celebrate, before he even stood up, she added coldly, if I find out you're smoking, you're dead. Smile vanished, replaced by a grimace. Li Dazhuang patted his chest. Don't worry, we're not going to smoke. Bai Yu Yao wasn't buying it. She wasn't naive. She glared at Yang Fan. Remember this, if you dare smoke, don't blame me for biting your head off. Seeing she wasn't joking, Yang Fan lost his nerve. Dazhuang, why don't you go alone? I don't really have to go anymore, Yang Fan stammered. Li Dazhuang's eyes widened. Man, how long have you been dating her? Look at you. Have you lost your spine? If you aren't coming with me, then tonight I'm not going to that hot pot dinner with you guys. Li Dazhuang was frustrated. If Yang Fan wouldn't give him face, he wouldn't give it back. All right, I'll go. Yang Fan backed down instantly. It wasn't just about caving in. It was about strategy. To prevent his best friend's tragic fate from his past life, he had to make sure they ate hot pot tonight. He couldn't let Li Dazhuang go to an internet cafe alone, or he'd end up murdered by Lin Sulin just like before. Although the timeline had shifted and Lin Sulin had been dealt with, Yang Fan remained cautious. For his friend's life, he gave in and followed Li Dazhuang. Inside the boys' room, a few slackers were already puffing away. But Yang Fan finished his business. Before he could even wash his hands, Li Dazhuang, cigarette in mouth, walked over and offered him one. Yang Fan held it between two fingers, troubled. I can't. My girlfriend will kill me. Stop whining. Li Dazhuang shoved a windproof lighter into his hand. Yang Fan tried to light it but couldn't get the flame to catch. He liked the lighter though, so he slipped it into his pocket. As for the cigarette, he handed it back to Li Dazhuang, who shot him a middle finger. Just then, a few more boys walked in. They were from the next class over, one fat, one thin, and one rich kid. None of them wore uniforms. Swaggered in with that classic wannabe tough attitude. The rich kid, Lu Chuanshan, was actually on decent terms with Yang Fan. They'd swapped lighters and cigarettes a few times. They'd even gamed together. But Lu Chuanshan had an unfortunate name. 20 years ago, it wouldn't have been an issue. But recently, the character for Lu had taken on some questionable connotations. The name had become awkward. Hey, Lu Gay, Li Dazhuang cheered as he approached. Lu Chuanshan's expression froze. Face turned dark. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me Lu Jie. Call me Chuan Jie. Li Dazhuang corrected himself, and Lu Chuanshan finally looked satisfied. He pulled a pack of expensive Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and started handing them out. Li Dazhuang, the fat kid, the thin kid, and a few others all got one. When Lu Chuanshan went to hand one to Yang Fan, squinted for a long moment before realizing the handsome guy in front of him was actually Yang Fan. Kid, you've changed so much in just a few days, Lu Chuanshan marveled. No wonder the school beauty went for you. Yang Fan just gave a shy, non-committal smile. Since the school beauty had chased him, didn't want to brag. Lu Chuanshan offered him a cigarette, but Yang Fan had quit and didn't take it. Instead, he passed it to Li Dazhuang, who tucked it into his pack. The group stood around smoking and chatting. Their conversation was the usual mix of video games and girls at school. Then, Lu Chuanshan remembered something. He turned to Li Dazhuang. Hey, what's the name of that girl who went to the office for a meeting today? She's got serious class. She's the intellectual type. I fell for her the second I saw her. With that, Lu Chuanshan pulled out an entire unopened pack of Huazi. He tried to shove it at Li Dazhuang for some intel, but Li Dazhuang didn't dare take it. He glanced nervously toward Yang Fan. Lu Chuanshan, along with the fat and thin kids, all turned their eyes to Yang Fan as well. Why are you looking at me? Yang Fan looked confused. I didn't get to school until the third period. I don't know anything, Li Dazhuang sighed. The girl you're talking about is Yu Linlin. Yang Fan was skeptical. Was Yu Linlin really that special? Enough to make a rich kid like Lu Chuanshan fall in love at first sight? He wasn't convinced, but the scene unfolding before him suggested otherwise. Lu Chuanshan walked over, grinning, shoved the full pack of cigarettes into Yang Fan's hand. Fanji, you know her, right? Hook a brother up. You know my family has cash. My dad is a bank president. If I can land you Linling, you can have all the cigarettes you want. I'll keep you stocked. Lu Chuanshan wasn't just posturing. He could actually pull it off. His house was stuffed with gifts. Liquor, ginseng, you name it. There was barely room to walk. Plus, his dad was a professional at working the system. He worked at a private bank, not a state-owned one, so as long as he kept his connections happy, nobody cared how many gifts he took. Worked out. Buying cigarettes for Yang Fan was easy. He'd even throw in a fat envelope of cash. But Yang Fan just frowned, thinking for a long moment before saying, I don't smoke. Don't smoke, give me a break. Lu Chuanshan and the others burst out laughing. They'd all been to internet cafes with Yang Fan before. He'd smoked just as much as the rest of them. There was no way he didn't smoke. Lu Chuanshan chuckled. Cut the axe, Sanji. We're all friends here. Besides, you've already got a girlfriend. You're not trying to keep your options open, are you? The others laughed along. I'm not keeping my options open, Yang Fan said coldly. I just don't think Yu Linling likes you. The fat kid jumped in. What kind of family background does she have to look down on Chuanjie? He's got the money and the looks. How is he not good enough? After the fat kid finished, the thin kid chimed in. Exactly. Chuanjie's perfect, except for the grades. 2 sycophants had done their jobs. Lu Chuanshan looked incredibly pleased with himself. But Yang Fan remained unmoved. Yu Linling likes guys who are good at studying. Lu Chuanshan's face darkened instantly, and he went silent. He'd calculated everything except that. She liked students who actually studied. How was he supposed to chase her now? Lu Chuanshan had been a spoiled rich kid his whole life. He'd never focused on schoolwork. Even if he tried now, too late. With the college entrance exams only a month away, it was impossible to catch up. In an instant, Lu Chuanshan's face looked like a lump of coal. In the grade director's office, Wei Songjuan was on the phone with Principal Zheng. Principal Zheng spoke sternly. The chairman of the Tianyu Group and some big investment bankers from Xiangjiang are coming to inspect the school today. We don't know the exact time, but you need to be ready. As the grade 12 director, you have to keep these seniors in line. Don't mess this up, and don't let any troublemakers tarnish the school's reputation. Once the principal finished, Wei Songjuan nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. I've already held a meeting with them. Then, Principal Zheng added a specific note. Oh, and about Yang Fan in grade 12, class 19. Chairman Bai Chaojin said that if he's at school, he wants to meet the boy. In class 19, Wei Songjuan felt puzzled. Why was Chairman Bai looking for a student like Yang Fan? But then it clicked. Kid had been dating Chairman Bai's daughter lately. Was the chairman coming over to teach the boy a lesson? Principal Zheng ordered, don't ask questions. Just find the kid, tell him to watch his attitude, and show the chairman some respect. Don't embarrass the school. Wei Songjuan nodded quickly and hung up. He rushed from his office toward class 19, only to find the classroom empty of Yang Fan. After asking around, he learned Yang Fan had gone to the restroom. Wei Songjuan's expression darkened. He figured the boy was probably smoking in there. With city officials potentially arriving at any moment to inspect the school, Yang Fan actually had the nerve to hang out with troublemakers, smoke in the bathroom. It would be a disaster if the city bigwigs caught wind of this. Scowling, Wei Songjuan hurried toward the boys' room. Outside, a scrawny boy who looked like a monkey, keeping watch. Seeing Wei Songjuan coming, he sprinted inside to tip off the others. Chuanjie, the grade director is coming. Lu Chuanshan and the rest panicked, crushing their cigarettes and scrambling for the door. They ran right into Wei Songjuan, who had blocked the entrance. Were you guys smoking in there? He demanded, his face twisted. Lu Chuanshan and the others shook their heads violently. No, sir. We don't smoke. We've never even touched a cigarette. Everyone was scrambling to lie. A lazier teacher might have let it slide, but Wei Songjuan wasn't about to give them a pass. But with the big inspection looming, he wasn't going to tolerate a group of slackers hiding in the bathroom to smoke. To the office, all of you. Don't even think about running, Wei Songjuan roared. They hung their heads and followed him back. Once inside, he lined them all up against the wall. Sir, I really didn't smoke, Lu Chuanshan pleaded, acting like he was being framed. Wei Songjuan just reached out, patted down his pants pockets, immediately pulling out several packs of cigarettes and a wad of $100 bills. You've got all these packs in your pocket and you dare say you don't smoke? Wei Songjuan scolded darkly. And these are expensive ones too. Should I call your parents? Lu Chuanshan panicked. No, sir, if you like these cigarettes, take them. Just please, don't call my parents. Parents spoiled him, but if they knew he was acting like a hoodlum at school, they would lose it. Wei Songjuan sneered, trying to bribe a teacher? You're acting just like a thug, learning the bad habits fast, aren't you? Lu Chuanshan went silent. Next, Wei Songjuan searched the other students, pulling out more packs and tossing them onto his desk. Finally, he reached Yang Fan. Yang Fan gave a shy, nervous smile. Sir, I'm different. I really didn't smoke. Wei Songjuan glared at him and pulled a lighter from his pocket. You don't smoke. Why are you carrying a lighter? A windproof one, at that. Do you burn through so many cigarettes? Standard ones don't cut it? Wei Songjuan mocked him. Yang Fan felt completely wronged. He honestly hadn't smoked today. Sir, this isn't even mine. I really didn't smoke, Yang Fan explained, regretting that he'd been foolish enough. Put Li Dazhuang's lighter in his own pocket. Fine, I'll believe you this once. For some reason, Wei Songjuan let it slide. Yang Fan felt a wave of relief. Thank you, sir. As Wei Songjuan spoke, he absent-mindedly handed a cigarette to him. Yang Fan instinctively caught the cigarette between his index and middle fingers. Before he could even say thanks, Li Dazhuang and the others burst out laughing. Wei Songjuan chuckled too. You hold that cigarette with such muscle memory and claim you don't smoke? Even if you didn't today, definitely done it before. Stand there and don't say another word, he barked. Shang Fan stayed silent, standing in line with the others. A dozen boys filled the office, everyone caught with smokes or a lighter stuck there until further notice. There were a few boys who had nothing on them, and since they couldn't even hold a cigarette right and lacked the scent of tobacco, Wei Songjuan let them go despite his foul mood. Wei Songjuan let the others go, but when he finally searched the student who stood lookout at the restroom, a kid who looked just like a monkey named Ho Yu Guo, his expression shifted. He found something unexpected on the boy. 2 chopsticks. Wei Songjuan's face flickered between pale and flushed. It was a sight. Li Dazhuang, Lu Chuanshan, Yang Fan, and the others all stared, eyes wide. Wei Songjuan looked puzzled. He had seen students smuggle phones, paper, even cigarettes and lighters into the bathroom before. But he truly couldn't wrap his head around why someone would bring a pair of chopsticks to the toilet. Bet. He never could have guessed that Ho Yu Guo brought them to smoke, but he did it differently than the others. He used the chopsticks to hold his cigarette. Ho Yu Guo had learned this trick online so the smell and oil wouldn't stain his fingers. That way, it was harder for the teachers to catch him. The trick was clever, sure, but who brings chopsticks to the restroom? Yang Fan, Lu Chuanshan, and Li Dazhuang all gave him a thumbs up. They were truly impressed, thinking it was absurdly genius. Ho Yu Guo grinned sheepishly, claiming he had just forgotten to put them back in the dorm. He swore he wasn't smoking. Wei Songjuan nodded and handed the chopsticks back. Ho Yu Guo asked tentatively if he could go back to class. Wei Songjuan held him there. Instead of letting him go, he lit a cigarette and tossed it straight to the boy. Ho Yu Guo instinctively caught it with the chopsticks. He moved it toward his mouth to take a drag, but before he could, Wei Songjuan grabbed his neck. He told him to call his parents immediately, right then and there. Wei Songjuan was almost amused by the lengths these troublemakers would go to just for a smoke. Ho Yu Guo hung his head in defeat. Lu Chuanshan and the others laughed. Li Dazhuang whispered that the chopstick trick clearly didn't work against a teacher that cunning. Yang Fan sighed, frustrated, lamenting that he hadn't even been smoking. He'd only been caught because someone grabbed his lighter. Li Dazhuang gloated. For the next 10 minutes, Wei Songjuan lectured the group. He rambled on, quoting Confucius and Mencius, drowning them in moral lessons and empty platitudes. He claimed the great sages only became scholars because they didn't smoke. Lu Chuanshan actually found it funny. It wasn't that Confucius and Mencius hated smoking, they just couldn't get the cigarettes. If they were alive today, they'd surely want to drag. Whether Wei Songjuan was trying to torture them or enlighten them, nobody knew. Droned on for 20 or 30 minutes until Yang Fan and Li Dazhuang were ready to fall asleep. Suddenly, the office door opened and a PE teacher walked in with 2 girls. Wei Songjuan finally stopped his sermon. The PE teacher frowned, looking annoyed, and asked him to handle a dispute between 2 students so he could get back to his class. Wei Songjuan nodded and sent the PE teacher on his way. The 2 girls dressed in blue and white uniforms stayed in the office. One of them, Su Qianqian, wore her hair in braids. She was short, barely 5 feet tall, and looked frail. She looked easy to pick on, though she was undeniably cute. The other girl, Song Yuhan, wore her hair in a high ponytail. She held her head high, acting arrogant and untouchable. As soon as Song Yuhan walked in, every boy in the office couldn't help but stare at her chest. It was impossible not to notice. She was incredibly well endowed. Li Dazhuang nudged Yang Fan and whispered, asking why his cousin was there. Yang Fan shot him a look, refusing to engage. If this had been in the past, he would have been worried sick. He would have been terrified that someone was bullying her, but ever since his birthday, things had changed. He had heard her say she wanted to cut ties, and she hadn't even recognized him. He had no interest in that ungrateful girl anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanshan asked who the girl was, wondering if anyone knew her. Yang Fan brushed the question off with a lie. Li Dazhuang hesitated before admitting she wasn't in their class, though he couldn't help but comment on her figure. Lu Chuanshan started swearing under his breath. Yang Fan frowned, wanting to snap at him but bit his tongue. In the past, he would never have let someone talk about his cousin that way. But since Song Yuhan didn't want to be his cousin, why should he defend her? Didn't have the energy for it. Wei Songjuan turned his attention away from the boys and toward the two girls from class 11. He told them to introduce themselves and then demanded to know what the fight was about. Song Yuhan spoke first, claiming Su Qianqian had cracked her phone screen and refused to pay for it. Su Qianqian tried to explain, but Wei Songjuan cut her off before she could speak. He told her that if she broke the phone, she just had to pay for it. He demanded she call her parents to bring money to the school, shoved the office phone toward her. Qianqian looked devastated, her eyes welling up with tears, while Song Yuhan looked triumphant. Song Yuhan grinned, insisting on at least 1,000 yuan because her screen was expensive. Su Qianqian's eyes reddened and tears began to stream down her face. She sobbed, pleading, "Teacher, it's not like that. It really isn't." Between her sobs, she explained that she had only picked up the phone after it fell during their run, acting out of kindness to return it to him. She had been framed, and now he was demanding she pay for the damages. Wei Songjuan, however, remained cold and relentless. He told her to stop crying and skip the excuses. Since the phone was found in her possession, he insisted she was responsible. He demanded she call her parents immediately or face suspension, telling her to go home and reflect on her actions. Hearing this, Qianqian broke down completely, shaking with heavy, breathless sobs. The group watching nearby felt deeply unsettled. Lu Chuanshan remarked with pity that she was truly pathetic. Li Dazhuang whispered, "Brother Chuan, you've got money." Suggested Lu Chuanshan pay for the phone. Lu Chuanshan rolled his eyes, snapping that he wasn't an idiot and she wasn't his girlfriend. He asked why he would waste money like that. Li Dazhuang retorted that he had no room to talk about pity if he wouldn't even spend $1,000. Lu Chuanshan fell silent. The other boys felt sympathy for Su Qianqian, but they were certainly not willing to reach into their own pockets. Yang Fan, however, stepped forward. Li Dazhuang grabbed him, asking why he was interfering and noting he had already spent plenty of money. He asked if Yang Fan really intended to pay for her. Yang Fan shook his head, pulled his arm away, and stepped forward. He walked straight to Su Qianqian. She looked up, eyes red, and realized he was Song Yuhan's cousin before bowing her head again to cry. Song Yuhan's eyes lit up. She thought this boy was incredibly handsome and strangely familiar. After a moment, she recalled meeting him at Yang Fan's house during a birthday celebration. Yet, she still failed to recognize that this handsome stranger was actually the cousin she had tried so hard to sever ties with. Yang Fan approached the teacher calmly and spoke up, stating that he believed the responsibility lay with Song Yuhan, not Su Qianqian. Song Yuhan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene. She could not fathom why this handsome guy was opposing her. Was she not attractive enough? She knew she was pretty, and her figure was certainly generous. She couldn't wrap her head around his defiance. Wei Songjuan frowned and told him to stay out of business that didn't concern him. Yang Fan raised his voice, refusing to back down. He insisted the teacher couldn't be unreasonable just because Song Yuhan had leveled a false accusation. He urged the teacher to gather the class and investigate the facts properly. Having known Song Yuhan for years, he knew her character well. He was certain this was entirely Song Yuhan's fault. Su Qianqian couldn't possibly be responsible. If Su Qianqian had intentionally broken the screen, she would never have returned the device to Song Yuhan in the first place. To Yang Fan, Su Qianqian was like someone helping an elderly person across the street, doing a good deed only to be bitten in return. This was simply unjust. He gathered his courage and stood his ground against the grade director. But Wei Songjuan had no interest in his logic. He warned him to go back to his place or he would be calling his parents to the school. Wei Songjuan was furious. As a longtime director, he despised students challenging his authority. He refused to acknowledge he could be wrong. He had to maintain his image. Yet, even with the threat of calling his parents, Yang Fan did not retreat. Yang Fan spoke earnestly, reminding the teacher that he had always preached about the importance of being a good person and contributing to society. He pointed out that Su Qianqian had acted kindly, only to be accused of wrongdoing, and asked how the teacher could ignore that. Challenged the teacher, asking if he didn't realize that all his lectures on morality were hypocritical in light of this situation. As he finished, Su Jianqian stopped crying, looking at him with wide, red eyes. She had never expected anyone to stand up for her. She was stunned that the person speaking up for her was none other than Yang Fan, Song Yuhan's cousin. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt like crying again. She felt Yang Fan was a hero for choosing to protect her, even at the cost of fighting his own cousin. Li Dazhuang and the others were shocked. They wanted to applaud but feared the grade director's wrath, so they gave Yang Fan a silent thumbs up instead. Lu Chuanshan finally had a breakthrough. He exclaimed in realization that he understood what happened. He reasoned that if Su Qianqian had intended to break the phone, she would have just tossed it away rather than returning it. Lu Chuanshan's logic was slow, but he finally grasped that she had been framed. Li Dazhuang and the others felt embarrassed by Lu Chuanshan's delayed reaction. Song Yuhan, meanwhile, was in a tough spot. Yang Fan's argument was sound, and even Lu Chuanshan could see Su Qianqian was innocent. Song Yuhan, with her higher grades, understood it too. But if she admitted she was wrong, she would have to apologize and pay for the repairs herself, a cost she was unwilling to bear. Despite everything, he had to double down. Song Yuhan was being stubborn, claiming he broke her phone on purpose, and demanded that anyone defending him pay up. Wei Zongjuan refused to admit he was wrong, or had falsely accused an innocent student, so he doubled down on his mistake, demanding Yang Fan call his parents immediately. Yang Fan was frustrated. He hadn't done anything, but the teacher insisted on calling his parents just because someone had been smoking in the restroom. Wei Zongjuan kept piling on the accusations, and Yang Fan was reaching his breaking point. Luckily, his friend Li Dazhuang stepped up. Li Dazhuang stood his ground, offering to bet his own enrollment on Yang Fan's innocence, insisting he hadn't smoked at all. Everyone nearby was stunned. They knew Li Dazhuang and Yang Fan were close, but nobody expected him to stake his future on it. Lu Chuanshan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and adding his own testimony, confirming Yang Fan wasn't smoking. Lu Chuan, the heavy-set boys, and the lookout Ho Yuguo, along with the actual smokers, were all speechless as they watched the rest of the group follow suit. One by one, the boys came forward, all promising Yang Fan was innocent, which left Yang Fan feeling genuinely touched by his friend's loyalty. Especially Li Dazhuang, that was true friendship. Meanwhile, Wei Zongjuan's face turned sour as he realized he was losing control of the room. Infuriated, the grade-level director snatched up the phone and pulled Yang Fan's parents' number from the student files, intending to call them in for a dressing down. Yang Fan didn't worry. He almost wanted to laugh. The phone rang and rang, but no one picked up. Wei Zongjuan was livid. He hadn't realized that the number in Yang Fan's file wasn't his parents at all. It was Li Dazhuang's. Li Dazhuang's phone was sitting silently in his classroom drawer, only to be answered if he felt like it. With that call failing, Wei Zongjuan turned his rage towards Su Qianqian, ordering her to call her parents to come pay for the damages. Xianqian's eyes welled up with tears. She was already feeling wronged and terrified of her parents' reaction if they had to pay for this. With no other option, she turned her desperate gaze toward Yang Fan, hoping he would step in again. Yang Fan didn't let her down. He stepped forward to block the teacher, warning him that if he insisted on being unreasonable, they would just call the principal to settle it. Wei Zongjuan was practically exploding. In all his years as a director, he had never faced a student as defiant as Yang Fan. Even if he was wrong, he expected a student to act submissive, not to show him such blatant disrespect in front of everyone. If the office didn't have cameras, Wei Zongjuan might have actually lost his temper and attacked him right then and there. Enraged, he pointed at the door, telling Yang Fan to get out. But as Yang Fan left, he calmly grabbed Su Qianqian's hand and led her away with him. Wei Zongjuan was stunned. He demanded to know why Yang Fan was taking the girl with him, and Yang Fan simply replied, "I'm afraid you'll bully her." Qianqian blushed, feeling like Yang Fan was the only person she could trust. For a brief moment, she felt a glimmer of hope. Wei Zongjuan felt his blood pressure spiking, but Yang Fan just acted as if the man didn't exist. After catching his breath, the director grumbled that if Yang Fan wouldn't pay, he should at least cover the costs for her. Yang Fan looked at him with pure contempt. He didn't even bother arguing, convinced the old man had completely lost his mind. Surprise, Song Yuhan blocked the doorway, demanding that either Yang Fan pay up or help her cover the costs. Yang Fan found it funny. He asked her when she had ever been able to beat him or when she had ever needed someone else to stand up for her. He thought his cousin had truly lost her head over money, but her response stopped him cold. Song Yuhan looked at him with complete confusion, asking, "When did you ever help me fight? I don't even know what class you're in." Yang Fan was speechless. After all this time in the office, with everyone calling his name, she still had no idea who he was. He couldn't help but laugh. "Afraid you'll bully her." Yang Fan spoke with total sincerity. Su Qianqian's face flushed bright red, and she had no idea how to react. Right now, Yang Fan was the only person he trusted. He had always stood up for him, plus he was so handsome. For a split second, Qian actually felt like her time had finally come. Are you trying to kill me? Wei Songjuan was so angry his blood pressure was spiking, but Yang Fan didn't say a single word. He just looked completely uninterested. Wei Songjuan had to gasp for air for a long time before his pressure finally settled, then he clutched his chest. Yang Fan, if you really can't help it, then you pay the money for him. Yang Fan shot him a look of pure disgust, as if he were staring at an idiot. He couldn't even be bothered to argue. In his mind, this old man Wei Songjuan didn't have a brain in his head and had no concept of reason. But to his surprise, Song Yuhan was standing right there in the doorway, blocking his exit. Pay up. Song Yuhan tilted her head back arrogantly. Either you make him pay, or you pay for him. Yang Fan couldn't help but find it funny. He said, after all these years, when have you ever actually beaten me? Whenever you got bullied, wasn't it me fighting for you? Wasn't it me venting your frustrations? Yang Fan felt like his cousin Song Yuhan had completely lost her mind over money. She couldn't beat him in a fight, so why was she even standing there blocking the door? But the next second, Song Yuhan's reply left him speechless. She looked at him with complete confusion. When did you ever fight for me? I don't even know what class you're in. I only remember seeing you once before. Yang Fan couldn't say another word. He had been causing a scene in the office for so long, and people had called his name so many times, yet Song Yuhan still had no idea who he was. For a moment, Yang Fan felt like laughing. He wanted to laugh because all the years he spent taking care of Song Yuhan had been a complete waste. Even a dog would have recognized him by now. Even outsiders like Lu Chuanshan and Su Qianqian knew who he was, but his own cousin didn't. Was she really that stupid? No, she wasn't stupid. She just never cared about Yang Fan at all. From the time they were kids, she never saw Song Jishu as her father, never saw Yang Fan's parents as her kin, and naturally, she never considered Yang Fan her real cousin. In her memory, Yang Fan was nothing more than a pathetic lapdog to be summoned or dismissed at will. There was no need to remember what he looked like. Besides, the old Yang Fan was so plain and looked so broke. How could Song Yuhan ever have been interested? Or even bothered to remember him? In her eyes, he was just a stray dog. The truth was harsh, but it was a fact. All those years of affection had been for nothing. Even if he had expected it, it still stung. He raised his hand high. He wanted to strike her, but before his hand could fall, still wanted to ask, did you really not recognize me? Song Yuhan said no. A second later, a slap landed hard across his face. It was a heavy hit that left his cheek swollen. Before he could even cry, Yang Fan walked away, his hand trembling. Qianqian followed closely behind, asking tentatively, did she really not recognize you? Yang Fan was silent for a long time before saying, it doesn't matter anymore. She never cared about me. Su Qianqian felt a sudden pang in her heart. He had spent years looking after Song Yuhan, protecting her like a little sister. Yet Song Yuhan, she never cared about his feelings and never even called him cousin. Yang Fan just changed his clothes, looked a bit sharper, and she didn't recognize him. That was just too cruel. For a moment, Qianqian felt a wave of sympathy for him. Yang Fan, she said softly, are you feeling really down? I'm all right, Yang Fan replied, looking up at the sky. Saying he didn't feel hurt would be a lie, but it only lasted for a moment. This wasn't the first time Song Yuhan had wounded him. After all these times, he was used to it. Took a deep breath and let it go. But Su Qianqian still felt for him, maybe out of gratitude. Or maybe because he was so good-looking. Her face flushed slightly as she twisted her fingers. Yang Fan, can we be friends? If you ever feel unhappy, you can tell me. Whenever I'm around, I'll definitely comfort you. You'll comfort me? Yang Fan chuckled. He suddenly realized that this petite girl with braided hair was quite cute and very innocent. He already had a girlfriend, so he didn't need anyone else's comfort. Still, since Su Qianqian was being kind, Yang Fan politely declined. Thanks, but my girlfriend will comfort me. Oh, Su Qianqian was hit with a sudden wave of bitterness, remembering that Yang Fan already had a girl. Yang Fan's girlfriend was the school beauty, the most beautiful and brilliant Bai Yu Yao. Why would he need her to comfort him? Su Qianqian felt a sharp sting. Back in the classroom, there were only a few minutes left before the morning break. The Chinese teacher had finished the lesson and told everyone to memorize the text. Book. Yang Fan opened his book and was about to start, but Bai Yu Yao gently pressed her hand on his and closed the book again. Don't bother memorizing this. It won't be on the entrance exam, Bai Yu Yao whispered. All right, if it's not needed. Yang Fan muttered and dropped the idea. Bai Yu Yao took out a book of classical Chinese and flipped to an essay. Look at this one, it should be on the test. Okay. Yang Fan listened and began reading the classical text. Meanwhile, Bai Yu Yao asked him why he had been so late getting back to the room. Yang Fan gave her a rough summary of what happened in the office. At first, Bai Yu Yao looked displeased, fearing Yang Fan had been sneaking around behind her back smoking. But when she leaned in close, sniffing for any trace of smoke on his breath and finding none, her expression finally softened. Yet, the moment Yang Fan mentioned helping Su Qianqian against the head of their grade, her mood soured again. She pinched his arm. She snapped, "Jealous? Why are you flirting with everyone? Did you only help her because she's pretty? Admit it." Yang Fan winced, pulling his arm away. "I swear that's not why I helped her." "Swear it," Bai Yuyao demanded, clearly doubting him. "I swear, if I'm interested in her, I'll get hit by a truck," Yang Fan vowed desperately. He added, "She even wanted to add me on social media and I refused." Bai Yuyao softened. You better behave from now on. Don't get too close to other girls." "Understood, Your Highness," Yang Fan replied helplessly. Dating the campus beauty was exhausting. Biggest headache was how strict she was, hardly letting him speak to anyone else. Once her anger faded, the scene shifted. Final bell rang. As Yang Fan and Bai Yao headed toward the cafeteria, Yoon Silin suddenly sprinted over. Yang Fan Yoon Silin panted, her voice laced with impatience. "Are we going to the principal's office?" Yang Fan nodded. He wasn't sure if the principal was still in, but they had to check. Yoon Silin was desperate to handle her situation before her parents found out. Though she loathed Yang Fan's plan, she had no choice but to follow his lead. "What are you doing with the principal?" Bai Yuyao asked, puzzled. Yang Fan leaned in, whispering his plan into her ear. Explained he was going to force the school to expel Shang Hengrui and make his parents pay up. Bai Yuyao's expression darkened. "Yang Fan, are you doing this for Yoon Silin?" Yang Fan couldn't answer. Honestly, he felt a flicker of annoyance. Yang Fan was indeed set on getting revenge against Xiang Hingrui to stand up for Yu Linlin. Plus, he needed to know if Xiang Hingrui had actually swindled her out of any money. If he had, Yang Fan intended to make him cough it up. Bai Yuyao, however, was clearly not thrilled. She couldn't stand Yu Linlin, and she didn't like Yang Fan doing so much for her. Bai Yuyao's face remained tight with frustration. "Told you so many times. I don't like her." Yang Fan felt a bit helpless. He knew full well she didn't like Yu Linlin. He also knew she hated him helping her out, but he simply couldn't let it go without teaching Zhang Hengrui a lesson. Besides, the plan was already set. Canceling now would be a waste. "Yao Yao," Yang Fan pleaded, "I promise I'll never have feelings for you, Linlin. Just let me help her settle this score. Otherwise, I really can't let it go." "Fine." Bai Yuyao softened, as she always did. No matter how much she disliked the girl, she couldn't bring herself to fight Yang Fan, especially after he'd promised repeatedly that he'd never fall for her. Still, Bai Yuyao frowned. "Principal Zheng isn't even at school right now. You're wasting your time going there. Better to wait until this afternoon." The principal wasn't in. "How do you know?" Lin Silin asked, stunned. He had been sneaking glances at Bai Yuyao all morning during class. She hadn't left the room once. How could she possibly know the principal wasn't in his office? It made no sense. Bai Yuyao glanced at him sideways and said, "Because Principal Zheng's went to the Tianyu group to meet my father. He's talking business with those scum from the Meng family, so he won't be here to inspect the school until the afternoon." Lin Silin was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't grasp how Bai Yuyao knew all of this while sitting right there in the classroom. But the real shock was yet to come. Bai Yuyao continued, "Yang Fan, my father is coming to school this afternoon, and he's going to give you some trouble. Better be careful." Yang Fan nodded, taking it to heart. He knew Bai Yuyao wouldn't lie to him, and she certainly wouldn't wish him harm. He trusted that what she said was the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Silin was even more floored. He felt like Bai Yuyao was some kind of miracle worker. How could she know what was going to happen later that day? She have a superpower? His mind started racing. Regardless, they needed to eat. Bai Yuyao didn't care to explain. Starving, and just wanted food. She had only had a cup of soy milk and 2 buns that morning. Stomach was literally growling. "I already had Auntie Zhang get our food, so we can just head straight to the cafeteria," Bai Yuyao said with a bright smile. Yang Fan was happy too. Having someone handle the food run was a luxury. No waiting in line. Lin Silin's eyes lit up. "Did you get some for me too?" "What do you think?" Bai Yuyao gave him a sharp, annoyed glare, as if she'd get food for him. She already disliked the guy, so why would she bother? Silin hit a wall and immediately went quiet. But soon, Bai Yuyao and Yang Fan walked toward the cafeteria holding hands, watched by countless students along the way. Whether they were freshmen, Biltmores or seniors, the boys, girls, and even teachers cast curious glances their way. For one, Bai Yuyao was a total standout. Her popularity on campus was huge. Any student who saw her couldn't help but stare, captivated by her figure, stunned by her face. Plus, her outfit today was particularly striking. She wore a pink Lolita dress with her hair in pigtails and white silk stockings. She looked far better than any filtered beauty on social media. Walking with a beauty like her, Yang Fan felt like he was living inside an anime. With the school's most beautiful girl, holding his hand, he strolled through campus. He could feel the envious gazes on him and overhear the whispers about how they looked together. Among the crowd were his old classmates. The guys who had never looked twice at him before were now dying of jealousy, while the girls from his old class were shocked by his transformation. They couldn't believe how handsome and poised he had become. They were even more amazed that he had found such a stunning girlfriend. Yang Fan had never been used to the spotlight. Suddenly, he found he enjoyed it. It gave him a chance to show off his amazing girlfriend and make those who once looked down on him regret it. He loved the feeling. Bai Yao was long used to the attention. She gripped Yang Fan's hand tightly, shooting icy glares at any girls who looked like they might be harboring fantasies about Yang Fan. As for the boys, she couldn't be bothered to even look at them. If she caught a guy's eye by mistake, her gaze turned instantly dismissive. Besides Yang Fan, she looked down on every other boy at school. Any boy with a crush on her would feel his heart turn cold the second she gave him a chilly look. The walk from the building to the cafeteria was only a few dozen meters, barely a minute away, but in that minute, hundreds of hearts were broken. The girl they idolized was walking by, hand in hand with Yang Fan. Every step felt like a stomp on their hearts, leaving them in agony. Most swallowed their pain, kept it hidden, but some were oblivious or perhaps just bold and marched over, fueled by anger. Bai Yao, why are you dating him? A jock in a school basketball uniform ran up. The number 5 was printed on his red jersey. His face was twisted as if someone had just stolen his wife. He glared at the jock approaching them, having no memory of the guy. Bai Yao didn't even bother looking his way. She rested her head on Yang Fan's shoulder, tilting it casually. Who are you? I'm Zhang from the senior class, the boy started. Before he could finish his introduction, Bai Yao cut him off coldly, her voice sharp. Who you are is irrelevant. You don't have the right to talk to me. I don't care to know you. But I've liked you for so long, Zhang stammered, sweating buckets. He wanted to pour out 5 years of secret affection in those few seconds, but Bai Yao remained unmoved. Who gave you permission to like me? She said icily. Being liked by you is embarrassing. Have some self-respect and stay away. Those few words drained the color from the athlete's face. He never imagined his long-awaited confession would end in immediate disaster. He had become a joke in front of the whole school. Who gave you permission to like me? Being liked by you is embarrassing. Those lines felt like daggers, one piercing his heart, the other striking his pride. Stood there, stunned and broken, unable to even mutter a response. Mind went blank. Bai Yao, however, didn't give him a second thought, pulling Yang Fan away. After they had walked a fair distance, Yang Fan whispered, "Wasn't that a bit harsh? You were brutal." Even as her boyfriend, he felt she had crossed a line. Bai Yao tilted her head in confusion. Was that harsh? I thought I was being quite gentle. I held back from kicking him. Is that not gentle enough? Yang Fan didn't know how to respond. If she had actually kicked him, anyone without martial arts training would have ended up in the hospital. Like that time back when they first met, when a local punk tried to start trouble, he was still in the hospital. Compared to that, a few mean words were indeed quite mild. Forget about it, let's eat, Bai Yao said, smiling sweetly. She walked into the cafeteria, pulling Yang Fan toward Zhang Yingzi's table. Zhang Yingzi had already laid out their food, steaming rice, braised pork, and bamboo shoots. They just needed to sit and eat. But during the meal, Bai Yao was restless, feeding Yang Fan meat and waiting for him to do the same. It was sickeningly sweet. Zhang Yingzi poked at her rice, feeling more and more miserable. She felt like a third wheel, suffering more than if she had run 20 kilometers. Can you two just eat, please? It should take 5 minutes. Why are you feeding each other? Zhang Yingzi was at her breaking point. Bai Yao rolled her eyes. Why don't you find a boyfriend then? Where am I supposed to find one? Zhang Yingzi groaned. Well, it wasn't that she couldn't find guys who liked her, but she didn't like them back, and she couldn't find anyone she actually wanted. Yang Fan chimed in. Why don't you try for my buddy Li Dazhuang? He's a stand-up guy. That fool? I'd rather die than date him. Zhang Yingzi was 30. She had no interest in an immature kid like Li Dazhuang. She went on a wild rant, completely unaware that Li Dazhuang was standing right behind her, holding his tray, having just walked up to hear every word of her insults. Li Dazhuang's face darkened. He got up and stalked off to join Lu Chuanshan for lunch. Yang Fan realized what happened only then. Li Dazhuang had clearly overheard. Yang Fan shot a look at Zhang Yingzi, whispering, "You should go apologize." He heard everything. So what if he heard? Zhang Yingzi replied, shoveling rice into her mouth. I'm glad he did. He's rude. Yang Fan glared at her. He set his chopsticks down and went to find Li Dazhuang. Reaching the table, he said, Don't mind Zhang Yingzi Dazhuang. Just ill-mannered. Li Dazhuang kept his head down, stuffing his face. She's old enough to be going through menopause. I get it. Yang Fan felt relieved, but Lu Chuanshan grabbed his arm, stopping him from leaving. Lu had eaten his fill and was back to pestering him about you, Linlin. Lu wanted to date her. Yang Fan smirked. If you can crack the school's top 50, asking her out will be a breeze. Why would I need my help then? Lu Chuanshan nearly shouted. Finishing in the bottom 50 was his usual specialty. Cracking the top 50? Impossible. Well, that's that then, Yang Fan said. If you won't put in the work, don't blame me. Lu Chuanshan sighed in defeat and kept eating. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about Linlin. Yang Fan backed down next to Bai Yao and focused on his meal. Once he finished, Zhang Yingzi spoke up. Yang Fan, she said, did Yao Yao tell you? The chairman is coming to inspect the school this afternoon, and he's coming for you. Zhang Yingzi sounded genuinely worried. Her relationship with Yang Fan had improved. She didn't think he was a bad guy, so she wanted to warn him. Yang Fan held his bowl, took a sip of seaweed soup, and asked, why is he targeting me again? Zhang Yingzi looked uncomfortable. Because you and Yao Yao are still dating. She thought Yang Fan and Bai Yao were being underhanded. They both took 600,000 from Bai Chaojun without breaking up as promised. It wasn't exactly honorable behavior. Yang Fan countered, I haven't spent a cent of that money. I'm saving it for his retirement. Zhang Yingzi wanted to roll her eyes. The chairman was only 50. He didn't need retirement money. Plus, Yang Fan and Yao Yao had only been dating for a few days. They were nowhere near marriage. It was a stretch. Besides, the chairman was worth billions. He wouldn't care about that pocket change. Zhang Yingzi, unimpressed. Bai Yao wiped her mouth with a napkin and chimed in. We only took 1.2 million total. Is he really that stingy? Besides, he's basically bankrupt. She whispered this last part so only Yang Fan could hear. Zhang Yingzi wouldn't have believed it anyway. Anyway, the chairman is coming to stir up trouble, she said seriously. He called to tell me to keep an eye on you so you don't bolt. When he arrives, he's going to embarrass you in front of the school leaders, your classmates, and the big investors from Xiangjiang. Zhang Yingzi had spilled everything. Yang Fan felt annoyed. He didn't have a personal vendetta against Bai Chaojun, just happened to steal his daughter and walk away with 600,000. Was that really worth a grudge? A billionaire chairman acting petty toward an 18-year-old student, trying to humiliate him in public? That was low. He shoveled down more rice in frustration. Bai Yao blinked. Did Dad say anything else? Anything at all? Zhong Yingzi shook her head. That is all I know. This is getting complicated. Bai Yao felt a prick of worry. Even though her father, Bai Chaojun, was incredibly doting toward her, practically giving her whatever she wanted, he treated others very differently. He was known for being ruthless and rarely showed mercy. She feared that once Bai Chaojun arrived at the school, he would intentionally stir up trouble. She didn't want Yang Fan to be humiliated. In her past life, Bai Chaojun had visited the school, but back then he and Yang Fan hadn't even met yet, let alone dated. In that previous life, Bai Chaojun had never even heard of Yang Fan, so he never caused any trouble. That meant, even with her memories of the past, Bai Yao felt helpless. She couldn't find a way out. She suddenly realized how dependent she had become on those memories. If the timeline shifted or her past knowledge failed, she was completely lost. Luckily, Yang Fan finished wiping his hands and reached out, tapping her gently on the head. Don't do that, she pouted, acting playful. You'll stunt my growth. Done growing. You are already 165 centimeters tall, Yang Fan joked before turning serious. Don't worry about it. I am confident I can handle your dad. If things get really bad, I will just hop on my scooter, ride right under your balcony, and scream old man at him just to tick him off. He was kidding, but truthfully, even if he did that now, it would be way too late. Bai Yao burst into a giggle and playfully swatted his arm. There's no time for jokes. Yang Fan laughed too. Whatever, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Things usually have a way of working out. Let's see what kind of scheme the old guy is actually pulling. Hearing this, Bai Yao rested her head on his shoulder, finally feeling better. Zhong Yingzi, however, was annoyed and warned, don't call the chairman old man anymore. Incredibly rude. Yang Fan went along with her. Fine, I will just call him father-in-law then. Zhong Yingzi was speechless. She looked grim and said, if you call him that, you might not live to see tomorrow morning. The chairman spent years in the underworld. He is dangerous. Just try to keep your cool when you meet him, and whatever you do, don't get into a fight. Zhang Yingzi suggested, just let him vent a little, it should be fine. Yang Fan nodded, agreeing to that. At the end of the day, Bai Chaojun was Bai Yao's father, so he didn't want to burn bridges. However, what he didn't realize was that, while he was willing to show respect, Bai Chaojun had no intention of reciprocating. In fact, Bai Chaojun was intent on embarrassing him, destroying his reputation at school, and using an official school inspection as a cover to cause trouble. Back at the girls' dorm, Linlin sat on the bottom bunk with a vacant stare, looking like a shell of a person, completely drained of life. Since finding out that Yang Fan and Bai Yao were living together, she had cried until she had nothing left, leaving her in this state. She was completely catatonic, not saying a word, her eyes lacking any spark. Tang Xinyi had been trying to talk to her, telling jokes and sharing the latest school gossip, but it was useless. It was as if she had gone deaf and blind to the world. There was zero reaction. By noon, Tang Xinyi's stomach was growling loudly from hunger, and she finally lost her patience. She shook Linlin hard by the shoulders and shouted, "Linlin, pull yourself together. What is so great about that guy, Yang Fan? Why are you so obsessed with him? He has a girlfriend. Can you please stop this? Can you just let yourself go? You keep going like this. How are you going to attend class? How are you going to handle the college entrance exam?" Tang Xinyi was furious. She simply couldn't fathom why Linlin was so hung up on Yang Fan. Even if they grew up together and he had gotten more handsome, shouldn't be to this extent. Was she really going to skip meals and throw away her future? Tang Xinyi grew angrier, her voice trembling with tears. She hated seeing her best friend fall apart like this. When shaking her didn't wake her up, Tang Xinyi took a deep breath and pinched Linlin hard. Finally, a flicker of clarity returned to her eyes. "Xinyi, where am I?" Linlin seemed to have suffered a temporary memory lapse. "This is the dorm," she replied blankly. Tang Xinyi asked gently, "Linlin, it is noon. What do you want to eat? I will go to the cafeteria and bring it back for you." "I am not hungry." Linlin kept her head down. She didn't feel like eating, she just felt empty. She couldn't move on, and she couldn't forget the person she loved. Tang Xinyi felt frustrated. "Eat something anyway. Just stay here. I am going to get food and we can eat together." Linlin didn't say anything. As Tang Xinyi walked to the door, Linlin finally spoke up. "Xinyi, could you grab my workbook? I don't want to go to class this afternoon. I will just stay here and study." But Tang Xinyi didn't know whether to scream or laugh. She was so frustrated she started chuckling. She thought, "You just had your heart broken. Then. And you are still worried about your homework? Are you trying to outdo everyone? This girl is hopeless, but at least it was better than sitting there like a zombie." Tang Xinyi agreed with a nod before heading out to fetch food and getting her best friend excused from class. Both ended up skipping classes for the entire afternoon. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu Group office in the Xinhai New District, Bai Chaojun sat smoking a cigar, chatting with a burly, balding man in his 50s named Meng Zhiyuan. Stood a hair over 5'7" but packed 200 pounds onto that frame. His black suit was a custom-made, oversized disaster. Even in that massive cut, the belt struggled to hold back his enormous beer belly. This man, Meng Zhiyuan, was an old classmate of Bai Chaojun. He left before middle school ended, heading to Xiangjiang with his father to handle foreign trade. Decades later, both he and Bai Chaojun were 51. They reminisced about their youth, catching crabs and eels in the river, or sneaking into people's sweet potato patches. They laughed while recalling how they were chased and cursed at, but childhood stories eventually run dry. Once the past was exhausted, they had to face the present. Bai Chaojun needed money, and he needed it fast. The capital invested in Huasheng Estate had tied up everything. But he'd hoped for a massive payday, but the land failed to meet environmental safety standards for pollution. The units couldn't be sold. Not only was the entirety of Tianyu Group's capital trapped, but so were the hundreds of billions in bank loans he'd secured. With repayment deadlines looming, Bai Chaojun was burning with anxiety. He'd exhausted every connection he had, but it was useless. No one could help, or more accurately, no one dared to. The Huasheng site used to house the old Yanyang chemical plant. The contamination was severe. If anything went wrong, the fallout would be catastrophic. It was a matter impacting thousands of families that would surely hit the front page. No one dared risk their neck for him, and the banks were even worse. They wouldn't lend another cent. They were practically knocking down his door for repayment. Bai Chaojun had used up every favor he had, but he still couldn't pay. If it were just a few million, he could brush it off, but the debt was in the hundreds of billions. He couldn't plug a hole this massive, even if his life depended on it. Now, his only hope was the classmate sitting across from him. Prayed Meng Zhiwen would remember their bond and throw him a lifeline. "Meng," Bai Chaojun said, dragging hard on his cigar, "if you can help me survive this. Once I clean up the pollution and sell off those buildings, you'll get your cut. I'll offer the highest interest rates possible. Just convince those foreign investors to loan me the funds." Bai Chaojun looked desperate. Domestic banks had already shut him out. His only hope lay with Meng Zhiyan, who simply smiled unbothered. "Old Bai, with our history, why are you talking about profit? Don't worry, your problems are my problems. I'll definitely find a way." But before Bai Chaojun could exhale in relief, Meng Zhiyuan added a condition. He pointed to a framed photo on the office wall. "Old Bai, that little girl in the picture, she's your daughter, right?" The frame held a shot of Bai Chaojun and his daughter conspicuously missing his wife, Shen Shuting. In it, Bai Chaojun gazed at her with pure affection. Bai Yuyao sat there, radiating happiness with cute dimples. Bai Chaojun's eyes followed Meng's gaze. He looked confused. "Old Meng, what are you getting at?" Meng Jiwan chuckled. "Nothing much. My son happens to be quite fond of your girl. If you agree to marry her off to my son, we'll be family. I certainly couldn't just watch you go bankrupt then, could I? It sounded smooth, but it was a trap. The crisis plaguing Tianyu Group was entirely the handiwork of the Meng family. They had been plotting this for 7 or 8 years, specifically to gut Tianyu Group. Even the contamination issue was their doing, executed in the shadows. Though Bai Chaojun didn't know the inside story, his intuition sparked a warning. He suspected Meng Jiwen had sinister motives. Bai Chaojun only had one child. When he eventually grew old, his entire empire was meant for her. Meng Jiyuan had spent years in Shangjiang, easily sitting on billions. A man like that had no shortage of women. He wasn't proposing a marriage just because Bai Yuyao was pretty. Meng, let me think about this. Bai Chaojun crushed his cigar, his face darkening. Even if I agreed, I'd have to ask my daughter. Meng Jiwen laughed, dismissive. She's 17 or 18. Does her opinion really matter? And frankly, old Bai, would it change anything if she said no? Ming Jiwen stood up abruptly. Tianyu Group is your life's work. If your credit rating drops because you can't pay, the bad debt will just snowball. Before you know it, that billion-dollar reputation will vanish like bubbles. You won't be able to pay it off even if you sell your life. Think about it. Getting late, and I have dinner plans. Meng Jiwan walked out without a second look. At the office entrance, a scarred man with thick brows stood waiting. Mr. Meng, you aren't staying for dinner? Our chairman has prepared a feast for you. The man was Ren Chenghu, Bai Chaojun's trusted right-hand man for years. Meng Jiwan waved him off with a sneer. I've been abroad too long, and I don't have a taste for the local food anymore. I even bring my own water from overseas. He walked away, never looking back. Ren Chenghu's face turned livid. He stormed into the office. Chairman, that old bastard is completely full of himself. I was kind enough to invite him to dinner, and you should have seen his attitude. The dog spent a few decades away and has forgotten his own roots. 20 or 30 years ago, I would had my guys drag him away, knocked him out, and fed him to the fish. Chenghu sighed, frustrated. Right, Chairman, I forgot to ask. Are we still headed to the Huasheng site this afternoon? Also, Principal Zheng from the high school has been waiting outside for a while. Bai Chaojun lit another cigar. Let's go. After Meng Jia and the others finish lunch, we'll head to Huasheng Residential Complex this afternoon to take a look, then stop by the high school. I have some business to attend to. You mean that kid, young fan? Ren Chenhu rubbed his hands together, his face darkening. That brat has some nerve, dating the young miss. Don't worry, just wait until we get to school. I'll make sure he pays. Bai Chaojun gave a curt nod, waved his hand, and dismissed Ren Chenhu. Sat in his office, smoking a cigarette while staring at a photo. It wasn't of his daughter, though, but of his father, Bai Jianjun, who had passed away years ago. Only you were still alive, Dad. At Xinhua No. 1 High School, after lunch, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao didn't spend their time studying like they had the past few days. Instead, they stayed in the classroom, keeping their voices low as they chatted before the next period began. Knowing Bai Chaojun would soon come to make trouble for him, Yang Fan had to learn as much as possible from Bai Yuyao. He asked about her father's temperament, what he liked, and how to calm him down if he got angry. Beyond that, Bai Yuyao detailed exactly how her father would go bankrupt in her previous life, and how the Meng family had plotted against him. Bai Yuyao held nothing back, telling Yang Fan everything she knew. After listening, Yang Fan finally felt he had some ground to stand on. Yao Yao, Yang Fan had a sudden thought. What if we just tell your dad everything when he comes to school? What do you think? Yang Fan's plan was simple. He believed that by exposing the Meng family's schemes right in front of Bai Chaojun, he could save the company from bankruptcy. Once the crisis was averted, Bai Chaojun would owe him a debt of gratitude and leave him alone. Bai Yuyao just shook her head. It's useless. My dad is desperate for tens of billions in funding. Only foreign capital could possibly lend him that much. Domestic banks have cut him off. Even if he knew the Meng family set a trap, he would still jump right in. Her expression turned complex as she spoke. Though in her past life, her father became a cruel, gambling alcoholic who even tried to sell her to the Meng family to save himself, he had been very kind to her before his bankruptcy. If she had a choice, Bai Yuyao didn't want to see him fall. But there was no choice. Ever since her grandfather passed away, the big shots in the city and province had ignored her father. Tianyu Group was already sliding downhill. The Huasheng project was just the final straw that broke the camel's back. Even if he didn't stumble there, he would have inevitably fallen elsewhere, straight into an abyss from which he could never return. Bai Yuyao felt this was destiny, something she couldn't change. Ever since she was reborn, her thoughts only been about squeezing money out of her father, not saving him. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she simply lacked the power. She couldn't save him. Young Fan, you know? Bai Yuyao said, her gaze lost in memory. It was like a trance. When I was first reborn, I felt so powerful. I thought I could do anything, change you. and even change the world. But the further I got, the more I realized I couldn't change anything at all. I don't even have the confidence to keep you by my side. Her eyes turned red as she spoke. She was on the verge of tears. Yang Fan didn't know how to help. He was just a high school student. He felt powerless. The only thing he could do was gently stroke the girl's long hair, trying his best to comfort her. Yang Fan, Baiyu buried her face in his chest, her eyes wet, and whispered, "Am I useless?" "Don't say that," Yang Fan said, his emotions stirring. "Don't talk about yourself like that. You're much better than me, aren't you? Your grades are better and you have a better family. You're also much prettier. Even if your family goes bankrupt, I won't leave you. I'll stay by your side, I promise." This were any other time, a few sweet words from Yang Fan would have made her happy. But today, Bai Yu Yao couldn't brighten up. She remained hidden in his arms, refusing to look up because she didn't want him to see her crying. She was terrified he would see the turmoil in her heart. If only there was money. If only there was so much money, Bai Yu Yao thought with resentment. It hurt to say, but if we had enough money, my dad wouldn't go bankrupt, and he wouldn't die. Yes, if only there were a way to get that much money. Yang Fan agreed, but he knew the scale of what she needed was massive. Saving her family would take tens of billions. His small tricks might make a few 100,000, but that was his limit. Billions? He'd be dead before he made that. Besides, Bai Chaojun's bankruptcy was less than 3 months away. Earning billions in 3 months? That's a pipe dream. Even if the richest man were reborn, he couldn't pull that off. But if he couldn't, how else could he save her family? Yang Fan was desperate, racking his brain to find a way out of this trap. All he had were the fragmented, scattered memories of the future that Bai Yu Yao had shared, most of which were useless. All she could remember clearly was their past relationship and trivial details. Things like stocks, funds, Bitcoin. She hadn't paid any attention to those. In this situation, making a fortune was a fantasy, and saving her family seemed truly hopeless. What could he possibly do? Yang Fan thought until the bell rang. Finally, he came up with a desperate, half-baked plan. "Hao Yu, where did you go?" Meng Jiwen left Tianyu Group with his secretaries and guards, but spent several minutes in the parking lot unable to find his son, Meng Haoyu. Pleased, Meng Jiwen called him. "Dad, I'm busy. Talk later." Meng Haoyu was tearing through the city in a blue Rolls-Royce Phantom with a heavily made-up woman, busy catering to his every whim inside the car. "Haoyu, we need to visit Huasheng Residential District this afternoon for a walkthrough. Check the pollution levels or something. Get back here now," Meng Jiwen urged, his face dark. But his son was too busy chasing women. He had no interest in visiting Huasheng. "Dad, you've been rigging these deals for years." "Everything is already handled," Meng Haoyu grumbled. "Why do you need me? I'm just a trust fund kid who burns through cash. I'm only in Xinyi to meet women." Spoiled brat gripped the wheel with one hand while prodding the woman next to him with the other, telling her to hurry up. His father, Meng Jiwan, snapped, "Don't you want that girl of Bai Chaojun's? She goes to Xinyi Yizhong High School. We're going to inspect the school later. Are you sure you aren't coming? If she goes there, then obviously I'm coming." Who said he wouldn't go? Meng Haoyu's greatest hobby in life was corrupting pretty women. Ever since he saw photos of Bai Yu Yao online, he'd been obsessed. The thought of seeing her at school made him giddy. The woman next to him froze, bewildered. "Dad, I'll be there as soon as I finish eating," Ho-Yu said, his voice brimming with excitement. His father barked, "Get over here and eat with me. I brought a nutritionist from overseas, John. He prepared a special meal using imported water. Meat cooked for safety, you know." "Dad, don't even start with your nutritionists. The last one died before he was 40. Why hire another? You waste more money than I do." Ho-Yu laughed. "Whatever, I'm coming after I eat. See you at the school." He hung up, leaving his father fuming. Meng Haoyu immediately flipped a U-turn in his sports car and started driving. Leading his new, heavily made-up acquaintance inside the car, he planned for a casual lunch at a Western restaurant. After a full meal, it's off to school. Beside Meng Haoyu stands Jiang Chuichui, a woman known for her aggressive demeanor, who once worked at a luxury clothing store in a mall owned by the Tianyu Group. After being fired for crossing Bai Yu Yao and Yang Fan, she spent her days drifting between bars, desperately hunting for a wealthy man to latch onto. Finally, she landed Meng Haoyu. Thinking her life of luxury had finally arrived, she fawned over him with forced enthusiasm. Little did she know Meng Haoyu, a second-generation rich kid, didn't see her as a lover. He didn't even see her as a human being. He viewed her as a disposable tool. At a fancy steakhouse, he didn't even bother ordering for her, choosing only a single meat platter for himself. Jiang Chuichui's face turned awkward. "Master Meng, did you forget to order for me?" she asked, forcing a smile and adding timidly, "Should I order for myself?" "Sure," Meng Haoyu said, taking a sip of his drink. "But keep this in mind, if you order it, you're paying for it yourself." Zhang Chuicui was stunned. She had hooked plenty of rich men in her life, but someone as stingy as Meng Haoyu, someone who wouldn't even buy her a meal. She had never seen anything like it. Is this guy even rich? Her expression darkened. Master Meng, even if I haven't done much, I've put in the effort. It's unreasonable for you to not even buy me a meal. It's perfectly reasonable, Meng Haoyu retorted coldly. I never promised you money. You were the one who insisted on clinging to me when I drove to the bar. Don't blame me for that. Zhang Chuichui nearly fainted from rage. She was absolutely livid. She thought she had found a sugar daddy, but it turned out she was the one being played. Not only was she being used, but she was also being mocked. She wanted to flip the table. Fine, you win, Meng. Zhang Chuichui gritted her teeth. Just you wait. One day I'll kill you. Meng Haoyu sneered at her. You're nothing but a tramp. Think you can kill me? If you've got nothing to say, get lost. You're ruining my dinner. That, Meng Haoyu kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the floor. Zhang Chuichui wanted to curse him out, but one glare from him silenced her. Terrified of a beating, she left, her face twisted with resentment. She clutched her stomach as she fled, while Meng Haoyu enjoyed his meal in peace. When the bill came, the male waiter approached politely. That will be 987 yuan, sir. But Meng Haoyu just mocked him. He refused to speak Chinese, forcing the waiter to curse him internally 1,000 times. He was helpless. Meng Haoyu was clearly just looking for trouble. Unless he spoke English, Meng Haoyu wouldn't pay. Exhausted, the waiter had to call over the store manager. The manager was clearly unprepared for someone so arrogant. Even when he communicated in English, Meng Haoyu continued to pick at him. He criticized the manager's pronunciation, then mocked his clothing, claiming it lowered the restaurant's standards. This psychopath tortured the staff for 15 minutes before finally paying and leaving. The manager couldn't help but mutter, so arrogant, "Someone's going to deal with you eventually." That afternoon during the first period, Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao were in class. Outside the school gate, blue Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up, startling the security guard so much he scrambled out of his booth. Even though Meng Haoyu wasn't a student or faculty, told the guard he was a guest invited by Principal Zheng. The guard let him through. Once Meng Haoyu parked the car, deliberately leaned on the horn. Students on the playground doing PE could only stare in his direction. Seeing the luxury car, the students gasped in awe. Envy was written all over their faces, both boys and girls. Watched with wide, bright eyes. Meng Haoyu clearly loved the attention. After stepping out of the car, he intentionally took a walk around the playground, making sure everyone saw him before heading arrogantly toward the grade 12 class 19 building. So handsome, so cool and edgy, and rich. Many of the girls started swooning, but little did they know, Meng Haoyu was no good. If they knew about his twisted history, they would have run for the hills instead of being impressed. Even experienced gold diggers struggled to get a dime out of him. Meng Haoyu was a scumbag who loved to flaunt wealth, torment people, exploit women, while being too cheap to actually spend money. In some ways, he was quite similar to Shen Shuding. When Meng Haoyu arrived at the door of Class 19, stopped to fix his hair, acting like some kind of celebrity influencer. On his wrist sat a 200,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin watch, and around his neck hung a 300,000 yuan Harry Winston diamond necklace. He was dripping in luxury, maxing out his image. He planned to leave an unforgettable impression on Bai Yu Yao. However, when he pushed open the classroom door, grinning with the intent to show off, face froze, because he saw beautiful girl of his dreams, a girl with flawless looks, sitting in the back row with a boy. Bai Yu Yao was even leaning her head against Yang Fan's shoulder, acting like a sweet girl deeply in love. In a split second, Meng Haoyu's expression turned hideous. Inside the classroom, the students and teachers finally noticed the outsider at the door. Who's that? He looks rich, but why does he look so angry? Constipated? The students started whispering, and the noise grew louder. Because Meng Haoyu looked so menacing, no amount of money or style could make a good impression. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Qingxia, looked at him and asked skeptically, "Are you from outside the school?" Given his over-the-top flashy outfit, he didn't look like a student, and Zhou Qingxia pegged him immediately. Wasn't a student here. Meng Haoyu glared, ignoring the stern teacher Zhou Qingxia entirely. His gaze locked onto Yang Fan, pointed a finger, barking, "Get that boy out here." The entire class followed his gesture instantly. Every eye landed on Yang Fan. A suffocating silence filled the room. That was when Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao finally looked up. Sensing the strange tension and seeing everyone staring, Yang Fan asked, confused, "What's going on? Go back to your lessons. Leave me out of it." He and Bai Yu Yao hadn't been paying attention in class for 2 days. Classmates and teachers were used to them doing their own thing. But now Li Dazhuang turned around, whispering, "Buddy, someone's looking for you." Looking for Yang Fan? Both Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao turned toward the classroom entrance almost simultaneously. Bai Yuyao's expression went ice cold. Yang Fan's face hardened, void of any warmth. Beng Haoyu. Bai Yuyao whispered the name, the man who destroyed her family, the enemy she could never forget. She knew that sinister, wicked face all too well. Yang Fan and Meng Haoyu both looked puzzled at the same time. You know him? Meng Haoyu's glare shifted to confusion. It was his first time meeting Bai Yuyao. How could she know him? He'd only seen photos of her and Bai Chaojun. He'd never even been to Xinyi before. Certainly hadn't met her. He arrived with one goal, to ruin the girl he considered the most beautiful in the world. He was certain this was their first encounter. He was also sure his father had only just proposed the marriage alliance to Bai Chaojun. Meng Haoyu's expression darkened. He couldn't figure out why this girl looked at him with such pure hatred. He's the scumbag from the Meng family I told you about, Bai Yuyao said quietly. Yang Fan instantly understood. The rich kid at the door draped in luxury was the monster who destroyed Bai Yuyao's life. Meng Haoyu hadn't just plotted to seize the Bai family's assets. He had his sights set on violating Bai Yuyao. A sick creep who treated women like playthings, he was a dead man walking. In a flash, disgust washed over Yang Fan. Whether it was to avenge Bai Yuyao or the countless women Meng Haoyu had victimized, Yang Fan marked him as an enemy, dared back with lethal hostility the moment their eyes met. Meng Haoyu felt the same. Seeing the girl he had been obsessing over standing with Yang Fan, his rage boiled. Shameless narcissist couldn't handle it. Even seeing her open loathing, he didn't care. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful she was, Bai Yuyao was just a toy. Yang Fan was laying hands on his property. Get out here now, Meng Haoyu shouted, pointing at him. Teacher Zhou Qingxia looked livid. I don't care who you are or what your beef with Yang Fan is. Wait until class ends. Still teaching here. What are you supposed to be? Who gave you the right to talk to me? Meng Haoyu sneered, his eyes filled with utter contempt. Hey, you, a hag making a few thousand a month. Get lost, will you? One more word and see if I don't slap you. Zhou Qingxia's face turned an ugly shade of pale. It was the first time she had been humiliated like this in school. She was fuming, ready to snap back. Then, she noticed Meng Haoyu's designer watch and diamond necklace. Her anger vanished in an instant. She knew one thing for sure. Guy came from a background no ordinary teacher like her could afford to mess with. Meanwhile, the scene in the classroom shifted. The boys in the class were visibly furious. While Zhou Qingxia was strict and always critical, she was still their teacher. Watching her get bullied like this made them boil with rage. Some of the boys even started cursing under their breath. But the girls? More than half were acting like starstruck groupies. They actually thought Meng Haoyu's arrogance was cool. Even then, some girls felt he had crossed the line and shouldn't be insulting a teacher like that. Hey, hag, get out of the way. Don't stop me from doing what I came here to do. Meng Haoyu was relentless. Insults flew from his mouth, one after another. Zhou Qingxia's face turned liver-colored, but she stood there, too terrified to say a word. She wouldn't or couldn't talk back. Although Meng Haoyu had ignited the fury of the room, nobody dared to stand up to him. Except for Yang Fan. He stood up immediately. He'd already learned exactly what kind of person Meng Haoyu was from Bai Yuyao. He knew all about the low-life things Meng Haoyu had done. He decided to confront him and see what the guy was actually made of. Bai Yuyao grabbed his sleeve, whispering, Yang Fan, don't be reckless. Yang Fan just smiled and patted her head. I'm just going to have a word with him. Trust me, I'll be fine. Bai Yuyao finally let go. Yang Fan took a sip of water. He tightened the cap on his water bottle and strolled toward the podium, slow and steady. Every set of eyes in the room followed him. He walked from the back of the class all the way to the front. By now, Zhou Qingxia had retreated to the window, frantically texting the school administration. She wanted the vice principal, the grade director, and security to come to her rescue. She didn't realize that even if she called every leader in the school, it wouldn't matter. But Yang Fan was different. He stood on the podium, holding half a bottle of water in one hand. He gave a shy smile. Hey, Meng, you looking for me? Do you even know who I am? Meng Haoyu looked confused. He had a gut feeling this guy recognized him. Yang Fan smiled sheepishly and said, I didn't before, but I do now. By the way, I'm Yang Fan. You can call me Brother Fan or maybe just Grandpa. Your choice. You're asking for it. Meng Haoyu realized instantly. Yang Fan was there to humiliate him. He even tried to claim the role of his elder. The arrogance was off the charts. The girls in the class felt their eyes light up. They thought Meng Haoyu was crazy and cool, but now they saw Yang Fan was even bolder. That was getting interesting. People love a good show. The girls let out a collective wow. Some even started cheering for Yang Fan. Meng Haoyu's face darkened. He had come here to show off, but now Yang Fan was stealing his thunder. To make matters worse, Yang Fan was treating him like a stepping stone. Attempting to be his grandfather really stung. To regain his footing, went straight to flexing his wealth. You know, my old man is the president of the Shangjiang Lianmei Investment Group. He's worth over 2 billion. Watch on my wrist is a Vacheron Constantin, worth 200,000. This diamond necklace around my neck, Harry Winston, 500,000. The car I drove here is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, 5 million. Meng Haoyu kept bragging, because frankly money was the only thing he had to offer. Boys and girls in the class stared, jaws dropped in total shock. They knew he was rich, but nobody expected him to be at this level. A $5 million luxury car? For a moment, even the gold diggers in the room were fantasizing about being his girlfriend. Seeing the starstruck crowd, Meng Haoyu felt satisfied. He was on a high. With a condescending sneer, he added, "A poor guy like you? Your parents could work at a factory for a lifetime and never afford any of my cars. Be smart and get lost. If you keep hanging around Baiyuyao, I'm going to end you." Meng Haoyu felt great. He'd shown off his power and finished with a death threat to show how wild he was. But once Yang Fan heard that, just smiled and dropped one sentence that shattered Meng Haoyu's composure instantly. "Meng, with all that money, can't you get your AIDS cured?" "Who the hell has AIDS?" Meng Haoyu snapped, completely losing it. His face flushed a deep red and the veins on his forehead popped. He looked ready to kill someone in his blind rage. The whole class was stunned. Nobody expected that one casual, light-hearted jab from Yang Fan would make the wealthy Meng Haoyu crack and freak out like that. What was going on? Did this rich kid actually have a disease? In a heartbeat, the girls in the room snapped back to reality. No one dared to act like a fangirl anymore. The teacher, Zhou Qingxia, shouted, "Yang Fan, stop the insults." She assumed Yang Fan was just attacking him. But Yang Fan answered honestly, "Teacher, I'm not insulting him. I'm just stating a fact. This guy really has had it for years." With a grin, Yang Fan looked at Meng Haoyu and asked, "Am I right?" "Right my ass," Meng Haoyu screamed, losing his mind. Meng Haoyu started hurling insults. He knew Yang Fan's claims were true, but he couldn't admit it. It was the most humiliating stain on his life. Worst of all, he had no clue who leaked the information. Yang Fan laughed. "If you're innocent, call the police and charge me with libel. Go ahead, drag me away. Assuming, of course, you can prove you're actually clean." Fan grinned, clearly enjoying this. But he didn't have Meng Haoyu's money, but he held the high ground. He knew everything about him, including his medical conditions. Everything from his past, present, and future had been shared by Baiyuyao. By exposing a fraction of Meng Haoyu's filth, Yang Fan could ruin him. "Hey Meng," Yang Fan added, "don't think just because you're away from home you can run wild. You're already notorious for your time in Shangjiang, especially last year. I heard you targeted an 80-year-old woman at a nursing home abroad, and your dad paid over $1 million to cover it up." Before Yang Fan could finish, Meng Haoyu snapped. Red with rage, he clenched his fist and lunged at Yang Fan's face. He didn't expect Yang Fan to be ready. Knowing the coward would try something cheap, Yang Fan was already holding a half-full water bottle. Before the fist could land, the bottle smashed into Meng Haoyu's eye socket with a loud pop. He nearly lost an eye. Before he could even wince, Yang Fan grabbed a chair and slammed it into his head. Dazhuang, Wan Zhenwei, and a dozen other boys joined in, wielding chairs and books to pummel the scumbag. They kicked and beat him until he collapsed in a bloody heap. Many girls in the class joined in, taking the chance to deliver a few kicks of their own. "Stop! That's enough. You're going to kill him," Zhou Qingxia shouted, pulling the students back. Meng Haoyu was a mess, his nose bruised and a front tooth missing. "You bastards, just you wait," Meng Haoyu hissed, lisping through the gap where his tooth had been, his face swollen like a pig's. Nobody feared his empty threats. Li Dazhuang tossed a dictionary at his head with a loud thud. He nearly blacked out. Just wait," Meng Haoyu stammered, scrambling to make his escape. Classroom exploded into chatter. People shouted that the beating was deserved, calling the guy a pervert. They'd just looked him up online. Everything Yang Fan said was true. This Meng guy was a total creep, even harassing elderly women. The room erupted in shocked murmurs. It was chaos. Zhou Qingxia had to put in real effort just to get the class to settle down. Once it was finally quiet, she began to manage the aftermath. She told them they were a collective and that their unity was impressive. She felt relieved. If the principal asked who threw the punches, they were to claim ignorance. Understood? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The iron-fisted Zhou Qingxia was acting out of character, actually shielding him. Students cheered, promising they were united and wouldn't sell out a classmate. A chubby girl spoke up, worried about the security cameras in the classroom and what the principal might see. Zhou Qingxia laughed, explaining the cameras were broken and still being repaired. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. Tension broke, and everyone laughed. Yang Fan was relieved to escape disciplinary action after the fight. Felt great, especially since he'd taken down a scumbag like Meng Haoyu. Baiyuyao beamed, her dimples showing. She thanked him happily. Yang Fan ruffled her hair and told her it was no problem. As his girlfriend, she was special. She nodded eagerly, clearly thrilled to be called that. Even after he brushed it off, she wanted to show her gratitude. She blushed and told him to close his eyes. Yang Fan found her behavior odd but played along, closing his eyes as she asked. A second later, the school beauty planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a wet, minty mark behind. The class went into shock. Students clutched their chests, acting like they couldn't breathe. Li Dazhuang was left in dismay. He had just turned around to talk to Yang Fan. Instead, he was hit with a mouthful of public displays of affection, nearly choking him. Meanwhile, the teacher glanced at the blazing sun outside, claimed it looked like rain, and told them to study quietly. She said she was going to move her car, but the students cried out, begging her to stop the couple from flaunting their relationship. Single students wailed, but Zhou Qingxia couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. Besides, Yang Fan had just stood up to a disrespectful bully for her. She was grateful, not annoyed. Li Dazhuang wondered aloud why the strict teacher had suddenly turned so kind, but before Yang Fan could respond, back door swung open. Zhou Qingxia pointed at Li Dazhuang and ordered him out. He was stunned. He never imagined she hadn't moved her car at all. She'd been eavesdropping the whole time. Head hanging low, he went to the office to be scolded. Meanwhile, Jacqueline finally noticed the line of business vans parked at the school gates. Bai Chaojun, chairman of Tianyu Group, and Meng Jiwan, president of Lianmei Venture Capital, stepped out to a chorus of sycophants. Principal Zheng Chengwen hurried forward, face plastered with a nervous, respectful smile to greet the wealthy bosses. Grade directors and staff stood at the entrance, chanting welcomes as the bigwigs arrived. Zheng Chengwen puffed out his chest, bragging that while they weren't the top school in Xinyi, they were the most cultured, touted the school's commitment to morality, modesty, and etiquette. Zheng continued to boast. Bai and Meng nodded along politely. Whether his claims were true or not, they gave him face, occasionally tossing out compliments. Meng Jiyuan was just going through the motions. He didn't care about the school. He only wanted to trap Bai Chaojun and seize his assets. Bai Chaojun was equally uninterested in the principal's lecture. He was only there to humiliate Yang Fan and force a breakup between him and his daughter. Neither man cared about the principal's speech, but the spectacle that followed was quite something. Just as Zheng talked about virtue, he watched Meng Haoyu stagger down from the building, face swollen and bruised. 1 second Zheng was claiming no violence happened at his school, and the next, Meng Haoyu was crying to his father. He screamed that a student had jumped him, 3 or 4 guys against one, and knocked his teeth out. Lisping through the gaps in his teeth, he could barely get the words out. Meng Jiyuan's face turned black instantly. He couldn't stand the thought of anyone touching his son. Meng Jiyuan was furious. If his son had been hit by a foreigner, he might have let it slide, given their obsession with overseas status. He usually thinks foreigners are superior, but he cannot stand the fact that the one who hit his son is just a student from number 1 high. Meng Jiyuan glared at Principal Zheng and Chairman Bai. My son came to inspect this school and ended up getting beaten. Demanded answers. As the president of Lianmei Venture Capital, he controlled tens of billions in loans. His words carried serious weight. Chairman Bai Jiaokun couldn't ignore him. He was desperately counting on Meng for a loan to save his company from crisis. Principal Zheng, Tianyu Group pumps so much money into this school every year. Is this the pathetic result you give us? Bai Jiaokun's face darkened as he pushed the blame onto Zheng Chengwen. The principal stood there, completely trapped. Earlier bragging about the students' discipline had backfired instantly. He had just touted their manners, and now, this. Meng Haoyu, a prominent heir, had been assaulted. Zheng Chengwen panicked. I am truly sorry, Mr. Meng. How about this? I will cover all your son's medical bills. Zheng clenched his teeth, desperate to make the problem go away. But Meng Jiwan didn't care about a few $1,000s. He wanted justice for his son. He wanted blood. He only had one son. If a few thousand was all it took to settle a beating, anyone could just pay for the right to kill him. Beng's face twisted in rage. Do I look like I need your money? I don't want a handout. I want the person who did this. Find the attacker and punish them. That is the only answer I will accept. Fury filled the room. Zheng Cheng withered immediately, bowing his head. Mr. Meng, please, calm down. I will take you there right now to see what happened. I promise you, I will make this right. Meng gave a curt nod, his face still black with anger. He wasn't being patient, he was just mindful of the local environment. Even if his son got beaten, the law should handle it. If this were abroad, it would be much simpler. Spending a little money can easily end someone. Meng Jiwan's face darkened as he asked, Who hit you, son? Dad, it was Yang Fan from class 19. Classmates joined in. Meng Haoyu cried out. Fine, I'll get you justice, Dad, Meng Jiwan promised. Someone quickly took his son to the hospital for treatment, while Principal Zheng Chengwen led business tycoons Meng Jiwan and Bai Chaojun toward the academic building. Followed by over 20 corporate executives and school officials, they headed for the classroom. Bai Chaojun stroked his chin, wondering which class Yang Fan was in. Ben. He wondered if that was the kid who started the fight. Reaching the door of grade 12 class 19, Bai Chaojun peeked inside and saw Yang Fan sitting in the back row. Smirked, realizing it really was him. But the smile vanished almost instantly because he spotted something else. Yang Fan wasn't even listening to the lecture. He was secretly touching his daughter's leg. Bai Chaojun felt his blood boil and wanted to storm in. Right-hand man Ren Chung-hu had to grab him tight, struggling to hold him back. He whispered for his boss to stay calm. Ren Chung-hu murmured that he would handle the kid, urging the chairman not to lose his composure in such a crowded place. Besides, he noted that Meng Jiwen was even more desperate to settle the score. Bai Chaojun nodded slowly, his face dark with fury. Zheng Chengwen and Meng Jiwen finally stepped into the classroom to confront Yang Fan. The history teacher stood cornered, silenced by the arrival of so many powerful figures. Started this, Zheng Chengwen demanded with a stern face. Although he knew it was Yang Fan, he didn't dare say it out loud, unsure of the dynamic between Yang Fan and Bai Yunyao. He also didn't know if Bai Chaojun favored the boy. To be safe, he played it carefully. Binged. He avoided naming names, telling the students to step forward and avoid causing trouble for everyone else. Silence filled the room. Not a single student stood up, even those who had joined in the chaos earlier. Only Yang Fan stood up with a shy smile. He had known this moment was inevitable since the fight began. He believed in taking responsibility for his own actions rather than letting others take the fall. Bai Yunyao whispered a reminder to him, identifying the man next to the principal as Meng Jiyuan. Yang Fan just smiled. He turned toward the podium and said, "Meng Jiwan, you old geezer." Meng Jiwan was stunned. He hadn't even looked at the boy properly, or understood why he had attacked his son in the first place. He had only just walked in, and Yang Fan immediately stood up to insult him to his face. Calling him an old geezer made Meng Jiwan's blood boil. He demanded that the principal expel him immediately. He insisted on barring Yang Fan from the college entrance exam to ruin his years of schooling. Meng Jiwan clutched his chest, nearly passing out from rage. Weighing 200 pounds, his health was failing, and he couldn't handle the stress. He couldn't believe how arrogant high school boys were these days. Not only did the kid beat his son, but he had the audacity to call him names. At the door, Ren Chung-hu was amused by the boy's nerve. Bai Chaojun, however, squinted. He sensed that Yang Fan had some kind of backup to act this brazenly. Even though he had already had his subordinates investigate Yang Fan's background, confirming his family were all ordinary workers, he remained skeptical. He still felt there was something about Yang Fan that he just couldn't see through. During their previous conversation in the office, he had felt the same way. Now that feeling was even stronger. Billionaire found it impossible to figure out a kid who was somehow more elusive than the most seasoned business rivals. Turned out, his intuition was dead on. As Meng Jiwen threw a tantrum, demanding expulsion, Yang Fan spoke up. With a smile, Yang Fan asked, "Mr. Meng, do you remember Zhuo Wuye?" "Who is Zhuo Wuye?" Principal Zheng, Bai Chaojun, Ren Chenghu, and the entire class looked at each other in confusion. Nobody had ever heard the name, and they had no idea why Yang Fan would bring it up now. Only Meng Jiwan's expression shifted instantly. A second ago, he was furious, but the name turned his face deathly pale, felt the world spinning, and nearly collapsed. Not for Zheng Chengwen catching him, he would have hit the floor. His legs felt like jelly. What do you mean by that?" Meng Jiwan's voice trembled. Fear gripped him. Zhuo Wuye was his former cleaner, the man who knew all his dirty secrets in Xinyi City. The man even possessed recordings and video evidence of Meng Jiwan ordering hits. He had spent millions to have him killed, but failed. Zhuo Wuye had been too cautious and had vanished. If those murders were exposed, Meng Jiwen would never leave the city. He would be arrested and executed. Now he could only pray that Yang Fan was bluffing and knew nothing. But he had no idea that after ruining Bai Yunyao's life, she held a grudge that went deep. Every crime he had ever committed was known to Bai Yunyao, and since she knew, Yang Fan knew. She had never lied to Yang Fan about it. Seeing Meng Jiwan's terror, Yang Fan knew he had placed his bet correctly. He had never lied to Yang Fan before. Seeing Meng Jiwan's expression shift, Yang Fan smiled. He knew his gamble had paid off. Everything Bai Yuyao told him was true. Zhuo Wuye possessed evidence of the multiple homicides Meng Jiwan had committed. Those murders were part of a scheme to entrap the Tianyu group and swallow its billions in assets. Now Zhuo Wuye was missing. With his fate unknown, Yang Fan could easily exploit this gap, using the mystery of Zhuo Wuye's status to his advantage. He would keep the pressure on. "Director Meng," Yang Fan said coolly, "if you want to know where Zhuo Wuye is, how about you treat me to dinner tonight? I have a big appetite and I'm bringing a few friends. Please, don't be stingy." That, Yang Fan sat back down with a shy smile. The classroom fell dead silent, save for Meng Jiyuan. Except for Bai Yuyao, no one understood what Yang Fan was talking about, let alone who Zhuo Wuye was, not even Bai Chaojun or Rin Chenghu. This Zhuo Wuyue. Is he even in our circle? Ren Chenghu racked his brain, finally shaking his head. I know everyone of importance in this city, but I've truly never heard that name. Fine, Bai Chaojun whispered. Look into it when you get back. This Meng fellow seems worried. If we find him, maybe we can make Mengbo. Ren Chenghu agreed immediately. On the other side, Meng Jiwan couldn't read Yang Fan at all. He couldn't be sure of the connection between Yang Fan and Zhuo Wuye. To stay safe and save himself, Blun Jiwan's expression churned before he finally gritted out, fine. 8 o'clock tonight at the Hai Hao Hotel. I'll be there. Yang Fan nodded with a chuckle, considering it a deal. Ren Chenghu looked lost. Director Meng, he asked, what about your son being beaten? What else can I do? Forget it. Getting hit will just teach him a lesson. Meng Jiyuan wasn't sure he could save his own skin, let alone care about his son's bruises. Even if he took it a step further, could he really cause trouble for Yang Fan? If Yang Fan actually knew Zhuo Wuyue and handed that murder evidence to the police, Meng Jiyuan would be finished. He wouldn't even have time to flee. Yang Fan could afford to gamble, but Meng Jiyuan could not. Yang Fan had nothing to lose, but Meng Jiyuan risked everything. With a net worth of 2 billion, he hadn't even had a chance to cash out and run. He couldn't afford to lose. Furthermore, plans had been in motion for years. With only months left until he could swallow the Tianyu group and multiply his wealth, couldn't gamble now. He couldn't risk a single thing, and so Meng Jiyuan backed down. He prepared to leave the school. He didn't want to spend another minute there. He feared Yang Fan held the smoking gun. He feared having his plans exposed to Bai Chaojun or the police. But after Meng Jiwan left the classroom, Bai Chaojun didn't intend to let Yang Fan off. He signaled Ren Chenghu, prompting him to enter the classroom and find any way to humiliate Yang Fan in front of the students and school leaders. Ren Chenghu laughed and strode into the classroom, feeling triumphant. He had been preparing for this for a long time. To vent his boss's anger and save the young lady from a deadbeat, he had spent days meticulously planning 1,000 ways to shame Yang Fan. Yet, just as he stood at the podium before he could speak, Yang Fan called out, Director Meng, take this dog of yours away. Otherwise, I'm telling everyone what you've been up to. At those words, Meng Jiyuan immediately turned back to the room, glaring at Yang Fan in fury. He thought Yang Fan had gone too far. Treating a venture capital boss worth 2 billion, who could decide the fate of billions, like a lapdog, was incredibly insulting. Just as he glared, Yang Fan flashed a shy smile. Director Meng, 6 years, right? Meng Jiyuan's expression froze. Since he returned to Xinyi City and trapped the Tianyu group, exactly 6 years had passed. His pupils contracted. He couldn't understand how Yang Fan knew that. Even his own son didn't know he had been plotting for 6 years. Yang Fan smiled. Still don't believe me? Want me to say more? No, I believe you, Meng Jiyuan said grimly. He didn't dare not believe. Yang Fan understood him too well. Just a few sentences had him completely cornered. Meng Jiyuan couldn't gamble, and he couldn't afford to. So he swallowed his pride, burying his rage deep inside, and finally managed, Chairman Bai, let's go to the Huasheng residential area to have a look. Meng Jiyuan sighed, eager to leave. Bai Chaojun's face darkened. After a moment of thought, he replied, fine. To this day, he still couldn't understand why Meng Jiyuan was so obedient to Yang Fan. Bai Zhaokun was actually scared. Yang Fan was only 18 and had no background. Why was he so terrified of a kid? Did Yang Fan really have dirt on him? And was that secret somehow linked to Zhuo Wuye? Bai searched his mind. Finally, he called Ren Chenghu back. Bai had abandoned his plan to humiliate Yang Fan. Wobbling with an 18-year-old wasn't worth the risk. With Meng Jiwan acting so cautious around the boy, Bai held back. He couldn't afford a confrontation with Yang Fan right now. He needed to be smart about this. At the very least, he had to figure out what leverage this kid had that could force a titan like Meng to stay so quiet. Ren Chenghu was seething. He returned to Bai's side, muttering, Chairman, I've been preparing for days for this. I swear, in just a few minutes I could have ruined that kid. I could have humiliated him in front of the whole school. Forget it. Bai cut him off coldly. This isn't the time for that kind of petty game. But my daughter's feelings don't determine the survival of Tianyu Group. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ren Chenghu opened his mouth, then closed it, hesitating for a long moment before finally nodding. I understand, Bai said. Let's go. To Huasheng Apartments. Once the group left, the tension finally broke. School leaders trailed out to see the guests off. The history teacher droned on, but the students were distracted, their eyes constantly darting toward Yang Fan. They were all reeling from Yang Fan's performance today. He didn't just stand up to the rich kid. He shut him down with a few effortless words. He had that rich kid's father following his lead and hanging on every word. Was this really just a high school student? Possessed the presence of a seasoned tycoon. The students watched in awe as Principal Zheng groveled and fawned over Meng Zhiyuan and Bai Chaojun. Meanwhile, Yang Fan didn't need to beg or bow. He acted as if he were shooing away lowly lackeys. Just a few sentences, he dismissed men worth billions. It was absolute power. The boys in the class were floored. They admired him so much they wanted to be his sworn brothers just to learn his secrets. And the girls? They found Yang Fan more attractive than ever, handsome but with real backbone. When Principal Zheng asked who hit the rich kid, no one dared to own up. Only Yang Fan stepped forward. In that moment, the girls were looking at him with hearts in their eyes. Pure adoration. If he weren't already taken, and if Linlin wasn't still harboring a crush, he'd likely be drowning in love letters. Of course, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao didn't care about the gossip. They were busy. Yang Fan was trying to find a moment, pull his hand back from the school beauty's smooth, long legs, but Bai Yuyao kept pinning it down. She genuinely loved being touched by him. As she felt his warm hand against her thigh, she rested her head on the desk and asked like a curious child, "Are you really planning to have dinner with Meng Zhiyuan tonight? He's a cold-blooded killer with multiple counts on his record. Isn't this just a trap? A trap?" Yang Fan suppressed a laugh. Meng Zhiyuan saw him as a mouse sees a cat. There was no way he'd dare set a trap, and even if he did, target wouldn't be Yang Fan. It would be Zhuo Wuye. Zhuo Wuye held the leverage that could end Meng Zhiyuan. Problem was, neither man knew where Zhuo Wuye was. Yang Fan was just using that name to score a free meal. Tonight was just about dinner and squeezing out some cash. Nothing more. Yang Fan explained his plan to Bai Yuyao, adding that he intended to bring Zhang Yingzu and Li Dazhuang along for the feast. Bai Yuyao frowned. "Why not me? I want to go too. I want to be with you." Even though she understood his plan and knew Meng Jiwan wouldn't dare move against him, she was still worried and wanted to be by his side. Yang Fan stroked her hair and coaxed, "Yao Yao, it's safer for you at the hotel. Plus, if Meng Jiwan loses his mind and gets aggressive, you're more useful on the outside. You can call the police and save me, right?" Finally, Bai Yuyao reluctantly agreed, promised to stay put. The plan was set, but before the school day ended, Yang Fan one more important task. After the second period, Linlin approached him, clearly anxious. "Are we still going to the principal?" She was desperate. The pregnancy was getting harder to hide, and she couldn't wait. She needed the money to terminate the pregnancy immediately. Bai Yuyao glared at her. "If you're in such a rush, go yourself. Why drag my boyfriend into this? I don't want him involved." Linlin snapped back. "It was his ridiculous plan that forced me to confess to the principal and threaten Shang Fengrui's parents." Bai Yuyao scoffed, turning away. Yang Fan patted her head to calm her, then turned to Linlin. "Let's go. To the principal's office right now." Linlin didn't argue and followed him out. By the time the third period started, they were already standing in the office. Principal Zheng Chengwen looked confused. "What can I do for you two?" Yang Fan stepped forward. "Principal Zheng, this is Linlin, my classmate. She's been bullied by our class monitor. I'm here to ask you to see justice served." Yang Fan stared him down. It wasn't just a request, it was a demand for accountability. As the principal, Zheng Chengwen had to take responsibility for such a scandal happening on his watch. If he mishandled this, and it hit the press, his career could be over. In an instant, Zheng felt a migraine coming on. He felt cursed. Why were all these disasters piling up at once? If it were any other student, he could easily sweep it under the rug. But the person demanding justice was Yang Fan, a man who could leave Bai Chaojun and Meng Zhiyuan helpless. Zheng didn't dare underestimate him or throw his weight around. After weighing his options, he asked carefully, "How do you suggest we handle this?" "I think it's simple," Yang Fan replied. "First, bell Sheng Fengri. Second, make his parents come here to pay damages." Zheng Chengwen couldn't help but gasp. Thought, this kid looks so young, but he's ruthless. Between the payout and the expulsion, he wasn't leaving any room for negotiation. Zheng sighed awkwardly. Making his parents pay is one thing, a few $1,000s. They could manage that. But expulsion? That's difficult. I have to get approval from the higher-ups. On top of that, it has to be posted publicly at school. Everyone would see his offense and why he was expelled. Yang Fan, look at your classmate next to you. Is she really okay with that? Does she want to be pointed at by peers? Does she want her parents to know? Zheng Chengwen is a crafty old fox. Just a few sentences, he shifted the burden of the decision from Yang Fan onto Linlin. And as for her, definitely didn't want this publicized. She didn't want her parents or classmates knowing. "Principal Zheng, let's not post it. If my parents find out, they'll kill me." Linlin looked terrified. She truly couldn't face her parents knowing. Zheng Chengwen smiled immediately. "Yang Fan, look, the girl doesn't even want it. How about listening to me? Let's handle this quietly. Have Zhang Hingrui's parents come in and pay some compensation. Yang Fan frowned hard, stayed silent. If they just had the parents come in and pay, it would be letting that scumbag off way too easily. He felt expelling Xiang Hengrui and keeping him from the college entrance exam was the only satisfying outcome. But since Yun Siling didn't want her parents or the school to know, there was no way to expel him. Yang Fan felt helpless. Yun Siling couldn't even meet his eyes. She kept her head down, paralyzed with fear. She couldn't stand up to Yang Fan, nor could she let the school go public. So she had no choice but to cower. Yang Fan, what do you think? Zheng Chengwen asked with a smile. If you agree, I'll call Zhang Hengrui's parents now. I'll have them come and apologize to this girl. Although Zheng Chengwen didn't know the exact nature of the relationship between Yang Fan and Yun Siling, that wasn't the point. All that mattered was keeping Yang Fan contained and keeping things quiet so his position as principal wouldn't be threatened. Fine. Ultimately, Yang Fan had to settle for this outcome, letting the parents pay to make it go away. Still, Yang Fan felt a deep sense of frustration. He wasn't willing to let Xiang Hengrui escape so easily. He planned to hit him with something bigger before the exams, maybe even break his arm, to keep him from taking the test. Otherwise, Yang Fan just wouldn't be satisfied. Just like that, after calming Yang Fan down, Zheng Chengwen quickly called Zhang Hengrui's parents. Half an hour later, they arrived at the school. They walked into the office with red, tearful eyes. Inside, the elderly couple begged for mercy, offering money and apologies. Finally, they managed to keep Xiang Hengrui's enrollment. Yun Siling took 10,000 yuan from them, her mood improving significantly. Yang Fan watched coldly. Once Yun Siling had the money, he spoke sharply to the parents. Xiang Hengrui also borrowed a few thousand from a friend of mine. Make him pay it back. Yang Fan said with cold indifference. If he doesn't, I'm sorry, but I'll make sure this whole thing blows up. Don't do that! Zheng Chengwen's face turned green. If this exploded, he'd be the first to suffer as principal. Xiang Hengrui's mother, Lu Sujuan, stammered. My son, he borrowed a few thousand from someone else too? Really? Why don't you just call him and clear it up? Yang Fan couldn't be bothered with small talk, even if he didn't know. Xiang Hengrui had actually borrowed money from Yu Linlin. He certainly owed it to others. So, Yang Fan ordered Lu Sujuan to call Xiang Hengrui directly. The phone rang, and he picked up quickly. Still lying in the hospital, unable to get out of bed. Realizing the principal already knew about his rotten behavior and was ready to expel him, Xiang Hengrui's face turned ash white. Faced with his parents' questions and the principal's scolding, Zhang Hengrui's mental defenses collapsed. He spilled everything, not out of honesty, but because he wanted his parents to clear all his debts at once. Otherwise, even if he worked 2 months of summer jobs after graduation, never be able to pay it off. Xiang Hengrui kept talking, listing who he owed and how much. Lu Sujuan, the mother, wept as her rough hands jotted down the debts, one by one. Altogether, it came to over 6,000 yuan, including all the money he'd scammed from others. Xinyi is just a small third-tier city with low average income. Minimum wage is less than 2,000. Lu Sujuan worked as a cleaner for a month and only made about 3,000. Even with scavenging for bottles, she barely made 4,000. Now, her weather-beaten face showed not just tears, but pure sorrow. There is no grief greater than a heart that is given up. She had suffered her whole life, pinning all her hopes on her son. She thought he would be successful. But look at him now. How could Zhang Hengru ever amount to anything? Lu Sujuan could go 2 months without eating, just to save 6,000 yuan, and now it was all gone. 3,200 for Yu Linlin, 3,400 for other students, plus the 10,000 for Yun Siling. Lu Sujuan and her husband handed over the cash with trembling hands. Yun Siling felt uneasy watching. When she got the 10,000, she had been happy, thinking she'd made a profit, earning 7 or 8,000 after surgery costs. But looking at the pitiful couple before her, Yun Siling felt a pang of softness. For a moment, she wanted to return some of the money. But Yang Fan showed no mercy. He stepped in and blocked her. I hate do-gooders, Yang Fan said coldly. If you want to give the money back, don't you dare do it in front of me. Otherwise, I'll be disgusted and I'll expose your business with Xinyi Grui to everyone. Yang Fan, how can you be so cruel? Yun Siling asked, shocked and angry. Don't you have a heart? Can't you see how pathetic they are? I know they're pathetic. Yang Fan said coldly. They brought this on themselves. If you don't believe me, I'll ask for you. He wanted to cure Yun Silin of his saintly complex once and for all. Yang Fan walked straight up to Lu Sujuan, staring at her weathered face, and asked, Are you willing to cut all ties with your son? Yang Fan said indifferently, If you agree to disown that scum, you won't have to pay a cent today. Yun Silin stared, stunned by the scene. Lu Sujuan, a woman in her 40s, moved her lips for a long time but ultimately shook her head. Our only child, I can't just abandon him. Yang Fan let out a dry laugh. Seeing how far Zhang Hengrui had gone, ruining so many girls. His parents were still delusional, obsessed with covering for their trash of a son. There was nothing left to discuss. The old saying that pitiful people often have hateful traits might not always apply, but for Zhang Hengrui's parents, fit perfectly. Every bit of suffering those two old people endured was entirely self-inflicted, beyond saving. Yang Fan stood back beside Yun Silin. You can pay them back the 10,000, but let me warn you, every cent you return will end up in the hands of that scumbag Zhang Hengrui, letting him prey on more innocent girls. Even if you pay them back, you're no saint. You're an accomplice to evil, just as shameless as Zhang Hengrui. With that, Yang Fan took the 3,200 yuan and walked away. He planned to return that money to Yu Linlin, and he desperately wanted to ask that silly girl why she would lend so much to Zhang Hengrui. Yu Linlin was just a high school student with no job and no income. All her money came from years of saved red envelopes and allowances. She had saved that 3,200 yuan for ages. Why give it to a loser like him? Yang Fan couldn't wrap his head around it. Meanwhile, after hearing Yang Fan's words, Yun Silin hesitated for a long time. Eventually, he suppressed his urge to play the saint. Yang Fan was right. Even if he returned the money, it wouldn't change Zhang Hengrui. It wouldn't make that piece of trash a better person. Every cent would only fund his next girl-chasing scheme, allowing him to hurt more innocent people. Once he realized this, Yun Silin left the office too. But instead of returning to class like Yang Fan, he headed straight out of school. As an art student at #1 High, Yun Silin was free to leave once his core classes were done to attend dance or music lessons. However, he didn't go to dance class that afternoon. He went straight to the hospital. He finally had the money for his surgery. Inside the classroom, Bai Yuyao rested her head on one hand, staring out the window. She had been watching the birds and the clouds for a long time, bored out of her mind, until Yang Fan returned. Fool Beauty's face brightened with a genuine smile. Happily, she took Yang Fan's hand, placed it on her smooth thigh, and tilted her head against the desk to look at him. Yang Fan, you're finally back. I missed you so much. But why do you look so unhappy? Yang Fan sighed and recounted everything that had happened in the office. After finishing, he said with a hint of self-reproach, honestly, I feel bad for his parents. Yao Yao, was I too harsh? No. Bai Yuyao held his hand, rubbing it against her leg to comfort him. Then, she said softly, I think you were right. You think so? Yang Fan asked, wanting to believe it but struggling to. He knew Bai Yuyao loved him, and no matter what he did, she would always support him and side with him. Even when he helped Yu Linlin and made her jealous, she never said a harsh word. She was always so gentle with him, never once thinking he was in the wrong. After school, Yang Fan and Bai Yuyao skipped their evening study session, as usual. But unlike before, they actually asked for leave this time by calling their homeroom teacher, though their excuses were ridiculous. Yang Fan claimed he had to help an old lady cross the street, and Bai Yuyao said she might have a stomachache. Zhou Qingxia had been a teacher for years and could tell instantly they were lying just to go on a date, but she was stuck. Bai Yuyao had already used Zhong Yingzi to secure a primary school spot for the teacher's son, so Zhou Qingxia didn't dare call them out. That, they left the classroom. Downstairs at the girls' dorm, Yang Fan called Yu Linlin to return her money and ask why she was foolish enough to lend Zhang Hengru over 3,000 yuan. But she didn't pick up, not because she was being petty, but because she was a boarding student and the teacher had confiscated her phone. After several failed calls, Bai Yuyao had a wicked idea. How about we just spend her money? She won't know. We can use it to go on a date, see a movie, grab milk tea just to annoy her. Bai Yuyao had always viewed Yu Linlin as a romantic rival, and she would never pass up an opportunity to mess with her. Yang Fan couldn't help but lightly tap her on the head. Yao Yao, could you have some manners? You're so rich. Why are you obsessed with Yu Linlin's pocket change? He was speechless. Bai Yuyao rubbed her head, acting pained and wronged. You hit me! We're divorced, I'm not living with you anymore. She was just flirting, of course. But the problem was, they were standing right under the girls' dormitory after school had just let out. Girls were walking by everywhere, and when they heard that, they all stared in total shock. Wait, what? Divorced? The female students were stunned, especially the younger ones, who were still quite innocent and had barely even held a boy's hand. Everyone was stunned when they heard Bai Yuyao mention divorce. They stood there frozen, like toys that had suddenly lost power, stared at the two of them. Please, I'm begging you, keep it down. Everyone is watching us. Yang Fan felt like he was going to die of embarrassment, but Bai Yuyao didn't care about what others thought. She grabbed Yang Fan's arm. She pressed against his chest, shaking and rubbing against him. The softness and firmness of the girl's chest flooded Yang Fan's mind. It made him incredibly uncomfortable, while the group of girls under the dormitory building stared with wide eyes, their faces turning bright red. While the couple was flirting, Yu Lingling's best friend, Tang Xinyi, walked out of the dorm. She was just heading to the cafeteria. She planned to get dinner for herself and her friend, but as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Yang Fan and Bai Yu Yao. They were flirting in public without a care in the world. She was furious. Glaring at Yang Fan with total disgust, Tang Xinyi snapped, "Can you not act like this here? Honestly, gross. Please." Yang Fan said helplessly, "I'm not doing anything. Don't say things like that." Tang Xinyi made a spitting gesture. She looked at him with complete disdain, refusing to believe a word. Yang Fan saw that explaining was pointless, so he just gave up. He pulled out his phone and said, "Do you have your phone? Let me send you 3,200 yuan. Tang Xinyi was stunned. She thought, this isn't right. She had just scolded him, so why wasn't he angry? Instead, he wanted to send her money, that much money. Did he have a problem? Could it be that he had some legendary masochistic streak, and he was actually paying her because he enjoyed being yelled at? Tang Xin blushed, her heart hammering against her ribs. She figured Yang Fan was a masochist who just enjoyed getting chewed out before sending money. Turned out she was dead wrong. Xiang Hengrui had borrowed 3,200 yuan from Yu Linlin just to chase girls. I didn't like it, so I got it back. Sending it to you now so you can return it to Yu Linlin, Yang Fan explained. Once it clicked, Tang Xinyi's blush faded instantly. She actually looked a little annoyed. She thought her charm was so potent she had scolded Yang Fan into a good mood and a payout. Now she realized she had misread the situation entirely. Just money for Yu Linlin all along. Send it over. Tang Xinyi pulled out her phone to accept the transfer. Even though she lived in the dorms, she kept 2 phones on her, handing one in and keeping one secret. Yang Fan lingered after the transfer, testing the waters. "Can you help me call Yu Linlin down? I need to talk to her." Scumbag. Tang Xinyi shot him a look of pure disgust. "She doesn't want to see you." In reality, Yu Linlin never said that. Tang Xinyi made it up on the spot, determined to keep her best friend from chatting with a jerk like Yang Fan. She didn't want Yu Linlin falling deeper for him. Meanwhile, Bai Yu Yao pouted, green with envy. "Yang Fan, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. I feel sick." With Tang Xinyi playing hardball and Bai Yu Yao getting jealous, Yang Fan had no choice but to fold. Yang Fan gave up and Bai Yu Yao gripped his hand tightly, pulling him away. Tang Xinyi watched his retreating back. She scoffed to herself, then headed off to the cafeteria for dinner.